best, right? It's like nice and cool, and at the end of the day, you get the nice refreshing feel. We have that frost advisory along the I-40 corridor, freeze warning in our mountain counties. That's where you need to bundle up a little bit more, where those temperatures have dropped into the 30s, even upper 20s for parts of Boone and Jefferson. A colder start for the mountain counties, slightly warmer though around uptown. So depending on where you are, greatly impacts how you feel heading out the door this morning. Upper 40s for Charlotte, Rock Hill, mid 40s Monroe. We're in the upper 20s to low 30s for Boone and Jefferson. Feeling that clear skies, allowing those temperatures to plummet with sunshine dominating heading into your late morning, early afternoon. We go from the 50s to what will be the mid 60s by 1 p.m. Highs land in the low 70s peak heating hours of the day. Winds stay relatively light out of the northwest, so not as breezy for your Tuesday as what we had for Monday. Holding on to another cool evening, dropping down to the low 50s, upper 40s, crossing into your early morning hours. So we'll stay nice and clear. Big warm up on the way as we approach Wednesday into the second half of the work week. I'll detail what that looks like, and of course a glimpse at your lack of rain chances here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. We continue to follow breaking news of a serious crash involving a Charlotte police cruiser in South Charlotte.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live from the corner of Carmel Road and Pineville Matthews Road. Savannah, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so this intersection is shut down altogether in all directions. And just as of a couple seconds ago, we had one of the tow trucks come in. I'm going to try to show you a little bit. It's hard to see behind this tree as the crash is kind of spread out through this intersection. So as this tow truck is kind of starting to back up, you can see that front of the police cruiser that's still sitting in the middle of the intersection of Pineville Matthews Road and Carmel Road. The front end of that police cruiser is just ripped off completely. We see the driver's side door is open, but it looks like, again, the front of that police cruiser sustained a lot of the damage. And you can almost follow a trail just about perfectly to the other vehicle involved in this. You've got a trail of glass and plastic and metal debris that is just kind of lingering here. The road, this is on Carmel Road on this side. And then over the median is where the other car ended up. This looks like a black minivan, and it's kind of straddling the median here. Also damage to that front end, significantly more so. You see some of the side airbags deployed on the passenger side, and both doors on the driver's side are just hanging off of their hinges. There seems to be also a lot of debris under that car as well. Again, we know 4 people were hurt in this crash. Medic tells us that one person has life-threatening injuries, 2 others have serious injuries, 1 other person has minor injuries. We are still working to learn their current condition. Again, this happened right around 3 o'clock in the morning, just before then, so we're working to find out how well they're recovering so far in the early hours after this crash. Also working to learn the identities, trying to understand who exactly was hurt in the crash as well, and to try to figure out when this intersection will open. During the weekdays, this gets to be very busy. We're about a block away from the Charlotte Catholic Academy, and know that the school traffic is going to be diverted around through some of the businesses and some of the parking lots nearby. We're going to keep you updated here as we learn more from police. We'll be live again coming up here in our next half hour with more information. Reporting live in South Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you for that update. I appreciate that. We want to go straight into our pinpoint traffic update here in our 6 o'clock hour, showing that exact scene where Savannah was. The crash right there in the middle of the map there. That's at the intersection of Pineville Matthews Road, which other people call Highway 51, and Carmel Road. That's where the accident is to the left, that icon there. That just is showing, you can see the backup. Typically, we've got purple on our map, which shows lanes closed. One of those lanes is closed right there. So just be aware of that. If you're trying to head westbound, this is where it's going to slow you down just west of Carmel Road. It's probably going to be closed for another hour or so. We will keep you updated throughout the morning. The workarounds is what's going to cause some issues this morning. So just be aware of that. If those are some of the routes that you typically take this morning, that intersection closed and going to have backups for quite a while in the Pineville area. Now we're hearing there's a new accident on inbound Independence, just north of 485 in the Matthews area. So just be aware of that near Matthews Mint Hill Road and Independence Boulevard. So that's going to slow things down for the next half hour. Overall, things aren't too bad, honestly. This is just a lot happening in one stretch in the south part of the city, which we'll keep you updated on. Just north of Uptown, right at the 77-85 interchange, that stretch is looking good as we're waiting on the sun to rise. Let's go up near Cabarrus County. Traffic coming down 85 near Concord Mills Mall. All 10 lanes in both directions looking good. Out near our studios in West Charlotte near Sam Wilson in 85. That stretch, a little blurry this morning, but that stretch is looking good. Down near Carowinds, still dark and early as folks are merging, looking good. And then right in the heart of Uptown at the John Belk Freeway, you can see the sun trying to rise right behind the skyline there. We'll give you another update on traffic, plus we will give you drive times to the airport coming up here around 6:30. Annie?
Jason, thanks. Hundreds of parents and teachers in Gaston County are fed up with the school board amidst a $10 million budget shortfall and anti-Islam comments made by a board member. The frustrated folks showed up at the Board of Education meeting to voice those opinions. The meeting got heated at times as community members expressed their concerns and asked questions about two different district controversies. One, they want the board member who called Islam a satanic death cult to step down. And two, they want to know what leaders are going to do to prevent another budget discrepancy in the future.
Where has our money gone? What is the plan so that this doesn't happen again? I'm tired of staying quiet.
Mr. Kinlaw needs to go ahead and step down. We're beyond the point in which an apology would be acceptable.
Gaston County School Board members have said Todd Kinlaw's comments do not reflect the board's views as a whole. If he doesn't resign, community members are asking for members to censure him.
Winston-Salem leaders say that a planned fight escalated into gunfire, leaving 2 teenagers dead and 5 more hurt. This morning, police are pleading with parents to keep a closer watch on their children. Justin Lundy has the latest.
I heard something. I must have either been in the bathroom or making my breakfast. I thought it was the maintenance men that showed up. They heard shots.
Gunfire heard in a neighborhood off Robin Hood Road. It's the sound Krista Thompson heard from inside her Winston-Salem home Monday morning.
I ran outside to see what was going on. Didn't see anything. I heard the fire trucks, but something said you need to go outside.
Just a few blocks away from her, Winston-Salem police say a planned fight that involved several people escalated into a shootout at Lineback Park. Thompson says her 4-year-old daughter was at a nearby preschool at the time of the tragedy.
Her lockdown was a quiet game in the bathroom. She didn't know what was going on until we walked outside and there was a million cops.
Winston-Salem police say 2 teenagers were killed and 5 others were injured.
In the parking lot, officers located a 17-year-old male who was later identified as Arube Romero Medina, suffering from a gunshot wound. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. The second victim, identified as 16-year-old Daniel Jimenez Million, was located further inside the park, also suffering from a gunshot wound. He was pronounced deceased at the scene as well.
Million was a Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools student. Police say the other victims include a 14-year-old girl, a 15-year-old girl, a 17-year-old girl, an 18-year-old boy, and a 19-year-old girl.
Well, I feel like everyone else. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. I'm sad.
Winston-Salem Police Chief William Penn says the victims' injuries range from minor to critical, and this tragedy could have been prevented.
Parents, adults, whoever. It's not just our job to investigate these crimes, but also to tell you what's going on. So when the sheriff says we have a weapons problem in the school, we need adults to take action with that. That means checking book bags before you leave. Then so be it. So when I say, hey, we're having problems with kids going out unsupervised in the streets, that means you need to keep up with where your children are.
And that was Justin Lundy reporting. As of now, Police Chief Penn says no one has been taken into custody.
Lawmakers returning to Raleigh today are expected to consider a measure that would limit how much you pay in property taxes. But the proposal is already getting pushback from Mecklenburg County officials who say it could threaten funding to schools and essential services. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber reports, the legislature is hoping to leave the decision up to the voters.
North Carolinians are ready for this. As a matter of fact, they're begging for it. Leading Republicans in Raleigh say they want to cap North Carolina's property taxes. Their latest proposal would amend the state's constitution to limit how much local governments could raise those taxes.
We have to have protections for homeowners, renters, and business owners, all of those people who are seeing the taxes impact their quality of life, their ability to stay in their home, their ability to continue renting in a certain area, or even expand their business.
A constitutional amendment must be passed by both chambers, then approved by voters in November in the form of a state question. But from what they've seen so far, many local leaders in Mecklenburg County oppose the effort.
If this happens, it'll almost be impossible to undo, and it will have a detrimental impact on every child in this community, every resident of this community, and every service that this community provides. I can't undersell this enough.
Charlotte Mecklenburg schools officials were the most recent to raise concerns, noting inflation is making it more expensive to educate students. Administrators argued last week that local governments need flexibility to increase taxes, as 42% of the county's revenue, which is 59% property taxes, funds education.
And we're creating more instability for the people that we serve. And we know that stability is good for kids. That's the right thing, right? Student outcomes are affected by stability.
If lawmakers do take up the state question during their short session, a 60% majority is required in both chambers. That state question only needs a simple majority from voters to be approved, and the governor cannot veto the measure. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Meanwhile, North Carolina House lawmakers plan to begin their short session today with votes to override Governor Josh Stein's vetoes from last year. One of the measures Republican leaders want to pass would allow people to carry concealed guns without permits. Other bills would eliminate DEI in state agencies and public education. House Republicans planned to hold override votes last August, but tabled them several times. Getting back over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton here. Ted, what are we seeing on radar?
Yeah, things are quiet, high pressure in control. We're watching some of the showers over eastern Texas, heading into Louisiana. That's going to increase some cloud cover, but it's still not seeing any major impacts. Winds out of the northwest still keeping us below normal for this Tuesday. Water vapor satellite imagery showing that dry air over southern Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi into the panhandle of Florida. Some limited moisture over the Carolinas while our drought conditions continue. Level 3 and 4 out of 5. Not seeing any improvements. We'll get an update on Thursday into how things have progressed, but unfortunately not seeing any rain chances in the forecast, with our winds easing up a little bit. So just a slight increase for your fire danger, but radar is nice and dry for your morning commute. Not seeing any activity heading out the door on this Tuesday morning. Our next 7 days don't host any rain as well. First coming into your Saturday into Sunday will be the next best chance of that wet weather. I'll break down more of your work week forecast with another look coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
Ted, appreciate that. 6:13 still to come this morning. Companies all across the country are working to get their money back from the federal government. How the impacts could trickle down to you, the consumer. We'll have that and more coming up. You're watching Queen City News. As we go to break, good morning to the folks in downtown Gastonia. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. A Canadian tourist is dead and 6 others hurt after a mass shooting at a historic Mexican landmark. It happened Monday at the Teotihuacan pyramids near Mexico City. Officials say an armed man standing on top of one of the pyramids opened fire on tourists. Officials say the gunman later died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Other victims included Colombian and Russian tourists. Security officials say they found a gun, a knife, and ammunition after the shooting. The motive for the shooting has not yet been made public.
7 South Carolina Republicans are running for governor this year. 6 of them will face off tonight in their party's debate ahead of the GOP primary on June 9th. That event will be at the College of Charleston. The candidates are in alphabetical order: Lieutenant Governor Paula Yvette, State Senator Josh Kimbrell, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, Congressman Ralph Norman, businessman Ram Reddy, and State Attorney General Alan Wilson. We'll, of course, bring you the highlights from that debate tonight on Queen City News at 10.
A refund system for businesses forced to pay tariffs is now active. However, while companies are getting their money back, it might take longer for everyday consumers to actually see any benefit. The online portal allowing businesses to claim refunds opened Monday morning. The government has contributed $127 billion to that portal for companies who face the biggest impacts. It's the first step in a very complicated process that could eventually lead to refunds for everyday people who paid extra on imported goods. Officials say the online portal will process claims in phases, with refunds being issued after a 60 to 90-day wait period. Importers were the ones to directly pay for those tariffs, but many companies pass those higher costs on to you and I. Several class action lawsuits are looking to force companies to send that money back to buyers. But many corporations say they already plan to pass along the refunds to the consumer. However, federal leaders warn the broader use of tariffs is far from over.
President Trump campaigned on the promise that he would lower costs, but his record while in office has been the exact opposite. His reckless tariffs have raised prices on food and everyday goods.
Thanks to our strong policy on tariffs, we cut our gaping trade deficit.
It's still unclear how much consumers will benefit from the refund process. Even though it launched yesterday, that portal it's already hitting snags. Multiple company executives say that they have encountered errors while trying to file a claim. Among them, the CEO of education toy maker Learning Resources says the company that filed the lawsuit that got the tariffs struck down by the Supreme Court, that agency that runs the web portal, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, says it's looking into reports of any problems. It is 6:19. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Another beautiful start to the day. 2 days in a row, Ted.
Yeah, 2 days in a row. Here we are looking at a cool start, a little chilly for some, but ramping up into what will be the low 70s, peak heating hours of the day. 48 degrees, east-northeast winds coming in at 8 miles per hour. Dew points at 27 degrees. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace as those upper 40s settle in from Charlotte. Monroe at 43 degrees, upper 30s. Morganton, Hickory, into Statesville, Salisbury at 34, but we're below freezing up through our mountain county. Still setting our sights for what will be low 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Charlotte into Monroe, low 70s, Hickory, Statesville, Salisbury, mid to upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson, with our high temperatures sitting in the 80s from the Dakotas into Omaha, Nebraska, 70s towards San Antonio, Houston, and looking at that ridge in the jet stream, giving us well above normal temperatures in that orange, while we sit below normal in the blue shading for the eastern United States, from Maine into the Carolinas, into southern Texas, southeast towards Florida, and then west heading into California. High pressure dominates for the most part over the eastern United States. I'm looking at clear skies from this morning all the way into the afternoon. Not going to see much in the way of cloud cover, maybe just towards the Tennessee border, but for the most part, high pressure impacting your forecast before shifting those winds out of the south Tuesday evening into your Wednesday. That's what it's going to increase some cloud cover for your midweek, even bringing in some warmer temperatures. I'm not buying the rain chances as of right now for your Wednesday afternoon. Maybe just some increasing cloud cover as that warm front pushes north, combating the cold front pushing south, evening us out into what will be the 80s for your Wednesday into the second half of the work week. Overnight lows settle in the mid to upper 40s. Heading into your early morning hours on Wednesday, we'll have a pretty comfortable afternoon for Wednesday and the second half of the work week, ushering in those mid 80s Friday before rain chances roll in, heading into the weekend with the spotty showers and storms lasting until Sunday and Monday. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. A check of those Wall Street futures is just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Markets are continuing to feel the impact of the war in Iran, and computer science college degrees are plummeting in popularity. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Annie. Good morning to you. And futures getting stronger as we get closer to the open. So the Dow's up 280 points or so. Now, yesterday, oil prices rose. Stocks gave back a little bit of the rally, but investors were and still are waiting on some clarifications about what happens next with Iran. Well, there are signs that the 15-year boom in computer science degrees may be ending. Enrollment data from the nonprofit National Student Clearinghouse says student enrollment in computer science at four-year colleges fell 8% last fall. That's the biggest one-year drop of any major discipline going back to at least 2020. Now, in a single year, computer science fell from the fourth largest undergraduate major to the sixth. Business, health, and liberal arts have consistently taken the top three spots. And the surging popularity of weight loss drugs is reshaping the cannabis market. Executives and retailers are adjusting to the new change in consumer behavior. Now, Reuters reports that users in online forums report diminished cravings and uncertainty about how the GLP-1 therapies might influence marijuana after effects, particularly the munchies. And dispensaries are noticing shifting customer preferences as well. Annie, back to you.
Boy, that is something I never would have thought of, but the industry would be impacted. I'm sure a lot of people would sign up for the study to see how it does impact the munchies.
That's probably right. So, yeah, the ripple effect of these weight loss drugs has just been amazing to watch.
It touches everything, and we don't know it until it actually happens. Yeah. So we'll see on that one, Jane. Thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Heading to a break, you are watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
A serious crash involving a Charlotte police cruiser will take you live to the scene as officers investigate. Ted?
And the lack of rain chances still playing into your drought conditions. Level 3 and 4 out of 5, and not seeing any rain in the foreseeable future at the very least until this weekend. We'll break down how much rain we need coming up.
As thousands of residents are asked to cut back on water use, what about the facilities that use way more than an average home? We take a closer look at who's supposed to track water use at data centers during a drought. Coming up on 6:30 here, good morning, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Yeah, good Tuesday morning, everyone. Meteorologist Ted Payton says enjoy the cooler weather again today, much like yesterday. Copy, paste, a little warmer each day as we go through the week, Ted?
Yeah, we're going to get in the low 80s for tomorrow and then mid 80s for the rest of the week. It might touch upper 80s in some spots. And then the rain chances come back Saturday into Sunday. Very much needed, but looks like some spotty storm chances as well. So we're going to have to watch out for that as the weekend approaches.
We'll take what we can get.
Yeah, really. Absolutely. Right now, a little bit of a chilly start. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace here as we take a look from our tower camera out of West Charlotte. We're seeing the Queen City here in the distance. Throwing the temperatures on top, we have those upper 40s, east-northeast winds at 8 miles per hour. Dew points are still dry in the 20s as we look at that freeze warning for our mountain counties in the purple shading. Frost advisory in the light blue shading for the I-40 corridor. And that's going to last until 9 a.m. this morning as we've had those cold temperatures kicking things off early this morning. We're actually warmer for Charlotte and surrounding areas. Just colder in our mountain counties. That's where we have those low 30s, upper 20s, Boone and Jefferson. We're looking at mid to upper 30s I-40 corridor, upper 40s and mid 40s around the Queen City, giving us a little bit of a chilly start to your day. But sunshine dominates. We're not too far away from sunshine. We're getting anywhere from 20 to 25 minutes away from sunrise, which will help warm us up into the 60s through lunchtime. Highs landing in the low 70s for the peak heating hours of the day. Winds come out of the northwest, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Overnight lows bottom out in the low 50s, upper 40s heading into your Wednesday. There's those 80s we've been talking about, much warmer for the second half of the work week, warmer than the mid 70s we typically expect to see this time of year, mid to upper 70s through the weekend, with our pollen count still something to combat as we see that medium to high pollen lasting for the rest of the work week, with oak, birch, and juniper being the main culprits behind your allergies. I'll break down more of our setup and what we expect through the rest of the work week, and I'll look at your next chance of rain coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. We continue to stay on top of breaking news this morning of a crash involving a CMPD SUV that sent 4 people to the hospital.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live from the corner of Carmel and Pineville Matthews Roads. So, Savannah, what's the latest on that crash investigation?
Yeah, we're seeing that some of the CMPD crash investigators have what they need and are starting to move out and starting to reopen some of the lanes. Just as of the last probably 30 seconds to about a minute ago, we are seeing some of those drivers who are going westbound on Pineville and Matthews Road. They are able to cross the intersection with Carmel. Some of the eastbound drivers, those are still being diverted around all through the Carmel Commons area and still not able to get through this intersection. And here is a look as to why. This crash happened just before 3 o'clock here this morning. Involved a minivan and this CMPD cruiser that's now up on the back of the tow truck. This got up there maybe in the last 15 minutes or so as crews are starting to sweep up some of the debris that is still on the roadway and once again get that car up on the back of that lift. The front end of the CMPD cruiser, that clearly took the bulk of the damage. While that hood, you can see, is still straight up. That hood didn't crumple, it popped up, but the rest of that front bumper is just gone. We can see inside of there that some of those airbags have deployed. Now, if we want to zoom out a little ways and show you some more, that we know some of the fluids out of that car leaked, so some of the wiper fluid and oil as well as some of the gas, and so some of the cleanup crews have been putting down some of this salt and sand just to clear that up and make that safer before they reopen the road. We also see them sweeping up those piles of debris as well. I want to show you again where most of that debris came from, and it looks like it came from this dark colored minivan. You see that the airbags on both the driver and the passenger passenger side, had deployed those doors on the driver's side just completely hanging off their hinges. This is sitting right on a bit of a median here on Carmel Road going north and southbound, still straddling that as of right now. Severe damage to both the CMPD cruiser and to this dark colored minivan. Once again, as Julian mentioned, we have 4 injuries, one of those listed as life-threatening. 2 people in the hospital, they say, with serious injuries, and 1 person was taken for medical care with minor injuries. We are working to get more of an update on their conditions, learn more about what led up to this crash as well. We'll keep you updated here as soon as we get more information on that. As for the traffic impacts, again, they are moving things along, so not sure just yet how long that parts of the intersection are going to remain closed, but CMPD does tell us it will be closed as long as they're still investigating. They ask that people avoid the area, use alternate routes if possible. Now, Jason's got a look at some traffic back in the station. Jason, where can people go?
All right, Savannah, yeah, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate that. We are certainly thinking about all the parties involved in that accident, including the CMPD officer, and for a speedy recovery. Let's take a look at the map now. So right in the center of the map, right, that's the intersection where you saw just over Savannah's shoulder, Pineville Matthews Road at Carmel Road, that intersection closed, that westbound traffic trying to get through. The yellow you can see there is the stretch that either the lane's closed or it's just really backed up. Eastbound traffic, trying to make it through, that's kind of the issue there. What you can do is on the west side of this, you've got Carmel Commons Boulevard, right? It takes you behind the shopping center. You can also hop on Johnston Road. That's the green road, kind of making that triangle right there, just south of that badge that we've got showing the accident. So that'll get you through the area. We'll keep monitoring this. Maybe they'll have that intersection close or open here when that investigation concludes in the next hour. Overall, things around the Queen City aren't looking too bad. Some volume out west we'll take a look at in a second, but you can see just that string. It's like this line across the bottom part of the city, the south part of the city, where we've got a couple of issues. The other one's on the east side. This is as soon as you hop on Independence Boulevard, near Matthews Minton Hill Road, we've got an accident there, backing things up a little bit to 485. You can't see that reflected here on this Independence Boulevard camera shot, because it clears up by then, but just know that's going to slow you down a little bit if you're coming up from Indian Trail and Matthews. Now, the other problem area is, gosh, over 45 minutes trying to make your way from Gastonia through Lowell, McAdenville along I-85. Really slow. Matter of fact, here's a camera shot from NCDOT. Give it just a couple seconds here. This camera always is slow waking up in the morning, but the sun's shining bright on the traffic, trying to get around the bend through Lowell, McAdenville, very slow, all 3 lanes, as you can see there. And it's like that pretty much all the way until you cross the river into Mecklenburg County. Other side of 85 coming down from Cabarrus County near Concord Mills Mall. All 10 lanes, both directions, 5 and 5. All sides looking good this morning. Here's a beautiful shot coming down from Iredell County near Lake Norman, near Cornelius. You got the 4 lanes, 2 toll lanes, 2 regular lanes, all 4 of those zooming right along. Down near Carowinds at the state line, also looking good. And then as promised, if you're headed to Charlotte Douglas International Airport, here are your drive times from uptown. It's going to take you about 15 minutes, around 40 coming up from Rock Hill, 25 minutes from that shot we just showed you, 77 from Cornelius. We'll give you another look at your traffic coming up at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Julian?
All right, thank you, Jason. President Donald Trump says that he will have a team in Pakistan to negotiate with Iran. The military operation started at the end of February, sending oil prices climbing and gas prices in the United States on average above $4 a gallon. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot explains the possibility of a peace deal.
The Pakistanis say they are preparing for another round of peace talks between the United States and Iran, but so far Iran has not sent a delegation for these talks. President Trump told Bloomberg yesterday that the 2-week ceasefire that's in place right now is likely to expire on Wednesday night. Central Command says so far U.S. forces directed 27 ships to turn around or return to Iran.
You're entering an area of a military blockade. This blockade of Iranian ports will be enforced and applies to all vessels regardless of flag.
President Donald Trump imposed the blockade over the weekend after Iran shut off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. A fifth of the world's oil moves through it, leading to concerns of shortages around the world. The head of the International Energy Agency warns Europe will run out of jet fuel in about 6 weeks.
This administration didn't even anticipate that one of the things Iran would do right out of the gate was to close the Strait of Hormuz.
As a 2-week ceasefire is set to expire on Wednesday night, Iranian negotiators suggest they're far apart on key issues like nuclear enrichment, Iran's support of proxy groups in the Middle East, and the future of the Strait of Hormuz. The Speaker of Iran's parliament wrote on X, "We do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats, and in the past 2 weeks we have prepared to reveal new cards on the battlefield." On Monday, President Trump wrote, "I'm winning a war by a lot. Things are going very well." He added the U.S. will not remove the blockade on Iran until there is a deal. And the president told reporters in a series of phone calls yesterday that if the ceasefire does expire tomorrow without a deal, lots of bombs will start going off. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlot. Back to you.
Thank you. 6:39 the time now. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Riemer is out of President Trump's cabinet after multiple allegations of abusing her powers in office. The allegations include having an affair with a subordinate and drinking alcohol on the job. Last week, the New York Times reported on an investigation looking into the secretary, top aides, and family members accused of routinely sending personal messages and requests to young staff members. She's now the third cabinet member to leave after the firings of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Groups opposed to a new data center in East Charlotte say their public pressure is getting results. Now they want city leaders to do their part to stop the project. They held a news conference outside the government center in Uptown ahead of last night's council meeting. They are opposed to a plan from developer American Tower to build a 40,000 square foot data center near Reedy Creek Nature Preserve. It would be a fraction of the size of other centers, using less electricity and water, while supporting growing demand for data and artificial intelligence. But protesters are concerned about the impact on their community.
Noise pollution, the environmental damage, like the excessive use of water, all of these are extremely harmful, and also the skyrocketing of utilities prices. I think these are all things that we'll have to bear the burden of.
The developer postponed their rezoning request for last night's council meeting. It's been rescheduled for May 18th. Meantime, North Carolina's largest data center is under construction in West Charlotte. The 156-acre site on Moores Chapel Road off of Wilkinson Boulevard will be big enough for a 3 million square foot facility. It could also draw lots of water from the Catawba River. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis looks into who protects the valuable resource while managing growth in the Queen City.
With communities being asked to voluntarily cut back on water use, imagine a data center pulling resources from the Catawba River. And is there a plan to protect that? With more data center applications going in front of Charlotte City Council, two resources are at a premium: electricity and water.
No growth should come at the expense of our communities. So we need to look at the location. We must look at the impact. We must look at our electricity usage and water usage to ensure that we are not passing the cost down to our residents.
Water has been more in the forefront, with parts of the area currently in an extreme drought. Councilwoman Dimple Esmira says Council, Charlotte Water, and Duke Energy look at the potential use, but restrictions need to be in place for times like this.
If families are being asked to conserve, we have a responsibility to make sure large-scale developments like data centers are not putting additional strain on our infrastructure like water.
Large data centers can consume up to 5 million gallons of water per day, according to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute. Currently, the largest data center in the state is under construction in West Charlotte. As Muir said, Council just approved policy that will turn into guidelines for future development.
I'm pushing for a clear set of rules on our water usage, our electricity usage, quality of life impact, and ensuring that we protect our families and our residents.
Rules that will help balance innovation and progress without passing down cost to residents. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Coming up on 6:43, still ahead, the Hornets' Jeff Peterson shared his thoughts after what turned out to be an exciting season, where he expects the franchise to go. Coming up. You're watching Queen City News. There's a windy, shaky look at the Hive. The Spectrum Center will be back right after this.
Welcome back. Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Tomorrow morning in our 9 a.m. hour, we are exploring what's in a name. We'll be in communities throughout the Queen City. And don't forget, if you missed any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them on our website, qcnews.com.
Well, with the NBA draft lottery coming up, some Hornets could be leaving the Hive.
And the Carolina Panthers are getting themselves ready ahead of their own draft.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has those stories in your morning sports.
Well, it's time to officially put the bow on the Hornets season after hearing from EVP Jeff Peterson Monday. But one big part of the Hornets this season remains a big question for Peterson. With the NBA draft lottery coming up next, another pressing issue for the Hornets brass, managing deals, specifically trying to find a way to keep Kobe White in Charlotte. White came over in a trade at the deadline from Chicago and is set to be an unrestricted free agent next season. Peterson knows White's impact was greatly felt down the stretch of this season, and he shed some light on White's future here in Buzz City.
When we traded for Kobe, we envisioned him as somebody who's going to be with the Hornets for a long time. He embodies what we're about in terms of just, of course, on the court, he's a really, really good player, but the human being, his approach, his professionalism, he probably hit one of the biggest shots in Hornets history the other night, and it couldn't have happened to a better human being. Just happy for him, what he's been able to accomplish in this short amount of time. Sometimes I think people think getting traded is easy. It's very, very difficult. I'm excited to see what this offseason looks like. You know, he gets a full offseason with us, and then going into next season as well.
And the boys are back in town. The Carolina Panthers reported back to the facility on Monday to kick off their off-season training program. It's the first of 3 phases, which leading up to mandatory minicamp in mid-June. The Black and Blue also making some signings official Monday as wide receivers Jalen Coker and Bryson Tremaine signed their exclusive rights free agent tenders. Because they're back in the building, we'll hear from Panthers stars Bryce Young and Tedero McMillan and Derek Brown later on CSL.
Carolina Hurricane fans across the Tar Heel State got more than they paid for with another exciting playoff game. Last night, the Canes playing host at the Lenovo Center for Game 2 against the Ottawa Senators. Teams went into a second overtime, ending with a goal by Jordan Martin to seal the deal for Carolina 3-2. The Hurricanes and their fans now shift their focus to the ice in Ottawa for Game 3 Thursday night. Game 4 will also be played up north. The Canes will return to Raleigh for Game 5 if necessary.
Man, it's hurricane season. It's not even
is
summer or
hurricane
fall
season.
yet, Ted. Did you know that?
Here we go. Look
Wow,
at that.
look at
sunrise.
that.
Right?
Oh,
You
yeah.
look at it, Ted.
My bad. I'm looking. I see you.
Don't look too close.
Put
Yeah.
your sunglasses on.
Carolina blue skies out there. Yeah, grab the sunglasses. The sun very low on the horizon. That will be coming up over the skyline as we continue to ramp up those temperatures from the upper 40s, aiming for the 70s, heading into the peak heating hours of the day. East-northeast winds coming in at 8 miles per hour. We hold on to a comfortable start. A little bit on the chilly side, especially up towards our mountain counties. I-40 corridor, upper 30s, low 40s. I'm looking at the below freezing temperatures up through Boone and Jefferson. Freeze warning in effect until 9 a.m. this morning. We have those highs aiming for the low 70s, though, as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid to upper 60s on deck, Boone into Jefferson, low 70s, I-40 corridor. I'm expecting us to get impacted by what will be the low 80s, Nashville into St. Louis, 60s and 70s for Texas. Our Gulf states holding on to some of that warmth with the above normal temperatures indicated by that orange taking hold over much of the country. Southern Texas, California, even the East Coast, Southeast and Northeast getting more of the blue, indicating those slightly below normal temperatures. That will settle in here for your afternoon. So we'll only get into the low 70s where we typically peak in the mid 70s. High pressure in control, giving us those winds out of the northwest. We'll shift the winds from the northwest to the south heading into your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning. That's what's going to usher in some of that warmth playing into the partly cloudy skies, giving us more of the impacts that we'll feel here for your midweek. I'm not buying those rain chances for Wednesday afternoon. I think just some increasing cloud cover for midweek. Cold front comes south while warm front pushes north. We're going to eliminate the two, leveling off in what will be mostly on the dry side and on the warm side, with 80s taking hold for your mid portions of the work week into the weekend. Overnight lows settle in the mid to upper 40s heading into your early morning hours. 7-day forecast will show that warming trend. Low 80s to mid 80s Wednesday through the rest of the work week. Mid 80s settle in for Saturday. Cold front brings those 70s into play with rain chances moving in end of the work week into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. NASA is riding the momentum after their hugely successful Artemis 2 mission, setting their sights towards the future and the Artemis 3 mission next year. Crews rolled out the largest section of the Space Launch System, or SLS, rocket on Monday. It's being built for Artemis 3. The SLS is a backbone of the massive rocket. It includes liquid hydrogen tanks, a liquid oxygen tank, intertank, and forward skirt. That's actually what blasts the crew into space. It was brought out of the NASA assembly facility in Louisiana yesterday and placed on a Pegasus barge and then sent to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Now, the Artemis 3 launch is scheduled for mid-2027, and that's when they're going to test the docking and rendezvous operations in low Earth orbit between the Orion spacecraft and the commercial lunar lander. Artemis 4 is slated for early 2028, and that's when NASA plans to take humans back to the moon's surface if all goes as planned for the first time in more than 50 years. Then Artemis 5 would happen in late 2028. NASA is eyeing a scheduled lunar landing to begin building a moon base and starting a long-term presence on the moon.
Shoo, man, that's it. I got to stay healthy the next 2 or 3 years because I want to watch that.
I mean,
I want to watch the landing on the moon. I want to see a lunar base be built.
Yeah.
This is crazy. What used to seem so far-fetched only in, sci-fi movies is becoming a reality.
They have plans.
I mean,
I'm interested in what it looks
away.
like.
For the
moon base,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it going to be cool?
Why is everybody looking at
Is it
me?
going to be smaller? I don't know.
We know you want to go.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a timing issue with dinner, as always,
It
with
is.
your
It
wife.
is.
But still, this would be fascinating.
I wonder what the rent's going to look like living on the moon in like 40 years.
I also
I think it's
wonder,
more transportation costs that'll get you.
Yeah, transportation cost. I also wonder, like, is it like international waters? Does, like, if you set up the
No one
moon
owns
base
the
there,
moon.
If you're there first.
right? So it's
Like
is
how
it
they
our
used to
moon
claim the
base?
West, back in the 1800s. They
Just plant your
put a
flag
flag,
and
and
this is
you put a
ours now.
flag and go, yeah.
So do we have
Build
one
your
moon
own moon
base,
base.
and then there's another moon base over there, and then do we share the
don't
moon
know.
base? It's like the International Space Station.
These are lots of questions.
These are lots of
We're
questions.
going to let them.
Dining is going to be tough. There's not going to be good dining up there. Because, there's
Probably
just
not.
no
A
A
atmosphere.
lot of cheese, though, right?
Yeah. Oh.
So much cheese.
Yeah. Lots.
6:56 the time. We'll be back with
that,
more
would
Queen
you?
City News now after this.
Meta is reportedly planning sweeping layoffs starting next month. The first round is expected on May 20th, and there are more planned for later this year. 8,000 employees will be impacted. That's about 10% of the company's global workforce. According to a report from Reuters, this year's layoffs will be the most significant restructuring for Meta since 2022 and 2023, when the company eliminated around 21,000 jobs. The cuts come as Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg continues to reshape the company by investing in AI tools. Well, this is exciting. A California household got quite the unexpected visit when this massive hot air balloon landed right on their property. As you can see, there were about 13 people inside, and they were really excited for that emergency landing. This was right in the backyard of a home in California. The grassy patch where the balloon landed is only about 10 feet wide. Not much grass there to land on. The unsuspecting homeowner was just inside watching TV when a neighbor showed up to his front door and said, quote, "They just landed." The pilot was able to safely evacuate everyone, re-land the balloon on a nearby street, and then was able to take it apart. You know what? That's some skill to land it in that small of a backyard. Kudos to that pilot, and everyone had a great time. All right, 7 o'clock, we are heading into our next hour. Stay with us. A serious crash involving a Charlotte police cruiser sending 4 to the hospital and shutting down a busy intersection. We'll take you live to the scene as officers investigate.
For me, it's mostly I just want people to know what's happening. That's really why I came here, and to support my teachers.
Unrest among students, parents, and employees within Gaston County schools. Their concerns about the school board, budget issues, and a member's controversial comment.
Plus, a mass shooting at a Winston-Salem park leaves 2 teenagers dead and 5 more injured. What sparked the violence and who police say was behind the gunfire?
Queen City News starts now.
Good Tuesday morning, 7:01. Welcome into Queen City News, everyone. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. It didn't get too bad yesterday. I know it was a bit of a chilly start, but the afternoon was great.
It was awesome,
Yeah, slightly below normal. We did get to about 74 degrees. Typically, I think we're only going to hit 71 this afternoon. So just one more day with a little bit of those mild conditions before we warm things up second half of the work week.
So today, if you were a procrastinator yesterday, today's a good day to maybe do whatever it was you put off.
Yeah, maybe.
Especially if it's
yard
outside.
Work. Cut the grass. And we're going to have some storm chances that come into play this
My whole
weekend.
list, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, get out there today because it only gets warmer heading into the second half of the work week. And then we have rain and storm chances heading into the weekend. Look around the Crown. Bit of a slowdown over Independence Boulevard right near Sharon Amity Road. We'll get to the bottom of that, but plenty of sunshine to go around now as we start to warm things up. We will warm up effectively as dry air heats up into the peak heating hours of the day. Still a little bit of a frosty start through the I-40 corridor. Frost advisory, freeze warning for our mountain counties. Temperatures much colder in the higher elevations, but warmer around Charlotte into parts of Lancaster, Monroe, Rock Hill. We're anywhere from 4 to 7, even 8 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. So that's giving us mid-40s Charlotte, mid-40s Rock Hill into Lancaster, 30s through the I-40 corridor. We're just below freezing for Boone and Jefferson, but day planner shows plenty of sunshine going around, helping us ramp up into what will be the low to mid 60s lunchtime, low 70s, peak heating hours of the day as sunshine dominates heading into this afternoon. I'll break down more of our warm up and what to expect with another check of that forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
Ted, thank you. We continue to follow breaking news of a serious crash involving a Charlotte police SUV in South Charlotte.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live from the corner of Carmel Road and Pineville Matthews. Savannah, this has been impacting traffic all morning long. So what's the very latest on that intersection reopening?
Yeah, the traffic impacts have been lessening here just very quickly as of the last half hour or so. About every 10 minutes, they've been opening up more and more lanes. So Pineville Matthews is now open in both directions. Carmel Road is still having some impacted travel. We are seeing that the southbound traffic is now getting through, but the northbound traffic is still blocked. And that's because at least for the next several minutes, they are still working on getting this minivan here out of the road. They have it now lifted up onto the back of the tow truck here, and you can see just how much damage was done to this vehicle. You see that the front driver's side wheel well, that seems to have the most of the impact, but we could see earlier that the airbags deployed on both the driver's side and on the passenger side, both the front and the back windows. We want to give you a look here as to what this looked like earlier. You could see that the dark blue minivan as well as a CMPD cruiser, those were caught up here in a wreck just after 3 o'clock here this morning. Excuse me, rather just before 3 o'clock. Medic tells us that 4 people were taken to the hospital. One of them has life-threatening injuries. They say 2 of them have serious injuries and 1 person has minor injuries. We are still working to get a current update as to how those people are recovering now. CMPD crash investigators are still looking into this. They say this is an open investigation, working to figure out what exactly led up to this and who may be technically at a fault here. We still don't know details on that exactly or how fast necessarily these 2 cars hit each other earlier this morning just before 3. Now, Pineville Matthews Road, like we said, open in both directions. Carmel Road still has those blockades on the north side. We do see that some of the crews appear to be wrapping things up now. They've got all of the debris up out of the roadway now, just putting down more salt and sand here to soak up some of the liquids that came away from these cars. As we're talking now, this minivan is starting to get pulled away. That tow truck driver working to get things going, heading northbound here on Carmel Road. So as of just right now, we have both of these cars out of the way. Traffic, I can see farther down. It's difficult to see through the trees, but farther down on Carmel Road, police officers are opening that up as well. So as we mentioned, the traffic impacts are a little bit lighter, but CMPD asks that just for the time being, still try to avoid the area if at all possible. I know Jason is tracking some of those workarounds that you can find if you don't want to get caught up in some of this residual traffic from this wreck. Jason?
Anna, thank you. Great real-time update, watching that intersection be cleared, watching that tow truck take that minivan out of the way. So that was great to be able to see this. And this might be the last time that this map looks this way, because in another 30 minutes when we have another traffic update, that intersection may be officially open. So that's great. But right in the middle of the map, that shows you right where Savannah is standing at the intersection of Pineville Matthews Road, which is Highway 51 and Carmel Road. Pineville Matthews has been open. The northbound part of Carmel Road is what's been closed all morning. And you can see some of the backups in yellow right there. And the street just to the west of that accident, that's Johnston Road that kind of comes down, creating that triangle section, sort of that pie shape there. That's been the best alternative this morning. But if what we just saw in Savannah shot, if that holds true and that intersection's open in the next couple of minutes, finally that Carmel Road northbound will be able to start moving around. That'll be great, because most of what we've seen today has been in the south part of the city. So we're definitely seeing volume out west as well. We want to get over to Independence Boulevard. We've had a couple of things miles apart. The first one, we heard there was an accident about 45 minutes ago. As soon as you get onto Independence Boulevard, one of the first major intersections is Matthews Mint Hill Road. One of the lanes blocked there, headed northbound a little further up near Eastway. We got a disabled vehicle right on the inside lane, so that's got some traffic slowed down as well. Here's a look at our Independence camera. There it is. There's Sharon Amity Road. Just north of that is Eastway. All 3 lanes come to a screeching halt. I would hop on Central Avenue or Monroe Road as an alternate until they get that cleared up. We've also got a lane 77 northbound right at the state line near Carowinds. One of those lanes is closed as well, so that's going to slow you down if you're trying to break off onto 485. Can't see it. It's just south of this Carowinds camera. Traffic eventually is moving well, but there it is slow. Coming down from Lake Norman, also slow unless you're in the toll lanes coming down from Lake Norman this morning. Those drive times really reflecting slow pretty much every direction that you're coming in this morning. So we'll give you another look at your traffic this morning. Drive times to the airport around 7:30. Annie?
Hundreds of parents and teachers in Gaston County say they're fed up with the school board. It comes as the district faces a $10 million budget shortfall and in the aftermath of anti-Islamic comments made by a board member. Those frustrated people showed up at last night's school board meeting to share their complaints and concerns. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer was there in Gastonia and tells us the action they want to see.
Meeting got heated at times as community members expressed their concerns and asked questions about two different district controversies. One, they want the board member who called Islam a satanic death cult to step down. And two, they want to know what leaders are doing to prevent another budget discrepancy in the future.
I just want people to know what's happening. That's really why I came here, and to support my teachers.
The evening started with about 50 protesters, both young and old, chanting and holding signs outside the district office ahead of the school board meeting. Some in protest of the layoffs and budget cuts district officials are making.
Next year, I will be working with both middle school and elementary school students, which is a ratio of one school counselor to 1,000 students.
My student goes to Highland, and one of his teachers just lost her position. She's a theater teacher, and so that's very upsetting.
Others to demand board member Todd Kinlaw resign after an anti-Islamic Facebook post.
What some are forgetting is that you do have the freedom of speech, okay? But Todd Kinlaw's position is you represent all children.
There was one person who showed up to back Kinlaw and got into a clash with his opponents.
Democracy is mob rule. What you're attempting here is mob rule.
He definitely needs support for a few reasons. One, as a school board said, his opinion is his opinion, not their opinion, but he's okay to say it and has nothing to do with what he does here. Two, he didn't say anything that wasn't untrue.
All of these people took their frustrations inside the district office for the standing room only meeting as folks overflowed into the lobby and even outside.
Many of us no longer trust that our elected officials are doing what is best for our children. That is why this room is packed.
The crowd cheered as both Gaston County Schools employees and parents addressed the board during the public comment period on both topics.
Where has our money gone? What is the plan so that this doesn't happen again? I'm tired of staying quiet.
Mr. Kinlaw needs to go ahead and step down. We're beyond the point in which an apology would be acceptable.
Gaston County School Board members have said Kinlaw's comments do not reflect the board's views as a whole. If he does not resign, community members are asking for members to censure him. In Gastonia, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
7:11 the time now. Catawba County Commissioners have voted 3-2 to merge 3 local school districts. Over 50 people showed up to last night's meeting to speak out about the issue. The proposal puts Catawba County, Hickory City, and Newton Conover City Schools all together as one district. County leaders say the merger is aimed at helping the smaller districts facing enrollment and funding declines. But district leaders had pushed back on that claim, saying that their enrollments are steady and that the merger would actually decrease funding. Even with the approval last night, the merger still needs to be approved by the state.
Parents, adults, whoever. It's not just our job to investigate these crimes, but also to tell you what's going on.
Strong words from Winston-Salem Police Chief William Penn after a deadly mass shooting that began with a fight, taking the lives of 2 teenagers and injuring 5 others. This happened yesterday morning around 10 a.m. Officers say they were called to a park in the western part of the city where they say a, quote, planned fight ended in gunfire. One of the deceased victims, 16-year-old Daniel Millen, was a Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools student. He was found dead in the park. 17-year-old Ruby Medina was also found dead in a parking lot. Police say that a 14, 15, and 17-year-old girl, along with a 19-year-old woman and an 18-year-old man, were also injured in the same shooting. Police say their injuries range from minor to critical. We will have more details coming up at our next half hour. Almost 7:13. Ted, how are we starting today so far? In the 40s, looks like.
Yeah, starting off the day in the 40s, mostly clear skies. We're in the 30s for our mountain counties. A little bit on the colder side for the higher elevations. High pressure in control, giving us those winds out of the northwest. And we continue to stay dry here even into your afternoon. Water vapor satellite imagery shows the continuous brown, dry air over your map from the panhandle of Florida, southern Georgia, and Alabama. Some limited cloud cover over the Carolinas, level 3 and 4 out of 5 when it comes to your drought conditions. Severe drought in the orange, extreme drought in the red, and we continue to hold on to the light breeze, which is easing up on our increased fire danger, but still a slight increased risk. as our dry conditions continue. So limit burning wherever possible. Burn ban still in effect for North and South Carolina. Radar is clear, not seeing any wet weather to start your morning, and we hold off on rain chances at the very least until this weekend. Saturday into Sunday will bring the next chance of showers. That comes courtesy of a cold front, which will bump those temperatures down from the 80s into the 70s. Your weekend sees the cool down with those 70s and rain chances lingering into early next week. We'll break down more of what we expect here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. North Carolina lawmakers are back in Raleigh for a short session. The items at the top of the docket with time ticking for leaders to get anything done. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
The time is almost 7:17. Welcome back, everyone. North Carolina lawmakers have a lot to get done when they return for the short session today. At the top of the list is the state budget and Medicaid rebases. While Republicans say a continuing resolution means the state technically still has a budget, Democrats argue funding dollars set in 2023 don't go as far in 2026. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh reports.
Senate Leader Phil Berger says the short session, quote, brings an opportunity to continue North Carolina's economic progress. In a column released Friday, Berger says he believes the General Assembly can reach an agreement for a state budget. Right now, North Carolina is operating on a continuing resolution based on the 2023 budget, after lawmakers finished the long session without passing a new one. Berger says the new budget should focus on tax cuts and lower spending. But in order to do that, he says Republicans need to come together, acknowledging disagreements on taxes and spending have become, quote, heated and making progress elusive. Democrats say the budget needs to focus on people.
We have not been providing sort of state employee raises for teachers and others that we should have been for a number of years. So there's a real desperate time now to get to a place where we have a budget that starts to meet those needs and we can build back up to where we ought to be.
and that Medicaid can't be left behind as the health care program faces a $320 million shortfall.
But folks with disabilities who rely on Medicaid-funded services just for their day-to-day living, that they would be without the supports and services that they need. And that's very dramatic. If you're somebody who has a disability and you need assistance with personal care on a daily basis, it's a pretty dramatic thing to be facing the loss of those services.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Governor Josh Stein will be holding a news conference today in Raleigh to announce his revised budget request through the summer of 2027. The Republican-controlled General Assembly has not passed a biennial budget, keeping the state at spending levels from the past fiscal period. The House and Senate have dueling budget plans. Stein has called for raises for teachers, law enforcement, and state employees, more funding for Medicaid, and additional money for Hurricane Helene recovery.
President Trump says his energy secretary is totally wrong about his comments surrounding gas prices. Secretary Chris Wright made the assessment over the weekend that gas prices may not drop below $3 per gallon until next year. Instead, he said that prices will fall whenever the war ends, something that the president disputes. Wright said the problems lay in shipping restrictions that will likely continue in the Strait of Hormuz, contradicting what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said last week when he predicted gas prices could hit below $3 range this summer.
Optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th that we can have $3 gas again.
I don't know, that could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year, but prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down. Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
Right now, the national average for a gallon of regular gas fell by 2 cents to $4.02. Diesel drivers paying an average of $5.51 a gallon. That's according to analysts at AAA. And North Carolina drivers paying $3.76 for a gallon of regular. South Carolina travelers paying even less at $3.68. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Fate. Ted, you got some people using some gas behind you on Independence. Also, probably want to have the heat on this morning.
Yeah.
44 degrees.
Yeah, the heat will be needed on this morning. Turn it off by this afternoon as we start to warm up, getting into the 70s. 44 degrees, north wind 6 miles per hour. Plenty of sunshine to go around, and that's going to get to work here, helping us warm up, especially with the cold start. We're talking low 30s, upper 20s, Boone and Jefferson, where the freeze warning still is in effect until 9 a.m. We're in the mid to upper 30s through the I-40 corridor with that frost advisory still lingering. Low to mid 40s in and around the Queen City. Highs land in the low 70s, peak heating hours of the day. We'll get into the mid to upper 60s for our mountain counties. So we'll warm up, still slightly below normal for this time of year, but that warmth extends further west with 80s through Nashville, 60s, Oklahoma City into Wichita, Kansas, and I'm expecting the above normal temperatures to impact most of our central plains and the Midwest in that orange shading, below normal for southern Texas, California, and most of the East Coast. So that's indicated by the blue, giving us those low 70s today, but we will warm up heading into your Wednesday. High pressure in control with those winds out of the northwest. That's going to give us a nice breezy afternoon with those conditions, giving us sunshine through the start of your Tuesday. Now, clouds increase as winds shift out of the south heading into your Wednesday. I'm not buying those rain chances as of right now. I think we'll stay more dry than wet midweek with those warmer temperatures settling in. Cold front to our east, warm front to our north and west. We'll level off in the 80s heading into the second half of the work week. Overnight lows will hit those 40s in the early morning hours, so a little bit of a chilly start heading into your Wednesday. Rebounding into the low 80s Wednesday afternoon, mid 80s Thursday and Friday with rain and storm chances rolling in through the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
7:24 the time as we take you up there to New York City. Stock futures slightly in the green, but not by much. Now, markets ended slightly lower yesterday as we take a look at the numbers there. Dow Jones down slightly, NASDAQ and S&P down about 1/4 percentage point. We're going to talk to our business analyst, Jane King. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange at 8:25.
All right, this is important. What spots that we go to for fast food? Who reigns supreme? A recent survey from YouGov ranks Americans' favorite across a lot of different categories. For burgers, it is Five Guys. They come out on top. Pizza Hut snagged first place for favorite pizza spot, followed by Domino's, then PJ's, Papa John's, and then Chick-fil-A. Maybe no surprise here, beating out KFC and Popeyes for best chicken. McDonald's, meantime, claiming fan favorite for French fries. Do you agree? What say you? Teddy, come on over here because we're going to throw you in on this. Annie, we know you're not a huge fast food fan.
I am not.
Do you have a favorite fast food burger place if you were to go to one? Not really.
A burger spot?
You're In-N-Out, I thought.
Oh yeah, In-N-Out
Especially
burger.
from being out west.
Yeah, out west, that was our thing. The fries, those are my favorite fries, I would argue.
At In-N-Out?
Animal style?
Really?
Well, you don't get the fries animal style. You get the burger animal
Most
style.
people have no idea.
animal style
Hey, no one knows
Is that
what
a
that means.
secret?
Yeah.
No one knows what that means over here.
Okay, so animal style is like the secret sauce that you put on the burger, but you can also put it on the fries.
What?
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't help us in the Carolinas.
How did the East Coaster beat you on that one? I think for here, Whataburger should be the top spot.
Y'all are
Now-
really
Oh, for
high on
burger.
Whataburger's a good burger.
Whataburger is a great burger.
Still
It is a
Chick-fil-A.
great burger.
I like it better.
Chick-fil-A, I agree with
Hands
chicken.
down.
No Checkers or Arby's in there for fries?
For
I mean,
fries,
McDonald's
the
is
curly
okay.
fries.
You gotta have. I do like McDonald's
seasoning.
fries,
Yeah. We still
but
have rallies. Check
Yeah.
those rallies.
Crackers, yeah.
The
it's
seasoned
the little
fries.
seasoning. It's all about the
Exactly.
seasoning.
You can get the fries that way at In-N-Out.
I will say with Five Guys though, it's not the best fries, but you order the fries and they always just
Right, the Cajun
Dump them
style.
all out.
Oh yeah.
It's like a baseball
mad at
mitt, like they just stick a baseball mitt in there and just scoop it and throw it in the
The
bag.
grease starts to leak
It's the
through.
best.
That's how I like it.
Oh man, cardiologists, don't watch our show this morning. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Coming up on 7:30, good morning, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sidor.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton is in the Weather Center this morning saying another great day. You can see that beautiful shot of South End. Ted, how much is that sun going to warm us up?
Oh, it's going to warm us up a lot. We're talking over a 30-degree difference between where we start to how we finish for some of our mountain counties in uptown as well, going from the 40s to the 70s. Mountains going from the 30s to the 60s as we have lots of sunshine going around right now over South End, looking at a nice sunny start to your Tuesday morning. We still hold on to a little bit of that chill in the air, so don't let this shot fool you in terms of how it feels out there. North winds at 6 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-40s, so a little chilly. We see the silhouette of the Queen City in the distance. Freeze warning still in effect for our mountain counties. Frost advisory, I-40 corridor. I'm looking at a difference of 6 to 13 degrees colder for the higher elevations. We're only anywhere from 5 to 8 degrees off for uptown. So low to mid-40s for Charlotte into Rock Hill, mid to upper 30s I-40 corridor, upper 20s, low 30s, Boone and Jefferson. Day planner hosts lots of sunshine as we climb into what will be the upper 50s and even in the upper 60s towards the mid parts of your day. Highs land in the low 70s through the afternoon. I'm looking at a mix of sun and clouds, but mostly sunny for the most part. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. We drop down into the low 50s, upper 40s heading into your Wednesday morning. So another chilly start to your day, but we'll warm up, rebounding in the low to mid 80s Wednesday into the second half of the work week, landing above our normal high of 75 degrees that we typically expect this time of year. Cooling back down Sunday into Monday of next week, 70s return. That comes at the expense of some rain chances as our pollen count continues to stay high, medium to high for the rest of the week. I'm looking at oak, birch, and juniper being the main culprits to watch out for. Mountain County forecast, 60s turn to 70s, second half of the work week. Overnight lows will settle in the 40s and 50s. We'll usher in the rain and storm chances for the start of the weekend as 70s start to cool down heading into early next week. I'll break down that cold front, but also what we look like for the rest of the week with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. We want to get you back on to this breaking news that happened this morning. Still waiting to learn more from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police about a serious crash involving one of its officers. It happened just before 3 this morning in South Charlotte at the intersection of Carmel Road and Pineville-Matthews Road. What you're looking at now is a damage to that SUV cruiser and some of the other vehicles involved as the sun came up. 4 people were injured in total. Out of the 4, medic tells us 1 person has life-threatening injuries, 2 others have serious injuries, and a 4th has minor injuries. It's still unclear if the officer suffered minor injuries or severe injuries. Still don't know how this happened. The road has been cleared, however, in both directions. We'll follow this both on air and online at qcnews.com. And hand things over to Jason Harper, a look at that scene with our pinpoint traffic. Jason.
All right, Julian. Yeah, thanks for that update. Savannah's been live there the last couple of hours telling us that intersection officially opened. So that icon right in the middle of that intersection at Pineville-Matthews Road and Carmel Road is gone. What we're seeing to the left there, just to the west, that's just backup traffic that is still left over. Even though it just opened up, it was such a bottleneck with the lane being closed for a couple of hours. Whether you're headed down south on Johnston Road, that's the road there to the left that kind of forms that triangle there, either Pineville-Matthews Road and Johnson. That whole intersection there is now backed up because of what we saw from that video that Julian just shared. But at least it's open. That's good news. It will slowly open up and resolve itself, hopefully here in the next hour. As we pull out, a lot of traffic from out west and down south this morning. It's reflected in the drive times coming out of Gaston County, almost 40 minutes. Slow coming down 77 from Lake Norman area. Over half an hour up from Rock Hill this morning. We still have an accident right near the state line near Carowinds. One of the lanes blocked on 77 northbound before you get to the 45 split. The camera doesn't really show it here because this is just north of that accident, but slow because of folks merging from the right-hand side. If you're coming from out west, give it a couple seconds. This NCDOT camera is a little slow. This is 85 in Gaston County. Coming around the bend from Lowell, McAdenville, trying to work your way in across the river into Mecklenburg County. All 3 lanes there, struggling not only to see, looking into the sun, but also very slow this morning. Down from Concord Mills on 85 South, that stretch, those 4 or 5 lanes looking good this morning. Also coming down from Iredell County, a little slow unless you're in the toll lanes, but things are looking good there. Independence Boulevard might be the worst of it right now. An earlier accident near Eastway has been cleared, but it is backed up to Sharon Amity Road. All 3 lanes really struggling this morning. If you are headed to the airport this morning, I would leave a little early. Just be respectful to your neighbors out there on the road. Look at that, over an hour coming up from South Carolina to get to the airport. We'll give you another update this morning at the top of the 8 o'clock Top of the 8 o'clock hour. Annie?
Hundreds of parents and teachers in Gaston County say they're fed up with the school board amidst a $10 million budget shortfall and anti-Islam comments made by a board member. The frustrated folks showed up at a board education meeting to voice those opinions. The meeting got heated at times as community members expressed their concerns and asked questions about two different district controversies. First, they want the board member who called Islam a satanic death cult to step down. And two, they want to know what leaders are going to do to prevent another budget discrepancy in the future.
Where has our money gone? What is the plan so that this doesn't happen again? I'm tired of staying quiet.
Mr. Kinlaw needs to go ahead and step down. We're beyond the point in which an apology would be acceptable.
Gaston County School Board members have said Todd Kinlaw's comments do not reflect the board's views as a whole. If he doesn't resign, community members are asking for members to censure him.
Winston-Salem leaders say that a planned fight escalated into gunfire, leaving 2 teenagers dead and 5 more hurt. This morning, police are now pleading with parents to keep a closer watch on their children. Justin Lundy has the latest.
I heard something. I must have either been in the bathroom or making my breakfast. I thought it was the maintenance men that showed up. They heard shots.
Gunfire heard in a neighborhood off Robin Hood Road. It's the sound Krista Thompson heard from inside her Winston-Salem home Monday morning.
I ran outside to see what was going on. Didn't see anything. I heard the fire trucks, but something said you need to go outside.
Just a few blocks away from her, Winston-Salem police say a planned fight that involved several people escalated into a shootout at Lineback Park. Thompson says her 4-year-old daughter was at a nearby preschool at the time of the tragedy.
Her lockdown was a quiet game in the bathroom. She didn't know what was going on until we walked outside and there was a million cops.
Winston-Salem police say 2 teenagers were killed and 5 others were injured.
In the parking lot, officers located a 17-year-old male who was later identified as Arube Romero Medina, suffering from a gunshot wound. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. The second victim, identified as 16-year-old Daniel Jimenez Million, was located further inside the park, also suffering from a gunshot wound. He was pronounced deceased at the scene as well.
Million was a Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools student. Police say the other victims include a 14-year-old girl, a 15-year-old girl, a 17-year-old girl, an 18-year-old boy, and a 19-year-old girl.
Well, I feel like everyone else. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. I'm sad.
Winston-Salem Police Chief William Penn says the victims' injuries range from minor to critical, and this tragedy could have been prevented.
Parents, adults, whoever. It's not just our job to investigate these crimes, but also to tell you what's going on. So when the sheriff says we have a weapons problem in the school, we need adults to take action with that. That means checking book bags before you leave. Then so be it. So when I say, hey, we're having problems with kids going out unsupervised in the streets, that means you need to keep up with where your children are.
That was Justin Lundy reporting. As of now, Police Chief Penn says no one has been taken into custody.
Lawmakers returning to Raleigh today are expected to consider a measure that would limit how much you pay in property taxes. But the proposal is already getting pushback from Mecklenburg County officials who say it could threaten funding to schools and essential services. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber reports, the legislature is hoping to leave the decision up to voters.
North Carolinians are ready for this. As a matter of fact, they're begging for it.
Leading Republicans in Raleigh say they want to cap North Carolina's property taxes. Their latest proposal would amend the state's constitution to limit how much local governments could raise those taxes.
We have to have protections for homeowners, renters, and business owners, all of those people who are seeing the taxes impact their quality of life, their ability to stay in their home, their ability to continue renting in a certain area, or even expand their business.
A constitutional amendment must be passed by both chambers, then approved by voters in November in the form of a state question. But from what they've seen so far, many local leaders in Mecklenburg County oppose the effort.
If this happens, it'll almost be impossible to undo, and it will have a detrimental impact on every child in this community, every resident of this community, and every service that this community provides. I can't undersell this enough.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools officials were the most recent to raise concerns, noting inflation is making it more expensive to educate students. Administrators argued last week that local governments need flexibility to increase taxes, as 42% of the county's revenue, which is 59% property taxes, funds education.
And we're creating more instability for the people that we serve. And we know that stability is good for kids. That's the right thing, right? Student outcomes are affected by stability.
If lawmakers do take up the state question during their short session, a 60% majority is required in both chambers. That state question only needs a simple majority from voters to be approved, and the governor cannot veto the measure. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
North Carolina House lawmakers plan to begin their short session today with votes to override Governor John Stein's vetoes from last year. One of the measures Republican leaders want to pass would allow people to carry concealed guns without permits. Other bills would eliminate DEI in state agencies and public education. House Republicans planned to hold override votes last August, but tabled them several times.
7 South Carolina Republicans are running for governor this year. 6 of them will face off tonight in their party's debate ahead of the GOP primary on June 9th. That event will be at the College of Charleston. The candidates are in alphabetical order: Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette, State Senator Josh Kimbrell, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, Congressman Ralph Norman, businessman Ram Reddy, and State Attorney General Alan Wilson. We'll bring you all the highlights of that debate tonight on Queen City News at 10. Still ahead, the head of the FBI is suing a media company over claims of his unprofessional behavior and a drinking problem. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes is looking at the case and what could happen next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time is 7:44. FBI Director Kash Patel plans to sue the publication The Atlantic for defamation. The case centers around a report that Patel has a drinking problem and is unprofessional. The Atlantic cited more than 24 anonymous sources in its report and called his alleged behavior a potential threat to national security. The White House, the Department of Justice, and Patel deny those allegations.
Joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. So we'll start here. We talk about defamation a lot, right? But in order to prove that, it's extremely hard, and a lot of these cases never really make it through, right?
Uphill battle, extremely hard is an understatement, heavy lift. Kash Patel said this with extreme confidence. Print it. It's all false. I'll see you in court. Bring your checkbook. Very confident. I'll give him that, but extremely inaccurate in terms of what the standard is for a defamation case. Let's go and be clear. He says that they printed it, and they printed it knowing that it was true. Knowing that it was false before they published it. So that is the standard. Making a false statement that you know to be true. That is one standard. But the other portion, and this is what he's missing, is that you have to have actual malice. So even if what he's saying is true, that, hey, we gave them the information to discredit their sources, that the information they printed was inaccurate and it was false, and they knew that it was false, were they actually attempting to create some actual malice to prevent, not to prevent, but to create harm to him? And if the answer is no, then the case would get thrown out even away from there. But I can say that they would argue that they had legitimate sources, that, yeah, you guys attempted to rebut the statements that we had from these 20 plus anonymous sources, but we're going to stand on our research as opposed to your rebuttals.
So that's what I was going to say. With the Atlantic saying, hey, we've got plenty of anonymous sources here, does that strengthen or weaken Patel's case?
Absolutely weakens his case. Because again, you need those three factors. Yeah. And even if I take away their statement of saying, hey, we have actual malice, which is required, we also have support statements that what we believe to be true, not false. So then it would take down another one of the elements, which is make a false statement that you know to be false. They're saying, hey, we know this to be true. Why do we know it to be true? Because we have 20 people that are telling us that he was inebriated, that he had unexplained abscesses, that he was doing erratic behavior that would tend to believe that he was intoxicated. Those are the things that they are going to say, and I think a court would easily support those arguments. The baseline is make a false statement that you know is false. But outside of that, make a false statement that you know is false with intent to harm. I don't think they have any of those factors.
Khalif, I guess you understand the motivation from Kash Patel. If you disagree with this, and of course you want to say it's defamation, but in these cases where people say, okay, we're trying to sue you for defamation, can actually backfire if this goes to court and then the records start coming out and said, well, actually, we published a snippet of it. These are the full things that were told to us.
100%. And not just that, during the discovery process, because the second that you file this complaint, there will be a discovery hold. And so now there'll be access to information, to documentation, and he's a public figure serving in a public capacity. So they already can FOIA request a number of documents that they want as well. But during the course of litigation, you'll get access to everything. And so, yeah, if you're saying that these things didn't occur, I want to see your text message. I want to see your emails. I want to see your entry logs. I want to see when you're in the building. And I want to see your spending habits. What are you actually spending money on, and where are you at the time that you're saying that you're doing these things? That is going to, a mountain of information can come out, and it could strengthen their case and absolutely destroy his case.
Patel's team is saying, okay, you have all of these anonymous sources, but you also ignored facts from people that said the exact opposite. So how do you navigate that exactly?
That's how you get the actual malice. If you are fabrication plus ignored denials, typically is going to equal actual malice. They're going to say, we didn't ignore anything. We relied on our sources. So that's going to be the other side. There obviously will be two sides to every coin. If you're going to attempt to prove actual malice, you have to be able to point to fabrication, that you made this up, and that you ignored, because they're going to call and get a response. You're asking, hey, make a statement on the things that we're saying that you've done. And we're saying we flat out deny all the things that you've said. Well, we have other folks that are saying those denials are inaccurate.
All right. Sometimes the court of public opinion is the one that always rules in the end. So we'll have to see where this goes. All right, Khalif, thank you very much. It is 7:48. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, what do we need to know on this Tuesday morning?
Yeah, what we need to know is that it's a chilly start. Temperatures in the 40s, north winds coming in at 6 miles per hour. Dew points at about 30 degrees as traffic slows down over Independence Boulevard right near Sharon Amity Road. So watch out for that. Plenty of sunshine to go around. We're still cold. Boone and Jefferson sitting at or just below freezing, 30 to 32 degrees. We're in the upper 30s, low 40s, I-40 corridor with mid 40s around Charlotte. Highs aim for the low 70s today. Might even touch mid 70s towards Rockingham. Upper 60s expected for Jefferson, mid 60s for Boone. We'll get into the low 70s I-40 corridor, so a significant warm up on the way compared to where we are right now. Heading into the peak heating hours, that warmth impacts most of the country. I'm looking at 70s into low 80s heading into Nashville, Pierre, Omaha, Nebraska. 70s and 80s for parts of Texas. Orange on your map indicates where above normal temperatures will settle and sit. We have below normal conditions in the blue shading for parts of the East Coast, southern Texas, and even into the West Coast towards California heading into your afternoon. So high pressure in control. We have the rain still focused over eastern Texas, crossing into parts of Louisiana. Winds will be out of the northwest, helping to usher in the cool air that continues to keep us slightly below normal for this time of year before those winds shift out of the south as high pressure leaks off the North Carolina coast, increasing a little bit of cloud cover and some of that warmth and not buying the rain chances that come into play for Wednesday. But I expect us to hold on to some increasing cloud cover as cold front comes from the north, warm front comes from the south, and the two kind of level each other out. And I think that warm air wins as we head into your Wednesday and Thursday. So bringing in the 80s second half of the work week. Overnight lows will be chilly tonight, bottoming out in what will be the mid to upper 40s around Charlotte. A little bit on the chilly side with that 7-day forecast here hosting those 80s for Wednesday into Thursday. Rain chances move in Saturday into Sunday. We could see that stormy activity lasting into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. 4 people are hurt, one with life-threatening injuries, 2 others seriously hurt after a collision between a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police cruiser and another car in South Charlotte. Coming at the top of the hour, we have a live report from the scene at the intersection of Highway 51 and Carmel Road. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is gathering new information for us on that violent crash. Plus, with a precarious ceasefire set to expire tomorrow, Iran and the United States seem far apart on any deal to end the ongoing war. Negotiations are scheduled to resume this week, but is there any hope for an agreement? In our 8 o'clock hour, we'll have a live report from Washington, reading between the lines of the mixed messages on the war coming from the president. And we're learning new information this morning about a mass shooting in North Carolina that left 2 teenagers dead. 5 other young people were hurt Monday when gunfire erupted in a park near a Winston-Salem middle school. So far, no one has been arrested, but investigators say they may already know who's responsible for the deadly outbreak of youth violence. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Well, we know that dogs can teach us how to slow down and appreciate life a little more, but according to researchers, studying how they age could also improve our health. Researchers at the University of Arizona are specifically looking at a growth hormone called IGF-1. It's responsible for the variations we see in dog body sizes, but it may also provide clues about aging outcomes. While larger dogs typically live shorter lives compared to small dogs, they don't appear to get dementia at earlier ages. Researchers are looking to see if different levels of IGF-1 impact the cognitive aging process among similarly sized dogs. Research results could also provide different insights into how people's brains age.
I hope that by making discoveries about healthy aging in dogs, we will learn things that not only can help dogs live better lives, but that can also translate into human medicine and yield advances that will help people live happier and healthier lives.
For the study, teams will measure growth hormone levels in the blood of about 75 dogs and put them through problem-solving sessions over a span of 2 years. All right, stay with us. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. Couple of seconds before we hit the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we are looking ahead to what will be another warm afternoon. Starting off a little chilly. Mountain counties, though, dealing with some cold temperatures. Freeze warning still in effect just for a little longer, just one more hour.
Okay, one more hour.
This is what so many people love about North Carolina is because you can go just a couple of hours north, be up in the mountains where it's almost freezing right now, or all the way near Wilmington out on the coast.
Yeah, you can take your pick, and especially on a day like today, we'll get a little bit of taste of everything. The cool and cold start to your morning, leading to a nice warm finish as we have plenty of sunshine to go around. Don't mind the slowdown over Independence Boulevard. We'll get to your traffic here in just a few moments. But for the most part, holding on to the frost advisory through the I-40 corridor. One more hour for that, as well as the freeze warning for our mountain counties. Slowly getting above freezing here as we sit anywhere from 7 to 11 degrees colder than where we were yesterday, slightly warmer around Charlotte. So that's giving us mid-40s for Charlotte into Monroe, low to mid-30s Boone and Jefferson. I expect us to get above freezing here over the course of the next hour, which is when that freeze warning will expire. And then we hit the low 60s by lunchtime for the Queen City. Plenty of sunshine to go around. Low 60s this evening. Another cool night on tap after we peak in the low 70s through the peak heating hours of the day. Winds will be lighter today, not as breezy as your Monday. We'll have those mostly clear skies overnight as lows drop into the low 50s, upper 40s for your Wednesday morning. We have this warming trend take hold as 80s settle in for Wednesday, mid 80s Thursday into Friday, almost 10 degrees above our average high that we typically see this time of year. And we look at the forecast for your pollen count staying medium to high through the mid portions of the work week, even into your Thursday and Friday. So we'll combat those allergies as our mountain counties go from the 60s to the 70s. Overnight lows in the 30s and 40s. Rain chances come back heading into Saturday. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. 4 people are recovering this morning after a serious crash in South Charlotte.
Yeah, the wreck involved a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police SUV.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live at the intersection of Pineville Matthews and Carmel Roads. Savannah, how's traffic moving in the area now?
Much better now, Annie, at this point. We've been out here, as you said, for the last couple of hours or so, and all lanes are back open. Traffic moving a lot more smoothly, but of course, this area right here around Carmel Commons, that's just very busy this time in the morning. We're about a quarter of a mile away from Charlotte Catholic High School, and a lot of students had to find an alternative route here this morning as they had shut down all lanes, every direction here around Carmel Road and Pineville Matthews Road, as crash investigators were looking into the scene here this morning. Now, take a look at some of the video that we got earlier here this morning when we got here just after 5 o'clock. We know that medic tells us 4 people were taken from this scene to the hospital with varying injuries. One of them, they said, was life-threatening. One person treated for minor injuries. 2 others had serious injuries. We're not sure yet about the identity of the drivers and passengers. The report of that crash came in this morning just before 3 o'clock. Both the police cruiser involved and the dark blue minivan took serious damage to the front driver's side of the cars. Airbags appeared to have deployed, tires were knocked off their axes, and front bumpers ended up on the pavement. More than a dozen other police vehicles responded to the crash. We know that the CMPD's major crash investigation unit is still looking into this. They're reviewing some of the evidence that they collected overnight, taking a look at some of the pictures as well as the cameras from the area, looking to determine what led up to the crash and who may be at fault. We'll bring you those updates just as soon as CMPD shares any more information. Reporting live in South Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you for that update. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and take a look at our pinpoint traffic right now. Thankfully, that intersection where she was, major intersection, is now open, and we're seeing that traffic move through because we've got issues in itself. The rest around the Crown, whether you're out west on 85 or coming up 77 from South Carolina, we got a lot of problems going on, a lot of traffic this morning, which is to be expected now that we're in our 8 o'clock hour. Drive times coming in from Gaston County over half an hour. Even slower coming down 77 from the Lake Norman area. We're going to show you that in 2 seconds. Coming up now around 30 minutes if you're coming up 77 from Rock Hill. All right, let's take you up near Iredell County, coming down from Cornelius. You can see right here around mile marker 26.2, not that you know where that is, but that is 77 southbound. You can see toll lanes are zooming along. The other two lanes really slow this morning, so just be aware of that if you're coming down. The further you come, closer to Sanford Road near Huntersville, still seeing a lot of slowdown traffic. That is typical for this time of day, so be aware of that. On the other side of 77 near Carowinds this morning, we've watched that struggle from an earlier accident as folks are trying to merge from the right-hand side this morning. We've also seen, as you see, the traffic from 85 merging onto I-77 right in the middle of the screen. Beautiful shot with the sun shining there. NCDOT camera showing that slow traffic at about 10 miles an hour trying to work its way into the heart of Uptown. Let's take you out west to Gaston County. We've been watching this for 2 hours, about 10 miles an hour. Everyone coming to a halt between Lowell and McAdenville on 85 northbound, trying to come across the river into Mecklenburg County. If you're working your way from the other side of the city, things have been a little bit slow, especially coming up from Monroe, Union County, up Independence Boulevard. But the stretch coming down from Concord and Albemarle, you guys are in good shape. This is up near Concord Mills Mall on 85 South. That stretch is good this morning, but really the problem has been on Independence Boulevard this morning. We had 2 accidents a couple of hours ago. The one that cleared near Eastway has been clear for about 30-45 minutes, but we're still seeing backup, so maybe Central Avenue or Monroe Road would be a good alternate. We'll give you another look at your traffic coming up around 8:30. President Trump says he will have a team in Pakistan to negotiate with Iran.
The military operation started at the end of February, sending oil prices climbing and gas prices in the U.S. on average reaching above $4 a gallon.
News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot joins us live. Vinay, good morning. What is the possibility of a peace deal being reached?
Yeah, Jason, Annie, Julian, right now it seems the main hurdle is getting Iran to the table for those negotiations in Islamabad, Pakistan. President Trump says he's sending Vice President J.D. Vance to lead those negotiations. And the Pakistanis say that officials from both the U.S. and Iran will be there. But Iranian state media says no Iranian officials will be in Pakistan for these talks.
Central Command says so far U.S. forces directed 27 ships to turn around or return to Iran.
You are entering the area of a military blockade. This blockade of Iranian ports will be enforced and applies to all vessels regardless of flag.
President Donald Trump imposed the blockade over the weekend after Iran shut off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. A fifth of the world's oil moves through it, leading to concerns of shortages around the world. The head of the International Energy Agency warns Europe will run out of jet fuel in about 6 weeks.
This administration didn't even anticipate that one of the things Iran would do right out of the gate was to close the Strait of Hormuz.
As a 2-week ceasefire is set to expire on Wednesday night, Iranian negotiators suggest they're far apart on key issues like nuclear enrichment, Iran's support of proxy groups in the Middle East, and the future of the Strait of Hormuz. The Speaker of Iran's parliament wrote on X, "We do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats, and in the past 2 weeks we have prepared to reveal new cards on the battlefield." On Monday, President Trump wrote, "I'm winning a war by a lot. Things are going very well." He added the U.S. will not remove the blockade on Iran until there is a deal.
And overnight, the Pentagon says U.S. military officials took over another ship in the Indian Ocean that was headed to a port in Iran. It had sanctioned oil, according to U.S. officials. And President Trump says the ceasefire that's in place right now is set to expire on Wednesday night. And he posted this morning that Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times.
And Vinay, how are you seeing markets react to this kind of latest back and forth and the setback?
Yeah, this morning futures are actually up slightly in the major indices here in the United States. They have not reacted as much. The stock market here in the U.S. over the past couple of weeks since the ceasefire has been in place. But the oil markets are where you've seen the biggest change. Oil, Brent crude is trading at just under $90 a gallon. It got as high as $115. It was around $65 before this military operation in Iran began. And the UN Secretary General says this is the world's largest energy crisis in a generation.
All right, Vinay Simlot reporting for us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you.
8:08 the time now. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez-DeRemer is out of President Trump's cabinet after multiple allegations of abusing her powers in office. The allegations include having an affair with a subordinate and drinking alcohol on the job. Last week, the New York Times reported on an investigation looking into the secretary, top aides, and family members accused of routinely sending personal messages and requests to younger staff members. She's now the third cabinet member to leave after the firings of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Groups opposed to a new data center in East Charlotte say their public pressure is getting results. Now they want city leaders to do their part to stop the project. They held a news conference outside the government center in Uptown ahead of last night's council meeting. They're opposed to a plan from developer American Tower to build a 40,000 square foot data center near Reedy Creek Nature Preserve. It would be a fraction of the size of other centers, using less electricity and water, while supporting growing demand for data and artificial intelligence. But protesters are concerned about the impact on the community.
Noise pollution, the environmental damage, like the excessive use of water, all of these are extremely harmful, and also the skyrocketing of utilities prices. I think these are all things that we'll have to bear the burden of.
The developer postponed their rezoning request for last night's council meeting. It's been rescheduled for May 18th. Ted?
Looking at radar, mostly clear and quiet, not seeing much in the way of rain chances for the start of your Tuesday. As a matter of fact, we'll be dry until the weekend. When rain and storm chances come back, I'll have the rest of your work week forecast coming up.
And a Charlotte jury says Uber is responsible for the driver that sexually assaulted a passenger. Our Chief Legal Analyst Connolly Frodes is looking at what the case could mean for the future of rideshare. If you're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte, we'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back. A federal jury in Charlotte says Uber is liable for the inappropriate actions of one of their drivers that was committed against a North Carolina woman. The driver reportedly grabbed the passenger's thigh to stop her from leaving the front seat of his car. This case is all part of a broader group of sexual assault lawsuits filed against Uber all across the country.
Joining us again is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, you look at this, the jury, let's see, they awarded $5,000. Lawyers, though, they say this case is a big deal. So with a small verdict like this, there's a much bigger picture and implication here, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got thousands of cases all across the country. This is only the second one. Arizona's, what was it, 8.5 million. So obviously a couple more zeros behind it. But they're looking at the structure and they're testing different arguments. And so, yeah, this is a win for them, not just on paper and not just from the jury. Yeah, the amount may be significantly smaller than the last one, but they were arguing that a couple things. They emphasized that, okay, you guys cannot make the argument, you as an Uber, that you're just some common carrier or that you're a technology company, but you'd have to deal with the same type of rules that are in place for a person that is vicariously liable for the actions of their employer or their employee. And so Uber attempting to distance themselves from the action of the driver, stating that they're an independent contractor, not an employee. The jury obviously didn't buy that, and that's why the attorneys are saying this is a significant win, because if we can win here and we can win in Arizona, we can win everywhere else in the country.
We talked a lot about, when we brought up this case last week, saying that, you know, Uber does do extensive background checks, right? And so that they shouldn't be responsible if they clear those background checks. How do you know what responsibility do you have if you cannot predict someone's actions, right? Even if you go through all the loops and hurdles for them to jump through and they clear it, how are you still responsible for that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and that's kind of what Uber is attempting to argue, is that there were no signs that this individual, we've done the background checks, they had no history of creating any type of, you know, assaults or anything in the past. They had well over 10,000 plus rides where there were no incidents. And so the standard is it reasonably foreseeable that this person can do something, and if we failed to protect our riders in that scenario? And the answer that the jury is saying is yes, you did. So even though you've done these background checks, you could have done more. And if you're holding yourself out there as a transportation provider, even though Uber says that they're not, then you have other requirements that should be in place to protect people that are in these vehicles, and you're failing to do that as well.
Khalif, a couple questions here. The judge presiding over this case, Judge Breyer, said that Uber is considered a common carrier, and that's what allowed them to be kind of pursued and saying you're liable for the actions of your driver. But Uber is also saying, and not only do they disagree with that, but they're also disagreeing with the way that the jury was instructed in terms of liability. Yep. Did they have any means here in terms of an appeal?
Yeah, that 100%. You laid it out. That is spot on, that the appeal would be an open opportunity for if there was an incorrect jury instruction. I mean, just like a criminal trial, if the jury instructions that are given out are inaccurate from the judge, then yes, you can, for the losing side, put as your appeal that the jury instructions were improper. So they didn't list what the improper jury instruction was, but I can say that if it was an instruction was improper on liability and the way that you get to liability or the manner that you're supposed to find liability, then yes, you can go back and there could be a new trial. But what I would say is that would not be the way that Uber would want to do this, because even if liability standard was not there, they could still go back and say that we didn't find them guilty on sexual assault, but we did find them guilty on battery. So the standard for battery is still there. Just what amount or what they would be liable for, I think is what they're arguing, and I think we'd still get to the same end result.
And Khalif, quickly, for riders that are watching this morning, is this ruling going to make it easier for future victims to hold rideshare companies accountable?
I think it definitely does. I mean, again, you got thousands of cases across the country where people are making allegations that they have been sexually assaulted while in these vehicles. What I do think it does is put the company on notice that rider, you're not alone in this scenario, that if you feel like you are unsafe, we're going to now have to step up our protections, both on the front end, we're doing the background checks, but also on the back end, ensuring that people are protected throughout this entire process, even while Uber's sitting there fighting these cases on the other side.
All right, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, weighing in on that for us. Thank you.
Coming up on 8:18, let's get over to meteorologist Ted Fain here on your Tuesday morning. Ted, as you've been talking about, a long way to go to warm up. We're at 46 degrees right now.
Yeah, 46 degrees. Winds are coming out of the north at 9 miles per hour. Temperatures are separated from the dew points. We're looking at a 16-degree difference. Traffic slowing down here on Independence Boulevard right near Sharon Amity Road. Maybe have the heat on with the chilly start to your day. We're at 40 degrees along that I-40 corridor. Just getting above freezing here for Boone, so I expect that freeze warning to expire here at 9 a.m. as expected. We'll continue to warm up, aiming for what will be the low 70s. Peak heating hours of the day could touch mid-70s Chester and Rockingham. mid to upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson for this afternoon. As we continue to hold on to those low 80s, St. Louis, Louisville in the upper 70s will be in the 60s, 70s, and even in the 80s through Texas. High pressure giving us the warmth in the orange, indicating above normal conditions here for the central United States for most of the work week. Southern Texas and eastern and the East Coast in the blue, showing the below normal temperatures that settle in as we head into this afternoon. There's a warm up on the way, though, as high pressure still drives things, dissipates to our south. We have those winds shift from the northwest to the south as high pressure leaks off of the North Carolina coast. That's what's going to increase our cloud cover heading into your Wednesday. I'm not necessarily buying any of the light rain chances that come into play Wednesday afternoon. I think we'll be more dry than wet, just some increasing cloud cover. Cold front comes from the north. Another warm front pushes north, giving us a negating impact, which has us settle in the 80s for your Wednesday into your Thursday and Friday. So partly cloudy skies second half of the work week. We'll be on the chilly side tonight yet again before warming up into your Wednesday and Thursday. Mid to upper 40s expected. Same goes for our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will bring us those 80s through the second half of the week before we settle back into the 70s heading into Sunday and Monday. Jason?
All right, Teddy, appreciate that. Let's take a look at futures this morning as we look at the present of New York City. Sun shining on all those buildings. My gosh, what a beautiful shot this morning. Futures also looking good. Dow's up over 300 points. S&P, NASDAQ in the green. We'll join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange after this break. We have some breaking news this morning. You are looking live at a large police presence. This is Optimus Park in Gastonia on South Vance Street. You can see all those officers lined up there inside that parking lot area. Details still very limited right now. Our photojournalist Trevor Beck is out there trying to kind of show us what's going on. You can see the playground that's out there as he is zooming in. You can see officers out there looking, searching, talking to maybe locals, local families. Again, we don't know exactly what's going on. Optimus Park in Gastonia. A lot of police presence, a lot of vehicles in the parking lot. We're looking at them through the playground there, maybe looking or talking to someone. Again, details limited. As soon as we get more information, we will update you both on air and online at qcnews.com. Switching gears now, as we approach Earth Day, a new survey finds many Americans have no idea how to dispose of their electronics, and more than half of the country are in drought conditions right now. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange, where it's been mid-30s this morning, strangely enough, mid-April.
Yeah.
Jane, how are we starting this Tuesday?
Do not put the winter coat away yet. I have learned over the years, Jason. So, well, futures are actually pretty hot. So the Dow's 300 points or so higher for the start today. Yesterday, oil prices rose, stocks gave back a little bit. Investors still waiting for some clarification about the next steps with Iran, but clearly some optimism. Well, historic dryness is gripping the eastern Corn Belt, the southeast U.S., and some of the western plains. In fact, the U.S. Drought Monitor says 60% of the country is in drought conditions, a level not seen since 2013. Some parts of the southeast are seeing deficits 15 to 20 inches of rain. And a recent CNET survey reveals that nearly a quarter of Americans are just tossing old devices, which is actually illegal in many states. Moreover, less than half are recycling, a recommended route for disposing of technology. Now, if you're struggling to recycle old tech, retailers like Amazon, Best Buy, Staples do have recycling programs, and also manufacturers HP and Apple provide incentives. If you bring in old tech, you can usually get a discount on things like AirPods or accessories. 1 in 3 Americans typically give away their old technology as well. Jason.
Listen, it's a great incentive to take it in, even if you only get $25 for an old iPad.
Right.
It's better than nothing.
Why not? Here's the thing, though. Make sure that you erase everything on there. You don't want any of your old data or information or sensitive, bank account stuff to be on those devices. Make sure that you really wipe it clean.
Great. Yeah, I was going to say great advice, Jane. And if you have forgotten your password to get in, you can still wipe it without needing to get in it. So smart. Keep it clean before you give it away. All right, Jane, thank you so much. Market's open at 9:30. We will join you right after the opening bell. Appreciate that. Okay. You're watching Queen City News on this Tuesday morning. Man, Independence Boulevard is anything but independent. It is just clogged and has been for an hour. We'll take a look at that traffic coming up next.
Well,
It
welcome.
was break time and snack time. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. It's 8:30. I feel like we're going to have like a trend list of how many days Annie's gone without like forgetting to turn on her mic. Thank you for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jalen Sador.
We'll edit that out.
Yeah,
we'll edit that out.
forget it happened.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, almost 8:30. Ted says we're starting in the 40s. We're going to the 70s.
Yeah.
We got a nice 30-degree hill to climb.
Yeah, this is a big swing as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. We're going to continue to warm up as the week goes on. We're calling for those 80s Wednesday through the start of the weekend. Then the rain chances come back. I know we need the rain.
Yes, we do.
We do.
It is crunchy on the lawns out there, and if you're looking to get the yard work, get it done today if you have the opportunity to do so. This is going to be some of the cooler temperatures we have between now and the weekend. We'll get back into the 70s early next week, but that comes at the expense of wet weather. Sunshine dominating, looking at the Queen City in the distance this morning. Good visibility, good air quality as we have a little bit of a chilly start leading to a warm finish, and our frost advisory still lingers through the I-40 corridor. Freeze warning in effect through our mountain counties. That should be expiring here in the next 30 minutes as these temperatures continue to warm up. We're anywhere from 3 to 5 degrees warmer, slightly cooler, Boone and Jefferson. Mid-30s now for the mountain counties with low 40s I-40 corridor, mid to upper 40s around the Queen City. I'm looking at your day planner. Sunshine dominates, continues to impact us heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Lunchtime, low 60s, highs in the low 70s, and I'm looking at a mix of sun and clouds expected. Northwest winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. So we'll hold on to a little bit of the breeze. Nothing like what we had yesterday, though. Dropping down into the low 50s, upper 40s into your Wednesday morning. That sets the foundation for a nice, cool and chilly start before we really lock in the warmth as we get into the low to mid 80s Wednesday through Thursday and Friday. Rain chances come back, ushering in those near normal temperatures, mid to upper 70s Sunday into Monday of next week. Watch out for that pollen. Still will be medium to high for the remainder of the work week, flaring up those allergies, oak, birch, juniper. Be on the lookout for that as our mountain counties go from the 60s to the low 70s, heading through your mid portions of the work week. Overnight lows in the 40s, and I'm looking at rain and storm chances rolling in on Saturday to start the weekend. That's going to usher in those cooler temperatures that we'll see here heading into the second half of the weekend as well. So a close eye on the rain chances ramping up for the start of the weekend. Overnight lows go from the 40s into the low 50s. We are looking at the higher elevations continuing to be, again, mostly quiet as we head into the weekend. I'll break down more of our overall forecast and what to expect here with another check in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. We want to stay on top of this breaking news this morning. We are waiting to learn more from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police about a serious crash involving one of its officers. Now, this happened earlier this morning, just before 3 o'clock in South Charlotte, right at the intersection of Carmel Road and Pineville Matthews Road. 4 people were hurt. Out of the 4, medic tells us one person does have life-threatening injuries, 2 others have serious injuries, and a 4th has minor injuries. It is still unclear exactly what happened, who was at fault, who was hurt, and which one of those severe injuries the officer may have been there this morning. Good news is that the road is cleared, intersection is open. We'll continue to follow this throughout the morning on air and online at qcnews.com. Now let's get to your pinpoint traffic this morning. We've got a lot of activity in the west and the southwest corner of the city. I mean, literally, it is all jam-packed into that one corner of the city. Let's kind of zoom in just to show you. We don't know exactly. It doesn't appear to be any of these related. Whether you're coming up I-77 in the Steel Creek area, coming up South Tryon, all of those jam-packed right now. Matter of fact, we've got a new accident, 45 Outer, right near East Westinghouse Boulevard. And that's got you backed up to I-77. You can see the red lanes there going all the way back to 77. All lanes are stopped right now, so that is really slowing things down in the south and the southwest part of the city. Let's take a look at drive times coming in from Gaston County. You're over half an hour. All of these are. Whether you're coming down from Lake Norman or up from South Carolina, all of these are over half an hour right now. Let's see if you're coming down from Lake Norman down 77. It looks nice. The weather looks nice. All 4 lanes, whether you're toll lanes or regular common folk, it's looking pretty good as you get closer to Sam Fur Road near Huntersville. Slowing down a little bit, but at least it's moving. Down near Carowinds, the same cannot be said. Folks merging from the right-hand side. It's got you slowed down to about 20 miles an hour. Just north of Uptown where 85 merges and dumps into 77, you can see that really struggling for about half a mile or so. As we go out west, this is 85 northbound coming in from Gaston County between Lowell and McAdenville. The camera should start moving in just about a second right now, but that's been slow around that bend all morning long, having to deal with the sunshine and slow speeds. Coming down from Concord, coming in from Albemarle, and really struggling up 74 from Monroe. This is a quick look at 85 near Concord Mills Mall. This is the part I'm talking about here. Yeah. Inbound Independence, recovering from an accident 45 minutes ago. And it's still not moving near Sharon Amity Road. We'll take a look at that. We'll wrap up your traffic coming up at the top of the hour.
Thank you, Jason. Hundreds of parents and teachers in Gaston County say they're fed up with the school board. It comes as the district faces a $10 million budget shortfall and in the aftermath of anti-Islamic comments made by a board member. Those frustrated residents showed up at last night's school board meeting to share their complaints and concerns. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer was there in Gastonia and tells us what they would like to see.
Meeting got heated at times as community members expressed their concerns and asked questions about two different district controversies. One, they want the board member who called Islam a satanic death cult to step down. And two, they want to know what leaders are doing to prevent another budget discrepancy in the future.
I just want people to know what's happening. That's really why I came here, and to support my teachers.
The evening started with about 50 protesters, both young and old, chanting and holding signs outside the district office ahead of the school board meeting. Some in protest of the layoffs and budget cuts district officials are making.
Next year I will be working with both middle school and elementary school students, which is a ratio of one school counselor to 1,000 students.
My student goes to Highland, and one of his teachers just lost her position. She's a theater teacher, and so that's very upsetting.
Others to demand board member Todd Kinlaw resign after an anti-Islamic Facebook post.
What some are forgetting is that you do have the freedom of speech, okay? But Todd Kinlaw's position is you represent all children.
There was one person who showed up to back Kinlaw and got into a clash with his opponents.
Democracy is mob rule. What you're attempting here is mob rule.
He definitely needs support for a few reasons. One, as a school board said, his opinion is his opinion, not their opinion, but he's okay to say it and it has nothing to do with what he does here. Two, he didn't say anything that wasn't untrue.
All of these people took their frustrations inside the district office for the standing room only meeting as folks overflowed into the lobby and even outside.
Many of us no longer trust that our elected officials are doing what is best for our children. That is why this room is packed.
The crowd cheered as both Gaston County Schools employees and parents addressed the board during the public comment period on both topics.
Where has our money gone? What is the plan so that this doesn't happen again? I'm tired of staying quiet.
Mr. Kinlaw needs to go ahead and step down. We're beyond the point in which an apology would be acceptable.
Gaston County School Board members have said Kinlaw's comments do not reflect the board's views as a whole. If he does not resign, community members are asking for members to censure him. In Gastonia, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
8:37 the time now. Catawba County Commissioners have voted 3-2 to merge 3 local school districts. Over 50 people showed up to last night's meeting to speak out about the issue. The proposal puts Catawba County, Hickory City, and Newton Conover City schools all together as one district. County leaders say the merger is aimed at helping the smaller districts facing enrollment and funding declines. District leaders, however, pushed back on that claim, saying their enrollments are steady and that the merger would actually decrease funding. Even with the approval last night, the merger still needs to be approved by the state. More suspects have been charged in a mass shooting at a Catawba County home are due in court this week. Keandre Mack is scheduled to appear at 10 a.m. Charles Kincaid's expected appearance is 3 p.m. 5 other suspects are scheduled to appear in court tomorrow. In total, 6 suspects are charged with 63 counts of attempted murder, 1 for each person. Investigators say that that was in line of fire in the attack on June 1st of 2025. A 7th suspect is facing an accessory charge for claims she helped drive some of the suspects from the scene. 1 person was killed and 11 others were hurt when the gunman opened fire on a pool party last June. We'll bring you developments of this part of the legal process today on Queen City News at noon.
Parents, adults, whoever, it's not just our job to investigate these crimes, but also to tell you what's going on.
Strong words from Winston-Salem Police Chief William Penn after a deadly mass shooting that began with a fight taking the lives of 2 teenagers, injuring 5 others. This happened yesterday morning around 10 o'clock. Officers say they were called to a park in the western part of the city, excuse me, where they say that a planned fight ended in gunfire. One of the deceased victims, 16-year-old Daniel Millian, was a Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools student. He was found dead in the park. 17-year-old Arubi Medina was also found dead in a parking lot. Police say that a 14, 15, and 17-year-old girl, along with a 19-year-old woman and an 18-year-old man, were also hurt in the shooting. Police say their injuries range from minor to critical.
North Carolina lawmakers have a lot to get done when they return for the short session today. At the top of the list is the state budget and Medicaid rebates. While Republicans say a continuing resolution means the state technically still does have a budget, Democrats argue funding dollars set in 2023 don't go as far now in 2026. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh reports.
Senate Leader Phil Berger says the short session, quote, brings an opportunity to continue North Carolina's economic progress. In a column released Friday, Berger says he believes the General Assembly can reach an agreement for a state budget. Right now, North Carolina is operating on a continuing resolution based on the 2023 budget, after lawmakers finished the long session without passing a new one. Berger says the new budget should focus on tax cuts and lower spending. But in order to do that, he says Republicans need to come together, acknowledging disagreements on taxes and spending have become, quote, heated and making progress elusive. Democrats say the budget needs to focus on people.
We have not been providing sort of state employee raises for teachers and others that we should have been for a number of years. So there's a real desperate time now to get to a place where we have a budget that starts to meet those needs and we can build back up to where we ought to be.
And that Medicaid can't be left behind, as the health care program faces a $320 million shortfall.
But folks with disabilities who rely on Medicaid-funded services just for their day-to-day living, that they would be without the supports and services that they need. And that's very dramatic. If you're somebody who has a disability and you need assistance with personal care on a daily basis, it's a pretty dramatic thing to be facing the loss of those services.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Governor Josh Stein will hold a news conference today in Raleigh to announce his revised budget request through the summer of 2027. The Republican-controlled General Assembly has not passed a biennial budget, keeping the state at spending levels from the past fiscal period. The House and Senate have dueling budget plans. Stein has called for raises for teachers, law enforcement, and state employees, more funding for Medicaid, and additional money for Hurricane Helene recovery.
It is 8:42, still to come this morning. The Cheerwine Festival is just a couple of weeks away, and we're getting a first-hand look at the design behind this year's popular t-shirt. We're speaking with the high school artist that is making it a weekend to remember. You're watching Queen City News on this Tuesday morning. Traffic on 85 looking good. We will be right back. After nearly 10,000 votes cast all across North and South Carolina, one high school senior's design has been selected as the official artwork for the 2026 Cheerwine Festival t-shirt. And that festival takes place in just a couple weeks in May, bringing thousands of people together to celebrate the locally made soda and its impacts to the Carolinas. We've talked about that here on our show with Hometown just a couple weeks ago. The artist behind the shirt joining us this morning from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Subi Vongsavan. Subi, good morning. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good. How are you?
Hey, I'm fantastic. Thanks for joining me at school. Listen, we pulled you out of class just for a couple minutes because we wanted to say, first of all, congratulations. This is a big deal, Subi. Over 100 high school students from both Carolinas submitted in their ideas of what Cheerwine meant to them, what it looked like in a design. And out of all of those designs, you're the first winner out of South Carolina. Way to go. That's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
What kind of set me up a little bit? We'll get to the announcement here in just a second. But when you heard that this competition was open, had you submitted one in years past? Was this your first year? Like, what was that kind of setup experience like for you?
Last year I had an AP art class with the same teacher that I have now. And she allowed us to make a design for last year, and she wanted us to make a design this year too. And she said it was a requirement for our class. So I decided that I would just make something to submit because I thought it'd be fun, and it was something to do for the class.
We are looking, Subi, at video of the Cheerwine Festival. If you've never been before, and I'm also speaking to our viewers out there, it is quite the festival. All, of course, centered around the most popular drink, the oldest cherry cola in the United States, out of Salisbury, North Carolina. The festival centered around the drink. It is uniquely Southern, as we just saw there. Now, what I want to get to is, how do you take the taste of Cheerwine? How do you take the history of Cheerwine and come up, like, there's a gazillion options in your brain, I'm guessing, Subi. What made you come up with your design? If we can put up her design for her winning t-shirt, there we are. Now we're looking at it right there. Tell me about your design. How did you come up with this?
I read somewhere in an article, because I thought doing some research to prepare for designing the shirt would be a good idea.
Smart.
So I was looking up some old slogans, and I saw the Nectar of the South or something along the lines of that. And I was like, wow, you know what? That's really cool, because Cheerwine's very sweet. It's very sweet soda. And North Carolina state insect happens to be the bee, the honeybee.
I mean, you got the dogwood flowers in there too, the North Carolina state flower. I mean, you really captured all of it in there. Did you do this like freehand and then go to like on the computer to do it? How did you use technology to get to the finished design?
On the drawing tablets that are provided by the school, I sketched up a quick draft, and then I went over it again, just to solidify all the lines and color it. I gave it some loose color, and then in class I asked for some tips from my teacher, and she helped me with shading and colors.
Listen, this is probably one of the most popular parts of the festival every year, is people getting their hands on the t-shirt. People love wearing them from years past. This will be remembered. You'll be in the long line of t-shirt design winners. Congratulations to you. You get a $1,000 gift card. Your art teacher, who I know is in the room with you, she gets a nice gift card for art supplies. And I love the relationship between art teachers and students and fostering that ability. And so whether you decide to continue in the arts, get into graphic design, you are off to a great start. Subi, congratulations to you. It is going to be an awesome festival in just a couple weeks. Some of the lineup they just announced, some great music. The Stranger, they are the most authentic Billy Joel tribute band out there. Crystal Aria, Big Break, Chris Taylor, and The Rumor, Kid Zone. I mean, there's all kind of things going on. So, but you can't look the part without holding a cheerwine in your hand and wearing the T-shirt designed by Subi Von Savan, a senior from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina at Carolina Forest High School. We're going to let you go back to class. Not unfortunately. Thanks for letting your teacher hang with us, Subi. Congrats, and look forward to seeing more designs from you in the future.
Thank you.
Take care, Subi. Thanks for joining us. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Payton. We're still weeks away. We won't even talk about weather, but we're coming up on festival weather.
We certainly are. And hey, this morning you need a light jacket. Maybe this afternoon you'd be okay with just a T-shirt as winds come out of the north at 9 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-40s, dew points at 30 degrees. We are looking at plenty of sunshine to go around. Upper 40s, low 50s, Gastonia, Lancaster into the Monroe and Charlotte region. We still hold on to a nice cool and chilly start to your day. Upper 30s, low 40s, Boone into Jefferson. Our mountain counties make a run for the mid to upper 60s this afternoon. Low 70s on tap here around the Queen City. I'm looking at Lancaster into Charlotte, the low 70s, mid 70s, Chester into Rockingham. We'll have 80s and 70s through our central plains, the Midwest, even through parts of Texas as that warmth impacts the mid portions of the United States. All that orange where we land slightly above normal. California below normal in that blue. Same goes for southern Texas and the East Coast, holding on to the blue, indicating those below normal temperatures as well. Clouds and radar shows high pressure dissipating over parts of Alabama. We still have that area of high pressure to our north. Northwest winds will impact us through this afternoon, shifting in relatively light before coming out of the south, heading into Wednesday. That's going to slowly increase our cloud cover. I'm not buying those rain chances from upstate South Carolina into Charlotte as of right now. I think we'll stay more dry than wet here heading into the second half of the work week, ushering in some of the warmth, which comes in the form of those 80s Wednesday through your Thursday. A chilly night on the way tonight, mid to upper 40s on tap. We'll rebound into what will be the 80s as early as Wednesday afternoon, and then we'll have those above normal temperatures through the rest of the work week, settling back into the 70s second half of the weekend, with rain chances rolling in Sunday into Monday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Tomorrow morning in our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring what's in a name. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City, and if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them on our website, qcnews.com.
Well, a storm is a brewing. Carolina Hurricane fans across the Tar Heel State got more than they paid for with another exciting playoff game last night. The Canes playing host at the Lenovo Center for Game 2 against the Ottawa Senators. Teams went into second OT, ending with a goal by Jordan Martineau to seal the deal for Carolina 3-2. The Hurricanes and their fans now shift their focus to the ice in Ottawa for Game 3 Thursday night. Game 4 will also be played up north. The Hurricanes return to Raleigh for Game 5 if necessary. Are you watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte? We'll be right back.
Meta is reportedly planning sweeping layoffs starting next month. The first round is expected May 20th, and there are more planned for later this year. 8,000 employees will be impacted. That's about 10% of the company's global workforce. According to a report from Reuters, this year's layoffs will be the most significant restructuring for Meta since 2022 and 2023, when the company eliminated around 21,000 jobs. The cuts come as Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg continues to reshape the company by investing in AI tools.
You have got to check this out. A California household got quite the unexpected visit when a large, hot air balloon landed on their property. The balloon with 13 people on board made an emergency landing in California in their backyard on Saturday on a grassy patch. Landed only about this is about 10 feet wide, the patch that they landed on. The unsuspecting homeowner was watching TV when a neighbor showed up at his front door going, they just landed. The pilot was able to safely evacuate those passengers to re-land the balloon on a nearby street where they were then able to take it apart. But look at that. Can you imagine walking out on your back patio? Look at that small little that target that they hit there, because sometimes you're literally at the mercy of the wind when you're in a hot air balloon. But I mean, that is crazy. Crazy stuff. You can only look at the video and go, you got to see this. You got to see this. All right, we got an hour left of Queen City News. Stay with us as we kick off our final hour.
Queen City News starts now.
Here we go. It is 9 o'clock. Welcome in, everyone, to our final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador is working on a special assignment.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we are starting to warm up. The freeze warning and the frost advisory no longer an issue here for our mountain counties as we head out the door this morning.
All right, some good news. I mean, Ted, yesterday, if we're getting a repeat of that today, it was really nice. I have no complaints.
Not too bad at all as we continue to hold on to a nice, comfortable start to your day. We are looking at what will be a beautiful sunrise. Well, the sunrise has already happened, but that sunshine continuing to impact Charlotte Motor Speedway here this morning as we continue to hold on to that warmth. Low 50s, northeast winds coming in at 8 miles per hour. That frost advisory and freeze warning just expired, literally just disappeared off the map. We're looking at a slightly cooler start now, Charlotte into Monroe. We're cooler for our mountain counties, but I still expect us to land in what will be the low 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So upper 40s, low 50s, Charlotte into Monroe. We're in the upper 30s to near 40 degrees, Boone and into Jefferson. Day planner brings in plenty of sunshine as we have those clear skies, highs near 70 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day with northwest winds settling in anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour through this afternoon. So we will be nice and warm with those overnight lows settling into the low 50s, a little bit on the chilly side heading into your Wednesday morning. I'll break down more of those impacts that we could expect here with another check in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
Thank you very much, Ted. We are staying on top of our breaking news this morning. We are learning more from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police about this serious crash involving one of its officers. This happened early this morning before 3 o'clock in South Charlotte, right at the intersection of Pineville Matthews Road and Carmel Road. Right in the intersection, 4 people were injured. Out of the 4, medic tells us 1 person has life-threatening injuries, 2 others serious injuries, and a 4th has minor injuries. We still don't know exactly which one of the injuries go to the CMPD officer, and we don't know exactly who all was hurt and who was at fault here. The road has been cleared in both directions. That's the good news. We'll continue to follow the story throughout the morning on air and online at qcnews.com.
Hundreds of parents and teachers in Gaston County are fed up with the school board amidst a $10 million budget shortfall and anti-Islam comments made by a board member. The frustrated folks showed up at the Board of Education meeting to voice those opinions. That meeting got heated at times as community members expressed their concerns and asked questions about 2 different district controversies. One, they want the board member who called Islam a satanic death cult to step down. And 2, they want to know what leaders are going to do to prevent another budget discrepancy in the future.
Where has our money gone? What is the plan so that this doesn't happen again? I'm tired of staying quiet.
Mr. Kinlaw needs to go ahead and step down. We're beyond the point in which an apology would be acceptable.
Gaston County School Board members have said Todd Kinlaw's comments do not reflect the board's view as a whole. If he doesn't resign, community members are asking for members to censure him. More suspects charged in a mass shooting at a Catawba County home are due in court this week. Keandre Mack is scheduled to appear at 10 o'clock this morning. Charles Kincaid is expected to appear this afternoon at 3. 5 other suspects are scheduled for their appearances in court tomorrow. In total, 6 suspects are charged with 63 counts of attempted murder, 1 for each person investigators say were in the line of fire during those attacks on June 1st, 2025.
A 7th suspect is facing an accessory charge for claims that she helped drive some of those suspects from the scene. One person was killed, 11 others were hurt when gunmen opened fire on that pool party last June.
All right, so let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Tell us about where we're at in this process, because a lot of people think this takes a long time, but there's a lot to go through.
It is a long time, and so I tell every client that I meet with a homicide case that the lifespan time frame for the moment that you meet me to some resolution, that's either a plea deal or a trial, is 3 to 5 years, and that's in Mecklenburg County. Some of these other counties are a little bit faster, but I'd say that's a good range, and for a number of reasons. You need discovery with a case like this where you got 63 people that were there. Detectives will need to talk to everyone that's at the scene to try to complete their case. And so I had a case where we had 5 co-defendants, and there were a number of folks similar to this with, maybe 100 people outside. There was maybe 20 to 30 officers that appeared. So you're talking about 20, 30 different body cams. You're talking about 20 different written statements. I mean, when they gave me my paper discovery, it was probably 8,000 pages of reading. That documentation has to be compiled, and so it goes from the detective to the lead prosecutor. The prosecutor will review it. That may take 6 months. It could take 8 months. Then they'll give it to the defense attorney. Then I'll have to review it with my client. And so that process alone, just the beginning of a case, could take a year and a half before you can now tell the court, hey, we're ready to do something with this, either accept some type of plea or go to trial. And so that's why they can take an extremely long amount of time. I mean, because you just got a lot of people to talk to, and officers, detectives want to make sure they did get this right. And so you want to ensure that you have the right people to charge, and you want to make sure that you didn't miss anything.
Speaking of charges, as all of this unfolds, right, with all these different suspects, if a court finds that there was gang activity or planning was involved, does that change and up possible charges for any of these suspects?
Not up charges, but up sentencing. And so in North Carolina, we have something called, we have structured sentencing. And so for a case, you could start in something called the presumptive range. That's the middle. And then you can either downward departure to the mitigated range, and that's if you find something in their background like substance abuse, mental health issues, things like that. But you also can go to the aggravated range if you find something like children being involved or gang-related activity. There are a number of factors that are there that can get you to go one way or the other. I can argue on my side for mitigated ranges why, hey, Your Honor, court, you should accept our mitigated plea. But on the other side, the state may say, hey, we have this list of 12 or 10 factors in gang relation. It's probably one of them that we can say now the court should bump this up to the aggravated range. And we kind of decide that before we present it to the court if it's not an open plea. If it's an open plea, which is extremely dangerous on the defense side, then the court can make their own determination if they'll go up or down. So typically you want to have that decided before you get to court with both defense and prosecution. And hey, they're going to serve these proposed aggravating factors on me and let me know, hey, this is what we're alleging. So yes, gang activity could be one of those.
This was a high profile case in our area, of course, obviously for the seriousness of what these young people are accused of. Where do you see this going? Do you see them taking some sort of plea deal or going to trial for all of these young people?
It's going to be fact specific. That's the first thing I'll say. If you're someone that's like, hey, I was not there, that wasn't me, you're going to trial. You're not going to take a plea that's connected to this, because most of the pleas will probably be in that manslaughter range or, the range of a C or D, I should say, in terms of sentencing range, which you don't want to do if you weren't there. This is your first offense, if it's a C, that's still, 7 years. That's a long time to go to prison for something that you were not there. But if you genuinely don't have an alibi, if you genuinely don't have a defense to this, sometimes plea is the best alternative, because on the other side, you're sitting and looking at significant time that could possibly run consecutive and not concurrent. So now you're stacking these dates on top of each other. Those 7 years start to add up over time.
There are hearings today, there are hearings tomorrow up in Catawba County, and if you said this could go anywhere from 3 to 7 years, we're going to be talking about this
typically
for quite some time. 3 to 5.
A long time.
All right, Khalif, thank you very much. Appreciate that. It is 9:09 right now. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. We're still climbing almost to 50, Ted. We got a ways to go.
Yeah, ways to go as we have mostly clear, mostly sunny skies on tap, high pressure in control. That's keeping us dry here for the entire southeast. Water vapor satellite imagery is the proof there, as we have the brown on your map from the panhandle of Florida into southern Georgia and Alabama. Just some limited moisture over the Queen City. It might give us some thin cloud cover for your afternoon, but our drought conditions have taken hold and really have not let up as we sit anywhere from that level 3 to level 4 out of 5. Your severe drought to the extreme drought in that orange and that red shading. So as we look at your afternoon winds, light winds today, so not as elevated of a fire risk as what we've seen previous days, but still enough to just stay alert and limit your outdoor burning as we have the burn ban in effect for North and South Carolina here heading into the work week. So still radar dry and quiet, not seeing any rain to impact your morning commute. Our 7-day forecast continues to bring in dry conditions with our rain chances coming back heading into your Saturday and Sunday. I'll break down more of what we look like through your mid portions of the work week with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. We are on the backside of rush hour officially, but as we look at this map, this is rare for the 9 o'clock hour to have that many incidents still lingering or occurring at 9 o'clock. But it's really broken into two different groups. We got an uptown group and a southwest group. The first group, let's take you in kind of to the heart of uptown. We got 5 or 6 different ones. None of these are on major interstates, so that is good news. But it just depending on where you are, whether you're coming up 77, Wilkinson Boulevard, Brookshire Freeway, the John Bilk Freeway. So some of these secondary roads, we've got little accidents that are causing some snags this morning trying to get to wherever you're going. The other one is in the southwest part of the city, whether it's Steel Creek, South Tryon Street. We still have a lane on 77 northbound that are slowing things down right at the state line. So just be aware of that. An earlier accident, 45 outer, one lane still blocked if you're heading westbound. East Westinghouse Boulevard. 45 outer, one lane blocked, got you backed up to I-77, and it's just been causing problems for the last 45 minutes. We're still looking over half an hour on 85 coming out of Gaston County, coming down from Lake Norman and up from Rock Hill this morning. That stretch from Lake Norman much better. If you're headed north, yeah, you can see a slowdown on the other side of the interstate. So just be aware of that as you start to work your way into uptown. Don't be distracted on this Tuesday morning. Put that cell phone. It can wait. It can wait till you get to where you're going. Annie?
A planned fight at a North Carolina park leading to a mass shooting. The message from local authorities who say enough is enough. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Winston-Salem leaders say that a planned fight escalated into gunfire, leaving 2 teenagers dead and 5 more hurt. This morning, police are pleading with parents to keep a closer watch on their kids. Justin Lundy has the latest.
I heard something. I must have either been in the bathroom or making my breakfast. I thought it was the maintenance men that showed up. They heard shots.
Gunfire heard in a neighborhood off Robin Hood Road. It's the sound Krista Thompson heard from inside her Winston-Salem home Monday morning.
I ran outside to see what was going on. Didn't see anything. I heard the fire trucks, but something said you need to go outside.
Just a few blocks away from her, Winston-Salem police say a planned fight that involved several people escalated into a shootout at Lineback Park. Thompson says her 4-year-old daughter was at a nearby preschool at the time of the tragedy.
Her lockdown was a quiet game in the bathroom. She didn't know what was going on until we walked outside and there was a million cops.
Winston-Salem police say 2 teenagers were killed and 5 others were injured.
In the parking lot, officers located a 17-year-old male who was later identified as Arube Romero Medina, suffering from a gunshot wound. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. The second victim, identified as 16-year-old Daniel Jimenez Million, was located further inside the park, also suffering from a gunshot wound. He was pronounced deceased at the scene as well.
Million was a Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools student. Police say the other victims include a 14-year-old girl, a 15-year-old girl, a 17-year-old girl, an 18-year-old boy, and a 19-year-old girl.
Well, I feel like everyone else. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. I'm sad.
Winston-Salem Police Chief William Penn says the victims' injuries range from minor to critical, and this tragedy could have been prevented.
Parents, adults, whoever. It's not just our job to investigate these crimes, but also to tell you what's going on. So when the sheriff says we have a weapons problem in the school, we need adults to take action with that. That means checking book bags before you leave. Then so be it. So when I say, hey, we're having problems with kids going out unsupervised in the streets, that means you need to keep up with where your children are.
That was Justin Lundy reporting. As of right now, Police Chief Penn says no one has been taken into custody.
Lawmakers returning to Raleigh today are expected to consider a measure that would limit how much you pay in property taxes. But the proposal is already getting pushback from Mecklenburg County officials who say it could threaten funding to schools and essential services. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber reports, the legislature is hoping to leave the decision up to voters.
North Carolinians are ready for this. As a matter of fact, they're begging for it.
Leading Republicans in Raleigh say they want to cap North Carolina's property taxes. Their latest proposal would amend the state's constitution to limit how much local governments could raise those taxes.
We have to have protections for homeowners, renters, and business owners, all of those people who are seeing the taxes impact their quality of life, their ability to stay in their home, their ability to continue renting in a certain area, or even expand their business.
A constitutional amendment must be passed by both chambers, then approved by voters in November in the form of a state question. But from what they've seen so far, many local leaders in Mecklenburg County oppose the effort.
If this happens, it'll almost be impossible to undo, and it will have a detrimental impact on every child in this community, every resident of this community, and every service that this community provides. I can't undersell this enough.
Charlotte Mecklenburg schools officials were the most recent to raise concerns, noting inflation is making it more expensive to educate students. Administrators argued last week that local governments need flexibility to increase taxes, as 42% of the county's revenue, which is 59% property taxes, funds education.
And we're creating more instability for the people that we serve. And we know that stability is good for kids. That's the right thing, right? Student outcomes are affected by stability.
If lawmakers do take up the state question during their short session, a 60% majority is required in both chambers. That state question only needs a simple majority from voters to be approved, and the governor cannot veto the measure. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
It is 9:19 on this Tuesday morning. We're in the 40s. We got to go up to the 70s. It's going to be a nice day, just like yesterday.
It is. I loved yesterday because you know why? We haven't had that humidity start to creep in. If it was coming in this early, Ted, I think we'd have a lot of questions.
Yeah, we would have a lot of questions. Luckily, dew points are nice and low, 32 degrees, so not too concerned about the moisture in the atmosphere. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. Those dry conditions and the drought playing into increased fire danger around the Carolinas, with the burn ban still in effect for North and South Carolina, so be on the lookout for that. Northeast winds are anywhere between 5 to 10 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 50s. I'm looking at mid to upper 40s, I-40 corridor, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson, holding on to those low 70s around the Queen City for the afternoon highs as we hold on to some of that warmth, mid to upper 60s on tap for our mountain counties. High pressure in control all across the southeast, with those temperatures in the upper 70s, even 80s through the Dakotas into Omaha. The orange on your map showing where the above normal temperatures settle in, with blue southern Texas, East Coast, and over California indicating some of those slightly below normal conditions, much of what we're facing for today. Doesn't necessarily mean a cold afternoon. It's actually going to be nice and pleasant as we climb into the 70s. High pressure leaks off the North Carolina coast, giving us winds out of the south-southwest, increasing our chance for cloud cover heading into your Wednesday afternoon. And I'm looking at more in the way of those warm temperatures. Despite the cold front to our east, we have a warm front combating that, kind of nullifying the overall impacts, settling us into the 80s as we head into your midweek and the rest of the work week. Overnight lows drop down in the mid to upper 40s. We'll rebound into the 80s rather for your Wednesday. Mid 80s finish out the work week, and then we'll be settled back into the upper 70s Sunday into Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
President Trump says his energy secretary is totally wrong about his comments surrounding gas prices. Secretary Chris Wright made the assessment over the weekend that gas prices may not drop below $3 a gallon until next year. Instead, he said that prices will fall when the war ends, something the president disputes. Wright said the problems lie in shipping restrictions that will likely continue in the Strait of Hormuz, contradicting what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said last week when he predicted gas prices could hit below the $3 range this coming summer.
Optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th that we can have $3 gas again.
I don't know, that could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year, but prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down. Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
Right now, the national average for a gallon of gas fell by 2 cents to $4.02. Diesel drivers, boy, they're hurting, paying an average of about $5.51 a gallon. That's according to analysts at AAA. Here in the Tar Heel State, drivers paying around $3.76 across the state line. In South Carolina, a little less. You're looking at $3.68 a gallon.
While gas prices remain uncertain, a new report suggests a major airline may be in jeopardy of going out of business because of high fuel prices. According to a Wall Street Journal report, Spirit Airlines is facing potential liquidation. Executives with Spirit are asking for emergency funding from the federal government to help keep them in the air as they face bankruptcy. They originally exited bankruptcy in February after reaching a deal with lenders, only for the U.S. to begin the war in Iran. Now, those lenders are looking to shut down the deal. And if you've already booked a Spirit flight, you might be impacted by this. If the company does liquidate, be sure to cancel your flight as soon as possible and rebook with another airline. Be sure to request a refund as early as you can as well. As of yesterday, Spirit was flying as normal. However, experts say that without a bailout, Spirit could be forced to ground. A live look over New York City this morning. How are our Wall Street futures shaping up? We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King with that answer in just about 3 minutes. coming up on 9:30. Happy Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Thanks for being with us for our final half hour. Joy and Sador on special assignment, prepping for our hometown shows, which I hope you're watching this time tomorrow. Meteorologist Ted, Phaeton, and myself, we were just talking about, hey, listen, if you got a gym membership, that is great. Use it. Today might be a great day to take some of that workout outside.
Yeah, I just got a new running stroller, y'all.
You did?
I might want to, break it in a little bit later on today.
Okay.
Good. I know someone who will love to go with you.
Oh, yeah. Daddy Run? I got you, baby girl. Taking a look right now as we see our Arlington camera showing the Queen City, Carolina blue skies, mostly dry here heading out the door. We'll ramp up into what will be the low 70s peak heating hours of the day, low 50s as of right now. So a little on the cool and chilly side as those sunny skies dominate heading into the afternoon. Northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. These temperatures are landing anywhere from 5 to 7 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. Freeze warning has expired. Frost advisory has expired as we are now out of the 30s and into the 40s. Boone, Jefferson, and through the I-40 corridor, looking at upper 40s through your morning hours. We're in the low 50s, Charlotte and surrounding areas. Sunshine dominates, getting us into the 60s by lunchtime. I'm expecting highs to land in the low 70s this afternoon. Still just slightly below normal before that warm-up takes hold heading into the second half of the work week. So a high of 71, mix of sun and clouds, northwest winds, 5 to 10 miles per hour with overnight lows chilly yet again, low 50s, upper 40s heading into your early Wednesday morning. 80s take hold Wednesday for the rest of the work week. We'll gradually warm up with mid 80s, about 10 degrees above normal for this time of year, cooling back down into the 70s as we approach the second half of the weekend. Pollen count still stays high for the remainder of the work week. Medium to high with your tree pollen. Oak, birch, juniper being the main culprits behind those flaring allergies. And your mountain counties follows a similar pattern with that warm up getting us into the 70s for the higher elevations. Overnight lows go from the 30s into the 40s. And then we'll usher in your rain and storm activity for the weekend, Saturday, heading into Sunday, which comes with a cool down, which will continue to break down and keep an eye out for you here heading into your second half of the work week. I'll have another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Apple CEO Tim Cook will be stepping down.
And investors are watching the Middle East as fragile ceasefire deals expire tonight.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with that story and today's opening numbers. Jane, big day for markets with the ceasefire deadline approaching. What are you seeing this morning?
Well, the markets seem optimistic that something will happen. In fact, President Trump just wrapped up an interview with CNBC where he is also optimistic that there will be something come together that will either extend the ceasefire or some kind of resolution to this. The Dow at the moment up by 274 points, and we're actually seeing oil down slightly so far here this morning.
All right, Jane, how are Apple shares doing after the surprise announcement of its CEO stepping down?
They're steady here this morning. You know, it was kind of a surprise. A lot of people thought Tim Cook would step down, but maybe in 2 years, not this year. But the CEO of Apple will be stepping down as CEO on September 1st. Now, the 65-year-old will transition to roles the company's executive chairman. He's still going to be very much involved in Apple. John Turnus, the head of Apple's hardware division, will replace Cook as CEO, kind of the grand visionary there. Now, Cook will engage with policymakers around the world, something he excelled at as CEO. Some do think, though, new leadership could help Apple navigate into the AI era.
And Jane, President Trump's Fed chair nominee takes the hot seat today.
That's right. So the nominee for the next chair of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh, will appear before the Senate Banking Committee today. No doubt he'll face questions about the Fed's independence from the White House and other elected officials. And he'll most likely, almost certainly, be asked about inflation and the direction of interest rates.
All right, lots on tap for today. Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you dark and early tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow.
Coming up on 9:34 now, staying on top of this breaking news that we've been talking about this morning. We're still waiting to learn more from Charlotte-Mecklenburg police about this serious crash involving one of their officers. This happened early this morning before 3 a.m. in South Charlotte, right at the intersection of Pineville Matthews Road and Carmel Road. 4 people were injured, and out of the 4, medic tells us 1 person had life-threatening injuries, 2 others serious injuries, and a 4th has minor injuries. It's still unclear what happened or who was hurt. The road has been cleared in all directions now at that intersection. We will continue to follow the story on air and online at qcnews.com. Catawba County Commissioners have voted 3-2 to merge 3 local school districts. Over 50 people showed up to last night's meeting to speak out about the issue. The proposal puts Catawba County, Hickory City, and Newton Conover City schools together as one district. County leaders say the merger's aimed at helping the smaller districts facing enrollment and funding declines. District leaders had pushed back on that claim, saying that their enrollments are steady and that the merger would decrease funding. Even with the approval last night, the merger still needs to be approved by the state.
President Donald Trump says he will have a team in Pakistan to negotiate with Iran. The military operation started at the end of February, sending oil prices climbing and gas prices in the U.S. on average going above $4 a gallon. Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat explains the possibility of a peace deal.
Pakistan says it's preparing for a second round of talks between the United States and Iran, but the Iranians have not sent a delegation. President Donald Trump says he will send Vice President J.D. Vance for those peace talks, and the president told Bloomberg yesterday if this 2-week ceasefire that we're in expires tomorrow night, he is not likely to extend it. Central Command says so far U.S. forces directed 27 ships to turn around or return to Iran.
You are entering the area of a military blockade. This blockade of Iranian ports will be enforced and applies to all vessels regardless of flag.
President Donald Trump imposed the blockade over the weekend after Iran shut off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. A fifth of the world's oil moves through it, leading to concerns of shortages around the world. The head of the International Energy Agency warns Europe will run out of jet fuel in about 6 weeks.
This administration didn't even anticipate that one of the things Iran would do right out of the gate was to close the Strait of Hormuz.
As a 2-week ceasefire is set to expire on Wednesday night, Iranian negotiators suggest they're far apart on key issues like nuclear enrichment, Iran's support of proxy groups in the Middle East, and the future of the Strait of Hormuz. The Speaker of Iran's parliament wrote on X, "We do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats, and in the past 2 weeks we have prepared to reveal new cards on the battlefield." On Monday, President Trump wrote, "I'm winning a war by a lot. Things are going very well." He added the U.S. will not remove the blockade on Iran until there is a deal. The president told reporters in phone calls yesterday that if this ceasefire expires, lots of bombs will start dropping. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlat for News Nation.
Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer is out of President Trump's cabinet after multiple allegations of abusing her powers in office. The allegations include having an affair with a subordinate and drinking alcohol on the job. Last week, the New York Times reported on an investigation looking into the secretary, top aides, and family members accused of routinely sending personal messages and requests to young staff members. She's now the 3rd cabinet member to leave after the firings of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Groups opposed to a new data center in East Charlotte say their public pressure is getting results. Now they want city leaders to do their part to stop the project. They held a news conference outside the government center in Uptown ahead of last night's council meeting. They're opposed to a plan from developer American Tower to build a 40,000 square foot data center near Reedy Creek Nature Preserve. It would be a fraction of the size of other centers, using less electricity and water while supporting growing demand for data and artificial intelligence. But protesters say they're concerned about the impact on their community.
The noise pollution, the environmental damage, like the excessive use of water, all of these are extremely harmful, and also the skyrocketing of utilities prices. I think these are all things that we'll have to bear the burden of.
The developer postponed their rezoning request for last night's council meeting. It's been rescheduled for May 18th.
Well, from east to west, North Carolina's largest data center is under construction in West Charlotte. The 156-acre site on Moores Chapel Road off Wilkinson Boulevard will be big enough for a 3 million square foot facility. It could also draw a lot of water from the Catawba River. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis takes a look into who protects the valuable resource while managing growth in the Queen City.
With communities being asked to voluntarily cut back on water use, imagine a data center pulling resources from the Catawba River. And is there a plan to protect that? With more data center applications going in front of Charlotte City Council, two resources are at a premium: electricity and water.
No growth should come at the expense of our communities. So we need to look at the location. We must look at the impact. We must look at our electricity usage and water usage to ensure that we are not passing the cost down to our residents.
Water has been more in the forefront, with parts of the area currently in an extreme drought. Councilwoman Dimple Ajmera says Council, Charlotte Water, and Duke Energy look at the potential use, but restrictions need to be in place for times like this.
If families are being asked to conserve, we have a responsibility to make sure large-scale developments like data centers are not putting additional strain on our infrastructure like water.
Large data centers can consume up to 5 million gallons of water per day, according to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute. Currently, the largest data center in the state is under construction in West Charlotte. Ajmera said Council just approved policy that will turn into guidelines for future development.
I'm pushing for a clear set of rules on our water usage, our electricity usage, quality of life impact, and ensuring that we protect our families and our residents.
Rules that will help balance innovation and progress without passing down cost to residents. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
I say, oh my God, he's a handicapped dog. I love him.
A North Carolina man who helped spread the message of peace finds a different kind of peace with a special friend. The story of Venerable John Manavong and his journey of peace with a very special friend. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Tomorrow morning during our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring what's in a name. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City, and if you miss any of our award-winning Hometown stories, you can always catch them online at qcnews.com.
One of the venerable monks who took part in the Walk for Peace now enjoys peaceful walks with a very special companion, a rescue dog. Storyteller John Lee captures their sweet and unexpected bond in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Wat Prokeo Naramith in High Point, blessing the food is a daily ritual.
This time we're offering the food to the monk.
Venerable John Manavong expresses gratefulness for the meal prepared for him. Along with the food, the man they call Yepo John is thankful for a surprising blessing.
I need a friend, shelter. They bring him to me. Yeah, he loves to run around here.
He's a rescue dog named Hopper.
Yes, look at it. They have. This mom said, I'm special.
The laugh says it all.
I'm so happy.
Before adoption, the injured dog had a leg amputated.
The dog makes you happy?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sit, boy, sit. Yeah.
Does he move pretty good considering the leg?
Yeah, he moved very, very good.
Venerable took part in a North Carolina stretch of the Walk for Peace that went from Texas to Washington, D.C. His orange sneakers stood out. Someone Yepo John met during the walk thought he should have a pet. Last month, when Guilford County Animal Services dropped Hopper off,
I said, oh my God, he's a handicapped dog. I love him.
He just went straight to Mike John. It's like he knew, this is my human.
Hopper was actually a shocker to the board here at the temple. They didn't want a dog here. And so Hopper actually went back to the animal shelter for one long night.
The board said that no, we cannot have dog.
I need him. Yeah, I need him. Yeah, he loves to play.
But after making a plea to the board,
come on,
he got his buddy back.
Hopper, come here.
Hopper was never far behind as Yepo John took me for a tour of the site, as if to say,
oh no, you don't work too much. Okay. He like my bodyguard. Yeah, he follow me all the time. Yeah, he loves it.
It's clear they need each other.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, he's happy.
Monk's best friend is almost like a credit card with endless, frequent smiler mileage.
Oh no, you get me.
In High Point, John Lee, Queen City News.
What a sweet story with those two. People have flooded the Monk's Temple with donations since the Walk for Peace. Hopper has received everything from toys to bedding. If you want to see more about that story, just go to our website, qcnews.com.
All right, with the NBA draft lottery coming up, some Hornets could be leaving the Hive, and the Panthers are getting themselves ready for their own draft. Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has those stories in your morning sports.
Well, it's time to officially put the bow on the Hornets season after hearing from EVP Jeff Peterson Monday. But one big part of the Hornets this season remains a big question for Peterson. With the NBA draft lottery coming up next, another pressing issue for the Hornets brass, managing deals, specifically trying to find a way to keep Kobe White in Charlotte. White came over in a trade at the deadline from Chicago and is set to be an unrestricted free agent next season. Peterson knows White's impact was greatly felt down the stretch of this season, and he shed some light on White's future here in Buzz City.
When we traded for Kobe, we envisioned him as somebody who's going to be with the Hornets for a long time. He embodies what we're about in terms of just, of course, on the court, he's a really, really good player, but the human being, his approach, his professionalism, he probably hit one of the biggest shots in Hornets history the other night, and it couldn't have happened to a better human being. Just happy for him, what he's been able to accomplish in this short amount of time. Sometimes I think people think getting traded is easy. It's very, very difficult. I'm excited to see what this offseason looks like. You know, he gets a full offseason with us. And then going into next season as well.
And the boys are back in town. The Carolina Panthers reported back to the facility on Monday to kick off their off-season training program. It's the first of 3 phases, which leading up to mandatory minicamp in mid-June. The Black and Blue also making some signings official Monday as wide receivers Jalen Coker and Bryson Tremaine signed their exclusive rights free agent tenders. Because they're back in the building, we'll hear from Panthers stars Bryce Young and Tedero McMillan and Derek Brown later on CSL.
Norfolk Southern returned to Old Fort in western North Carolina on Saturday, drawing a crowd of keen train spotters in the process. This is pretty cool. The return of the locomotive came about 1.5 years after the railroad infrastructure suffered damage in Hurricane Helene. The train made a stop at the town's depot to help celebrate the moment in the community.
That is cool. Whether you like trains or not, just a cool story. Now, look at this. This is crazy. Weather can bring baseball games to a halt, but this interruption kind of stands out. This is crazy. At a youth baseball complex in around Wake Forest Saturday afternoon, this dirt twister forcing all the players off the field before swirling right towards the stands. Look at that. Umbrellas and tents going everywhere, flipping some of those over. Thankfully, no one was hurt there. But, yeah, I can totally see why they decided to say, timeout, timeout. I mean, these things, they pop up out of nowhere.
They really do. Hopefully it didn't last for very long and play could resume, but that was
Wow.
spinning really fast.
Yeah. Wait till the end of the video, because it's going to go through the fence.
Here we go. Here we go.
This is why you need to secure the tent and put the sandbags on it.
A man went down with it.
Because look at this.
Boom, right through. Keeps going.
There he goes.
Oh, my God. You would not think when you're setting up before the first inning, Ted, that you're going to have to
Dodge
secure.
a dirt cyclone.
That was not on the bingo card. Yeah. Well, I'm glad nobody was hurt. But, yeah, those things spin up quick, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch out for. I'm not expecting any of the dust devils here close to home. Not looking at the same breezy conditions. It is dry, though, so keep that in mind. We hold on to the dryness. Northeast winds 8 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 50s. Dew points in the low 30s, so nice and dry here. Temperatures, we were in the upper 20s for Boone early this morning as our low 70s hold on strong around the Queen City. Mid 60s, Boone and Jefferson. We will be nice and warm for the peak heating hours of the day. I'm expecting us to ramp up those temperatures here into the upper 70s, low 80s, Jackson, Mississippi, Atlanta, Georgia, 80s through the Dakotas with above normal temperatures settled in really through the central United States. There's that ridge in the jet stream, orange indicating the above normal conditions, blue, southern Texas, East Coast, and even over California indicating the below normal temperatures that will settle in and take hold here for the remainder of your afternoon. High pressure dissipates over the southeast. We'll have this area of high pressure leak off the Atlantic coast, shifting those winds out of the south for us, increasing some cloud cover, not necessarily buying that rain chance for your Wednesday. I think it will stay more dry than wet. Just the clouds that roll through as we settle into the 80s. Midweek, Thursday ushers in more on the same with the mix of sun and clouds for the back half of the work week. Next chance of rain comes into play this weekend. Tonight, lows bottom out in the mid to upper 40s. We're looking at those 80s Thursday and Friday. Rain chances roll back in just in time for the weekend, bumping us back into the 70s Sunday into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Taking one last look at your pinpoint weather forecast here as we hold on to those 80s for Wednesday into Thursday. Friday and Saturday, we'll hold on to a nice warm finish to the week, and then the rain chances roll back in heading into the weekend as those showers bring those temperatures back down into the 70s come Sunday into Monday.
All right, so we just showed video of that kind of dust tornado in a baseball field. Now look at this. I mean, you can't have baseball without dust, tornadoes, and geese out on the field, right? I mean, this goose was on the loose at Wrigley Field last night, making his appearance, third inning. Here we go, Phillies, Cubs. Play continued, and the Cubs first baseman Michael Busch recorded a hit. Flew over the goose, startling it, flying away.
Bless you.
Man, I'm allergic to geese, clearly. This is crazy. I mean, we've had runaway dogs out on fields before. We've had people taking off their shirts, running around drunk on a field. There we go.
There's the goose.
Now he finally.
Oh, I hope he didn't get hit.
I guess he's okay.
No, I think he's all right.
It says he's lucky. Cubs won 5-1. So maybe the Cubs fans bless you. No goose down feathers for Jason.
No.
My gosh, what in the world? All right, there we go. Interesting video that we've seen twice now here on baseball fields. We got just enough time, guys, to send it over to Alicia Quarles, Liza Mahacek with Positively Charlotte. Happy Tuesday, ladies.
Happy Tuesday, y'all. So we have a lot of contestants that appear on game shows here in Charlotte, but today we're talking to a winner. This guy, Kevin, won $100,000 last night on the 1% Club right here in Queen City News, so we'll talk to him.
And it's crazy to see how he won this.
Yeah.
The answer that he kind of gave was incredible. But also we're talking about Charlotte-based brand Tucky and how you can adjust your clothes with them.
Yes. Good local stories.
Okay, we're listening. I like it. Keep watching as well. They're going to be on from 10 to 11. Have a great Tuesday, everyone. Enjoy that weather. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 4 a.m.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte on this beautiful Tuesday. We're back with another edition of Know Your Nights.
And Cher is singing a different kind of love song, the new addition to her family, coming up.
And a true champion, not only in name. We chat with one of the newest members of the 1% Club. Happy, beautiful Tuesday. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. We appreciate you tuning in. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahachek. Thanks so much for being here with us today. We're so excited to have you.
That's right. Okay, so let's kick things off because you know her. She's a superstar. But Cher's grandma era came as a total surprise. So years ago, Cher openly said she wished that she had grandchildren, calling grandparents more fun than parents.
That's the truth.
Ain't that the truth? Fast forward 7 years later, and she found out her wish had actually already come true.
So Cher recently learned that her son, Elijah Blue Allman, secretly welcomed a daughter years ago, making her a grandmother without her even knowing it. The news left her reportedly stunned and speechless, turning a long-held hope into a very emotional reality. This one is complicated, quiet, and heavy, but also a major life moment for the icon.
I mean, this is really cool, but I have so many questions. Why did her son keep the child a secret?
Yeah.
And it's kind of sad in a way because you miss all like the early fun years when they're babies and toddlers. But there's her boyfriend though, AE. He's got a kid with Amber Rose, who Cher considers like her own son. So you know.
So there's another there's another opportunity for another grandchild in the future. But for sure, I'm excited for her that now she gets to have, you know, that grandma title.
She would be a cool grandma. Do you, like, oh, come on.
Such a cool, imagine having Cher as your grandma.
I just want to go through her Bob Mackie outfit.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like imagine you're like, oh yeah, my grandma's clothes. I just try them on. And like, it's Cher's iconic outfits.
It's Cher.
Like,
that'd be so cool.
Amazing.
You can adopt me, Cher.
Yeah, please adopt us as your grandkids. But let's take a look here in Charlotte. Charlotte is saying goodbye to the Great West Side Fish Fry, at least in its current form. And for a lot of people, this one hurts. The beloved community event, which grew from a small pandemic-era gathering into a massive cultural celebration, just wrapped what may be its final run at the West Complex. Organizers say the festival has outgrown the space and development pressures mean it won't be back there again.
That's right, but it's not all bad news. What's staying is the heart of the fish fry, the food, the people, and the mission. Organizer Winston Robinson, who we interviewed on this show, says this is more of a transition than a full stop. The goal moving forward is to keep spotlighting local chefs, Black-owned businesses, artists, and community joy, even if it looks a little different and lives in new spaces. So yes, the West Side is losing an event, but the culture, connection, and flavor that make the Great West Side Fish Fry so special, that is not going anywhere.
Man, I know that a lot of people are down about this because it's such an iconic event.
It's an iconic event, and it's so funny because when Winston was in the studio, he's infectious, his energy, but people were coming in saying, we love that event, we're going to go to it. So I guess, you know, it's become so popular that it just outgrew the space.
That's very true.
All right, guys. Well, on Tuesday, we certainly like to know our nights, and we're doing just that with our latest segment. Take a look. Alicia and Eliza here, and we are getting to know our nights. We've got Duncan in house.
That's right. Okay, so tell us, if you weren't playing baseball professionally, what would you be doing right now?
So I'd probably be a history teacher. Ooh. I majored in history, got my degree in history, and I was in the education department at Iowa before I got drafted. So I'd probably be doing that.
Okay, we're always thinking about food. So what is your favorite ballpark snack?
Ballpark, I'd go popcorn a lot. Can't go wrong with a hot dog. But those are probably my main two staples.
All right. I like it. Okay, what's your go-to hype song?
No, now you're putting me on the spot. You know, it kind of really depends on the mood. I do a lot of like the dad rock stuff when I'm working out. So yeah, so a little bit of that stuff, just some, you know, the 2000s rock.
Speaking my language, it's good. Do you have any pregame rituals other than the dad rock?
Yeah, so I do a tropical smoothie every start. I'll get one of their like chicken and cheese quesadillas, one of those every start. An energy drink 3 hours before, and then start my routine.
It's showtime.
I like it. Okay, well, what's the best part about being a Knight?
I think this stadium is awesome. I mean, obviously you see the backdrop, it's super cool. Just playing here, and then a lot of the teammates are super nice dudes. They're always been very supportive when I got over here last year, and then just to start this year, they're really excited to be here, and as am I.
It's been so much fun getting to know the Knights. You know, like you go out there and watch them, but to get to learn the team and the people behind the scenes. I've enjoyed these segments.
And also, I'm just so excited for baseball season in general. It's so much fun. Can't wait to have a hot dog. Can't wait to have a full plate.
Excited for the food.
Yeah, those curly fries, that's what I'm fiending for. All right, well, this is cause for celebration. The Funside CLT is celebrating 1 year of fun. The Out of the Box Entrepreneur Group is hosting a night of creativity and connection at Heist Brewery with a variety of events.
That's right. There will be splatter painting on canvases, as well as founder Carrie. She's so awesome, you guys. Liza and I love her. She's worth going for. Tickets are free, but you can bring your own canvas and $10 if you'd like them to provide one.
It's happening at 6:30 tonight, and you can check out more info on their Instagram at the Funside CLT. When she came on the show, we got to splatter paint with her.
We did.
Very, very fun.
It was very therapeutic. You know, it's also therapeutic, the arts.
That's right.
And Blumenthal Arts has announced its 2026-27 season lineup. Okay, so the highlights include the 40th anniversary return of the Phantom of the Opera.
Sing it, girl.
The Phantom of the Opera. Okay, I'll stop. A new reimagined production of Beauty and the Beast. The Charlotte premiere of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Yes, Liza. The regional premiere of Oh Mary.
I'm so excited about Oh Mary. Also,
you and Ryan are, he's doing the same thing.
This is it is such an iconic show. It's huge on Broadway right now. It also just won an award for their West End production. Oh Mary is so
well, I'm excited for it.
I'm really excited to see it. But the Charlotte premiere of Peter Pan Goes Wrong, and also Buena Vista Social Club arriving in Charlotte following its Broadway run. So those are two big names as well. This season also includes Dirty Dancing and Death Becomes Her. So excited for Death Becomes Her.
My favorite is coming up though. Keep talking.
Okay, so in addition, Blumenthal Arts will also present 4 Broadway extras. A Beautiful Noise, The Wiz, which is your favorite.
Nope, keep going.
Heathers?
I'm excited for Heathers. I've never seen the production. I've seen the movie.
Heathers is one of my favorite musicals ever.
Okay, I'm so excited for that.
So good. The soundtrack, everybody needs to listen to the soundtrack. It's so good. Also, the Jersey Boys are going to be coming too. But Heathers, so good. But I also remember you saying that you loved The Wiz.
Oh, I love The Wiz, don't get me wrong. But I also love the movie The Heathers, and to see it in Broadway or Broadway-esque form.
Yeah.
But this is why I love Charlotte. Those productions are phenomenal. We got some good stuff coming up.
I'm so excited. Death Becomes Her, Heathers, like all of those. I mean, they have such a good lineup, but that's what I love about Blumenthal is that they always have a good array. There's something that everybody's excited about.
The original Wiz was Diana Ross, so this is going to be really cool. Something for everybody.
I love it. All right, well, fashionistas and thrifters, there's a product that can make any piece of clothing fit you like a glove. We introduce you to the Charlotte-based brand, Tucky, after the break.
And 2 comedy legends have teamed up for a very special delivery in an unlikely way. Find out all about their new addition to their comedy lineup.
And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We will be right back after this short break. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. Fashionistas and thrifters, listen up. A Charlotte-based brand is helping you tailor your clothes to fit you like a glove in seconds. Founder of Tucky, Brooke Knaus, is here to show us how it works today. And I saw you guys on social media and I was like, this seems like it can't even be real because you can tailor things in seconds. Can you tell us how this works?
Yeah, of course. Well, a little background quickly. We started as a brand that wanted to find solutions because the world is already unpredictable enough. So start your day in control of your closet. And one of our best sellers on social media is called the Stitchy, and it's like an instant alterations tool at home.
Wow.
I've got one side of my dress stitched right now. Should I show you how it works?
Yes, please. Let's see.
Okay, so this side, as you can see, is already kind of held open nicely. We're gonna open up this side.
And what are these little things that are sticking out the top?
These are actually just tiny little 5mm pieces of like little stitch plastic. What? And the best part is, so it's held open all day nicely now.
Look at that.
But when I'm done with it, or I don't like the style anymore.
Oh my gosh.
You just
So
pop
it's
it.
almost like a little tiny tag.
Exactly.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So this is great for people, especially for rental clothes.
Yes.
You know, if you do Nuuly or Fashion Pass, things like that, you can tailor all your clothes.
It's so funny, Nuuly has reached out. They want to start putting stitchies in their boxes. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I don't know
Oh
if
my
I can say
gosh.
it, but I just said it.
That's amazing.
So we've had interest, and it's so true. You need your clothes to fit you.
Yes.
Not the other way around.
That is so true. But also, what I love about you guys, you're based here in Charlotte, but you went on Shark Tank. So you are a well-known brand. Talk to us about what that experience was like also.
That was an amazing experience. And anyone who's out there who's considering going on Shark Tank or launching your own business, do it.
Yeah.
I had only been in business for 5 months when we went and taped.
Wow.
Which is just unbelievable. If you know, even the impossible is possible. So just shoot your shot. They're incredible there. They're
That is
so supportive.
So cool. But
Yeah.
so you have something that's also called the Tucky as well.
yes.
So, you know, you have multiple different types of products. Talk to us about the different things that you have.
Yeah, so we have a whole array of products. We consider ourselves like a product or wardrobe solution brand.
I love that.
So the Stitchy is one of our best sellers right now. But before that, on Shark Tank was the Tucky, which is a tool. It's like an elastic band, and you just adjust it like a bra strap.
Wow.
Wrap it around your waist, tuck your tops up and under, and you get this like hourglass shape out of your clothes.
Wow.
I invented this when I was postpartum and I wanted to feel like myself again. So this was one of our first products. Stitchy is my second favorite new product. And then just launched in time for spring and summer are our cuppies. These are adhesive-free covers.
Yeah.
So when you're wearing shirts that you don't want to see a bra strap, you throw a little cuppy on and you feel more secure out in
That
the
is
world.
incredible.
Yes.
And what's great about all this also, you brought some jeans as well.
Yes.
So how do you typically adjust these? Because that's another thing, is that a lot of times people say that jeans are the hardest thing to find that fits you well.
Yes, they are, especially the length. If you're, I'm petite, I'm 5'5", so for me, jeans never come in the right length. So I have an example right here. This is a full, the full length right here. We folded them up and under. If you want them instantly shortened, in a matter of seconds, truly, you can alter your jeans to be the exact length that you want, which is nice too. It gives you flexibility. If you want to wear them with a pair of high heels, you can take the stitches out and keep them long. With a pair of flats or sneakers, they're instantly hemmed, and look at that. See how secure that is too? So you can tug on this, put it through the wash, it'll stay. When you're really ready for them to be long again, watch this.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that so satisfying
That is
too?
amazing. But it's so nice because you don't have to deal with the safety pins. You don't have to deal with trying to stitch something up. And then also, if, like, the other thing is when you use these kinds of, bigger safety pins, a lot of times they'll leave like holes or something in your clothes, but like this is so thin and tiny. It's like you'll hardly even see the puncture, right?
It's microscopic. There have been so many knockoffs. This is my favorite product because it's taken on a life of its own.
Yeah.
But the real deal, the actual Stitchy, 5 millimeters long. It's so microscopic. Some of the others on the market are much larger. You'll see they're not as effective, which is why we really are so proud of the Stitchy.
Wow.
But like I said before, if you feel like you're not in control of your closet, all of these tools are designed to give you power back and start your day on the right foot.
Man, I love that. And you guys, what else is, even better is that you guys are here in Charlotte. We've got the information right there on your screen. So if you want to learn more, we've got, their Instagram there. You can head on over to their website. And then also the Stitchies available on Amazon too, right?
It sure is. Amazon Prime, same-day shipping.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Brooke. We so appreciate you sharing this with us today.
Thank you guys so much.
Of course.
What cool products. All right, well, Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, speaking of cool, they just got together. Another reason to brag. Eddie Murphy's son, Eric, and Martin Lawrence's daughter, Jasmine, have officially welcomed their first baby together. The couple recently had a baby girl named Ari Sky, making this one of Hollywood's most iconic family crossovers.
I love
Me
this.
too.
Eric and Jasmine, who quietly got married in 2025, announced their pregnancy earlier this year and kept the birth low-key. Now, Eddie and Martin are both grandpas at the same time, and yes, the legacy energy is strong.
I think this is so cool. Also because these are they're Nepo babies, but they're not.
Yeah.
They are doing everything so quietly. And I think it's just such a cool, cute couple.
They're like, you know what, we're gonna mind our business, even though this is huge news for everyone.
This is our baby. They gave birth to our baby. Yeah,
exactly.
So cool.
All right, well, on the other side of the coin, Haley Duff and Matt Rosenberg have called it quits after more than a decade together. The two are splitting after a long 12-year engagement, and the couple quietly ended their relationship around the start of the year and are now focused on co-parenting their two daughters, Ryan, Ava, 10, and Lulu Gray, 7.
And Haley's rep says she's asking for privacy, but as she puts her kids first during the transition, the pair got engaged back in 2014, but previously shared they never felt rushed to get married, saying at times that they took life and family as a priority. Not to make light of this, but it always cracks me up when celebs put out statements that they're getting divorced and then ask for privacy. Girl, we wouldn't have known this had you not put it out. But listen, it's relationships are hard, so a 12-year run is pretty good.
That's very true, especially in Hollywood.
Especially in Hollywood. Okay, guys, after the break, we talk to a real champion. Welcome to the 1% Club, Kevin.
And here's a live look at Uptown on your Tuesday. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back.
Here is the 1% question. What four-digit number replaces the question mark in this image? Kevin C.
I also put 1113.
For $100,000. The answer is 1113. 100.
For chicken dinner. Well, the 1% Club puts a fun twist on trivia. Contestants compete for a $100,000 cash prize for the right to call themselves part of the 1% Club of people who could ace every question. Our guest, Charlotte native Kevin Champion, did just that. As you saw, he won last night's episode, airing right here on Queen City News. Welcome to the show, Kevin.
Thanks so much for having me.
So first of all, last night you won with two other contestants, so you split the $100,000 prize. How does it feel to be a winner?
Oh, it feels wonderful. It's been like one of my life dreams to be on a game show. So to get that title of game show winner, it's going to be awesome.
How do you prep for something like the 1% Club, or was this literally a lifetime of preparation?
Yeah, I think I was a math teacher for a long time. So like logic and puzzles are just things that I kind of naturally do. So yeah, like a life prep.
For you, what was the audition like to get on the show?
So there was like a short video I sent in, and then they gave me like a quiz of similar type questions, and then there was like a virtual interview, and after that it was, you made it.
Why this show?
Well, one of the reasons last year, my colleague who works in the building, a math teacher, she won. So then as she started talking about how fun it was to do, I decided to just go for it this season.
So is there something in the water at that school? Your colleague won and now you won?
Yeah, I'm going to push for somebody next year from Decatur High School to win too.
Okay, so growing up, did people always tell you how smart you were, or like where did this intelligence come from?
Yeah, I think just sort of a natural thing. I never really in school had to study too hard, but kind of logic type things always just kind of came quick to me.
And how long ago did you film this, and what was the process like working with Joel McHale?
I filmed it in December, and it was a super long day. Like we got there at 6 in the morning and didn't leave until about 4:30 in the afternoon. And we were in the studio, actually, like on the set for about 6 hours with Joel.
Who did you tell after you won? Because it's a hard secret to keep. Not only that you were on the show, but that you actually won.
Yeah, I only told one person. That was my wife. I didn't even tell my kids because, you know, we of course had to sign an NDA. And so I didn't want them to have to keep my secret for me. So yeah, it was definitely a tough secret to keep for several months.
What do you plan on doing with your winnings?
I am going to try to get as many World Cup tickets as I can.
Listen, that's a good plan. You've earned it. Now, is the school doing something special for you? Because I think that's awesome that you're putting a spotlight once again on that school.
I don't know, because I also didn't tell many people at my school because I didn't want many questions asked of me. So most people didn't find out until yesterday that I was even going to be on the show.
Will you do other game shows? Have you been on other game shows?
No, but I would love to be on more. I will definitely start applying.
And besides winning, what was the best part of doing the 1% Club?
I think it was really just cool to see all the behind the scenes and kind of just see how the filming comes together. Seeing it, watching it back as like I was able to explain to people like, oh, this is how we actually got to this part of the show.
And what shocked you most about the process?
I think what shocked me most was how much Joel actually talks to the contestants. Like I think I talked to him for probably about 5 or 6 minutes and in the 30 seconds they showed me talking to him. And so that's why it took so long. He spends lots of times just kind of engaging with each of us.
That's cool. I love to see it. Well, congratulations. I hope you get a whole lot of tickets. You've earned it.
Thank you so much.
Hey, bye.
Bye.
Well, there's a lot of negativity and darkness in the world, but never forget that light will always show up where it's needed. Here's a great example of love and community showing the light.
Ladies and gentlemen, our king, Kurt Moore.
You've probably seen the viral video. A hero donning his crown. His prom crown, that is. Principal Kirk Moore was named prom king over the weekend, just weeks after taking action to tackle a gunman threatening lives at Pauls Valley High School.
He's a hero.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Just want to say thank you. God bless him. Thank you.
The moments leading up to it, tense. Surveillance video showing 20-year-old former student Victor Hawkins in the lobby with a gun. He immediately tried shooting at a student, but the gun didn't fire. Soon after, he got a shot off. Another student running away. Chilling 911 calls released to the Oklahoman last week start coming in.
Oh my God, somebody's shooting at the school, at the high school. My kid's in there. What high school? Please! People down at high school are getting shot at, please!
At that moment, Principal Moore took action, tackling Hawkins onto the bench and taking a bullet to the leg in the process. Moore holding him there until police arrived.
For him to take that action, seeing that, the danger to his students, to his staff, others in the building, that is heroic.
Frightening moments, fortunately followed by excitement and celebration just weeks later. Everyone happily together on a night they'll all never forget. Austin Brissett, Oklahoma's News 4.
That video gives you chills because those kids might not have been at their prom had it not been for this principal.
I saw this video on Instagram and TikTok a few days ago, and it just makes you cry.
Like, true hero. I mean, he just jumped into action.
And I think that also what is beautiful is that these students recognize how much of a hero he was to them. So I love that. And I love that he's getting celebrated
He's a
for
true
it.
prom king. Yep.
That's right. That's true. All right, coming up next, a toxic trend in your relationship. Find out if something called dry begging has entered the chat. Don't go anywhere.
You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We will be right back. Well, are you in need of some culture, art, and history? We've got you covered. We took a trip to the Shield Museum to see what's currently on display. It's fabulous. Take a look.
Some of my favorite exhibits here at the Show Museum have to be the farm, and that's because you can experience the live animals and you get to interact with goats and pigs and cows and more. I love being able to see all the different animals represented of North Carolina and North America. So in our North Carolina hall, you get to see all the different places that represent North Carolina, and we have a ton of snakes in there. Don't worry, they are behind protective glass, so you are not going to be scared. Walking through Dino Safari, it gives you the feeling of going back in time into a prehistoric time, and you get to walk among these almost life-size dinosaurs and really makes you feel how small you really are. We are a planetarium and science theater. That means we can show astronomy content, but we can also throw in things that you wouldn't necessarily think of with a planetarium. We talk about weather, fossils, human anatomy, and more in there. If the James Webb Space Telescope brings out a new picture, we can throw it up on the dome and show people what's happening in the world of space. The Show Museum has camps that kids can participate almost year-round. During our summer, we have a large, robust summer camp where kids can come on over. They get to do these really cool educational topics, but it's not like school education. It's a lot of fun. We also have some other mini camps like our winter camp, day camps, and parents' night out. So really, if you're looking for something fun for your kiddos, check out our website, showmuseum.org, to see what camp your kid's available for. What makes the Show Museum so unique is the amount of diversity we have here at the museum. You can spend a day here walking through dinosaurs, examining different rocks and minerals, looking at different types of animals, both live and taxidermy, from North Carolina to North America. So I think you get a very well-rounded experience. And then of course, you can always blast off into space with our planetarium. Here at the Show Museum, we host special events year-round talking about paleontology, fossils and dinosaurs, reptiles and amphibians, get up close with bugs, and we even talk about rocks, you know, because they rock. Our admission is very affordable. It is $12 for adults, $10 for youth and seniors. We also have options like the planetarium. That's an additional $5, but definitely well worth it.
Well, the museum is having a little Earth Day extravaganza on Wednesday, April 22nd. So head on over to their website or socials for more details. We got the info right there on your screen.
That's right. All right, guys, we're going to switch gears here because have you heard of dry begging? It sounds unpleasant. That's because it is. So if you've ever said this to your spouse, must be nice to have a partner who walks the dog in hopes they'd walk the dog more often. It's kind of like that passive-aggressive thing.
Have you ever said something like, I guess I'll just run to the grocery store on my own, even though you don't want to? You may be a dry beggar. Relationship experts say, don't do that. Just be straightforward and direct. Otherwise, it's a form of manipulation that is also something that narcissists do, apparently, because it makes you sound entitled. If you want your partner to do something with you, just say it. Tell them, I want you to spend more time with me. They're more than likely to be flattered instead of annoyed. So rather than being passive aggressive, just be like, hey, I'd really like it if you came to the grocery store with me.
We were talking about our icks yesterday. Passive aggressive might be my number one ick. What do you need? Don't do that. I can't stand it.
Just say it. And then also it's like, you're just gonna make both of us mad.
That part.
When you say it like that, you're not fixing anything.
Right, that part. I can't stand it, guys. Well, guys, a box office blowout and a classic continued. It's all in today's entertainment report. Here's Melvin Robert with the details.
We start with a three-peat at the box office for an out-of-this-world animated sequel. That's right, Super Mario Galaxy was #1 at the box office for the third weekend in a row. It has made more than $700 million worldwide. Stateside, the movie made about $35 million over the weekend. Project Hail Mary made more than $20 million, and Lee Cronin's The Mummy made over $13 million. This was its first weekend in theaters, followed by the drama and You, Me, and Tuscany. And now to a film that has yet to hit theaters. It was reported last year that Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman would be joining forces once again for a sequel to their 1998 film Practical Magic. And fans of the original must have cast a spell because the trailer for Practical Magic 2 dropped today. Take a look.
I'm sure you've heard of the Owens family. The ones from Massachusetts. The ones their neighbors whisper are witches.
You're the Owens sisters.
Yeah, everyone we love dies.
Oh, right.
A really horrible death. But I mean, it's not great for the Tinder bio. Everything's gonna be okay.
Everything's gonna be okay? Just like it was when we had to bury a corpse under a rose bush? That kind of fine or different? Different or same?
Practical Magic 2 hits theaters September 18th. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
We got to take a team trip to see that.
That's true. Nicole Kidman's getting her bag. All right, well, continuing with our entertainment, Scott Movie Mance talked Derek Drama with the cast of Landman. Take a look.
Now, I've covered a lot of events, and I've seen cast members gush about each other, but here at the Television Academy for Landman Season 2, a show about oil, well, of course, these characters and these actors are really going to gush about each other.
Every dime you ever made, I pumped it out of the ground, and that don't change.
But he's dead, Tommy. And now what? I was supposed to let his trophy wife go and try to pull permits from the Railroad Commission?
I feel like the second season, y'all really hit your stride. Do you feel that way working with this cast?
You know, yeah, I mean, I think anytime you're working with people, the longer you work together, the more you gel. But we had a pretty instant chemistry even in the first season, so. Hey, where are you?
At Drill Well 7. Dad, I'm playing on the house's money now.
No, you're playing with the devil's money.
So for once in your life, just
please listen to me.
Yeah, we feel the same way. I mean, we really fell back into the characters, and it was so much fun to be back with everybody. Can't wait to go back for season 3.
So many things about our lives that need to be fixed.
I think it's probably the most fun I've ever had in a role, working with my extraordinary co-stars. I mean, like, I just get to drive Billy crazy all the time. That's just my goal every day is how I'm gonna get a rise out of him.
How you managed to say the only thing that could possibly save you.
It's a gift.
Mm-hmm. What's it like working with this great cast?
It couldn't be any better.
It's a great little setup. I wasn't expecting it.
It really couldn't, could it?
No. You take a long, hard look at me. I wasted 60 years.
So we're just waiting for every single episode to come, and every single time we're just like, what is happening? This is incredible. Oh my gosh.
I thought I lost you too.
You know, season 1, I was with my parents the whole time. I was never with my peers. And so in season 2, to get to do that by the end was fun because it's we're seeing Ainsley grow up, and I was kind of curious, okay, what is she gonna be like when she's off on her own?
You know, we're always kind of playing tennis with each other. It's always, we all kind of hang out in real life too, so it really bonds us, you know.
Season 2 of Landman and Season 1 streaming now on Paramount Plus. From the Television Academy in North Hollywood, that's the Entertainment Report. I'm Scott Mance.
Well, a beloved Hollywood star's art collection is now for sale. How her legacy is finding new homes. More details on the other side of the break.
And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway right there. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back on your Tuesday.
Well, Taylor Frankie Paul from Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, she's not logging off, and she's made that clear. Paul is shutting down fans who suggested she step away from social media to heal. The Mormon Wives star responded directly, saying social media is part of her real life and something that actually helps her process, not avoid what she's going through.
So she emphasized that healing doesn't look the same for everyone and made it clear she's not letting strangers dictate what her growth or recovery should look like. Love her or not, this era for Taylor is straightforward, honest, and very much on her terms.
Okay, let me just be real. Girl, you lost custody of your children. Log off. Log off right now.
And she's right. Everybody processes and heals in different ways. All I know is I could not be on social media.
No, like I would be focused on getting my kids back, not like on posting on Instagram.
I think that also the other thing is there's so much discourse around her entire situation. I don't know how she would be getting on social media and not seeing something about her every single day.
Right, that couldn't be healthy for your mental health, but hey, if you like it, Taylor, we love it.
That's true. All right, well, on to a different star. Diane Keaton's legendary taste is getting a final spotlight. A rare and very personal collection from Diane Keaton's life is being auctioned off months after her passing, giving fans a once-in-a-lifetime look inside her world. The items up for bid reflect her iconic, eccentric style and creative eye, including fashion, design pieces, and collectibles that she held onto for years.
The auction is being described as deeply intimate tribute, offering clues into her personality, her love of art and architecture, and her unique aesthetic that made her a standout both on and off screen. For fans, it's not just an auction, it's a chance to own a small piece of a true Hollywood icon's legacy. She was just such an interesting person. You know, she talked about how she knew that she would never marry anybody because she's like, I'm not that person. I need to be my own person. And I just think she's somebody that really knew herself.
And I think that also so many fans absolutely loved her. She had such a profound impact on so many people's lives with her work. And so I think that for people to have the opportunity to maybe have just a little piece of her would mean so much.
It's very cool. This is also cool because American Gladiators is back. You remember that show. Each episode features amateur contenders from across the country stepping into the arena to face 16 powerful new American Gladiators. They're competing for a $100,000 prize. WWE champ Mike The Miz is the series host, and Roxy Diaz is the sideline reporter.
You grew up watching American Gladiators, and you remember, you know, Gemini and Nitro and Lace and all of the big gladiators. You're going to fall in love with our crew and our cast. I mean, they are big, they are huge. They train their entire lives for this. I just can't wait for you guys to see this reinvented version of American Gladiators. You're going to see your favorite obstacles like the wall and joust and hang tough, all of these great events. And then, of course, it's hosted by Mike The Miz and myself. And we have Chris Rose with the color commentary that I think that Chris Rose has elevated the game in color commentary and comedian at the same time. We were laughing at him the entire time. He's so good at it. It's a fun show. And you're going to fall in love also with the contenders and their stories and what they're fighting for and what they're there to prove and battle for and why they're trying to win that $100,000.
Mike, your turn. Come on, man. Talk about it.
My turn. I mean, honestly, you heard her say $100,000. That's life-changing money for some of these contenders are literally like, man, I really need that money. I really need to win. Others were like, I really want to test myself. And you fall in love with these stories. I'm telling you, there was one lady that was homeless, and she was in the armed forces, didn't know what to do with her life. Two ladies saw that she loved fitness. She started training them. She started developing a job, found a way in there and found a way through fitness. And now she's out to prove herself, to everyone out there that she can really compete as a contender. And you'll fall in love with these stories. I'm telling you. And then not only that, you'll fall in love with the gladiators. I know it should be bad guy versus good guy, but it's like good guy versus good guy. You're going to find a gladiator that you attach to, that you go, you know what? I like that steel. I like that neon. I like that ace. I like that ace talks in the third person like The Miz.
Yeah, he's a mini Miz. He is literally
Roxy loves ace. Loves ace.
So much. Oh my God.
Think of a Greek god, and then that's what ace is. Ace is like a Greek god.
Ace is like the poster child of looks maxing now, since that's like a thing.
All right, guys. Well, in some other news, Tim Cook is stepping down as the Apple CEO after 15 years. The company announced John Ternus will take over as CEO effective September 1st. Ternus is Apple's Senior Vice President of Hardware Engineering. He will join the board of directors when he becomes chief.
So Cook will then take on the role of executive chairman. Apple says that Cook will remain CEO through the summer to ensure a smooth transition. And this is the first CEO transition for Apple since Cook succeeded Steve Jobs in 2011. So a new chapter for an iconic company, and we're really excited to see what comes out of this new change in leadership.
Especially because he comes from the engineering side. I'm so excited to see what new products that he puts in the forefront. Taking all our money.
I know, seriously, I know. I'm hoping that maybe he'll say, wait, maybe we should stop changing the chargers for everybody. I'm crossing my fingers for that.
Facts, Liza. We're tired of it.
So, really tired of it. All right, well, since there seems to be a new health study out every single day, here's one for you, and this one's all about olive oil. A new study finds that consuming a small amount of extra virgin olive oil helps protect the brain. The research was conducted in India over a 2-year period.
And scientists found when the participants, who were between 55 and 75 years old, consumed extra virgin olive oil, they had better brain health. Aging slows down the brain due to gray matter shrinkage. This is a common occurrence, but researchers believe adding extra virgin olive oil to your diet can add and improve cognitive performance. So I solely cook with olive oil. So
really?
That's it. That's all I use.
I used to be like a solely olive girl, and then I realized how good butter is. And so maybe I need to do a mix of both. But, you know.
Well, you bake, so you need the butter.
That's true. But with olive oil, you know what I love is piece of bread, olive oil, some Italian seasoning, and Parmesan.
Okay.
And you dip it in there. Oh,
I like a little sea salt in there. Yeah, that's the good stuff. The good
Delish.
stuff.
All right, well, it is sequel season, and Ashley Dvorkin has the latest in today's Hollywood Nation report.
I test all the potential new family members with this machine.
The Fockers return. Jack Ryan takes on a new mission, and Spaceballs names its next chapter in the Hollywood Nation.
Give me Paul!
The Schwartz is with us again. Legendary filmmaker Mel Brooks announced the title of the long-awaited sequel, Spaceballs, the New One, at CinemaCon. Rick Moranis, Bill Pullman, Daphne Zuniga, and Brooks return, with Josh Gad and Keke Palmer among new cast members. It hits theaters April 23rd, 2027. The Grateful Dead are opening the vault. Nugs and Rhino Entertainment are teaming up to launch Play Dead, a dedicated streaming app bringing the band's legendary live archive together in one place for the first time. The platform will feature newly remastered recordings, including performances previously only available on CD, with new shows released weekly.
It's good to see you.
John Krasinski reprises his role as Jack Ryan in today's First Looks. The trailer for Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan Ghost War shows the CIA analyst pulled back into the world of espionage for his most personal and dangerous mission yet. Wendell Pierce and Michael Kelly reprise their roles from the series. Sienna Miller joins the cast. The film premieres May 20th on Prime Video.
You love Henry Fokker?
The circle of trust just got bigger. The trailer for Fokker-in-Law is out, the next chapter in the Meet the Parents franchise. Ben Stiller and Robert De Niro return, with Ariana Grande joining as the girlfriend of the Fokker family's next generation, setting up a new round of awkward introductions and family chaos. It arrives in theaters November 25th.
Should be an interesting weekend.
In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Well, don't go anywhere. This next video has us in a chokehold. Find out what's going on the other side of the world after this short break.
All right, here's a live look at Gastonia. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks for sharing an hour of your Tuesday with us here on Positively Charlotte. A powerful 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck off North Japan yesterday, prompting a tsunami warning for coastal areas. Now, video here shows shoppers' calm reaction to the earthquake at a shopping center in one prefecture before evacuating to the roof. Note that we had to stabilize the footage because otherwise your stomach might be a little bit upset watching. Authorities warned waves of up to 3 meters, which is 9.84 feet, could reach parts of Hokkaido, Aomori, and Iwate prefectures.
Oh my gosh, Liza, yeah, speak that Japanese.
We're trying.
Okay, but we can all take a lesson from the people of Japan. No one is freaking out, as you can see. Everyone is calm and collected.
They're just having convos.
Even when everything around them is chaotic. Be the calm that you want to see in the world. It's like the Brits say, be calm and carry on. Keep calm and carry on.
Yeah.
That's a high magnitude earthquake, and nobody is tripping over there.
They're like, you know what?
It's another Monday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're just gonna keep on getting our work done, and you know.
But that footage was making me like.
I'm amazed that they kept their composure. The way I'd be freaking out.
Oh, you'd be on the floor.
Oh, I would be on the floor. I would be losing my mind.
Yeah.
Truly.
No, felt. Well, guys, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you, and here's mine. This is just a sister appreciation. It's my sister Amber's 50th birthday.
50, the big 50.
Oh, you don't look a day over 50, Amber. Just kidding. Seriously though, happy birthday, Amber. I love you so much. We've become. She's always been my best friend, but even closer since I've become a mother. And we haven't fought in like 2 days, like a record for us. So
that's huge.
Love you, Amber Lynn. Love you. You're a great big sister.
She's
great
the
best friend.
Yes, Amber.
From everyone, Joey in the booth, everybody, the Positively Charlotte team says to tell you happy birthday, girl.
We love it.
All right.
Happy birthday, Amber.
Yes.
My closing thought for today is kind of the concept and the thought of, I saw this on social media where somebody said, if you could put your problems into a hat with a bunch of other people's issues, and you only had a small chance that you could pull your problems out, and maybe you could end up with somebody else's issues, would you want to pull yours out?
I would want to pull mine out.
Exactly.
Would you? Yeah.
And so it's just this kind of concept of like realizing not that you don't have any problems, but also that, it's all relative.
Yeah.
Exactly. So be grateful for what you have.
That's right.
And, we'll be here with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. We can't wait to see you then. Thanks so much for joining and sharing an hour of your day with us today.
Welcome to Order in the Court. Hi, I'm Queen City News anchor Brian Blakely, along with my man here,
Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rose. What's going on, Brian?
Always good to see you, especially on this Monday as we start taping here for Order in the Court. We got 3 good topics for you today. First off, we want to start off with a family that is suing a beverage distributor after their young teen, a cheerleader, a young girl, died after drinking too much of these energy drinks that had too much caffeine in there. And they're suing the beverage company because they say they didn't warn them enough about what was going to be in this drink before they consumed it.
Yeah, this distributor is who they're suing, and they're not the last folks to get sued. The company is saying that we anticipate potentially adding manufacturers, marketers, and influencers, but this is the distributor. So we're talking about a company that's out of Texas, Glazer's Beer and Beverage, local distributor of the Celsius Holdings company product that they sell in their locations. And what they're saying is that obviously, like any tort, it's duty, breach, causation, and damages. So that's going to be in every complaint. But then you also have defective product design, failure to warn, right? And negligent marketing. But you may be saying, Brian, well, okay, but they didn't make the product, right? The distributor has held for a number of years that, yes, a distributor of a defective product can be held liable, often under strict liability, meaning that if a party is in the chain of custody, that supply chain of distribution, that's distributors, wholesalers, retailers, regardless of fault, strict liability will apply to all of them. And it's crazy because this is like a law school type of exam when they're saying, well, how do you get liability to distributor A? They give you this fact pattern and it says a whole bunch of things about they didn't make the product, they didn't test the product, they never stored the product, but yet the distributor can still be sued and is under strict liability. That is a clear law school type of question, and this lawyer is doing good lawyering by adding every party that you can to the potential lawsuit.
Yeah, it's what we talk about quite a bit. Excuse me. When you have these type of lawsuits, you're going to go ahead and go after everybody you can. And the distributor here, they're saying that they didn't disclose the risk of consuming these drinks, and it's I believe there's over 200 milligrams per can in this Alani Nu that was consumed by this young woman. And not sure how many drinks she actually had, but still going forward, where do you think the distributor company where do they have to do the duty to warn for this?
And see, again, I think that duty to warn, that's going to be more to the manufacturer, more to the actual, maybe even the potential seller. But the distributor, they don't have a duty to warn. It's really going to be just strict liability. Were you in the chain? That's it.
Yes.
Were you in the chain, supply chain of a product that was defective? Were you on the chain of a product that failed to warn? So their chain, their claim, their defense will be tied really to the co-defendants. If the other co-defendants are found to have negligently labeled or have a product that was inherently defective, then by essence of them being in the supply chain order, they can be held strictly liable without have committed any negligent act, specifically failing to label or notify or warn.
This poor young girl, she died of after suffering a deadly cardiac event. Doctors and the coroners did say that she was caused by excessive caffeine consumption. And we've seen this type of thing happen before. I remember with a tea drink that was sold in a restaurant. But the suit here, what do you think goes next here is what happens? Because as you go down the line with suing everybody, do some of them drop off? Do some of them get dismissed? Or do some of them just settle?
A little bit of both. It'll be a mixed bag. There will be some folks that attempt to get this dismissed by filing a motion for dismissal under a 12B6 motion saying that you failed to state a claim. And so that will be your normal response as a defendant. You'll file a response, and you'll also file a motion to dismiss. Most claims are dismissed in federal court. And so that's us. However, these facts seem extremely good for this case to move forward on a negligent failure to label or a defective product. The portion that I'm going to have issue with is, did the label tell you that over 200 milligrams of caffeine was in the can? Well, the defense is saying, yes, we have that on the label. Did you have a warning that recommended or told kids that they shouldn't, consume this product? Well, yes, they had that as well. So then on the other side, you'll have plaintiffs saying, well, you had these labels, you listed these items, but that wasn't enough. It was an inadequate warning, that the warning should have been further, that talked about cardiac cardiac risks, I should say, and the risk to minor young consumers, not just telling them they can't or should not take this, but explaining what would occur if you take this. That's the type of risk that you had a warning. You had this label, but did the label go far enough? I think if the label didn't go far enough, that's what's going to take you to allow this claim to continue and beat a motion for 12B6 dismissal request.
But you have laws that should be stating the state laws, or when it comes to these type of things, for the consumers, when it comes to energy drinks, is there a certain statute out there that says you have to post all this?
This is going to be more under case law. This is going to be case law that requires that you have warning labels that are placed on there. Sometimes it's going to be the product itself. So U.S. Food and Drug Administration is going to say what the guidelines for the daily consumption of, caffeine on a day. I know it's 400 milligrams because I was looking at it for this story. So if a person is taking 4 or 5 of these drinks, you're well over the daily requirement for what they recommend. But you're asking, is there a labeling requirement? And the answer is typically no, that it would say you have a duty to warn, but the state or the federal government isn't going to give you specifics on what that warning should be. It's not like the Surgeon General warning on tobacco that's going to say, hey, this, the Surgeon General tells you that this tobacco can kill you or can cause cancer. Those are the types of things that specific warning will give. But for food or for energy type of drinks, it's going to be based on what tort law has established you should warn, and you have a duty to warn, or you have a claim that's brought against you for failing to warn.
Yeah, and it's certainly sad to see the family there at the press conference as they're announcing this lawsuit, to see everyone that is so upset and just to understand they lost their loved one. You certainly feel for them because it's heartbreaking as it is, and it was certainly a story that we'll keep following and see where that one goes, throughout this case as it progresses. Other thing we want to talk about our next segment, the segment is that guy right there. He is now, a judge dismissed his $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal over the Epstein birthday card from this past summer. We're going to talk about that one a little bit more coming up after the break. You're watching Order in the Court on Queen City News Plus Live. Welcome back to Order in the Court. Khalif and Brian here talking about some top legal issues that are happening as our court is in session. The second one we're going to be talking about today. Khalif, that is a judge dismissed that lawsuit that President Trump had filed $10 billion worth against the Wall Street Journal. It was a lawsuit somewhere where the Wall Street Journal, over a story that a newspaper wrote about a birthday letter. The president, his name was on it that addressed the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. But the judge dismissed that case today.
Yeah, I said this when he filed the claim that this was going to be when he brought it under defamation. President Trump is familiar with the standard for defamation. Himself being sued under defamation a number of times and bringing claims under defamation a number of times. So he understands what the standard is. And so you got to ask yourself, what is the standard for a case like this, for an individual like President Trump? The normal standard is that a person makes a false statement that they knew or should have known that was false. That's the standard. However, if you are a public figure, which President Trump is, the standard requires a little bit more. You got to go a little bit higher. It's not just knew or should have known and that you did make a false statement, but that you had actual malice when attempting to make the statement. The judge in this case said that there was no record that supported that there was actual malice being done with this story, that there was no attempt to hurt or harm President Trump when making this story, and they were actually just, reporting on what the story, how the story, where the story led them. So the court's reasoning is pretty standard for these type of responses from a judge, that the complaint didn't sufficiently plead that the defendants acted knowingly or falsely or recklessly disregarded the truth as required under the definition of the law. So that's why this was dismissed.
Yeah, and it was in the alleged letter that was Trump to Epstein. There was some salacious stuff that was kind of tied to Epstein's lifestyle. U.S. District Judge Darren Gales said that the president failed to act with legal malice, but he did leave the opportunity open here for him to file again. Yep. That's the thing. And President Trump said today that he would refile the lawsuit that was tossed out by the judge today.
President Trump says in social media response that the ruling is not a termination, but a suggested refiling of what he described as a powerful case, adding that he intends to refile by April 27th. So, yes, I mean, the judge didn't close this with prejudice, allowed it to remain open, giving it an opportunity to amend the complaint, or I should say refile the complaint. That happens a lot. Folks file complaints, and you can either amend it before a judge makes a decision. You may have looked at your complaint and recognize, hey, I got a deficiency in here. So you'll amend the complaint and then reserve it on the other parties. Or you go to court, the other side's asking for it to be dismissed, and you get it like this. The judge says, hey, you in your complaint, you don't meet the elements for this crime or for this charge or for this this law
claim, yeah.
My brain went frozen right after that second. But yeah, for this claim, just like in criminal law, there will be elements for each type of thing you're bringing forward. So if it's a battery, I had to have placed you in imminent fear of bodily harm, or I have to have physically assaulted you and hit you, right? Or for defamation, it's again, was the item false? Did you know or should have known that it was false? And did you act with malice? Those are the three elements. The judge said that, hey, you're missing the element of this claim, and because you're missing an element, you need to go ahead and file an amended complaint to fix the deficiencies. And again, that happens more times than you know.
So defamation cases like this that happen, especially with President Trump, he's known to attack a lot of his people that publish certain things,
yes,
write certain things, and say things on air. Going forward, do you have to prove in court with a lot of the discovery when it comes to going forward with anything of some of the, how do you produce it? Are there emails that are required to show you? Obviously, there's the work of actually how they got this story for the Wall Street Journal. Tell me about how that works with when you're going with your client. Say it would be the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, so you're talking about the discovery process. Discovery is depositions, interrogatories. Depositions is sitting down, having interviews with key people that we believe would have information. And so I want to talk to anyone that had touched this story. I want to talk to an editor. I want to talk to who wrote it. but also when you're talking about interrogatories, we're thinking about questions as a team that we want to ask the other side. And so we submit our questions and then they have to submit those back. That portion takes a long time as well. But then there's also what's called a litigation hold or litigation freeze. There's a litigation happening. You know you're being sued. If you have a legal counsel that's working in-house or outside counsel, they will advise you, hey, freeze all emails connected to this story. Don't delete anything. We have a preservation, requirement because now the court is going to at some point require us to turn over some of these documents. So we can't delete any email that's connected to this. So you ask, how do you figure out or prove your case? Because the burden is on President Trump and his team to prove his case. It's not going to be on Wall Street Journal to defend. They have really no burden, no proof to defend. It's going to really be on President Trump to prove that they acted with malice. So what the emails, text messages, answers in interrogatories, answers in depositions, all of that discovery process will help them prove their case. But it's going to be hard, specifically if you can't show that it was a false statement first. But then if you can get over the fact of making it a false statement, pointing to actual malice is going to be extremely hard. You're going to have to show emails, smoking gun type of emails that show, hey, we're running this story with the intent to, disparage the president, or we're running this story with the intent, and we know that it's false. That's the type of standard that it is for a person that is a public figure. It's an extremely high standard.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's going to probably happen again, as President Trump said he would refile at the end of the month here in April. That also causes a lot of legal things for the president to refile here because he has to prove that, right?
Well, I mean, he has an opportunity to refile, and so his attorneys obviously are scrambling right now to find a way to ensure that when they
can prove the malice.
Right. And so because if you had the malice, they would have listed it in the original complaint. They know the elements just like I know the elements. And so you would assume that they didn't have it. That's why you file it without it. And that you hope the other side, when asking for a summary disposition motion, doesn't catch it.
Or they'll just say, okay, we're going to settle or something.
I mean, yes.
Is that what?
But you don't settle a case like this without thoroughly reviewing the complaint. And when you're looking and checking to say, hey, do they meet all of the elements? If the answer is no, there's no reason to settle. Now, if the answer was yes, and they had actual malice and they could point to actual malice, and yeah, just like you've seen President Trump have settlements with a number of other institutions, this probably would have been one that could settle. But if you don't have the elements, we're not walking to the table to settle, especially for $10 billion.
Sure. All right, we're going to talk about this guy right here coming up on the next segment. That is Albert, the alligator, and its owner wants him back. We're going to tell you that whole story coming up in our next segment. You're watching Order in the Court and Queen City News Plus Live with Khalif and Brian. Welcome back to Order in the Court. Get our third segment of the day here with Khalif and Brian, and we are going to be talking about a New York man who he has abandoned a 2-year court battle to recover this guy, a 12-foot, 750-pound alligator named Albert. And it was after he was seized a few years ago from his Buffalo area home, and then moved down to a rehab or a sanctuary type of facility in Gator Country in Texas.
Yep.
But he's been wanting to get his gator back. You see, he raised him as a little baby there. And he says he's a big baby now, but he wants his gator back. But he says it was just too much to try to fight and get him back.
Albert is in better place than he was there. Let me say this. Albert got to the place in Texas blind in both eyes, suffering from spinal and neurological issues for his full body weight. Sanctuary staff said that it was primarily because he had poor health, because the water hadn't been changed in 7 years.
They said he built a pool in his
In the basement.
And so it was a makeshift little area where there it is, where he could stay. And he lived there for pretty much and never changed the water for 7 years.
But also was feeding him fried chicken and fish sticks. I mean, if you got a 750-pound alligator, you got to give him raw meat at the very minimum. So, and the crazy part is, this guy had a permit to keep the animal. He had a permit to keep Albert, and his permit lapsed. And the folks said that he just didn't get it updated in time. So to me, that's the part that's laughable, is that all he had to go through was the administrative and due process portion of this, and he probably would have saved himself, thousands of dollars in legal fees. I mean, because litigation,
if he would have done that, even after the alligator was seized.
Well, I think before.
After the alligator was seized, then he tried to fight to get it back, and then that's where he said, this is costing too much.
But I think before there is when he could have kept the alligator. He already had it from when it was growing up, right? And then at some point, permit expires in 2021. They took it 2 years ago, which would have been 2024, 2023, depending on the time. So, okay, they take your alligator, but it lapsed for almost 2. The agency said he failed to properly renew, even though he claims his attempts went unanswered. Authorities then seized it, but they said failure to renew was only one. They also believe that he put the public at danger while allowing people and children to see the animal up close. But then the third thing was that they put the animal's health at risk by giving him an unhealthy diet. And so I think
fried chicken and fish sticks there.
Fried chicken and fish sticks to a 750-pound alligator. I'm not sure if that's the standard, but my heart does go out to this man. He definitely seems like he was concerned and frustrated that his animal was taken.
It was his beloved pet.
We raised
him since he was a baby, and obviously that's not for everybody, but the fight to get him back, when you lose an animal like that, when you do something like that, the fight and the legal fees to get them back, you still have to do all those things like get the permit. And then how he just said, what is he fighting? What are those legal costs? Who's fighting him for the legal costs?
State of North Carolina, of New York.
They don't want him to have the animal back.
Yep. They're saying that even if you would have done what you're supposed to do permitting wise, you don't have them properly, and you're not taking the proper safeguards to ensure that he doesn't hurt someone else in the future by allowing kids or adults to be near him. So did he have an authority to keep an animal like this? I think he at some point, I think he did. Does he now have authority? The answer is no. And would they have granted it to him even after some type of lawsuit success? I'm not sure. And that's that's going to be the issue with something like this, where litigation just continues to go. As he said, like, they were never going to let me get my animal back, and that was hard to read, hard to hear. But to his point, I've been taking care of this alligator since he was a newborn, right? And so at least another year, a year and a half of stress and money is what it would have cost him, is what he speculated, and that cost was just too much. And so this isn't one that was, terminated based on the facts. This was terminated based on the cost. And most of the time in court, cost does that. When I talk to folks about litigation, I start at the very beginning and I say, hey, litigation is expensive. You'll put this money in our retainer, in our trust account, and we'll bill off of it. You may start with $10,000 or $15,000, and at some point there'll be nothing left, and then you'll have to re-up the retainer. You'll have to put more money into the account.
How do you decide? Yeah.
That portion is where it gets hard for people to say, well, darn, do I even want to go for it with litigation? And these are folks that have means oftentimes, but they're saying, do I want to spend $50,000, $60,000 on a case, or do I just want to let it go? And sometimes the answer is, I'll spend whatever it takes.
The man's heart here obviously did not want to let Robert go, but how do you decide yourself and exactly what that retainer fee is? Is it the case? Is it based on a percentage of what you think it's going to be? Is it the upfront type of research that you're going to have to do?
A little bit of both. And so I know I would say, here's my hourly rate. We charge $500 an hour, and we know to start a case like this, just to do the complaint, to draft it, to do the background, they take 10 to 15 hours just for us to start. And so we want to ensure that you have enough to cover that initial start and the initial, what would happen after a fact. Because every time we get on the phone, that's drawing off of that retainer. Anytime I talk to someone about your case, that's drawing off the retainer. And so recognizing that, okay, you're billing every, every 15-minute, increment, or every 6-minute increment, the payment agreement is listed. So recognizing that initial deposit can disappear quickly. And so I overemphasize that to clients because I don't want them to recognize that, hey, this is more than I pun intended, bit off.
Right.
And this isn't fish sticks or fried chicken either.
Right. Oh, the poor guy there. Both poor guys, as far as
Yes.
the New York man who is probably his heart was in the right place.
I tip
The
my hat
alligator,
to this guy, man. I mean, he
fought.
built a pool in his house for the alligator. I mean,
Yes.
that's commendable. I mean,
And he's probably thought, when that alligator got too big, how am I going to change the water? Where am I going to put the alligator for a little bit? And
I don't think he contemplated changing that water. And then, but to his point, let's be clear: alligators live in nasty swamps anyway.
True.
Are they changing out the water in the swamps?
No, they're
they
not.
probably are not.
But are
And
they
so
changing his diet from fish sticks and fried
they're
chicken?
probably not giving him fish sticks and fried chicken. So
Uh,
I'm with them on the water. I am totally against them on the diet. So yeah, this alligator went blind based on that diet. So yeah, I mean,
Poor guy had diabetes, and I don't even know if you could test diabetes on an alligator or something. Well, good stuff today. Hope you enjoyed watching Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Those are our 3 segments, and appreciate you, and thanks for watching today. Khalif, good stuff today.
Always, man, always.
You're watching Queen City News Plus.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. We are talking the upcoming hurricane season, the latest forecast here from Colorado State University. How many storms could we see and why? And just how warm could the earth get because of this upcoming El Nino that we could see? Could it be the warmest year on record? We'll show you coming up on Pinpoint Weather University. Meteorologist Brad Lawson alongside meteorologist Andrew Brightman. This edition of Pinpoint Weather University starts right now. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist alongside meteorologist Andrew Brightman here on Pinpoint Weather University on Queen City News Plus. Andrew, you've been a busy man lately on ground control. Yep. You've been tracking things at Artemis 2 here lately, and honestly, what a magical sight that was.
over the last couple of weeks. You and our executive producer, Matt Campbell, have been doing some incredible work on that.
I really appreciate that, Brandon. That was really interesting doing the live stream for the launch here. But I saw you being the tenured professor here at Pinpoint Weather University. I got a little adjunct basis here jumping on the show with you here today. And yeah, we were talking about outer space the past couple of weeks, but we're back to the atmosphere this week. And we're talking about something really, really important here, which is the upcoming hurricane season, which, believe it or not, again, roughly almost 6 weeks around the corner here, away from the official start of hurricane season here, Brandon. And with that upcoming, we've already got our first one of our first forecasts here for the upcoming season.
Yeah, it's just so wild how quick hurricane season is coming in, approaching here. And obviously, there's a lot of factors this year, potentially El Nino, and then you still have the warm ocean. Colorado State University, they release a forecast every single year. Andrew's got a calendar update for him every year to remind him of the day when it's going to be released. And this was their forecast for this upcoming season. Colorado State's forecast includes 13 named storms, 6 hurricanes projected, and 2 major hurricanes. Now, this is just slightly, and I mean very slightly below what we typically see during Atlantic hurricane season when you look at the 1991 to 2020 average. But it's still a pretty active season, Andrew. And obviously there's a lot of factors that are going to go into it. And to talk about those factors today, we got a special guest joining us.
Giving Fort Collins some love.
Yeah. Dr. Levi Silvers, researcher with Colorado State University. Dr. Silvers, man, thanks so much for coming on the show with us today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's fun to be part of it.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Colorado State University hurricane projections for this upcoming hurricane season. Again, we mentioned it's hard to believe hurricane season is almost here. We're just showing your numbers here. What are you guys expecting in regards to this hurricane season? We notice it's a little below average when it comes down to activity. What are some of the main drivers for that?
As you've probably heard, El Nino is the primary driver for kind of bringing down the overall activity. So that's driving our expectations right now. We're still quite a ways before the start of the hurricane season, and we're really a long time before the peak of the hurricane season. But there's a really strong forecast out there for the coming El Nino. And so if that materializes, like people at NOAA and the people who are looking at the observations in the Pacific, if it materializes as they expect, then we're going to have a strong event in the Pacific, and that will most likely really bring down the chances of strong storms forming.
And when it comes down to the El Nino projected, I wanted to pull up a graphic here that Andrew and I have been using here recently, just showing the warmer ocean water that is expected over the central and eastern parts of the equatorial Pacific there, and how that's going to lead to more wind shear out in the Atlantic Ocean. Are there any other contributing factors, though, that could maybe counteract the El Nino that's expected and the increase in vertical wind shear?
Yeah, there certainly are. One is it's not really a different factor, but just the reality that this is a forecast of El Nino. So we don't know how strong it's going to get. And so if things in the Pacific don't develop as we think, that could really change how what kind of final numbers we have for this season. But as far as a true differing factor, something that's different than El Nino that could counteract it, that would be the sea surface temperature in the Gulf region, in the Caribbean region, and in the tropical Atlantic. And so we'll be watching those sea surface temperatures closely, which are really connected to the low-level winds, the trade winds. And if those sea surface temperatures get really warm, it kind of go beyond, we kind of think of it as like a threshold, then that could kind of overpower what El Nino is doing. And so on one hand, we have sea surface temperatures that are favoring tropical cyclones. On the other hand, we have increased vertical wind shear from El Nino that is disfavoring tropical cyclones. So it's a little bit of a seesaw between the two. And usually El Nino wins, but not always.
Yeah, and with that, talking back about El Nino here, Dr. Silvers, can you explain just a little bit for the people at home how a moderate or strong El Nino increases vertical wind shear kind of in the main development area when we talk about the Caribbean, the Gulf of Mexico, sort of the Western Lake, how that kind of mechanism works essentially?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think a lot of people on the East Coast of the United States may not be very familiar with El Nino, and certainly if they do learn a little bit about it, they realize it's a long ways from home, right? It's really all the way over in the tropical Pacific. So it's counterintuitive that would influence the tropical Atlantic. It does so because it's kind of shifting everything that happens. So there's these overturning circulations in the atmosphere kind of throughout the tropics. It's often referred to as the Walker circulation. But in any case, there's certain regions where there's rising motion in the tropics and other regions where there's sinking motion in the tropics. And then between those regions, you have winds kind of connecting the rising and sinking motion. And when El Nino occurs, especially a strong El Nino, what it does is it shifts that whole pattern. And so it shifts where you have the easterly and westerly winds. And it turns out that the majority of the time, the shifting of those winds will cause the wind in the Atlantic and Caribbean region to increase with height more than usual. And so when those winds are increasing with height more than usual, you have a big change when you go from the surface up high, and that tends to kind of pull the storms apart before they can really get going.
When it comes down to the El Ninos, we've seen some very strong ones in the past. And sometimes, what we can tend to expect during El Nino events doesn't always happen. I was looking back at the 2023 hurricane season. That was a particularly stronger El Nino. And looking at that season, we still had 19 named storms that year. That was a particularly very active season, the fourth most active Atlantic hurricane season at the time, with Idalia making landfall and Ophelia making landfall. Idalia, the one that a lot of folks remember a lot, because that one, entered the Big Bend area of Florida, causing an impact to the eastern U.S. So you mentioned the ocean water temperatures, and we've been seeing that change here over the last several decades, and we've been seeing way warmer than normal water temperatures. Do you think that could lead to a more active season this year, even with the wind shear? I know you were mentioning a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it definitely could. And that's why I'd say that's one of the factors why our forecast is just a little bit below at the average and not significantly below the average, is because we don't know what the sea surface temperature is going to do. But the last several years, it's been really, really warm, and that has had a big influence on the hurricanes and the tropical storms. Right now, we have kind of mixed signals. And so right now, is this the current temperature that you just put up there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, these are the anomalies, yeah.
This is great. We have a figure kind of like this in our forecast, the full document, where you can see some regions are above normal temperatures, the warm kind of reddish regions, and then other regions are below normal temperature. If you look at, say, the 2024 season, if you looked in April, what this figure would have looked like, it was red everywhere, and it was really, really red in a lot of places. So we kind of have mixed signals right now. We wouldn't say it's for sure like gangbusters, the SST is off the charts, and it's going to, spawn all of these storms. But there's quite a few regions where it is above normal. And what's really key is what's going to happen in a few months. And so that's what we have to watch. And it's really closely connected to the trade winds. And those are very hard to predict. So I think you're probably going to see, as more groups put out forecasts, I suspect there will be some that will have average or slightly above average seasons forecasted, even though we have a strong El Nino coming. And if that's the case, I suspect it will be because they think the SSTs are going to get really, really warm. So we're going to have to watch that. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. But right now it's kind of mixed.
Yeah, and kind of talking a little bit just about some of the changes we've seen, because I was looking back at previous hurricane seasons. They're kind of a strong or very strong El Nino. And, Brandon was just talking about the 2023 season where he had a kind of a strong El Nino, still had an above average season. Yeah. And really, even we had a very strong El Nino in 2015. And even during that season, with one of the strongest El Ninos we've seen since the 1997 season, we still had 11 named storms, four hurricanes, two major hurricanes. I was just looking at contrast. If you go back to kind of some strong El Ninos in like 1987, 1972, those would usually correspond with well below average hurricane seasons. So I guess my question to you is it getting to the point where some of as Brandon was pointing out, the warming of the ocean water is getting to the point more and more as we've kept going farther and farther into the 21st century, where it's starting to overwhelm that kind of wind shear effect you were talking about that we usually see from El Nino, where we can still get now moderate to even strong El Ninos, but still average to even slightly above average hurricane season because of that warming of the ocean water.
Yeah, I mean, that's really an active part of research right now. So that's something that we are working on, not even just for the forecast, but just as a research question in general. Is there a threshold above which, if the sea surface temperature gets above that threshold, does that then become the dominant factor for a forecast? And so, we'll see. But it's hurricanes are a tricky business, especially if you're just talking about the number of named storms. And so total global number of named storms does not appear to be rising over the last several decades. It actually seems like it's decreased to just a little bit, and that's including the Pacific and all the other basins of tropical cyclones. But we know we've been getting a lot of very, very strong storms, especially in the Atlantic basin. So it's tricky to untangle exactly what's going on, but certainly the sea surface temperatures, that's one of the clearest things we can look at the average numbers. It's clearly much warmer than usual, and it's been getting warmer over time. And we have every reason to anticipate that continuing. So it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like it's important also to say we don't know what's going to happen with El Nino in the future. That's another really active area of research is trying to predict, are we going to have more El Nino? Are they going to be strong? Or are they going to be weaker? Will we have more La Ninas? And the verdict is still kind of out. There's a lot of theoretical and work based on climate suggest we'll have more El Ninos in the future. If that's the case, then overall we'd expect fewer storms in the Atlantic region, but more in the Pacific. There is some other evidence, though, based on observations that implies that may not be the case, or we might have more La Ninas. So that's kind of separate from the SST in the Atlantic, right, as we're talking about. But those are two big things going forward in the future. It's going to happen in the next few decades. We want to know what's going to happen with the SST. That's a pretty clear answer, right? It's going to keep warming for the most part. And then what's going to happen with El Nino in the future?
Dr. Levi Silvers, thank you so much today. Bringing us a lot of wisdom.
Yeah.
We were going to be, Andrew and I are going to be chatting a little bit more about El Nino and some of the other impacts it could bring here on the episode here on Pinpoint Weather University. But all about that climate variability, just when it comes down to La Nina and El Nino, and just how it could change hurricane seasons in the future. Obviously, hurricane seasons years they've become more active due to some of the record warmth, but the climate variability of El Nino and La Nina, we know that below average seasons are still possible. And as you guys mention all the time, it only takes one hurricane to make landfall here in the U.S. or even out in the Caribbean to create an active season.
Yeah. It's the climate variability is tough. There's always going to be really interesting research questions. Another interesting point here is if you look at the region over which this average is taken, right? It's from 1991 to 2020. We just took that from NOAA. That's what NOAA is using right now. A few years ago, they were using an earlier period from 1980 up through 2010. So that the average numbers then were different, right? That's a different period for the climatology, and they were lower. So the whole average is shifting up. And so our forecast is close to average or slightly below. But if you looked at the average from previous decades, it would look like it was even maybe a little bit above average. So that 30-year period, that's constantly shifting too. And the SST values you looked at, if you calculated over 30-year windows what it would be, you'd see that that's going up as well. So that also kind of influences whether we're thinking of this as above average, average, or below average.
All right, Dr. Levi Silvers, thank you so much for the show today. Andrew, if you want to reach out, that's the interview.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Silvers. Really
Thanks for having me. It was fun to be on the show.
Yeah, very, very good discussion. We're going to be talking, me and Andrew are going to be talking a little bit more about El Nino and just how it could warm the globe here over the next couple of years. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint Weather University. welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson alongside my good friend, meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We're going to continue to talk about the upcoming El Nino that's likely for later this year. We just talked about how it could impact the hurricane season. A really good discussion with our good colleague there, Dr. Levi Silvers over at Colorado State University. And now we're going to talk about the impact it could have on the globe when it comes down to heat.
Getting warm, Brandon.
Yeah, it's going to be toasty here over the next couple of years, 2026 and 2027. And Andrew, we've been looking at the charts here, and this is a look at the odds of El Nino. So this is the look from the Climate Prediction Center there from NOAA. And essentially what we're looking at the seasons here. It's always a little confusing when we first look at it, but if you look at the bottom there, that is looking at seasons. So you're looking at March, April, May on the x-axis for that first one. Then you've got April, May, June, July, August, and into September. So it's just kind of going month by month, or 3-month pairings. And essentially, you're seeing that big red bar there that is increasing as we get later in the year. And that red bar is the odds of El Nino gradually increasing for later this year.
As someone who knows a thing or two about odds, you'd say, Brandon, pretty likely here we're going to be in El Nino relatively shortly.
Yeah, we just had an episode about Calci on Calci a couple of weeks ago, Andrew, and I guarantee there's not much of a trade market for it right now just because everybody is probably betting on El Nino to happen. I think the big question with El Nino is just how strong is it going to get? And this is another chart that shows the strength possibility. So you still see the red bars that are increasing as we get later in the year, showing the odds of El Nino increasing. But you're also seeing kind of different shades of color. And I'll bring this one a little bit more full screen just so it's a little easier to see. So you see the darker red bar towards the end of the year. That is the odds of a potential very strong El Nino. We do think it's going to be at least a strong El Nino. You're looking at 1.5 degrees Celsius to 2.0 degrees Celsius above normal when it comes down to the water temperatures out in the parts of the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. But if you get that dark red shade, that means that we're looking at a very strong El Nino.
Historically strong El Nino.
Historically strong. And we're also hearing super El Nino, another way of saying it.
People just trying to get those clicks online, Brandon.
Yeah. Super El Nino has been the big story. I mean, I've seen it all over the headlines on social media, Andrew. Super El Nino incoming. This means very strong El Nino.
Yeah.
We have seen them before.
We don't overhype things here on Pinpoint Weather University. Super is not a real term.
Yeah, and we've had very strong El Ninos in the past.
Most recently,
happened
2015 was the last time.
Yeah.
And, we were talking about this last segment here with Dr. Silvers. Even in 2015, with basically the strongest El Nino event here, which usually, climatologically speaking, is supposed to drive down hurricane activity. So 11 named storms, 4 hurricanes, and 2 of them became major hurricanes here. And that was kind of the interesting thing. We're starting to see a little bit less and less correlation with hurricane activity. We're still getting a lot of activity developing here. And as you were talking about, it really only takes one, but might be seeing a weakening of that correlation, Brandon, between the strong El Nino events and what we see in terms of a decrease in hurricane activity in the Atlantic Basin.
Yeah, and I was mentioning it earlier too, Andrew, just about how it only takes one hurricane for an active season. And we showed that 2023 season earlier when we were speaking with Dr. Levi Silvers. And here's a look at that season again. Now, this is showing just one particular hurricane from that year, but this was Hurricane Idalia. It made landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida, right there about the Keaton Beach area. That storm surge of about 8 feet near the Steinhatchee River area. And then you had the rainfall events that happened over the coastal areas of the Carolinas, Holly Hill in South Carolina, getting almost 14 inches of rain. It was a significant event, and this was an El Nino year, a pretty strong El Nino, and unfortunately, we still had at least one major hurricane make landfall that year and a couple other tropical cyclones make landfall. Now, something we were mentioning just at the top of this segment here, we were talking about how it could potentially lead to one of the warmest years on record incoming, and it has to do with the Pacific Ocean being so warm. So, Andrew, we talk about all the time about how warmer than normal sea surface temperatures are a big factor out in the parts of the eastern and central equatorial Pacific, and that stored heat is eventually released into the atmosphere. As that heat's released into the atmosphere, it warms the atmosphere, and that could lead to 2026 and potentially 2027 because of how strong the El Nino will be into the new year, being one of the warmest years on record.
I'm already sweating just thinking about it, Brandon.
Yeah. And, El Nino, it can accelerate global warming in an aspect. And looking at this chart here from Climate Central, Andrew, we already see it, quite well here. The red dots, those are when we had very strong El Ninos. The blue dots are when we had very strong La Ninas. Those more light, darker blue shades, more of the transparent blue shades there towards the line itself is more of the weaker events. But notice El Nino, Andrew, whenever we had El Nino as a factor and it was very strong, the global temperature was above the pre-industrial average by quite a bit.
Yeah, it was here, and we can see it very strong. Obviously the entire trend is up, but there's fairly strong correlations here between El Nino years and above the line here, and then vice versa. You do see a couple of outliers with El Nino years being a little bit cooler than the mean average there, and same thing with La Ninas. But generally, when we have El Nino, it's going to be a very warm year generally here across the globe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And when you look at that white line there, that is the global average temperature rising above the pre-industrial average there. So the pre-industrial average, obviously you've got 0, but then as you're getting above that, just in 2022, just looking at some of the latest data here, 1.0 degrees above that pre-industrial average was the global temperature itself. And you look at the red dots here, notice they've been kind of helping drive that quite well, the El Nino. And also, we talk about the global temperature potential rising. And when you look at global temperature in general, we've had already some of our warmest years on record within the last decade here. I mean, 2024 was the warmest year on record. Back in 2025 last year, we had the 3rd warmest year on record as a globe. 2023, number 2. So, Andrew, the last 3 years, we've had the warmest years on record, technically.
Yeah.
At least top 3. And really, the only year missing from this list is 2021, I believe. So, obviously, we've been warming things up already. El Nino could just be boosting these temperatures up even more, and we could possibly be sliding 2026 and 2027 in that number 1 spot here in the next couple.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's going to be, it's just what we see here with El Ninos. It's likely going to be getting very warm. Also, really concerned about, we talk so much about it might be a very, very wet winter next winter here as we get to the West Coast here. We see a lot of moisture here now for my skiers and snowboarders. If you're already looking ahead to the 2026-2027 ski season, California could be a great place to go. Sort of the Rocky Mountains as we go Utah, Colorado, some of those areas along with California could be an amazing winter in terms of snow. But on the flip side, we talk so much about atmospheric rivers. We see a lot of those during El Nino years. Could be kind of a really dangerous kind of landslide season as we get up to portions of the West Coast with how much precipitation they might see. And that's what we see with these strong El Nino events. We have a very active subtropical jet stream.
Yeah.
And something that likely we could see here for the southern half of California and the Southwest.
Yeah, Andrew, and I'll just kind of pull up the maps that you're talking about here. The subtropical jet stream does get enhanced when you're talking about an El Nino event, and that can lead to wetter conditions across the southern U.S. Not really for us until we get to the winter season. So coming up after the break, we're going to talk about some of our main takeaways from this episode and just what we could be expecting as we get into El Nino coming up on the other side of the break here on Queen City News Plus. You're watching. And pinpoint why the universe. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Grant Lawson, alongside meteorologist Andrew
We're on
Greer.
an adjunct basis.
I want to say, I feel like you could be like a primary professor. I mean, you're already doing your thing on ground
I don't
control.
have tenure yet.
Takes a lot. You are a bright man.
Thank you, buddy.
You are a bright man. So give us your main takeaways for the episode today when it comes down to El Nino. What are you thinking we're going to see later this year?
So I still think we see an average season, at least multiple major hurricanes, because I've just been doing a little bit of research, talking with Dr. Silvers. The ocean water in the Atlantic is becoming so much of a driver here of activity. It's not to the point where it overwhelms the El Nino effect that in terms of driving down hurricane activity, but it's getting closer and closer. I still think we'll see multiple hurricanes, or maybe even multiple major hurricanes this summer because of how warm the ocean water here in the Atlantic Basin continues to get. Not historically warm, but still above average as we get closer to hurricane season. Then, as we were talking about sort of the global effects here with a very strong El Nino, likely going to be pushing us back up to an all-time record high in terms of global temperature as we get into maybe 2027 and maybe even the end of this year as well. And then, really concerned about the potential for flooding and landslides here as we get to the western portion of the United States once we get into this upcoming fall and winter with this potentially very strong El Nino.
I don't disagree, Andrew. I think we have probably an average season hurricane-wise, just because the ocean water temperatures are likely going to be very warm once again. And then El Nino itself going to be helping possibly boost some of those ocean water temperatures by warming the globe. And then you think about the Carolinas here, maybe some more nor'easters can bring us a little bit of winter.
Yeah, it might be too, I don't know,
We'll
with
see.
a strong and very
Yeah,
strong.
hopefully it's not
Usually,
too-
the Goldilocks, if you're a snow lover like me for the Mid-Atlantic, the Goldilocks, you really love a weak El Nino.
You want a weaker one.
Yeah.
But a strong one still could provide some pretty active tracks, though.
Yeah, well,
It's just going to be warm. That's the main thing.
You want to talk supercharged subtropical jet. A lot of those F words come one after the other, but supercharged subtropical jet could be a big thing next winter.
And this was a super episode
Yeah.
of Pinpoint Weather University. We've been talking about El Nino and just what we're expecting coming up for later this year. This is something we'll be talking about a lot here over the next several months. I'm meteorologist Brad Lawson, alongside my good buddy, meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Great episode, my man. Take care of yourselves out there. Take care of each other as we continue to navigate the earth together, my friends. And we'll see you next time here on Pinpoint Weather University.
People injured. What we now know about the collision involving a CMPD cruiser. Brandon.
It was a crispy start to the morning. Temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Even had a little bit of patchy frost. Might have had to bring the plants in the foothills and mountains this morning. We'll talk about just how much warmer, though, we're going to be getting as we head through the rest of this week. Coming up here at noon.
All right, and former North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper at the center of an investigation. Why he's calling the accusations against him a blatant lie. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Well, first at noon, the first case for one of the 6 suspected gunmen in a Catawba County mass shooting has now been postponed. So all of the accused are now scheduled for arraignment hearings this week. And the suspects each now face several dozen counts of attempted murder degree for allegedly firing at a crowd of at least 100 people last summer. So authorities now believe the June 1st shooting at a backyard pool party was gang related. At least 11 people were hurt. 1 man died. The shooting suspects are Garen Killian, Keandre Mack, Tolan Huff Jr., Zachary Bates, Isaiah Mitchell, and Charles Kincaid. Well, Queen City News was in court today for Mack's appearance, and we spoke with family members bracing themselves for the case. Here's what they had to say.
He's so young, he deserves a chance. We talk about the lives that were distraught and traumatic out there. You know, now at this point, it's traumatic to him too. And I'm not telling nobody, hey, fend for him. He did wrong. His part says wrong, but I don't think they're wrong that you condemn him, cast a young man to the side, not give him a chance to be sorry for what happened.
Well, Mac's next hearing will now be November 22nd. The other suspect, Zoe Braswell, is now charged with accessory after the fact for her alleged part in helping the accused get away from the scene. Officials say evidence suggests at least 80 rounds were fired, hitting houses, trees, and nearby cars. Well, as the details in this investigation unfold, we spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes this morning about how details could impact sentencing in this case. Here's what he had to say.
North Carolina, we have something called, we have structured sentencing. And so for a case, you could start within something called the presumptive range. That's the middle. And then you can either downward departure to the mitigated range. And that's if you find something in their background like substance abuse, mental health issues, you know, things like that. But you also can go to the aggravated range if you find something like children being involved or gang-related activity. There are a number of factors that are there that can get you to go one way or the other. If it's an open plea, which is extremely dangerous on the defense side, then the court can make their own determination if they'll go up or down. So typically you want to have that decided before you get to court with both defense and prosecution.
And for that full conversation with Khalif, you can be able to head over to our website at qcnews.com. All right, new at noon right now, Union County officials are now implementing stage 1 of its water shortage response plan due to worsening drought conditions. And in an announcement today, residents are being asked to conserve water in multiple ways, ranging from installing water-saving devices, taking shorter showers, as well as limiting the use of dishwashers and washing machines. So the last time Union County implemented stage 1 conditions was in 2023. All right, now for a check outside as we bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. So despite these dry conditions, we are seeing a comfortable start to the afternoon, albeit a little chilly, but it's just, you know, it's beautiful when you look outside. A little nippy for me, but, you know, we're getting a little bit warmer. Brandon?
I feel like you're still feeling the chill from this morning. Yeah, you know, I feel like our building, I mean, if it's cold outside, it's cold here. If it's hot outside, it's hot here. I don't know if that's the way it's supposed to work, but, you know, you got temperatures in the 20s in the mountains, 30s in the foothills, and then down towards Charlotte, temperatures in the lower 40s earlier this morning. So, again, it was a very cold start across the region, especially up in the foothills and mountains where we had a little bit of frost and freeze up in the mountains. Now, satellite right now, you can see clear skies, visible satellite. And again, when you have clear skies at night, that allows temperatures to cool down pretty quickly because nothing's blocking that radiation from escaping into the atmosphere. Radar remains clear. Same story, different day, dry conditions, temperatures 50s in the mountains right now. So we are recovering from those upper 20s and low 30s earlier this morning. And then towards Charlotte and southeast of I-85, temperatures right around 60 degrees. But we're still in the 50s in Charlotte. We have 61 in Monroe, 64 Lancaster. So we are going to be gradually warming up today to the lower 70s, if not the upper 60s. It's a comfortable afternoon. Not too hot, not too cold. It will be very comfortable, mostly sunny skies as well. And then later tonight, we've got clear skies and another chilly night. Temperatures dropping back into at least the mid to upper 40s. Southerly breeze, very light, but conditions will be perfect for the red meteor shower that will be peaking later tonight. We'll talk about the viewing conditions for it, and we'll also be discussing temperatures heating back up in the 80s soon when that happens. Coming up in just a bit, Alicia.
Thank you, Brandon. New at noon right now. An investigation is underway after a shooting that killed a teenager in Kannapolis. Well, it happened last night at a home on Coldwater Lane. Police responding to the shooting say that they found 17-year-old Legend Benjamin dead at the scene. Details very limited at this time, but officials say a red SUV was seen leaving the area. So anyone with information on the shooting is asked to contact authorities.
Parents, adults, whoever, it's not just our job to investigate these crimes, but also to tell you what's going on.
Strong words from Winston-Salem police after a deadly mass shooting that began with a fight, took the lives of 2 teenagers and injured 5 others. So this happened yesterday. We brought it to you as breaking news during our noon show. Officers now say they were called to a park where they say a planned fight ended in gunfire. One of the deceased victims, 16-year-old Daniel Millen, was also found dead in the park. 17-year-old Arubi Medina was also found dead in a parking lot. Police say a 14, 15, and 17-year-old girl, along with a 19-year-old woman and an 18-year-old man, were also injured in the shooting. And authorities say their injuries range from minor to critical. and no one is in custody at this time. 4 people are now hurt after a crash involving a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police cruiser. This happened this morning at the intersection of Pineville-Matthews Road and Carmel Road. Medic confirms that 1 person suffered life-threatening injuries. 3 others were also taken to a local hospital for treatment. But it's unclear right now if the CMPD officer was one of the people hurt in this crash. And there's no word right now on what led up to the crash at this time, but portions of that intersection, they were closed as crews cleared the scene. Now they have since reopened. A lawsuit settlement that former North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper signed during the COVID-19 pandemic, releasing some people from state prisons, is now under investigation. So in an announcement today, Republican lawmakers announced a new oversight committee targeting the settlement. A spokesperson for the Cooper campaign now calls the claims from Republicans blatant lies. That's a quote. Cooper, a Democrat, is now currently running for the state's open U.S. Senate seat. So this is a developing story. In our next half hour, Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes will weigh in on this investigation. And Governor Josh Stein is now announcing his revised budget request through the summer of 2027. So Governor Stein just held a news conference releasing his recommended budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. And he's calling for $2.3 billion to support teacher raises and also education. The Republican-controlled General Assembly has not passed biennial budget, keeping the state at spending levels from the past fiscal period. So the House and the Senate have now also have dueling budget plans. Governor Stein also wants more funding for law enforcement and state employees, Medicaid, and additional money for Hurricane Helene recovery. Meanwhile, with all this, North Carolina lawmakers have a lot to be able to get done as they now return for a short session today. Officials believe the General Assembly can now reach an agreement for a state budget. And right now, North Carolina is operating on a continuing resolution based on the 2023 budget after lawmakers finished the long session without passing a new one. So while Republicans say the new budget priorities should be tax cuts and lower spending, Democrats say the budget needs to focus on people and health care.
Folks with disabilities who rely on Medicaid-funded services just for their day-to-day living, that they would be without the supports and services that they need. And that's very dramatic. If you're somebody who has a disability and you need assistance with personal care on a daily basis, it's a pretty dramatic thing to be facing the loss of those services.
So there's no shortage on topics on today's agenda, including property taxes. In our next half hour, though, we're going to hear why officials want to stop sharp increases in property taxes and how it could affect services in local communities. Local school leaders are also expressing their disappointment in the decision to merge 3 local school districts. So over 50 people showed up to last night's meeting to speak out on the issue. And the proposal puts Catawba County, Hickory City, and Newton-Conover City Schools together all as one district. County leaders say the merger is aimed at helping the smaller districts facing enrollment and funding declines. District leaders had pushed back on that claim, saying that their enrollments are steady and that the merger would decrease funding. Even with the approval last night, though, the merger still needs to be approved by the state. So in a statement today, Hickory school leaders say they're disappointed by the decision, but will continue to make their voices heard as discussions move to the state level. 7 South Carolina Republicans are now running for governor this year, and 6 of them will then face off tonight in their party's debate ahead of the GOP primary that's going to be held on June the 9th. And that event will be at the College of Charleston. So they are in alphabetical order: Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett, State Senator Josh Kimbrell, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, Congressman Ralph Norman, businessman Ron Reddy, and also State Attorney General Alan Wilson. Of course, we're going to bring you the highlights of the debate tonight on Queen City News at 10. South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace pushing to be able to get a fellow lawmaker out of office, while she claims he violated his position in office. And as thousands of residents are asked to cut back on water use, what about the facilities that use way more than an average home? We take a closer look at who is supposed to track water use at data centers during a drought. Brandon.
Got another cool day ahead today. Temperatures only in the 60s and low 70s, but we're going to be heating back up like CJ McCollum and Madison Square Garden last night. Temperatures back in the 80s again soon. We'll let you know when. Coming up in just a bit.
All right, that was hot. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in Charlotte. Welcome back. Well, groups opposed to a new data center in East Charlotte say that their public pressure is working, and now they want city leaders to do their part to stop the project. And they held a news conference last night at the Government Center in Uptown ahead of last night's council meeting. The group is now opposed to a plan from developer American Tower to build a 40,000 square foot data center near Reedy Creek Nature Preserve. And it would also be a fraction of the size of other centers, using less electricity and water, while supporting growing demand for data and artificial intelligence. But protesters are concerned about the impact on their community.
The noise pollution, the environmental damage, like the excessive use of water, all of these are extremely harmful, and also the skyrocketing of utilities prices. I think these are all things that we'll have to bear the burden of.
So the developer postponed their rezoning request for last night's council meeting, and it's been rescheduled now for May the 18th. But North Carolina's largest data center is under construction in West Charlotte, and the 156-acre site on Moore's Chapel right now off of Wilkinson Boulevard will be big enough for a 3 million square foot facility. It could also draw lots of water from the Catawba River. Well, Queen City News anchor Will Lewis looks into who protects the valuable resource while managing growth in the Queen City.
With communities being asked to voluntarily cut back on water use, imagine a data center pulling resources from the Catawba River. And is there a plan to protect that? With more data center applications going in front of Charlotte City Council, two resources are at a premium: electricity and water.
No growth should come at the expense of our communities. So we need to look at the location. We must look at the impact. We must look at our electricity usage and water usage to ensure that we are not passing the cost down to our residents.
Water has been more in the forefront, with parts of the area currently in an extreme drought. Councilwoman Dimple Ajmira says Council, Charlotte Water, and Duke Energy look at the potential use, but restrictions need to be in place for times like this.
If families are being asked to conserve, we have a responsibility to make sure large-scale developments like data centers are not putting additional strain on our infrastructure like water.
Large data centers can consume up to 5 million gallons of water per day, according to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute. Currently, the largest data center in the state is under construction in West Charlotte. Ajmer said council just approved policy that will turn into guidelines for future development.
I'm pushing for a clear set of rules on our water usage, our electricity usage, quality of life impact, and ensuring that we protect our families and our residents.
Rules that will help balance innovation and progress without passing down cost to residents. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
So globally, the U.S. holds a clear lead when it comes to AI infrastructure, with more than 5,000 data centers compared to China's 449. By the end of 2025, overall AI data center power consumption hit 29.6 gigawatts, enough for all of New York State. However, in terms of AI performance, the U.S. and China are neck and neck. Let's take a live look here over Independence Boulevard as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, so we look outside right now, 57 degrees here in the Queen City. Kind of chilly, but a lot of people are liking this kind of weather.
Yeah, overall, I mean, it's definitely a nice cool down from the hot stretch of weather we had last week, and also from the hotter day we had on Saturday, the highest day of the year so far at 90 degrees, the first time we hit 90 so far. Then after that, temperatures are kind of falling off a cliff a little bit. You know, we're back in the 50s right now in the mountains and foothills here at lunch, and even Charlotte's still at 59 degrees with some low 60s southeast of Charlotte for Monroe, Wadesboro, down to Lancaster and Chester. And I expect us to get at least into the 60s and low 70s later today around Charlotte with mid 60s in the mountains. Now the wind isn't as strong as yesterday, gusts around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Yesterday we had gusts around 30, so that is some good news. Again, high pressure is just kind of sagging down to the south over us, but man, that is clearing out the skies over the eastern U.S. Got a little dry frontal boundary back to our northwest over the Great Lakes. Really the only rain we're tracking in the U.S. right now over Dallas and then parts of the northwest Pacific dealing with some showers right now. And rain chances will stay low here really for the next few days, and then we'll get some scattered showers and storms as early as Saturday. That'll kind of help out a little bit with some downpours here and there, but unfortunately we're going to be kind of drier after that. And I just kind of want to show you what this trend looks like. Saturday, scattered showers and storms. So if you're heading to the NHRA drag racing events on Saturday, could have a downpour or two, maybe delay things briefly. And again, something to watch as we go into Sunday. It looks like Sunday's trending a little drier. If you have outdoor plans Sunday, I actually think most of us are going to be staying dry. And then as we go into Monday, could have a few isolated showers and storms, but there's going to be a front early next week, maybe around Tuesday or Wednesday, that tries to push through here. It's just going to be a matter of how much moisture it has with it. Something we'll keep an eye on here in the early next week. Most of the rain, though, going to be west of us, St. Louis, Atlanta, Omaha. They're going to be getting the good downpours here right along the Mississippi River. And then as you're getting further east, yeah, we've got green there, but not everybody's going to be seeing a lot of rain here in the Carolinas. There might be a downpour that creates a half an inch or so somewhere this weekend on Saturday, but otherwise most of us are going to see maybe a tenth of an inch, if that, through the weekend. So there is a potential for a more active weather pattern, though, later this month into early May. We are trending a little bit towards at least slightly above average precipitation, but again, we need a lot of rain, and we need it very soon as the drought continues to get worse. Temperatures tonight dropping back into the 40s. It will be chilly tomorrow morning, but it will be noticeably a little warmer too. It'll be a little bit more comfortable if you're not a fan of the colder weather. Tonight too, great night to view the Lorids meteor shower. It peaks tonight through early Wednesday morning, and again, you can view this until April 30th, but best to view these tonight. Forecast, clear skies, crescent moon tonight. Crescent moon helps out because when you don't have a full moon, it's a little bit darker in the sky. It gives a little bit of a better viewing. Best to view this under darker sky, 10 o'clock and afterwards. Direction will look northeast or east, so then you can see about 10 meters per hour. You'll see on social media, 100 meters per hour. It's not happening. You're not going to be able to see 100 meters per hour, mainly due to light pollution. Some of these meters could be a little low in the horizon. Tomorrow's highs in the low to mid 80s, so we are warming up with low 70s towards the mountains. So mid 80s tomorrow, and then we'll keep mid 80s in the forecast really into the weekend with some shower and storm chances as we head towards the weekend as well. Early next week, we'll kick temperatures back down towards the mid 70s, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. So one of the biggest companies in the world now cleaning house, why Facebook's parent company is letting more workers go. And the federal government's new tariff refund portal already hit a snag. The complaints being reported just 24 hours after launching. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look over Independence Boulevard. Your time now is 12:21, 57 degrees outside right now. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The federal government's new tariff refund portal is up and running, but some businesses already have complaints about it. So U.S. Customs and Border Protection launched the system yesterday to repay billions after the Supreme Court struck down certain tariffs. But some users are reporting error messages or just can't access the site at all. CBP says it's looking into the issues as the company's now trying to be able to claim a share of the $175 billion. 56,000 businesses have registered to receive tariff refunds. Meta is now reportedly planning sweeping layoffs starting next month. First round is expected on May 20th, and there are also more planned for later on this year. 8,000 employees will be impacted, and that's about 10% of the company's global workforce. According to a report from Reuters, this year's layoffs will be the most significant restructuring for Meta since 2022 and 2023, when the company eliminated around 21,000 jobs. So the cuts now come as Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg continues to reshape the company by investing in AI tools. Apple is preparing for a huge leadership change. Tim Cook has led the company since 2011 after succeeding Steve Jobs. Well, he says that he is now stepping down as CEO on September the 1st. Under the 65-year-old's leadership, though, Apple's market value soared by more than $3.6 trillion. Senior VP of Hardware Engineering John Turnus now will take over in that spot, but Cook isn't going away. His new title will be Executive Chairman. North Carolina lawmakers want to stop sharp increases in property taxes, why school officials oppose the plan, and how it could affect the services in local communities. We'll talk about it all next. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The top stories that we're following at this hour right now, an investigation is underway after a shooting that killed a teenager in Kannapolis. It happened last night at a home on Coldwater Lane. Police responding to the shooting say that they found 17-year-old Legend Benjamin dead at the scene. Details are limited, but at this time, officials say a red SUV was seen leaving the area. So anyone with information on the shooting is asked to contact authorities. And the first case for one of the 6 suspected gunmen in a Catawba County mass shooting has now been postponed until November. All of the accused are now scheduled for an arraignment hearing this week, and the suspects each face several dozen counts of attempted first-degree murder for allegedly firing at a crowd of at least 100 people last summer. Authorities now believe that the June 1st shooting at a backyard pool party was gang-related. At least 11 people were hurt and one man died. 3 local school districts could actually merge. So a new proposal puts Catawba County, Hickory City, and Newton-Conover City Schools together all as one district. County leaders say the merger is aimed at helping the smaller districts facing enrollment and funding declines. The district leaders had pushed back on that claim, saying the merger would decrease funding. The merger still needs to be approved by the state. Let's take a live look here over at Gaston County. Time now 12:29, 59 degrees outside as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, so not as cold tonight. That's what we're going to talk about now, and also still very dry out there.
Yeah, temperatures still be in the 40s, but it's just not going to be as chilly as it was this morning. I mean, this morning, Alicia, we had a lot of temperatures back in the 30s, below freezing in the mountains, so it won't be cold enough for frost or freezing conditions like we saw last night, but still going to be a little chilly out there as you wake up tomorrow morning. We are trying to warm up from the chill that we had this morning. We're in the 50s in the mountains. We got some low 60s starting to pop up in the foothills. Morganton at 60, 59 in Hickory, 58 in Statesville. We're finally up to 61 degrees in Charlotte, and as you get southeast of Charlotte, we've got some mid-60s over Wadesboro and Sherall. And today's high temperatures, again, will balance out around the lower 70s, very similar to yesterday. I've got high temperatures in the mountains in the mid-60s. So high pressures well in control of the area. Clear skies. We have a front back to our northwest. That dry frontal boundary, we'll try to skirt through here through the middle of the week, but not going to bring any rain chances. So radar as it is right now will stay dry across the area until maybe the weekend. The weekend we might get some rain chances around. Obviously the big 3 reasons for rain: extreme wildfire risk right now. Gardening season, man, it's tough for them, and also livestock as well. Pollen is everywhere. We need rain in a hurry. I'll let you know when we could see a few showers and maybe even some thunderstorms in the forecast coming up in just a bit, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Hundreds of parents and teachers in Gaston County say they are just fed up with the school board. So this all comes as the district faces a $10 million budget shortfall and in the aftermath of anti-Islamic comments made by a board member. A Queen City News anchor, Caroline Boyer, was in Gastonia as those frustrated residents showed up last night at the school board meeting to share their concerns.
I just want people to know what's happening. That's really why I came here, and to support my teachers.
The evening started with about 50 protesters, both young and old, chanting and holding signs outside the district office ahead of the school board meeting. Some in protest of the layoffs and budget cuts district officials are making.
Next year I will be working with both middle school and elementary school students, which is a ratio of 1 school counselor to 1,000 students.
My student goes to Highland, and one of his teachers just lost her position. She's a theater teacher, and so that's very upsetting.
Others to demand board member Todd Kinlaw resign after an anti-Islamic Facebook post.
What some are forgetting is that you do have the freedom of speech, okay? But Todd Kinlaw's position is you represent all children.
There was one person who showed up to back Kinlaw and got into a clash with his opponents.
Democracy is mob rule. What you're attempting here is mob rule.
He definitely needs support for a few reasons. One, as a school board said, his opinion is his opinion, not their opinion, but he's okay to say it and it has nothing to do with what he does here. Two, he didn't say anything that wasn't untrue.
All of these people took their frustrations inside the district office for the standing room only meeting as folks overflowed into the lobby and even outside.
Many of us no longer trust that our elected officials are doing what is best for our children. That is why this room is packed.
The crowd cheered as both Gaston County Schools employees and parents addressed the board during the public comment period on both topics.
Where has our money gone? What is the plan so that this doesn't happen again? I'm tired of staying quiet.
Mr. Kinlaw needs to go ahead and step down. We're beyond the point in which an apology would be acceptable.
That was Caroline Boyer reporting for us. So Gaston County School Board members have said that Kinlaw's comments do not reflect the board's views as a whole. If he doesn't resign, though, community members are asking for members to censure him. Lawmakers returning to Raleigh today are expected to consider a measure that would limit how much you pay in property taxes. So the budget proposal here is already getting pushback from Mecklenburg County officials. And the latest proposal would amend the state's constitution to limit how much local governments could actually raise those taxes. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school officials were the most recent to raise concerns, noting inflation is making it more expensive to educate students. Administrators argued last week that local governments need flexibility to increase taxes, as 42% of the county's revenue, which is 59% property taxes, of those funds in education.
If this happens, it'll almost be impossible to undo, and it will have a detrimental impact on every child in this community, every resident of this community, and every service that this community provides. I can't undersell this enough.
A constitutional amendment must be passed by both chambers and approved by voters in November in the form of a state question. So if lawmakers do take up the state question during the short session, a 60% majority is needed in both chambers. That state question only needs a simple majority for voters to be approved, and the governor cannot veto the measure. Former North Carolina governor and current Senate candidate Roy Cooper now under investigation. Republican lawmakers want more attention on a lawsuit settlement that Cooper signed during the pandemic, releasing people from state prisons. Well, they have tried to blame the former governor's policies for the conditions that led to the death of Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's Blue Line. A spokesperson for Cooper's campaign calls the lawmakers' claims, quote, blatant lies. Let's talk about it now with Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes joining the conversation. So, Khalif, big allegations here. What stands out to you in this case?
It's a lot of things that stand out in this case. The first thing I'll say is this is a mixed bag of a little bit of politics and a little bit of law. So I'll hit on the politics portion of it first. Obviously, what you have, Berger and Hall have made comments towards Roy Cooper about this and directed at his actions, and I think that's the politics portion of it. But I think a number of the laws would support, or I should say disagree with the statements they're making. Berger says Roy Cooper opened the floodgates and then did the bare minimum to inform the public about the criminals being released into their communities. Well, this case went through the court system. Wake County Superior Court Judge Vincent Rozier wrote that the prison conditions were likely unconstitutional. This is the key part, and that the state had to take several measures to protect incarcerated people from COVID-19. This was during the time before the settlement had taken place, while the lawsuits were pending. ACLU and NAACP brought these lawsuits, and the court clearly said something needs to be done. Governor Cooper at the time decides to settle the lawsuits because it was North Carolina NAACP versus Cooper. So he was a person, a named party. He settled the lawsuit. So for Berger to say that there was the bare minimum to inform the public, this was a lawsuit that was pending. It was all over the place during that time, and everyone was covering it. So I think the public was informed. In terms of the other portion from Hall, public safety is the most important responsibility of our government. If Cooper or any other official felt at the most basic responsibility, the people of the state deserve to know about the release of violent repeat offenders back into our street. Well, that's another thing that I think is misleading, because part of the agreement was it was non-violent offenders. So to say in this statement today, 5 years after the release, that they released violent individuals when the agreement only talked about non-violent offenders, pregnant individuals, people that were already scheduled to be released within a few months, I think that's why I say it's a little bit politics and less about the legal system.
So you really think it's a stretch?
I think, to me, this is obviously they're within their powers of oversight, being members of the General Assemblies, so they can do that oversight aspect. But to say that this was something that wasn't in the public domain or space, I think it's a mischaracterization of the facts, because during that time this was heavily covered. And then to say that violent offenders were released, yes.
So what extent can a governor or executive branch be legally accountable then for outcomes tied to court-approved settlements versus decisions made by corrections agencies or parole boards?
Yeah, I think that the accountability for Governor Cooper at his time to do something that was in his ability to do. He didn't do something that he didn't have discretion to do. And so I think it's going to be hard to have accountability towards him for that, specifically if it stayed within the confines of the settlement. If the agreement required that it was nonviolent individuals and they released nonviolent individuals, I don't think it goes further than the front door. You have to remember what was happening during that time. To date, at the time, this is 2021, 47 people in state prisons had died from COVID-19. 9,481 had tested positive for the virus, and 310 were hospitalized after being and while being incarcerated during the pandemic. And so they were trying to figure out a way to stop it from spreading while using the legal mechanisms in place to do that. And so if a judge is saying, hey, system is failing, and now you have a pending lawsuit that is alleging further system failures, the logical next step is to either settle this out like they did or go to trial and continue to fight it. Governor Cooper at the time said, hey, we'll settle this case to ensure that the things that are happening won't continue to happen to people that we can avoid, especially death.
What happens next, Khalid?
Well, I think they'll do their investigation, and if it's, and obviously, again, the legislative process or the process is still in place for oversight, and so they can do that. They, as in Berger and Hall, can request and convene that a committee look at the actions that were taken and ensure that they comply with the authority that was given to the governor at the time, and that it complied with the settlement that was in place. So I think the next step is to allow the committee to do their research.
Khalid Rhodes, appreciate your insight as always. Thank you. Well, new at noon, South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace pushing to be able to expel fellow Congressman Corey Mills from the House over allegations of sexual misconduct and corruption. So it all comes as Mills is under investigation of multiple allegations ranging from violence against women to misusing campaign funds. Back in November, you might remember Mace filed a resolution to censure Mills, and that effort failed and then was referred to the Ethics Committee. So Mills responded to Mace in a statement posting to X, calling Mace out on her own ethics investigations and allegations of harassment. Let's take a live look here over Washington, D.C. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez-DeRemer out of President Trump's cabinet after multiple allegations of abusing her powers in office. So the allegations include having an affair with a subordinate and also drinking alcohol on the job. Last week, the New York Times reported an investigation looking into the secretary's top aides and also family members accused of routinely sending personal messages and requests to young staff members. So she's now the third cabinet member to leave after firings of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Attorney General Pam Bondi.
I said, oh my God, he's a handicapped dog. I love him.
Spreading the message of peace, a North Carolina man finds a different kind of peace with a special friend. Story of Venerable John Manabong and his journey in Faces of the Carolinas. It's next. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:41, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. So one of the monks who took part in the Walk for Peace now enjoys peaceful walks with a special companion, a rescue dog. Storyteller John Lee captures their sweet and unexpected bond in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Wat Prokeo Naramith in High Point, blessing the food is a daily ritual.
This time we're offering the food to the monk.
Venerable John Manavong expresses gratefulness for the meal prepared for him. Along with the food, the man they call Yepo John is thankful for a surprising blessing.
I need a friend, shelter. They bring him to me. Yeah, he loves to run around here.
He's a rescue dog named Hopper.
Yes, look at it. They have. This mom said, I'm special.
The laugh says it all.
I'm so happy.
Before adoption, the injured dog had a leg amputated.
The dog makes you happy?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sit, boy, sit. Yeah.
Does he move pretty good considering the leg?
Yeah, he moved very, very good.
Venerable took part in a North Carolina stretch of the Walk for Peace that went from Texas to Washington, D.C. His orange sneakers stood out. Someone Yepo John met during the walk thought he should have a pet. Last month, when Guilford County Animal Services dropped Hopper off,
I said, oh my God, he's a handicapped dog. I love him.
He just went straight to Monk John. It's like he knew, this is my human.
Hopper was actually a shocker to the board here at the temple. They didn't want a dog here. And so Hopper actually went back to the animal shelter for one long night.
The board said that no, we cannot have dog.
I need him. Yeah. I need him. Yeah, he loves to play.
But after making a plea to the board,
come on,
he got his buddy back.
Hopper, come here.
Hopper was never far behind as Yepo John took me for a tour of the site, as if to say,
oh no, you don't work too much. Okay. He like my bodyguard. Yeah, he follow me all the time. Yeah, he loves it.
It's clear they need each other.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, he's happy.
Monk's best friend is almost like a credit card with endless, frequent smiler mileage.
Oh no, you get me.
In High Point, John Lee, Queen City News.
Wow. Oh, just so peaceful. So people have flooded the Monk's Temple with donations since the Walk for Peace. Hopper has received everything from toys to bedding. You can see more on this story on QCnews.com. And our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty of stories to tell you. Well, tomorrow morning in our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring what's in a name. And we'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. So if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can catch them always online on our website at QCnews.com. Let's take a live look here over Independence Boulevard right now. 59 degrees outside. Time is 12:47 as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson as we look over Independence Boulevard right now. Brandon, right now heating back up, so we know these temperatures are going up for a while.
Oh yeah, temperatures going to be back in the 80s again tomorrow. We just got to get through today's 70s first. But it was a nice cool off from what was a very hot stretch of weather last week with temperatures in the 80s and knocking on the door of 90 degrees for much of last week. Temperatures right now at lunch, we are hovering right around the 60 degree mark across many locations right now. 55 in Concord, 58 Salisbury. We got 61 in Charlotte, 66 Sherall, and even the mountains right around the 60 degree mark after starting below freezing this morning with some frosty conditions along the north of I-40. We have seen the winds calm down quite a bit from yesterday. Gusts are around 30 miles per hour yesterday. Gusts are around 10 to 15 miles per hour today, and that gust should continue to weaken and allow calmer winds through the rest of the day. Today's highs lower 70s, so we'll rise temperatures up about 10 degrees from where we are right now, around the mid 60s in the mountains. So again, this is going to be a pretty comfortable afternoon, and we'll call it seasonably cool for this time of year. We should be around 75 degrees for this time of year. It seems like we've been way above that or way below that here recently, but we'll be near that today at 72. And then notice through the middle and latter half of the week, we start seeing temperatures back in the mid 80s again. And then we're back in the 70s by Sunday and Monday. Don't see any more 90-degree days here for the foreseeable future. But as temperatures do heat back up, pollen levels are going to be elevated here, very high here for the rest of this week. Now, I want to point out tree pollen is peaking now. It peaks around mid to late April. So as we get into May, we should start to see tree pollen calm down quite a bit. Then it'll be grass pollen that takes over. Weeds, obviously, during the summer when you get a little bit more humidity, and also, or should say mold during the summer when you get a little bit more humidity. Weeds don't really become a big issue until fall as we get into late summer, early fall. High pressure well in control. Eastern U.S. right now completely clear. We do have a cold front back to our west. This is going to be a dry frontal pass is likely moving through tomorrow. Could elevate the winds a little bit, but not going to be causing any rain chances. We'll be dry for the rest of the work week, and then Saturday, 50% chance of rain. It's one of the higher rain chances we've had here recently. Just scattered showers and storms, not widespread. We need a little bit more widespread, prolonged rainfall to get rid of the drought, or at least help start to relieve it a little bit. And then Sunday and Monday, we start to dry things out. Only a 20% chance of rain, but this is what it looks like on Saturday. Again, I'm thinking about the big outdoor event in Concord this week, the NHRA drag racing happening Friday through Sunday, so might have some downpours and thunderstorms to dodge on Saturday. Sunday's trending a bit drier, not really a lot of lift around or anything to create storms. And notice Monday's dry. And then Tuesday, we get this front through here early next week. I'm not looking far in advance. I usually like to do that, but I just want to show you there are some signs of rain, at least over the next week or so. Most of the heaviest rain going to be west of us, but we can still see at least 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch across many locations, if not more than that, with some downpours this weekend. So there's potential for a pretty active weather pattern to close out the month and heading into May as well. Again, above normal precipitation over the southern U.S. and possibly into the mid-Atlantic region for us. Lows tonight in the 40s. Should be a great night for the Lourides meteor shower if you're going to be viewing that. I'd say probably after 10 or so when the sky gets a little bit darker, look in the eastern sky. Should have a good view of that. At least 5 to maybe 10 meteors per hour. We're in the mid-80s for the rest of the week after tomorrow, starting tomorrow, and then we'll see 70s as we head towards the latter half of the weekend and into next week with some storm chances on Saturday. You're watching Queen City News here at noon. It's the most iron and most local news in Charlotte. Live from Uptown, exclusive Arlington camera showing a lot of Carolina blue skies as we head to break.
It is the return of the Panthers tradition, of course, the Keep Pounding High School Classic, where 4 powerhouse Carolina schools and their football teams face off against each other. So 4 of the biggest schools with defending state champions from each state, and then 2 other top-tier programs will then take the field at Bank of America in August. So right now, on the South Carolina side, the Indian Land Warriors will take on 2-time defending state champions, the Northwestern Trojans. And then from the Tar Heel State, the Huskies will take on the Cardinal Gibbons Crusaders out of Raleigh. And despite the Panthers being hard at work ahead of draft week, well, head coach Dave Canales made an appearance at the Panthers' den to be able to help out with the coin toss to set the jersey colors for the Classic.
I was a kid, I was watching Cam Newton jump up, do the Superman, you know, I was watching him do all that, and so when you see that, like, and you like, dang, I'm in the same end zone that Cam Newton scored on. That's like really, it's like really mind-shocking.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a great opportunity to be able to play here on the biggest stage in all of North Carolina and South Carolina.
I think everybody up here has had a chance to play in a big venue before, whether that's been UNC or NC State or South Carolina, or I'm not sure where the South Carolina State Championship games are held, but you know, once the ball's kicked off, I think everybody kind of settles into, let's go play football.
So tickets for the matchup are $8, and they're good for both Bank of America Stadium games, and the 4 teams are set to be able to suit up Saturday, August the 29th. Going to be exciting. All right, so this Thursday night, join the Carolina Sports Live crew as they cover round 1 of the NFL draft like never before on Queen City News. So starting at 8 p.m., they are live, streaming their reactions and insight as the picks come in. You can watch. You can also chat with the teams as they then follow every selection. So that's Thursday night at 8 on Queen City News, plus Facebook Live and also YouTube Live. We are everywhere. Queen City News, right? You're watching Queen City News at noon. It's hello to Control Room. There you go. That's the people who make it happen behind the scenes. Right now it's 12:56 and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back in here at noon. We're talking about temperatures in the 70s today. Cool and comfortable. We'll be in the 60s in the mountains. 70s tomorrow in the high country. 80s towards Charlotte. So again, it is warming up through the middle of the week. Some scattered showers and storms possible by Saturday. We might have a few isolated storms on Sunday and Monday, but still staying mainly dry, Alicia.
All right. Thanks for joining us for Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4. Enjoy your day.
Welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sidor, Andy Satowski, Jason Harper. Ted, don't hide.
Where'd he go?
Where you hiding? Ted Payton here. Look, it was a interesting morning for us. One, we always love being together, but we come in during, I don't even know, overnight bat hours, as Savannah Rudisell calls them. But we get to see a lot of crazy things on the road, people driving erratically. And unfortunately, this morning, one of the things that happened was we saw that there was this accident with injuries, a very severe accident involving CMPD. We don't know the status of the CMPD officer involved in that, but we know that there were 4 people hurt. One of them with serious injuries. You hate to have news like this. Your hearts go out to everybody involved. Hopefully everybody ends up being okay. But unfortunately, guys, not that uncommon during the hours that we come into work.
No, not at all. And I did want to, I'm looking at my phone, not to be rude, but all officers, we did hear from the public information officers. They emailed back about our requests of how everyone's doing. All the officers that were involved were treated and have been released.
Okay,
so
good news there.
That is some good news there. It doesn't change the fact that there were serious injuries, and we still don't know. Obviously, that must have been to someone in the other vehicle here. But we do come in at very strange hours, and a lot of people do go to work early in the morning, like us. A lot of times I'm like, where are all these people coming from? What are you doing? I'm like, Andy, they're going to work just like you. But people go really fast on I-85 and 485. And I think that they think, oh, there's not as many people out. I don't, kind of the rules don't really apply, but that's not the case. They still very much apply. And again, we don't know what happened here, but we see some stuff, guys.
Yeah.
We do. I think there are some people, because we have this weird shift, like you were saying, they're either going to work or they're wrapping up a shift. I pass some of the same cars on the stretch of road before I get to the interstate, and they're going opposite direction. I'm heading towards town. They're heading towards neighborhood. So I'm guessing they're wrapping up a shift. So either they're, as my mom always said, nothing good happens after midnight. I don't know. There could be shenanigans going on, or likely they're wrapping up a shift and could be very tired. But man, you see it all. I don't know if they're just like, there's probably not cops out here at 1 or 2 in the morning. I'll do whatever I want. Or they're just tired and distracted, just trying to get home. Either way, there's many days we come into work and you're just grateful that you made it there safely, not because of you behind the wheel, but because of other people at 2 or 3 in the morning. It's crazy. Yeah.
I also don't let the lack of cars on the road derail my normal driving habits, as in because it's in an ungodly hour doesn't mean that you don't stop at the 4-way stop. You don't stop at, I will sit at a red light with no other cars on the road. Because
tempted to go through.
Tempted, And it's because you do unfortunately have people at that time of night who are speeding, who think there is no one else on the road. There is no need to adhere to the traffic laws that strictly. So that's where you also want to be extra cautious, because it's not worth it.
The damage, the SUV, the police cruiser is pretty bad, but looking at that van,
there's some speed involved in this crash.
My goodness.
And it was hit from when we saw the tow truck taking it away. There was damage to the back, the other doors, so not even the part that you see with the front jammed in. So I don't know if it spun around and hit something else, but there was damage pretty much all around that vehicle. Hopefully,
look at the doors are almost completely off.
Yeah. We'll learn more obviously today.
I will say, for all of us, I think we all have friends that are law enforcement officers or maybe used to be at some point. I can't imagine what it's like to be in that position. You obviously signed up for this job, but I think sometimes we take for granted that they are working overnight hours, going to work, a simple routine, a simple patrol or whatever it is, or they get a call. You don't know that could be. I mean, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer here. That could be a last call you take. I mean, we've had some very sad, fatal accidents because of first responders and law enforcement, and being a spouse, being married to a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
You know, when you tell them goodbye at work and you just expect and hope that they come back at the end of their shift. And you don't know what kind of accident they may get in at 2:30 in the morning. And so I'm very grateful at this moment, whoever that officer was in the line of duty, working to keep people safe and stop whatever it was that was going on, whatever the call was that came in. Thank you. And I don't think we can ever say it enough that while we're coming into work, our roads and our cities are safer because of you guys.
Well, the reality there, Jason, is, and I had a friend say it, you might have heard it before, is, you know, their normal day, their interactions on their normal day is meeting people on their worst day often, right? Their day-to-day is meeting people in their worst day. Their interactions usually is with people on their worst day. So, yeah, to your point.
And to add on to what Jason was just saying, I mean, we are, 2 years removed from the Shannon Park shooting, right? And where those guys all kiss their wives heading out for that day, you know, anticipating they be coming home. And we're, I think, maybe Foria Goodwin, where she was just responding to, I think it was just, it was a minor incident there and ends up getting hit by a driver of a semi. So, I mean, yeah, it's routine things, routine stops and sometimes calls that you don't think are going to be life-ending. But, they put their lives on the line every single day they go out there. And this is a good reminder of that anything can happen in an instant. And Ted, as you said, a good reminder that, don't change your driving habits just because it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Be on the lookout for everybody else. It's like something my parents used to say to me, and I'm sure you guys got the same thing. I'm not worried about you out there. I'm worried about everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
1,000%.
Right?
I can hear my dad saying it right now.
We do. And it's driver integrity, right? And that's a word that gets thrown around, but it's got a lot of depth. And we try to teach the girls is do what's right, even when no one's around, even when no one's looking, do the right thing. And that's the same thing behind the wheel. Just like you said, Ted, would you get it to a four-way stop or a red light? No one's there and no one will be there for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You could run it if you wanted to, but it's not the right thing. And so you're the one that has to deal with that. But yeah, make the right move no matter what time
I
it
did
is.
have a cop pull up next to me one morning, and I looked at him. I was like, "I'm here.
I'm right.
Like,
I'm not.
See?
Can you turn the blue light on as like a thank you for obeying the law? Don't turn it on just for when maybe I'm speeding or something.
Like a little boop boop.
Yeah, give me a little chirp, a little morning chirp, Hey, thanks for following the law, brother. Appreciate it.
Man.
That's all I need.
Be on your way.
Well, speaking of doing the right thing, coming up, we have a principal honored for doing something that I don't know if most people would be able to do. We'll talk about that in just a minute. And then also, speak of out of this world, some footage from the Artemis astronauts shot from a cell phone. We're talking about that on Morning Edition. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back in the Morning Edition, where we continue the conversations from commercial breaks and even further. Now, we all have a cell phone on us, right? But very few cell phones can get the vantage point of Commander Reed Wiseman, who captured a 53-second video that might just change your life. Take a look at this. This is during the Artemis II mission as they were going around the far side of the moon. Wow.
Look at that little sliver of
you
Earth.
could hear him.
Wow.
Look at that. A couple more seconds. It just absolutely disappears. Can you imagine?
It's fantastic.
Having that in your camera roll. I mean, that's not AI. That is legit on the backside of the moon looking back at us.
You could hear the shutters from like the other cameras too.
I think he says like, dude, no way.
Dude, no.
Fiend.
Gone. But like,
Right?
also,
Just
can we just
wow.
appreciate that is from a cell phone?
And you can tell because like it doesn't
Like, it's
refocusing
doing- it's
right.
like, you can tell that part, but then once it gets into focus, that's the moon and the Earth.
What are we talking about?
Like,
Yo.
Our cell phones have gotten so good. Jason said when we were talking about, bringing this up, it's like that's an ad, like depending on if you have an Apple or Android, like
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
be getting in
I
touch
would.
with Mr. Wiseman and saying,
That's it.
can we use this video for our next ad?
Yeah.
It's definitely an
Download an
Android.
Did you guys
iPhone
hear
or
it that time?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Dude, no way.
No way.
Dude, no way.
You know, you could, as an astronaut, you can prepare yourself from astronauts before you. What was it like? And what you think what your reaction's going to be, but until you're there in that seat, looking out the window across the moon at planet Earth, like how do you even wrap your head around that?
It looks fake almost.
It almost does.
I would have the same reaction.
Like,
Just
dude,
more like,
no way.
I think I would say, dude.
Well, also it's like I'm kind of. It's almost eerie too when the Earth finally goes behind the moon, where you're looking at just a black expanse and stars out there.
Yeah,
that's it.
You're like,
Like
okay,
home,
bye.
you can't even see home.
It's gone.
Right?
It's like I'll see you in what was it, 40 minutes where they didn't have communication.
Yeah, I think it's 41
so it's like I'll
minutes.
see you in 40.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's so much trust riding on all that technology.
Oh my gosh.
You know, and we've talked about before how it teamwork that it takes, not only for those astronauts that are with the Artemis crew there, but think about all the brilliant scientists that created the rocket that knows exactly when it's supposed to release and let go, and the exact layer of the metals that were used so that sucker doesn't burn up on re-entry to the like every last minute thing. Someone was accountable for
a lot
that.
of trust.
Pay grade.
Yeah.
God, I'm thankful for some smart people because
Me
I
too.
am not one of them.
Me too.
That makes me think when you said that, Jason. Do you guys remember the movie Hidden Figures?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking he's on the board writing some of the physics and all.
Without like massive or
Yeah.
without like our fast computers. They had a computer. It was just like
It was
the
just
size
upstairs.
of a house.
It was up here.
like the size of a whole house.
I still struggle with multiplication tables and like.
Oh, you can't.
I think about it. Sometimes I even do this.
Listen, I do. I promise you I do.
Take my shoes off, use my toes if I run out.
I ran out of space.
And they're calculating down to the decimal, right? And they got people's lives on the line.
You cannot make a mistake.
Yeah, there's no, my math was off. No.
This isn't a test where you get the red mark and you missed it. You say,
Right.
darn.
Careers and industries, if you make a mistake, you can apologize. Now, there may be consequences for it. You could lose your job or whatever, but you can't make a mistake when it comes to this.
No.
Is it wild to you guys that right now, and we'll see what the projections are because the moon landers haven't even been built yet, but we're like 2.5 years away from landing on that thing
Insane.
again? Right.
I like that's gonna be awesome to see. I think my mind's more blown about the moon base.
There's going to be
Like,
a
how long is
base
it gonna
there.
take to build?
And there's
I don't
belief
know.
too that there's ice that could lead to water, and that we have resources on the moon.
Okay, think about it. There is a scientific plumber right now. Like I know I'm simplifying this, but think about it. In layman's terms, there's a plumber who's smart, who's working with a scientist. You guys, let's think about this. Going,
how we
okay,
can get running water.
Yeah, how do we, if we find it, which they're thinking again, there's already ice up there. How do we tap into that?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, that's never been done. How do you even start with the process of that, or building the lunar base? You know, it's going to be assembled here.
What's the
and then
number one?
taken apart, put
What's the
together
number one movie right now in theaters? Super Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Man,
talk about a plumber in space.
It's
That's
perfect.
it.
Timing, a coincidence.
Mario
I
Luigi.
think
We need
not.
one of those.
Oh
Give him a
man.
call.
You're so right. There's going to be plumbing in space, water running there, humans living on space.
They're going to try to go grow plants. You know, can plants grow without gravity? Like all these things.
And then that's going to be like that's going to be the base for us to go to Mars.
Yeah. Wow. Which, if you think about it, all the experiments they've been doing in the International Space Station, right? Like you got can we grow plants in Mars?
Yeah.
Like we have wine that's gone to space, right?
Yeah.
Low Earth orbit. They've been doing all these experiments. Now they're going to extend it to the moon. Of like, okay, now that we are in a completely different, I say atmosphere, or air quotes, not really atmosphere there.
Yeah.
But like, how does this behave? Right? How do we sustain life? And do we launch from the moon to the Mars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously we know Ted would go.
Yeah.
Yes.
100%.
Jason, Annie, you guys going to the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go to
Yeah,
the
no, I
moon.
would.
Mars.
No, too long.
I think Mars
long.
is too far away, and I also
Yeah.
don't like the calculations they did about like the 7 years to.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
The
no.
windows to go. It's like
Yeah.
you talk about like a flight cancellation. You can only fly on Tuesday. It's like, oh, you missed that.
Yeah.
Another 7
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, absolutely
Sorry.
not. So
Mars-
moon, yes. Mars, no.
Not to be morbid, but
No.
Mars would be like if I found out, like, it's like, hey man, you're gonna have like 6 months, 7 months. I'm like, all right, I'm going to Mars.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, like
Sign me up for that.
that's where I'll sign off.
Yeah.
That's the movie. Space Cowboy. Clint Eastwood.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, that was
See?
such a good movie.
What do you mean Clint has some things in
Yeah.
common?
Yeah.
Well, he's like, I know him, so he goes out there and like, that's his last thing. I think his last shot, like thing he sees is like Earth from space. Like, yeah, 100%.
I'm signing
I
off.
would do it.
I'm totally about to open up.
Oh no.
This conversation
Here we
should go
go.
anywhere now.
Let's do it.
But I'm sitting here thinking, do we have time? Yes, we can make time. So here's the deal. I would not sign up for a mission to Mars or the moon by myself. I would go with my wife. She is the perfect Amazing Race partner.
Ooh.
Would you go with your spouse? For better, for worse, Julian. Would it be for better or for worse for your spouse to be your astronaut partner?
We gotta go commercial break.
I'm just saying.
I would 100% go with Jordan. I would. Yeah, I would. I worry because Artemis had problems with
Oh,
the
no.
toilet, and my wife needs at least 6 bathroom breaks. Oh no. So
Houston, we have.
Just keep the crab facing
We got
the
a problem.
So it melts the ice on the outside. We can't afford a
Oh
clog.
no.
Oh,
Should have to get a little back. I would go with my husband.
Yeah?
He's very smart. He's really good at math. I would be the more organized one and maybe like a little bit more of the calm one, but like he could make us a really great spreadsheet about all the things.
Oh,
that we
good.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure
I
there's
love
gotta
it.
be like spreadsheets that are necessary.
I bet there are. I bet there
you were
are.
really building Craig up, and then he's like, he could make a really.
Like a
Have
spread.
you seen these
Hold on.
spreadsheets?
I'm like a food spread. He's gonna make a spread sheet.
We just talked about hidden figures. Those spreadsheets are critical.
That's
Those are
true.
mission critical.
That's true.
They are.
Tell
Are
you
we
going-
talking about or
Yeah.
for vibes? Like, is it a vibes?
It's up to
person?
you. It depends.
Oh,
Yeah.
like definitely vibes,
We're
guy.
stuck in that
If
little
I took
tube.
my wife, she's a necessity.
Yeah.
I'm a vibe.
Okay.
Oh, you're the
I know-
vibe
She
guy.
would
listen,
like do
I
the
know my role.
actual
I know my
important
role.
Stuff, and you would be like
I would
the
be
hype
like a
man?
ship cruise director.
Oh,
I would
perfect.
be I would be the rocket moon landing director. I got all the activities planned. We're gonna have a good time. And she's gonna be like, that's great. But we got 15 things we got to do before we get to your time. And I'll just sit back and watch, and I'll take videos on my phone.
There we go.
Jason, I can just see Jason loudspeaker. Hey, everybody on the
That's
moon,
it.
who's ready for the moon
That's it.
Macarena
I'm
at
telling you
3
right now.
p.m.
I'm
on
already
the
working.
southern deck?
I'm already working on the Atmos World playlist. I'm
There
gonna
we
make
go.
we got good music. So that I know my role.
Yeah. Harper on the moon.
Yeah. Right now, Harper be like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is gone. We got 41 more minutes till we see the Earth again. That blue marble
was going to look out the right side of the capsule, guys. Look out the right side right now.
Perfect.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. To answer your question, yes, I will be bringing Jess.
Okay.
She's fantastic. She is like every one of my weaknesses is like her strength. And we call her Eagle Eye because she'll spot something before it's a problem. So that is mission critical as well.
I want Jess on. You know, all of our spouses are a vibe, so we can all go to the moon.
When you guys know I'm a big cruise person with my wife.
Yep.
When they have moon cruises, which are just like, I guess like a space shuttle, right?
Yeah.
With all the events and stuff like that. Boom, we're there.
Julia
We're there.
I love it.
We got it. All right.
Lunar Lido. The Lunar Lido Day.
Lunar Lido
Sign
Day.
me up.
All right. With that, we'll be back with more Morning Edition. Amazing things to talk about. So we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everyone. We are officially in prom season in high schools across North Carolina. And y'all remember who got nominated for prom at your high schools?
No.
No,
No?
not like
A
names
little bit.
specifically. But
Well,
it's
did you
usually, like,
win prom queen? Is that why?
No, absolutely
Is that
not.
where we're going with
I was
this?
not cool enough. Do you guys remember? Oh, I was prom queen. No, I mean, but it was always like the popular kids, right? Or like the jocks,
Football
or just, you know, like the model UN person. But there was this very special prom king out of Oklahoma who won. Take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, our king, Kurt Moore.
Oh,
Everyone went crazy. That is Kirk Moore. He's the Pauls Valley High School principal. And he won that honor. I love the crown, by the way. That's
so
classy AF.
Yeah.
But he won for a very special reason.
Yeah.
Earlier this month. And, you know, this is the happy part of it, but this is why. So this was a would-be shooter. You saw the gun right there, and that is Moore. He is the principal of the high school, and he just charged that gunman.
Yeah.
Got it out of his hand. He actually got shot in the foot, and we can't really see it in this video, but when we talked about it before, at the bottom of your screen, just out of frame, there are students right there, and he just walked into this main lobby. And
Right here, you see the student
there's,
foot?
yeah,
Yep.
there's that kid sitting right there, and then there were more students, I think, just out of frame too. But he said, you know, he didn't think, he just did it.
That guy played some ball. That's a form.
Look at that.
We all agree that guy played some football. That's a form tackle right there.
But that's kind of, I mean, we know all of our educators care, so and that's a perfect example of how much they do care.
Yeah, I mean, simply amazing. I think you know, many people talk about what they would do in that instance, and I mean, he reacted, and that's, gosh, you want to send, who wouldn't want to send their kid to that guy's school?
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
I
Like
would feel
when
good
they
having
say
him look
like
after them.
on Harper, you've been through many of them. On that first night when they have the student parent night and they say, you know, thank you for trusting your kids with us. We will do everything. That guy means what he says. I will do
really
everything to
did.
protect them.
Yeah.
He delivered.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for many parents, your kids are with the school administrative staff longer than they are with you sometimes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially the older they get and they're driving and they got work at night and all these other sports and stuff. It's incredible. And it is. And it's like what you just said, Julian. You think about what would you do in this instance. I remember when I saw this video about a week and a half ago of him diving to save everyone. You can't help but put yourself in his shoes and go, okay, if that were to happen even here at the station and you're coming around the corner, just a normal day, I'm walking to the studio, and then you see someone coming down the hall like this with a weapon or trying to hurt someone, what would you do? Would you back up into a room and close the door so that you're safe and call someone? Would you just charge and attack? And you think you know what you would do, but until you're in that position, I don't know. I'm grateful for this guy. He is absolutely a hero. And there's no telling, you know, that they may make a show, a documentary out of this. I don't know.
Do we know if he was aware of the gunman before opening the door? Like, was there surveillance video that he saw?
I mean, who
How was
knows,
he
like,
tipped off?
well, how
Yeah,
did he
it's
get
almost
it?
instantaneous. Like, you see, the moment the door's open,
He's gone.
jumps right in. So
Yeah.
I don't know if he ran into the lobby from the surveillance video or if he was just casually walking into the lobby and reacting.
Yeah.
Either way, you're still just extremely heroic. And as you mentioned, never knowing what you would do until you're in that situation. But just the fast thinking, whether it was from the office or whether it was just walking in and reacting in the moment, it's just.
Well, he almost, I just noticed it there. He him.
Yeah. And he just put his head down and charged right him. So, oh my gosh.
And
the
good on the students too for voting him prom king, because I don't think that was a student thing, you know, or like where the school said you have to do that. So the fact that the students did that for him, good on them too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I don't know how we can top that. The good thing is we won't. We got a couple days to think about it. That's it for Morning Edition. Shout out again to Kirk Moore, an absolute hero. And also, like iPhone, Android, whoever shot that, we see a commercial coming up.
Definitely an Android.
There we go.
Cameras are better.
All right. What is it, Harper? The Lunar Lido deck?
The Lunar Lido
We'll see you
deck.
on the Lunar Lido deck next time on Morning Edition. That does it for us. We'll see you later.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, chief photojournalist for QCM Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're going to the chapel. When it comes to things most TV news shooters don't want to point a camera at, weddings are at the top of the list. The pomp, the circumstance, that one uncle who wants to show you his camcorder. But modern wedding videos are big business, and we're speaking with a former news photog who's cashed in on that trend by upping his game. Holy matrimony. And to tell us all about that are two people. First off, it's Kevin Pinto, photojournalist here at Queen City News Plus, and our special guest, Mark Campbell, wedding photog extraordinaire. Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing great, man. I'm so glad you joined us
All right.
because you have to educate us on shooting weddings. And I think I know what it's like to shoot weddings because I've done it sporadically since the early 90s, but I've never done it to the caliber that it's done these days. Wedding videos have become very sophisticated from what I'm used to. And I find it fascinating because personally, I would rather shoot an extended hostage standoff than a wedding. And I don't mean anything bad by that. It's just weddings are tense. I mean, there's no mother-in-law at a hostage standoff. But instead of me talking about what it's like to shoot weddings, I need you to educate me on what it's really like to shoot weddings. Because first of all, explain your background and what it is you're doing that.
Yeah. So, as someone who's also shot, I can attest weddings are a lot easier than hostage situations. So
No.
I think so. I think so. So I grew up in Dallas. That's where I'm at right now. And then I actually worked with Kevin at our first news station job together in Wichita Falls, Texas, which is just North Texas, about 15 minutes south of Oklahoma. And that was kind of our first job. That was my first job in news, only job in news. And then my wife and I relocated to Dallas, but I couldn't really get another news job down there because it was such a massive market jump. So I got into education, I got into teaching, and I taught broadcast journalism.
Oh.
And before I did that, my sister-in-law was getting married, and I had access to all like the news cameras that our station had. And so I shot a wedding with a news camera, and it was terrible. But someone thought that was good, and so they hired me for their wedding, and someone thought that was good, so they hired me for that wedding, and someone thought that was good, so they hired me for that wedding. And then before I knew it, I had like this whole part-time business going on. So, and then in 2021, whenever COVID happened, the world kind of stopped, but weddings, I don't know, like had like the small little speed bump. People, but they didn't have their guests coming. So if anything, that it kind of helped magnify the importance of capturing video and capturing photography.
Yeah.
So our business just ramped up, and then in 2021 is when we went full time doing this.
Well, I know there's a lot to it that we can't get into technically because it might be kind of boring, but give me an idea of what's the overall difference between rolling up on a news scene that you have no control over and you have to document, as opposed to being at a wedding and having, I mean, you don't have that much control over the wedding, do you? You've got to be there and get everything. There's no going back and redoing it. That's got to be some pressure.
Yeah. So it's definitely like there's still like live events, and when it comes to like comparing news to comparing weddings, like they're both live events, they're both live things that are happening.
Okay.
But like there is some like pre-production process that goes into it, of like meeting with the couple beforehand, like to asking them like what are moments that are super important to you, what are like where do you want us to put emphasis on. And like sometimes we can have like I'll hire on a second shooter to come help me work, or even a third shooter depending on the scale of the wedding. So it just helps to have assistance. I don't think it's as high stress as like a lot of people think it is. I think because like throughout the process, like hopefully by the time their wedding comes around, we've met with them and talked with them and developed some sort of a trust relationship over the span of a year. So anyway, I think that's kind of it helps that live events feel take place a little smoother.
I don't know, man. I covered a wedding. I did one wedding, and I think I asked you for advice on it. And completely ignored you in every way. No, you were like, rent stuff, and I think do you still do rentals, or are you like a half and half kind of thing? As far
Are
as
you
your
talking about
gear?
with gear?
Yeah.
I own all my gear. There's like every once in a while I'll need to rent like an extra lens, and so I'll just go to like the shop in Dallas and I'll just go pick up like there was a clip that just played over here of me like on the dance floor. I like to use a really, really wide lens on the dance floor that I don't own, so I'll go rent that one. Or if I need like an extra like super big zoom lens, I'll go rent that one. But I own about 99% of the gear that I use.
That's crazy to me because back in the day, I remember shooting weddings with a couple of camcorders and getting paid in whiskey, and that was very a low standard of quality. That though I tried my best. These days, I see wedding videos and I'm stunned at the level of sophistication from the drones to the GoPros to just the beautiful, beautiful editing, the DSLRs. Do you think the average stumbled into shooting weddings and hit his mark immediately, or would it take a quite a learning curve?
I think it would take a little bit of a learning curve. I think really truthfully, like the barrier of entry into weddings is pretty small. Because there's people who have a really small budget. Like I got married and our entire budget was $9,000, including our honeymoon. And we spent $0 on a videographer. We just got a friend who worked at the news station to do it for free. And I think if you wanted to, you probably could have ventured into weddings, like literally exactly how I did. Hey, there's Kevin's wedding. Oh my gosh. So, and that was what, 4 or 5 years ago? And this wedding right here was one that I shot
Feels
in
like
November.
forever.
I don't know whose wedding that is. That's not my wedding. But
No, no.
anyway,
It's but that's and look,
yeah, but I
here-
think there's a barrier of entry that most anyone could adapt to, especially if they're used to working in like high pressure situations. Actually, this 2 weeks ago, I shot a wedding, and one of the bridesmaids was she's a reporter for a news station, and they hired me for 2 days. One was the day before, one's the actual wedding day. And the day before, after the coverage is over, I didn't have anything to do, so I went back home and I went back to my Airbnb and I just edited like a quick little preview of what the day before looked like between like their welcome party and their toasts and like everything like that. And I posted on Instagram and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, how did you get that done so fast?" And the bridesmaid was like, "It's because he used to work in news, so he understands like how fast you need to be with this turnaround time."
Deadlines, man.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I think if anything, like coming from news has helped with those turnaround times a lot.
It's true, yeah. Because with any application I've done, I've left this place a couple times. I've left news like multiple times. So like at any
coming
time,
back.
yeah, I don't know, like a fool. But anyways, but that's one of the biggest draws is like how fast can you edit? And I was like, deadlines taught me how to edit quickly, especially in Texas. If you remember, our minimum package time was like 2:30.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
Good God.
yeah, they'll yell at you if it's 2:30 here. It's you know 1:15, 1:30 is
Yeah.
like the max. So
Wow.
you're gonna get yelled at. Yeah, I know, right? What a yeah, that would be so nice back in Texas. And then like I was saying, so I did the wedding. I did the wedding for a meteorologist here actually. Me and my wife, and then when we had like really bad, okay cameras, but not like the quality. And we don't have lighting, like it's just bad. We don't have the flashlights that happen, all the technology stuff.
Yeah.
My thing is photojournalist on the bottom of my name, but it's not real. Anyways, so we get to the venue and it's just glass behind them and the sun. And
So you'll be backlit. They're gonna be backlit really bad.
really bad. And I was like, so are there any lights on the other side to counteract it? They're like, oh, we don't have any lights. Like, okay, well,
Yeah.
hopefully it turns out fine. I wasn't very happy with the wedding video. They did. Hopefully he watches this, but
I think they loved it from what I.
that's what they say. I think the photos turned out. We actually got in a fight with the photographer. We'll talk about it in a second. But the video was mad okay. It wasn't the quality that I would have liked. But
Hey, but your first wedding though, like you gotta give yourself
in our
some
last, in their last, and and he only paid us like $100 or something, so it was like whatever, and it was more than $100, but just barely enough.
That's
to
fine.
make it worth it. The photographer got in my way, by the way. That's the story. Apparently he's like a really famous, big deal photographer, and he kept like jumping in the way, and I like pulled him aside. I was like, "You need to stop. I'm tired of." He's like this. He looked like a young child, but he's not, because apparently he does really big deal stuff. But he was in my way.
So you created an uncomfortable situation on the edge of someone else's wedding.
Well, we did it to the side, right? So I didn't want to ruin someone's wedding. I was like, "Hey, let's come on over here, bud."
That's very professional.
Walked him over. Yeah, exactly. See, and then I yelled at him.
Well, I mean, that's something to be said in that you can't, I guess you can, but you wouldn't want to have to restage a wedding. I mean, much like news where you're not supposed to miss anything, we're not getting paid the bigger bucks that wedding photog might be getting paid. I've just got to think the pressure to get everything is paramount to what you're doing, Mark.
Yeah. That's groundbreaking journalism.
Yeah.
It's one thing that I've done to adapt is like during ceremony, like the ceremony is the most important part of the day. And so whenever I'll like it's at least in news. I don't know if this is something that you guys do as well as people who behind the camera, but like you record, you get your clip, and you stop recording, and then you point to something else, you record, you get your clip, you stop recording, and then you'll come back with like 45 or more, like 12-second clips.
Right.
For the ceremony, I just press record and I just let it run the whole time. And like I'll leave the ceremony with like, I don't know, 40 gigs of footage from like a 30-minute ceremony, but it helps so much just making sure like I don't have to think about, it's one less thing to think about like, oh, did I press the red button? Like, yes, okay, it's recording. Or like I could just press record and just get a reaction of like a guest here and like go back to the couple. Or like if I see like a really pretty bird flying in there, I'll just point it up to the bird. It's just one less thing for me to have to do. So I'm always capturing. Also, like I have a tripod on the groom, I have a tripod on the bride, I have a tripod capturing like a wide angle of everything. I have a second shooter capturing everything. So like there is a lot of pressure to get everything, but like I know it's covered. I know it. And like I have the groom mic'd, I have the bride mic'd, I have the officiant mic'd, I'm tapped into the DJ system. So I have a drone going like during the beginning part. So I have literally all angles covered of everything. So, but like during my first few years, it was super nervous because I was like, I don't have a second shooter, or I don't have the luxury of having 5 cameras. It was just one camera.
Right.
So I think over time, like you just learn the formula and you learn to get that down, and that's kind of what you roll with.
Talk to me though about the editing of the wedding. These things don't put themselves together. I'm curious, for your average wedding, do you know how much time you might spend editing?
That's a good question. I think it kind of depends on what all they're wanting in terms of like deliverables. My average booking always wants a trailer. And so if their wedding is on a Saturday, they want like and I always deliver like a minute to like 2-minute little like quick little recap for them. And I try my hardest to get that back to them by Wednesday, because usually they're honeymooning, if they're on their beach, like whatever. I try my hardest to get them some sort of like quick little recap summary of their wedding day or wedding weekend within like 72 hours. And so that's normally what I'm spending the quick time on. And then after that, the full film probably takes me about 3 months to get back to them. But I usually spend about 2 to 3 weeks actually editing it like in my office. The other time, like in between delivering their trailer and starting their film, I'm working on previous weddings. So in the actual editing bay, maybe like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not that's nuts, because yeah, obviously, and I'm sure if you didn't work in news, it might be longer. I feel like, I don't know, you're because I'm sure you're giving yourself your own deadline or whatever. I remember you did our wedding and it was you were pretty fast. Now maybe you just cared about me a little bit more, but or maybe you didn't have as much work yet, because that was within your first couple years.
What year did you get married?
This is it's a trap.
It's like
did Jenna put you up to this? Yeah,
10 years ago, I think.
yeah, something like that. Feels like forever. No, it was 20. Where's my ring? Hold on,
dude. It was like 2 years
it's
ago.
on my ring, but it's fake. 22.
Okay, I can pull.
I'm gonna edit this part out.
So that's
2022. You
That's
got
what
married
You will
September 9th, 2022. I had No, that was a really busy September for me. I'm looking at my spreadsheet right now. What was your question? I forgot what you asked.
How fantastic was working with Kevin?
Yeah.
And Jenna.
I do remember Kevin gave me sunglasses as a little like gift for me, which I still have. It was awesome, man. It was our first time in North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina. Whenever he asked me to shoot the wedding, I was so honored. I don't know. We should get.
And you're dancing there.
What's going on here?
You know, catching a vibe. You know,
setting the tone.
That was probably 2021.
No, that was my wedding.
What?
Yes.
Okay, 2022. That was your wedding. Yeah, that was your wedding.
Because remember, I took the camera from you. Say, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Because I was gonna invite you to my wedding regardless.
That's right.
And so it got canceled. If you remember the Puerto Rico trip, you got.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Look at Kevin and Gina looking all glad.
Yeah, that's all. It's all Mark.
I see Gina every day in sweatpants as a photographer. To see her all girled up like that is quite something. Beautiful. And then there's that guy.
I know. Look at that is the funniest shot, and I had to keep it in there because that was so corny when we thought of it. I was like,
y'all proposed that. Y'all proposed that.
Yeah.
And we got it the first try too, where it was like everyone do, and you were like, yo, you guys got it.
I noticed that you got extensive shots of the dog.
Yeah.
Oliver,
yeah.
Oliver, yeah, and Oliver got some views on TikTok.
Is that a common thing that the family says, hey, you know, you got to get a goldfish or aardvark or whatever? I mean,
no goldfishes or aardvarks, lots of dogs. I would say probably like, I don't know, 20% of our weddings have some sort of a dog feature, like some sort of a dog factor in there, whether it be like the ring bearer or like they bring their dog like on the day of, they have a first look with their dogs. One couple had they did their first dance and then their dog joined in with them on their first dance. People with the dogs are crazy.
Yeah, they are.
But you loved ours. All of it, he delivered. He completely. You know what? Honestly, the hardest part was that he almost took away from me looking at Jenna though, because I was so distracted by him. Want to make sure he was fine and like he as dogs do.
Yeah, I think you were spending most of the time, and Jenna was walking down. I think you were petting Oliver, telling Oliver, "Good dog, good dog."
Yeah.
And then before you know it, Jenna was already there, and you were like, "Did you see Oliver?"
To focus.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, dude, you're not gonna cry. You're not gonna cry." I was like, "No, honestly, I'm just not. I probably was gonna cry anyways." I think I choked up a little bit when I gave up, a little part of a story that no one knew.
Yeah.
And so I was getting some people.
Well,
but we'll jump into it.
You should have reached some level of emotion on your wedding.
I was emotional for
You
sure.
should.
Yeah,
You should.
Very, very emotional. So,
speaking of things that would make me emotional, as a father of 2 grown daughters, that's paying the. And I'm not asking for your.
What was it? Paying the bill.
Paying the bill.
All right.
I'm not asking for your rate card by any stretch, but what are the parameters of the kind of money you charge for a wedding? Because back in my day, it was a lot cheaper and simpler than it is.
They paid rocks and sticks. There's
Those rocks
there
and
it is.
sticks. Yeah.
So
And whiskey, apparently.
I don't accept rocks. I do accept paper. I do know that
All right, we're gonna kick him out. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Look at the time. Anyway,
And,
no rocks.
I do know that I don't remember what we charged Kevin, but I do know in that year we were in like that 4,000-ish range. Maybe we're a little. I don't remember exactly what it was, but now my starting rate started at 9,000, which is well and beyond the average of like wedding videographers. I think like the starting like if Stuart and Kevin were to make a wedding videography duo, you could. If you guys had zero experience, you just owned a camera, like you guys could probably charge anywhere in the 1,000 to 1,500 8-hour day. I do think that's kind of like where the industry is kind of starting at. And then once you get into like you can definitely get an established, like solid videographer for a wedding for like anywhere in the $2,500 to $4,000 range. And then anywhere up to that, like that $4,000 to $6,500 range, you're getting like a good solid person. And the $6,500, I think $7,000 north of that, you're getting like a true professional who has been in the industry for a long time and is established, has great experience, has a great portfolio. Like that's kind of where that price point is around. And then you get in like the people who are charging like 20 grand, who are extremely like in the ultra luxury market, who are doing these, multi-million-dollar weddings. That's kind of the price breakdown for those different markets.
Yeah, I think we were around 4 to 6,000, and he still messages me once a year saying, "You guys got such a deal." That was like our top of the line.
No,
Yeah.
you guys paid 4,000 for photo and video. We gave you all a really good deal.
You did, because you're my friend.
I think we gave you the friends and family discount.
And we did, yeah. What a nice guy. Thanks, Mark, brother. So when people I try to recommend you to other people, and they're like, "How much did you charge?" I'm like, I'm gonna leave that to Mark because I don't want to say what we paid and then them come to you and expect that same thing. So I try to hook you up, Mark, but I also know that you're not gonna give any.
It's okay. Tell your rich friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah, I'll find all of them. I work in the news industry, Mark. I don't know if you know, but none of us are rich.
Whatever money there was in the business is long gone. I will say though, something that's changed the news business is the TikTok and the YouTubeification of video.
TikToking.
I don't know that has changed wedding video because people want that certain cinematic look, but all the rules I grew up with, wide, medium, tight, good lighting, action, reaction, some of that's gone out the window with vertically held, handheld, everything selfie, look at me. The standards of video don't matter as much as they used to. I know that's an old talking, but does any of that have any kind of translation into wedding videos? Wedding videos seem to be, they've gotten more complicated and sophisticated as so much of video has gotten more handheld and simple. And there's no question there. I didn't know if that was your same experience.
No, that's a really good point because I see a lot of people who just pick up cameras and just go and start their own wedding videography business because they think the barrier to entry is minimal, and they don't get those action reaction shots, or they'll get a ton of medium shots, but they won't get really any sort of tight shots. And that's something that I probably struggled with a lot early on, especially with dance floor. So dance floor, it's really easy to get a medium shot like this one of me dancing. That's a medium shot. But then now I'm recognizing in the weddings that I'm doing now, that have a live band and have all the lighting and have this packed dance floor, it's way more impactful to just step off, get a super wide shot of the whole dance floor. And man, I posted a trailer recently that had this epic wide shot, and the singer for the band jumps up and does a splits midair and lands, and it was just this epic perfect shot. And then you'll get people who are dance for is someone drinking a beer, and someone will have a beer and they'll pass it to their friend, and if you can just get a shot of them their hands in the air they're dancing, telling narratively, using different tight shots and wide shots and medium shots and drone shots to balance out those medium shots helps so freaking much. And you'll see other people who do it, and it's just medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, and it's just kind of boring. So yes, I think the storytelling element of going wide, medium, tight, and the action reaction, if someone's dancing and someone does the splits and you just quickly pan up to their face and they're freaking out or something,
Sure.
That helps tell the story way more than just a bunch of medium shots throughout the day.
That's interesting because having shot a couple of weddings under duress against my will, I know I probably attacked it like a news photographer, wide, medium, tight, and until the actual ceremony starts, and then even I know to roll and don't miss a thing. In that time shooting weddings, though, I've got to think there have been some weird, unscripted situations. The weddings I've been to, there's always something funky going on. When you're there shooting everything, trying to make everything look nice, you've got to kind of roll with the punches, I would think. Anything pop in your mind?
Yeah. The one story that really like is at the forefront of my brain. So like 90% of the weddings I work with are with Jenna, who is my photography partner. But this wedding was one that I was solo. And so I didn't really know what to do here. Or there was another photographer I hired that wasn't Jenna. But it's the reception side of things. People are dancing, people are drinking, people are having a good time. And the bride's family, they're I don't want to say older. There was a grandma, and they wanted to take a family picture, and they're these chairs, they're like the folding chairs, not super like sturdy, but they're sturdy enough for like someone who's young, like me or Kevin, could stand on and feel comfortable. And I guess they all huddled around these chairs, and the grandma decided to stand on one of them, and everyone was like, "Don't stand on that, don't stand on that," and she stood on it, and then she fell, and then she's like. Everyone freaks out because she fell and she's not feeling good. And then she's just kind of sitting down, like hunched over, like the meme from like the Popeyes chicken lady. And then before I know it, she just goes limp and she just falls to the ground. And everyone thought she died. And they called 911, and 911 came, and she's unresponsive. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen at a wedding. Ambulance came, they got her loaded up. No one knew. Everyone thought she died when she left. And then they got word she's responding. She's breathing. So it was a weird like lull in the night. Like, what do you do? How do you, the dancing just started. So it wasn't like, I was freaking out because I was like, how do I finish this wedding video? There's no dancing here. So anyway, everyone just kind of went to the bar for an hour and drank. And
did you charge extra?
I did not. No, I can't charge extra for that.
I'm just saying, a little spot news broke out. Want to cover that?
Yeah, you could have went and shot the lights out, right? And like the ambulance lights or something, and done like something cool with that.
Didn't include that in their film. I don't think they wanted that in their film.
Whatever.
But our grandma's good. Grandma's good. And they danced afterwards for like an hour and a half.
Well they should.
I'm sure it was great dancing too. It's probably just like.
It was really weird. The bride went on the mic and was like, "Hey, we're not going to stop the party. Everyone's really sad. But I know she wants us to celebrate our marriage." And I think at that point, shortly after, they got word that she's responding. So they were like, "Hey, she's alive. Let's party." So it was all good. It was good.
I love that. Grandma took a dive, but we're going to carry on and play one more song.
Yeah.
So it's like doing news.
Much like news.
Yeah.
And we're going to wrap in a minute because we're running out of time. But is there any overall lesson you learned in news that really helped you in shooting weddings besides learning how to turn a camera on and all that?
Yeah. I know that in news, a lot of the cameras were in auto mode or whatever. Like I had to learn how to do manual mode with my camera, just speed, like how to be fast with editing, because you have to do stuff fast in news. Sometimes we get back to the station at 4 o'clock when your packages due at 5 o'clock. And by the time the reporter's done writing it, you only have like 20 minutes to edit everything. That might be extreme, but like sometimes those are the parameters that you have to work with weddings. Like we've done weddings where like you have a same day edit, like we'll finish a ceremony and like we have an hour to get something up and they want to watch a video in the background during cocktail hour, like on a projector. And so we've had to do like same day edits like that, which are extremely exhausting. But thankfully, like I think my experience with news kind of helped me prepare for situations like that.
Well, this has been an education. It doesn't want to make all.
No, you really haven't sold it to us. The money sounds great, but
the money sounds fantastic, but the whole getting there and getting everything and being dressed up and dealing with the in-laws and the drunk uncles and all that stuff, I will take a pass. Mark Campbell, Kevin Pinto, you have educated me in an area that I didn't want to be educated in, but I feel better about it anyway. And I thank you very much. And this has been the latest episode of Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather and cover TV news as well as the occasional wedding. We'll be back next week with another episode. I'll be surprised as you as to what it's about. See you then.
What's up with all those mysterious flying objects that have been reported over sensitive military installations and bases with nuclear weapons? It's been happening a long time, but just recently, Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana reported swarms of drones of supposedly unknown origin that the military says they couldn't disable. And reports of flying objects go back to the 1940s. And today we're going to talk about a pretty well-known one that happened during the Cold War in 1967 at an air base in Montana. And if you're familiar with this UFO, UAP community, you know Robert Salas. And if you're new, you need to know about Captain Robert Salas. He is our guest today, and he was there involved firsthand with this incident at a Montana Air Force Base, which is known as the Maelstrom UFO incident. And we welcome in Captain Robert Salas, joining us from California. Captain, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mary Kay, for having me. Looking forward to it.
Well, you know, it's a pleasure. Want to brag about you just a little bit. You are a graduate Air Force, majored in Air Force Academy, excuse me, Air Force Academy. You majored in aerospace engineering. You served as a missile launch officer who witnessed UFOs disabling nuclear missiles at Maelstrom Air Force Base in Montana in 1967. Since then, you worked for the FAA. You ran for Congress. You're an author of quite a few books about UFO and nukes. You are a ufologist, but from what I read, you're not a UFO junkie. You just want answers to what you saw that night in Montana. So can you take us back to 1967 and briefly tell us what you were doing and what happened?
Yeah, I was part of a two-man crew. We were located at one of the what we call launch control facilities, which is about 100 miles, the one we were at, 100 miles to the east of Maelstrom Air Force Base. But it was one of 15 we had throughout the state of Montana at the time. About sometime in the evening, I was 9:30, I got a phone call from my topside guard. We had 6 guards upstairs. I was in a capsule about 60 feet underground with my commander, who was taking a rest break because one of us had to be on alert at all times during the 24-hour period we were down there. During this call, the security guard said, "Sir, we've been seeing strange lights in the sky, flying very fast and then stopping in midair, making 90-degree turns." And he kept repeating, he said, "These are not aircraft, sir." And which was unusual for him to say, but I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, there's no engine noise. They're making very unusual maneuvers, and I've never seen an airplane do what these lights are doing. So I just wanted to report it." And I said, "Well, okay." I didn't know quite what to tell him. I joked about could have been a UFO, but because we had had reports of UFOs in the city of Great Falls all that week.
Interesting.
And
So
anyway,
you didn't think he was crazy. You kind of thought, well, maybe it's related to that.
I took it as a serious report. He was not joking. He was. He kept telling me, I'm not joking or anything. I'm just wanting to report these lights just above us." And so I said, "Okay, thanks. And we know if anything happens from that." And we hung up. And then about 5 minutes later, he calls back. This time he's extremely frightened. I could tell by his voice. He was shouting into the phone, babbling, not making much sense. And then I calmed him down a little, and he said, "Sir, we're all out here with our weapons drawn. We're looking at a glowing red-orange light that's hovering just above the front gate. And what do you want us to do, sir?"
Oh my.
I was again, a little bit shocked by this report. I didn't know what to tell him, except that I said, it's your responsibility to make sure the facility is secure up there. Do whatever you have to make sure nothing enters the fenced area. So that's essentially what I told him, and we hung up the phone. I went to tell my commander about these phone calls. I woke him up, and just as I was about to tell him about the calls, we get a large horn go off in the capsule. We know what that means. It's one of the missiles had problems. We had 10 missiles that we were monitoring. We look over at the board, and very quickly, all 10 of them go from green to red. So all of them were disabled while this object was up there. So we jump up, go through our checklist. He had to call back to command post at Malmstrom. I noticed that there were 2 of the sites that had incursion lights, meaning it was possible that 2 of the launch facilities where the missiles are located, they were about a mile or 2 away from where we were. And so it's possible that somebody or something was trying to enter those sites. I called up to send guards out there, security people, to check it out. Of course, first I asked about this red-orange light, and he said it just flown off just as I called.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Did he just, Captain, did he describe it? Did he say just a light, or was it a saucer? Did it make a noise? Did he details?
I asked him if he could give me a better idea of what it looked like, and he said that he could barely make out the oval shape inside the light. The light was very bright. It was hard for him to look into it, and but that's about the best he came up with. In my book, Fated Giant, that's the first book I wrote, there's a drawing by a guard from a previous incident, and you can see it's clearly a saucer-shaped object.
Interesting. Interesting. And your job was to monitor the Minuteman I missiles, just to make sure they were able. If you needed to launch them, you could, but you were to monitor them to make sure they were online, so to speak. Is that correct, Captain? Of course. Right. Had anything like that
Monitor
happen?
and the launch, you've given the order.
And launch of given the order, so you had an incredibly top secret clearance. How long were they disabled? Do you recall?
Well, we had a readout of what the problem was, and they were all reading guidance and control system failure. So we had to send maintenance people out there, and that's what they did. And we have contacted that man, and he's become a good witness for us. I gave a long testimony and an affidavit. But basically, he had to go retarget each of the missiles manually. So that probably took a day to do that, bring them back up on alert. So they were probably off alert for about a day.
So that's pretty serious.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty serious to be offline for that long. So what happened so that happened at night. I believe from what I've read about your accounts, the next day you were told to zip it and not talk about it. Can you share that with me? And then years later, what gave you the confidence to know that I'm going to talk about this and not feel like I'm going to be thrown in jail?
Yeah, as soon as we were relieved the next morning, we were ordered back to the base. They actually brought a helicopter out for us and took us back, ordered to go see the squadron commander. I walked in there, and there was a man from AFOSI, Air Force Office of Special Investigations there. Shoved a piece of paper at us, signed here. He said, you're never to talk about this to anyone, not even anyone in the Air Force. And so we were basically ordered to sign a non-disclosure statement on penalty of spending a lot of time in prison if we ever talked about this.
I mean, what did you think
was
about that?
serious.
Because I know you surely already had a top secret clearance.
That's what I told him. I said, all you have to do is tell me not to say anything, and I won't. I've got a top secret, above top secret clearance, and et cetera. But he said, no, we need you to sign this.
Captain Salas, had you ever heard of this happening before? In other words, were you shocked by this, or were you thought, well, okay. Did it surprise you at all? Did it scare you at all? How did this incident affect you at the time?
Well, at the time, of course, I asked my squadron commander if this was some kind of an Air Force exercise or anything like that. And we were never briefed on this possibility of some light shutting down our missiles. So no, we had never heard of anything like this before. However, when I started researching this later on, I realized that there were other incidents. In fact, 8 days earlier, another facility had the same thing happen to it. That was the Echo flight shutdown. Echo flight, very similar to ours, and they had UFOs come over at the missile sites, and all 10 of their missiles were shut down. We've got that witness who has also come forward, and well, I'll go on here. So I never did talk to the guards again about this incident because I was ordered not to.
Yeah.
They called me at home, begged me to come and see them. I couldn't. I had to turn them down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were
They were scared to death, I would imagine, just totally shaken up?
Well, they were also told not to talk to anybody about it.
Sure, okay.
But they were scared. They were frightened of what they had seen. Couldn't explain it to themselves. So they thought I had some answers, but of course I didn't have any.
Captain, what do you think it was? What do they think it was?
Well, it wasn't one of ours. It wasn't anything the U.S. Air Force did, and I very quickly eliminated any other country. So it had to be something from off Earth. I've concluded from all my research.
From reading about this, I understand that the skeptics say that it was Mars. What? What? It was Mars.
Well, Mars doesn't fly like this thing.
Yeah.
At any rate, I never talked about it until 1994. I was in a bookstore, picked up a book called Above Top Secret by Timothy Good just to look at it, and happened to turn to a page that described what I thought was my incident. It sounded like what I had recalled after some 27 years. So I got excited about that. I went home and told my wife that this was my incident, and it looks like the Air Force must have declassified it because it's here in this book, publicly available. So next thing I did is contact MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, to get an investigator. I found James Klotz, very, very capable investigator. We decided to file a Freedom of Information Act request to the Air Force about this incident, but not mention anything about UFO. Simply see if we could get any information. And they wrote back and said, this is classified, but since it's been so long, we're going to declassify it and send you documents. And that's exactly what happened.
Interesting. Interesting.
So these documents had been secret, but they were marked declassified or unclassified.
Captain,
So that's when I started speaking openly, thinking
okay.
that this was my incident. It turns out I was mistaken about this because I didn't realize there had been another incident 8 days earlier, and that was the one they had fired. So, but at any rate, I gave interviews to people like Art Bell and the Great Falls Tribune. I gave an interview to that paper, which was published, and other interviews about this. And it wasn't until 1996 when I contacted Fred Mywald, who was my commander in the field at the time, in the capsule. And he said, we weren't at Echo Flight, we were at Oscar Flight. Location.
Oh. Okay. Oscar flight. Okay. Okay.
So at that point, I realized I had violated this NDA.
Oh my goodness.
I had to make a decision. And I decided just to keep talking because the Echo incident was so similar to ours, and it involved UFOs. And we had the witness. Now I located the commander and his deputy, and he was willing to speak about it publicly. So I made that decision, haven't turned back. I'm still talking about it.
So
I've never been hassled.
That's what I was going to ask you. No one ever hassled you.
No.
I don't know why I'm surprised, but I am. You were never threatened. Were you threatened?
Not directly. I mean, they have they tried to discredit me in different times, different ways. But I think the reason they after me legally to stop me from talking is because the Air Force and the DOD did not want any publicity around this. And we can see because they probably don't have the answers. They probably can tell the public, well, we've taken care of this in this way. And I can imagine that they're still looking for answers to these kinds of incidents.
On a personal note, what did your wife think? When were you able to tell your family? So
I
when
told my wife the next day.
you did, you told her right away?
Well, after I picked up that book and read
Oh,
that
okay,
book.
after you picked up the book, okay.
Yeah, not the next day of the
Okay, I
incident.
didn't know if, what it's like with families. You can't tell anybody, right? Oh,
Well, I wasn't supposed to talk to her or anybody else.
yeah, yeah.
But my wife was very supportive. She's always been supportive of me.
Wonderful.
She's passed now, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
I could really count on her support always.
Did she share your thoughts that perhaps this was non-human intelligence?
Oh yeah, yeah, because we've had other incidents. We've had other visits, let's say, from our space brothers and sisters.
Yes. So what did you think about UFOs before this experience? Like as a kid or a teenager before you joined their service? And by the way, thank you so much for your service. Did you believe in UFOs before this incident? What were your thoughts about it?
I never gave it a thought, honestly. Of course, we saw the movies E.T. and Close Encounters, but that was later. I had, I didn't discount the possibility that we were being visited, but I didn't dwell on it.
You didn't dwell on it. Our producer has a question, Austin, that he wants to ask you.
Robert, just last year there was a Pentagon report that said that the Malmstrom incident was caused by or they claim it was caused by an electromagnetic pulse device. Do you have any thoughts about that?
That's ridiculous. There is no way they could have put up a device to produce some 7 million volts of electricity at one time. If they had done that, I'm sure it would have fried some of our equipment that we had. We didn't have integrated circuits like they have now on chips, things like that. We had radio tubes in 1967.
Right,
right. So the Air Force would never like that on operational equipment. And like I said, I asked my commander about any kind of an exercise or test that they were doing, and he said absolutely not.
But did this incident change you and the way you saw the government and the world? Did it change you in any way? Are you different today because of that incident in 1967?
Yes, absolutely. It changed me about my confidence in what the government is doing about this issue, of course.
So I read somewhere that you do not consider yourself a UFO junkie, but you're curious and you want to know. Tell us about your books and the takeaway from these books, UAPs and the Nuclear Puzzle. You have several really excellent books out there. What motivated you to write them, and what are the biggest takeaways from these books that you want people to know?
Well, the first book, Fated Giant, has a lot of the documentation we received from the Air Force under the Freedom of Information Act. I want the public to know that we have documents supporting mostly the Echo flight incident. However, there were a couple of other incidents that are described in that book. And of course, the second book was more in detail on other similar incidents. I've identified over 13 or 15 other very similar incidents that have occurred over the, again, I want the public to know that this is a recurring issue. So much so that I think our visitors, let's call them, wanted to send us a message about nuclear weapons, and that's my main message.
Do you think they're
And,
are they trying to protect us, Captain Salas? Do you think they're just concerned and that's why they're turning them off and then on again? Because can't they just turn them off? I mean, we're just in such a scary time right now in the world. Do you think they would totally interfere with us, or do you think they're just kind of letting us know, hey, we're here?
well, I can only speculate about that.
Yeah,
I
of
have no
course.
idea, but
Yeah.
what I have concluded is that they about us having nuclear weapons and the potential or the risk of using them obviously is high. I mean, we've all felt that. Even in this latest episode with Iran, when our president says, we're going to completely abolish a civilization, it sounds like he may or possibly use a nuclear weapon. And by the way, the request by generals in different wars, such as the Korean War and the Vietnam War, requests were made to use nuclear weapons in those wars. And so it's not out of the question that those weapons could be used in the future, and if they are, we're headed for
Captain Salas, in closing, this is a time when many of us feel helpless. Like all this chaos is going on and mayhem is going on, and the average person feels helpless. Do you have any words of advice or help or inspiration or anything you want us to know?
Well, we're not helpless. We've all got a voice. We can speak out, and that is disclosure. What I'm telling you today is the truth, and it's disclosure. And any other witness that comes forward to tell their truth is also disclosure. And that's how, if we do keep doing that, we will put more pressure on government to tell us what they know.
Excellent. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time today. Very insightful. Bless you, sir. Keep using your voice. For
Thank you, McKay.
a pleasure. Hope to have you back as a guest again. Be careful. Okay, please be careful.
I try.
Okay. So thank you all for joining us today. May Beeler here with We Are Not Alone here at Queen City News Plus. We appreciate your time, and we'll look for you next time.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape. No matter how many episodes we do here on Turnkey, the questions that most of our viewers have is about that first-time home buying experience. Should I buy now, or should I wait a little bit and rent and then buy later? What are the numbers? What do they look like? Well, we got the guy to talk about it here today. Cole Schweitering is a loan officer. And Cole, you've been on Turnkey before, so we didn't scare you away the first time. Welcome back.
Thank you so much for having me back. We have a lot to talk about, don't we?
It's been kind of a wild season when just with rates lately, it seems like they keep going up, and now all of a sudden they're starting to go down with the good news, I'm assuming, out of Iran?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, it's been a wild couple weeks with the start of everything in Iran. And so things went up, things will trend back down, then something else will come back out, they'll go up again. It's just a very volatile time. So.
How do you keep up with it?
Oh, man, just living in the space every day is really the only reason I keep up with it.
When rates do go down, do you then call your clients and say, hey, I think we need to lock it in now?
Yeah, so I'd be a little careful with that, right? I figure out their risk profile. Can they afford if rates go up a little bit, versus the reward if rates go down? Because it's really hard to navigate. So I just educate them and then give them the decision, right? Here's the numbers. Here's what could happen both ways, and then let them make that educated decision. But I don't really love to gamble because it's so unpredictable right now.
Oh, I mean, it's crazy. You think of someone who's now, it's stressful enough to try to figure out the home buying process, right?
Yeah.
There's the mortgage side of things is what you can afford and what that payment looks like. And you're comparing rates, and sometimes they're not the same going from one loan officer to the other. And sometimes when you get the printouts look different. So you're trying to figure that out too. So it's a lot to think about. Not to mention the volatile environment that we're in right now.
You're so spot on. And it's a different conversation too. If somebody's really tight on debt to income ratio and they may, if rates go up a little bit, they may not qualify. That's a whole different conversation, right?
Yeah.
So.
So I'm sure you get the question all the time from potential new clients is, what is the difference if I buy now or I buy later? Maybe I save a little bit and I buy later. You have provided us with an excellent comparison of what that actually looks like, buying versus rent. And there's a lot of numbers on the screen.
There is. Yep.
Don't worry, we're gonna take our time and go through this in detail. So hang with us. So Cole, I'm gonna make this full screen.
Yep.
And what are we looking at?
Yeah, so let's talk through this. You hit the nail on the head. Actually, this is the buy versus rent.
This is the buy versus rent. Okay.
You want to go that direction?
Yeah, let's
first?
go that route.
Let's go buy versus rent. So this is a common question that I get, right? Is people are like, should I buy now or should I rent? And the
Houses are expensive. I don't know if I want to pay for when something breaks. When I rent, I everything's taken care of for me. However, rent is 100% interest.
Correct.
So this is that comparison.
Correct. Yep. Spot on here. So really the question to be asking yourself is, what is renting costing you? Okay. So when we go through these examples today, what I did was I just did a $450,000 purchase price,
Okay.
putting 5% down, right? To give you some perspective here.
That's a purchase price right up there.
Yep,
Okay.
purchase price right up there. So what we're going to look at today is a couple different factors that happen behind the scenes, which makes home buying such a powerful wealth building tool. Okay. And so when you look down a little bit here, you're going to see what the mortgage payment would be year one versus renting. Okay. So what I was using for a rent payment is $2,700. Okay. Because that's about, on a $450,000 house, depending on where you're at in Charlotte, probably what you're going to pay or somewhere around there. Okay. And then it includes the rental insurance in there as well. So what you're going to notice is on the surface in year number one, you're going to see that it is cheaper to rent than it is to buy a home. Okay.
Right.
But
Adding everything up there.
correct. But remember, owning a home over time, it's not a get rich quick scheme. Okay. So there's some things behind the scenes that benefit you over time on purchasing a home. Number one is appreciation. Okay. So every year that you own that home, ideally your home's going up in value. So this example here, I believe uses, it's like 3.5% is kind of what we see with historical appreciation here in Charlotte.
3.21, I believe, is what you have in the
3.21,
upper
okay.
left-hand corner.
So even a little bit more. And this is over a 9-year outlook here. Okay. And so if you look up there, after 9 years of owning a home, you would have about 147,000. I'm having a hard time seeing it, but
147,989. Your screen is a lot smaller than mine.
No
and
worries,
hopefully at home you got a bigger TV.
thank you for clarifying there. So 100.
Zoom in a little bit more here. There we go.
Yep, perfect. And then there's a second wealth building tool with owning a home, right? So you have appreciation, your home's value going up over time. Number two is what we call amortization. So every month, every time you make a mortgage payment, a portion of that mortgage payment is going down to, going towards paying down your principal loan balance. Okay.
Principal loan balance would be, let me see, where do we have it here on the screen? Because it's a $450,000 purchase price.
That's correct. Are you looking per payment?
Yes.
Yeah, go down real quick.
Okay.
You'll notice year one, it breaks it out there. You got your principal versus your interest.
Okay.
So $410 versus the $2,292,
Right.
I believe. Yep. Now, over time, what's important to understand about a mortgage is interest is front loaded. Okay.
Right.
So on a 30-year fix, you're going to pay more interest at the beginning of the term than you will as you go along. So you're going to notice, like year 5, for example, you're now starting to pay more principal than you were in year 1, and et cetera, the longer you
Well,
do
and
it.
at some point here, they're going to cross in the middle.
Correct.
And it's going to invert. So then at some point, you are paying more toward your principal, so your equity portion,
Yes.
than you are interest, which is just money that's flying out the window.
That is 100%.
Maybe not on your end, but
100% correct. Yeah, and this would be a good plug. This is why it's powerful if individuals have the capability to make a little extra payment towards principal each month or at least once a year. It can be a powerful
tax
tool to
season
cut
is a
down on
great
that.
time to think about that. If people are getting a refund, it's already money that isn't in your bank account. A lot of people put that toward their principal for their home.
You hit the nail on the head. This is the perfect time of year if you come into a tax refund and you have that capability, do an extra payment. It's going to save you a ton in interest
Over
the life of
time.
it.
You might not notice it right out of the gate, but over time, you're cutting years off of your 30-year mortgage, probably.
Yep, you are correct.
So we talked about the difference in payments from year 1, year 5. What are we seeing here when we are comparing the overall expenses of the home in your mortgage payment versus rent?
Yes. So what this is going to capture here is it's capturing the gain in appreciation, the gain in amortization, as well as the cash flow difference. So one thing I wanted to point out is we all know as renters, rent doesn't stay the same for 9 years, right? Rent costs are going to go up year over year.
Pretty much right around 5%, right?
Right around 5%.
Okay.
So my example might be a little bit to the higher side.
Okay.
This was using an average of 6% each year.
Okay.
But the numbers will change, but not by much. So pretty much, year 1, yes, it is cheaper to rent a home than it is to buy a home. However, by the time year 9 comes around, you're going to be paying more in rent than you would for your mortgage payment. Because one thing people need to know about a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is that principal and interest portion of your payment stays the same, okay? Because you're fixed on that interest rate.
Taxes really are the only thing that
taxes
changes,
and
right?
insurance can go up over time, but this example even factors that in. Where you see property taxes and insurance, you'll notice that increases over the year. So just to kind of put a bow on top here, because the audience can kind of take a look at this and break it down, when you factor in that appreciation gain, that amortization gain, cash flow difference, and then it even looks at the negatives, right? The cost to close on a home and the cost to sell a home, you would have a net gain of buying a house of over $202,000 if you kept that house for 9 years. So you can see that that's a powerful wealth building tool over time.
Well, and it's quite the swing when you're talking about a home that appreciates. And this is, excluding a big 2008 moment, right? When you're talking about the year-over-year appreciation of that property, and then rent that continues to go up, that could be an 8% swing.
Yes, very much
that's
so.
significant.
Very much so. Yeah, I'm passionate about it. There's the statistic I think that came out in the NAR National Association of Realtors report last year that the average net worth of a homeowner is 43 times greater than that of a renter. And this is the perfect example. You really got to kind of dive deeper into it to see that, because a lot of people just stop on the surface and they're like, hey, like it's cheaper to rent right now than it is to buy.
True.
Yes, that's true. Maybe year one, but if you're planning on owning a home for some time, right? 3, 4, 5 years, like this can really build some wealth for you.
So it sounds like you're on the side of you should probably buy a home.
Well, yes. Now, it really depends on your financial situation. I'm the first person to, when I sit down with individuals, if it's not the right time to buy, we're never going to push you to that. But however, if you're in a good situation and you've saved up and you're ready to buy, you're just kind of maybe waiting, which will be our next topic for rates to go down.
Right.
We're going to have a different conversation. Why not go ahead and enter home ownership now?
All right, I've got it all queued up right here. This is buy now versus waiting. This is just year one. So you're saying the benefit of buying now for this particular scenario is a basically $10,500 difference.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah, so let's talk about this real quick. So just going back, same parameters here. That's a $450,000 home.
Okay.
5% down, okay? And I'm using a 6.5% interest rate. As we talked about, things are very volatile. Could be a little different when this episode comes out, but this will give you a good illustration here. So what this is going to consider here is rates decreasing to 5.875%. So that's what I'm so guarantee, but for the illustration here. So remember on the last part of this segment here, we talked about home appreciation. Okay. Home appreciation is the big key in this. So if you buy that house at $450,000 today, assuming the 3.45% appreciation rate, that home's going to be worth $465 and some change.
Yeah, 465. You got 465, 512 is what you've got.
Yep, perfect. So let's just say 465, right?
Okay.
And so in a year, that home's gonna be worth 465. Okay. So that's your appreciation gain that you would have by buying now.
And keep in mind too, 4% is, conservative.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, during COVID, now I almost hate using that example, but there were properties that were seeing 20% appreciation for 1 year.
Yes.
So that number can fluctuate, but that 3.45, I feel like that's pretty conservative.
I think it's a pretty conservative average. You're right. We've seen upwards of 10%, and even in hard times, maybe just 1%. So 3% gives us a nice conservative average. So that's why I think this is a good illustration, giving it 3%. So a couple things we want to consider, right? The appreciation gain, which is over $15,000 just in appreciation alone by buying now. Now, now we got to look at the other side of this, right? So if rates were to drop to 5.875 and you were to wait, you're only going to be saving about $77 per month. Okay.
Okay. So the box on the right
Correct.
is factoring in if rates drop a whole percentage point from
almost. So
because this is what
6.5 down to 5.875.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yep.
So you're saving $77 a month for that swing, which I think is a significant swing.
Yeah, you would think it's a significant thing,
Yeah.
but it really doesn't change the payment as much as you think. Don't get me wrong, we'd all love to save an extra $77 a month, right? But with that being said, it's not a huge change, so we're going to factor that in. That's if you annualize that over 12 months, that's $924 of savings, okay? And then we're also going to factor in the cost of refinancing, right? Because remember, if you buy now, you're always eligible, as long as you can credit qualify and income qualify, to refinance at a later time. So let's factor that in as well, the cost of refinance.
So I buy now at, and remind me what the interest rate was.
6.5%.
6.5%. I get that $15,000 in appreciation.
Correct. Yep.
And then I refinance next year, let's say at 5.875.
Yep.
875. What does that kind of, I'll calculate out to be then?
Yeah. So the delta here, the benefit of buying today versus waiting a year for rates to drop to call it 5.875 is over $10,000. Okay. The power is in that appreciation, because the cool part is once you own that home, you can always refinance, right? As long as you qualify. What you can't do is you can't go back and buy that house for what it was worth last year.
Right. Which we know once we get to anything that starts with a 5 for interest rates, buyers flood the market because it looks good.
100%. Yep.
And then, what we traditionally see on the real estate agent side is buyers, and then the price of that home goes up.
That's correct. Yeah. And it seems like, the last year and some change, it seems like almost 6.25 has kind of been that line in the sand. Like activity picks up at like 6.25. And so there's been a couple times over the last 12 months where we've touched the 5s. And I can tell you from like an application standpoint, there's a lot more home buyer interest. So guess what happens when there's more interest, increases the demand, things get more competitive in the market again. So right, hence the appreciation, your home going up in value.
Yeah. And then you end up paying more for a home, and then your mortgage payment goes up, or you have to find a home that's less expensive because you're going to be paying more for that house to begin with. So we have one more scenario here that I want to bring up. It's the cost of waiting. You provided this as 2 years.
Yep, 2 years.
So what is the difference between what we just looked at and this one?
Yep. So same purchase price, same down payment, using 6.5% today. And I actually did a 5.25% rate in 2 years, right?
Okay.
So that is over a full percentage point and some change. And so this is going to do the same exact illustration. It's going to look at the appreciation gains over that 2-year period. And then on the other side of things, it's going to factor in the monthly savings, which is what, 100 and you can see it better on your screen, 100, and there'll still be a net benefit of over $22,000.
So do you feel like when you're talking with, potential clients or just out and about chatting with people in town, do you think that people understand this?
I don't. I think people look at things surface level, which is totally fine, right? If you're not in the mortgage industry, you're not necessarily expected. They don't teach this stuff in school. And so you think of these things on surface level, automatically your brain says, higher interest rates, I probably shouldn't buy right now. It doesn't make sense. Let's wait for things to drop. And that's what stalls people's decision. Same thing on the buy versus rent scenario, right? On the surface, renting appears cheaper than buying. People don't really like pull back the rug and see the benefits of home ownership over time.
I think too, that monthly payment, when you're paying rent and you're basing your expenses off of what you make, what you can afford, and you're used to that rental payment, it can be intimidating thinking about buying a home and that payment's going to change and it's going to go up. And if the scenario kind of like what we presented, you're paying more per month than if you're buying than you are if you're renting. That's a tough pill to swallow for people.
Very much is a tough pill to swallow. Now, I tell people though, it's like when you buy a home, think of the amortization, paying down your principal loan balance. It's a little bit like a forced savings account, right? Because every month you make a payment, a portion of it goes towards principal, and you're kind of paying yourself back in the form of creating equity. Whereas if you're a renter, unfortunately, you're not getting any equity, right? Or if anything, you're paying for the equity for your landlord. So, I'm very passionate about home ownership. I mean, if you just look back,
I would hope so.
Years and years, they got like long outlook, right? I mean, people have created generational wealth through real estate. So I'm a firm believer if you're in a position where you feel comfortable making that. jump, I would encourage you to do it.
So let's talk about the rate situation. What causes, excluding the chaos of what we've experienced the past month or so, what traditionally causes rates to go up and down?
Yeah, so really two things. It all comes down to the Federal Reserve. Now, it's important to know that the Fed does not set mortgage rates.
But every time the Fed lowers rates, everyone gets all excited, right?
Correct.
Why is that?
Exactly. Now, what the Fed does, influences the mortgage market over time. And I must say that the mortgage market is always forward-looking. So what I mean by that is the mortgage market's going to move before the Fed ever moves, right? They're trading on speculation of what the Fed's going to do. So going back to your initial question, what really moves mortgage rates? Two things. It's inflation and it's jobs, okay? Because the Fed has a dual mandate: maximum employment and keeping inflation at, they say, 2% is their target level. So really the reason why we've seen rates jump, taking the whole Iran stuff out of it, which does influence it, is inflation. So right now, inflation is quite a bit over the Fed's 2% target. So immediately they're like, okay, I don't know about the rate cuts. We got to get inflation under control. However, they got a tough job right now because on the other side of things, the job market is not performing as expected, right? It may look strong on the surface, but when you kind of peel back the curtain, the jobs market is not doing as good as expected. So now the Fed says, shoot, which part of this dual mandate do we kind of focus on? And I would argue that right now, inflation is a little bit more of their focus. So unless we start to see further cracks in the jobs market, I think the Fed's going to kind of sit tight and see what happens here.
So what about the 10-year Treasury yield? Explain what that is and why there seems to be more of a focus on that for mortgage rates than anything else.
Yeah, so I think the 10-year Treasury yield's just a little bit easier to track. So it kind of moves in unison with mortgage rates. Don't want to get too far into the weeds with this, but with that being said, it's like as you see the 10-year Treasury yield go up, typically mortgage rates are going up. As you see the 10-year Treasury yield come down, mortgage rates are coming down.
So everyone wants to know, like, what is the crystal ball of rates? Where are they going?
Yeah,
What are your
so,
thoughts?
goodness gracious. If I had a crystal ball, I'd be on a beach living in paradise somewhere, right? Now, with that being said, I do think realistically, looking at the low of this cycle, I do think once things kind of sort itself out, we could probably get back into the high fives. Everybody that's rooting for the mid to low fives, which by the way, I'm rooting for that as well. However, I will tell you, it's going to take something to happen in the economy, whether it's the jobs market cracking or we really get inflation under control. So realistically, if you're looking to buy in the next year or so, I would have your expectation that rates will probably kind of hover somewhere in that higher 5% range.
So what is your suggestion then to someone who's sitting on the sidelines and they're unsure about whether or not they should buy a house or rent? If they at least want to kind of explore it and find out some answers, what is their next step? And tell me about how scary it is.
Yeah, 100%. Well, next step would be to consult with a mortgage loan advisor, somebody like myself, whoever's trusted in your circle. I think it's always good to have a conversation and let them illustrate some numbers to you like we did today. And I will tell you, like, if you're moving to the Charlotte area or if you live in the Charlotte area and you're planning on staying here for some time, look into buying a home, right? Now, if you're somebody who maybe might be moving in a year or two for a job relocation, maybe it doesn't make sense to purchase it, right? So yes, reach out to somebody you trust and just kind of look at the numbers and weigh the decision if it fits, your goals.
So what does that look like? You get someone who calls you and says, hey, I'm thinking about buying a home, but I don't know where to start. What are you going to ask them to submit? What does that whole pre-approval look like?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. So we're always going to start off with a discovery call. And the purpose behind that discovery call is to learn a little bit more about your home ownership goals and to learn a little bit more about you in general, right? So we can kind of have an idea of how to structure this mortgage and get things prepared to benefit you. From that discovery call, we will then typically have you submit a mortgage questionnaire. It's where we can kind of gather all your information in one place. And then we will do usually a soft credit check. That's where people get worried. Now, it's important to understand that a soft credit check does not impact your score like a hard credit check. Just like going to Credit Karma and how it pulls your scores.
Right.
That's a soft credit check.
Okay.
So really no harm, no foul. to take that next step
Mm-hmm.
to see what you may qualify for.
Mm-hmm.
And once we have a chance to review the questionnaire, we then do what we call an initial loan consultation, which is where we'll jump on a Zoom or a phone call and we'll walk through your questionnaire together and start putting together a budget and showing you the different options that are available to
And
you.
how much does all of this cost?
Absolutely $0.
Okay, so there's no risk in. It's not like you're, no offense to the attorneys out there, but it's not like you're setting up a $500 hour-long consultation with an attorney. This is all provided to you in hopes that they would be your client at some point.
Exactly, right. We're here to earn your business and to be advisors to you. Yeah, we don't get paid a dime unless that mortgage makes it to the finish line.
Okay. Which I always think about that. The people who do inspections on the home, they always get paid because they're providing the service, and we have to wait until the closing day. And sometimes that falls apart the day before or the day of. You just never know. Okay, so they submit all their kind of financial information to you. You calculated it, and you spit out a number and say, here's the max of what you can afford, right? Is that how that works?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to look at your max, but in that discovery call, I must add, I always go a little deeper. It's like, even though we can maybe qualify you for X,
right?
What are you going to be comfortable paying from a mortgage perspective? What I'm seeing right now is a lot of times it ends up being a little bit more of a balancing act. They can afford more, but they don't want to pay it. And we're not here to push them to go to that higher purchase price.
Right.
You know, we're here to put together a scenario that fits their budget goals.
Because at the end of the day, you want them to make the payments too. I mean,
Exactly.
that's-
Yes.
You want
yes. We don't.
success. Everyone wants success around here.
Correct. Exactly. We don't want to put you into a situation where you're going to be uncomfortable. And there's even been times where I've had to kind of talk people back down. It's like, look, you told me your comfort range was $2,500 a month. We're at $3,000 at this purchase price.
Big difference.
Maybe we need to tone it back a little bit. So it's a lot of setting expectations, right? And that's why we're here as advisors. We're here to educate you and give you everything you need to make an informed decision.
Well, I feel like you did a lot of that today on Turnkey, Cole. I really appreciate you coming on the show, and I think it was informative, and hopefully it helps the first-time home buyers out there get a better understanding of what they're jumping into when they're thinking about buying their first home.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Morgan.
Yeah, thank you everyone else out there for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Good Tuesday afternoon to you, and welcome here to Queen City News Plus live from the Blue Room, as we have got our full boat in here today. As we've got anchor Morgan Francis, meteorologist Brenda Lawson, and also our producer-director Austin McCollum, who is running the show today with everything. And you can also watch us here as on Facebook and on YouTube, and also on the Charlotte CW that we're going live every day at 3 o'clock.
Basically everywhere.
I like how you put us in a boat today.
Everywhere.
I like that.
We are a smooth sailing
Yacht Rock
ship.
playlist.
Yacht Rock.
Say the word.
Well, we don't have Yacht Rock today. This is more like a ship that is really sinking fast, and hopefully not for a lot of people here. As far as the war in Iran, Morgan, that's the one we're going to start with right now, because the last-minute ceasefire talks that are going to be happening today between the U.S. and Iran seemingly are not happening right now in Pakistan.
I mean, Trump yesterday said J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, was on his way to Pakistan for those negotiations. He still, at last check, has not left. So that's not a good sign.
Plane fueled up, ready to go, along with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, and they're sitting there in Washington still.
Iran also hasn't decided whether they're going to join the talks either. The ceasefire between the two are set to expire tomorrow night. Trump has said that he is not going to renew the ceasefire, and both sides have stated that they're prepared to resume fighting. So there's been no indication that either side is even willing to come to any sort of deal to end this war. In fact, Iran's chief negotiator said they do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threat. As we know, Trump has threatened overwhelming military force if Iran doesn't reach a deal with the U.S.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, President Trump, he says he's prepared to take out their bridges and power plants, have renewed that threat. And a lot of world experts here, as far as what they're talking about, is that Iran, the IRGC being in control right now in Iran, as the reports are that They do not respond likely to those type of threats.
Mm-hmm.
But is it all bluster and political negotiation right now?
Is this the pressure tactic that Trump is trying to pull to see if Iran's going to come to the table? We'll have to see if it
And yeah,
works.
and Iran has said that they will do not accept those threats right now, and they are also prepared to quote reveal new cards on the battlefield, which has caused a lot of unrest globally about what is going to happen with the war in Iran, especially with the Strait of Hormuz, whether it is open, whether it is blocked, because gas prices have been coming down a little bit. 402 nationwide, North Carolina 376 right now. That's what matters to a lot of people in the United States as far as consumers goes. But globally, it's still the worry about if this is going to escalate into something further, which will cause a ripple effect down and a negative impact for the rest of the globe.
Right. I mean, gas prices influence everything. You think about the trucks that it takes to deliver goods to people's doorsteps. It causes the inflation that people see. Interesting that Trump also threw in this request to Iran to release 8 women who are set to be executed for their anti-regime protests, saying that that would kind of, in so many words, start negotiations off in kind of a good place if they would do this goodwill and release these 8 women that would look good to the U.S. in negotiations. But it doesn't seem like the other side is interested in anything at this point.
Yeah, and in talking with family that live in Iran, as far as my wife's cousins and such thing, they said that their communication is open. It's a more harder liner regime that is now in charge, and that is a big concern because the people that do live there that want the democracy, that
And the
want
head of
what
that
the president
regime,
of the United States wants,
who no one has seen since the
who's never
initial
seen.
attack.
That's what I was saying. They were saying that the IRGC is the one that is
The
in
one that's
control
pulling the
right now,
strings.
which is the harder line. As far as a militaristic type of view on everything.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, the other story too, Morgan, here that we're looking at is Virginia is another state that is looking to redistrict right now as they are voters today. They're deciding whether to ratify an unusual mid-decade redrawing of the U.S. House districts right now that could boost Democrats' chances of flipping control in that state there.
That's one unusual part to it. The other part is that it's going to be up for voters. California was the first one that did this, and now Virginia is sending it to the voters to vote on these maps. The current boundaries favor Republicans, and as Austin swipes across the screen here, you're showing what the proposed boundaries would be. So you can see the shift now going back from blue to red, showing the current boundaries. And if we go one more time.
This is District 7. This is more of a specific zoom in.
So it's a significant shift that could give Democrats as many as 4 additional seats, and it could flip control of the chamber. So, keep in mind, this gerrymandering is kind of something that Trump started as a way to get more Republicans
with a razor-thin margin already in the House, yeah.
And so now you see kind of Democratic side fighting back and playing the same game here. It'll be interesting to see what the tolerance level is for voters, being that this is going to be left up to them to decide.
And we'll find out, as we did with California. Texas really led it. As you say, Republicans expect 9 more House seats in the newly redrawn districts in Texas, Missouri, North Carolina here as well with District 1. And Ohio, and Democrats, they'll pick up 5 in California, 1 more in a court-imposed situation in districts in Utah, and then this net 4 here would even it out at 9 and 9 with the redistricting that they do have here, and we'll find out the results later on tonight.
And even if those results, let's say voters say, yes, this is what we want, I mean, the state Supreme Court is still considering whether this redistricting plan is legal or illegal, so it could still be something that is worked out in the courts. So it's up to voters for now. That could kind of change as we move on here. Back here locally, there's been a lot of pushback, I guess, is the most delicate way to put it, of these data centers. And there's a developer that postponed their rezoning request for a data center after all of this public outcry. There was actually a news conference and protest last night to oppose it. It's a 40,000 square foot data center near Reedy Creek Nature Preserve.
Yeah, and this is in East Charlotte, in not so much a heavy Well, it is a residential area, but more near in the more open environment with the Greedy Creek National Preserve there. And American Tower, they want to build a 40,000 square foot center there. It's much, much smaller than what the other data centers, like the one we have over in West Charlotte that's under construction right now. And so the issue is that the group there is because it takes up so much water, takes up so much electricity.
We're in
Those
a drought
costs
right now, too.
and we're on a drought. And that's the other key concern is we're on limited water restrictions as it is. And then the data centers come in here and take up so much of the power to run them that they're worried that those costs are going to be passed on to consumers. And consumers are already kind of feeling the pinch with the water restrictions, with higher electricity rates, because Duke Energy already wants to jack up the rates. They requested to jack up the rates double digits coming up in the next few months.
And I mean, obviously these data centers are to support what we all use, which is, this growing demand for data and AI. So it's servicing, ironically, the very people who are probably protesting the data center to begin with. So this isn't going away. Obviously, the developer postponed the rezoning request. It's now been rescheduled to the council's May 18th meeting. So I'm sure those same people will be out there making sure that their voices are heard, and it's not, just this area where people are upset. We've heard of
Iredell County is got
same
buyer's
thing.
remorse right now if you're approving a data center there. We're talking about one in Rowan County. We're talking about one in Salisbury.
them.
So a lot of places, and then the biggest one in the state is going to be right here in
right off of 85,
right around the corner from where we are right now on Wilkinson Boulevard and Morris Chapel Road. All right, and Morgan, one of the things too here, President Trump, another topic we're talking about, he is going to do a reading of the Bible. Leading Christian supporters, top Republicans, are going to take part in this marathon reading of the Bible. And the America 250 themed event is billed as encouraging a return to the spiritual foundation that shaped our country.
So each participant is going to read a passage out loud. Evangelist Franklin Graham is also going to participate in the event. Trump's passage will call for national repentance in ancient Israel. Critics say that this is just a highly partisan event, and that it's just part of a larger project to connect America's upcoming 250th birthday with the Christian vision. Other critics say, well, it wasn't too long ago that Trump posted a meme depicting himself as Jesus healing someone. Trump has said, well, I thought it was depicting me as a doctor, which is why I took it down. Who knows where the truth is with that one, but he's faced a lot of criticism from Christians recently, and this event is right on the heels of that controversy. Also, there was one involving the Pope.
Yeah, well, and there is also the Catholic church is going to be a part of this. Not the Catholic Church. It is including Catholic representation. The president of the Catholic Vote, which endorsed Trump in 2024, they will be reading it as well. But the critics do argue that it's a push for a white nationalist Christian society here in the United States. And then is the other people were going to be represented in this whole reading, but it's going to be Franklin Graham, also Jack Graham, Pastor Paula White Cain, who heads Trump's White House Faith Office, and then several other people that are going to be reading. Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary, Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
As well. Yep.
And President Trump, he's going to be reading 2 Chronicles, as you were saying, from the Oval Office, where he will read from the 7th chapter of 2 Chronicles set during King Solomon's dedication of a temple in ancient Jerusalem. And it's a certainly highly controversial topic, but it's also rallying cry, I guess, and also to bring.
Well, and we've seen that more people have turned to specifically Catholicism, but faith in general in recent years, and you've seen this resurgence with people who are, for whatever reason, gravitating toward Christianity, and I think people who are in support of that think that view this event as a huge testament to that, and to read the Bible in a marathon event that's going to be live streamed is something that you don't see very often. So it'll be an interesting event one way or the other. And again, it's going to be live stream from the Museum of the Bible in Washington.
Yeah, another story that we're following today. This is a really feel-good story that our storyteller John Lee had on Queen City News yesterday. And this is the dog here that was adopted by the Buddhist temple in High Point for the Venerable John Manavong. He's a three-legged dog. And John Manavong was on the march from all the Buddhists that went from Texas all the way to Washington, D.C. last year. And
he was on the North Carolina
stretch,
Okay.
Right? Yeah, and so he was the one that was wearing the orange shoes that really stood out. And someone suggested that he should get a dog, and so they got one from a shelter for him.
And then I believe that they didn't really want the dog on site, so he had to give up the dog
for a day,
for one night. Went back to the shelter. And then they realized, no, this is meant to be.
And Venerable Manavong there says, look, I really want the dog. He needs to be with me. He took to me right away when he came up. And so that is his companion. It was just a really heartwarming story. If you get a chance to watch it here on Queen City News, QCnews.com with John Lee. In our Faces of the Carolinas, he said, quote, I need a friend. And there he is.
Dog, man's best friend, right? Yeah, absolutely. That was just a cool story. And of course, everyone was just so captivated by the monks when they passed through and
Hopper,
their
that's the
overall
dog's name.
message.
Hopper.
Yes, which is so appropriate. What a cute dog. Let's get to the weather. It has been just beautiful out there. It looks foggy out there from this shot. It's not. It is just gorgeous. Are you chuckling, Austin?
I'm laughing at Brandon.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's here. He's
What
ready.
were you
he's,
doing,
He's
Brandon?
deep in his research.
I was just researching some certain things about a story I'm working on, and then totally, you said, let's turn to weather. I was like, that's me.
Nope,
Keyword.
You know, and Brandon, I always like this shot, Morgan, too, because this is a great shot that looks back toward the skyline from a long distance. This is our Dallas Tower camera. And yeah, that's not kind of haze. Is it a haze that's out there? It's just
the camera.
It's just the camera.
You know.
And now, if we get hotter, temperatures get back in the 80s, maybe a little bit of haze starting to pop up.
But it has been cooler, very nice and mild.
Yeah, it's been very
cold
comfortable.
overnight, for sure.
Yeah, and those chilly nights, another chilly night tonight, so you might want to grab a jacket, Brian, when you go out and look at the Lorenz meteor shower coming up later tonight.
Yeah, should be great visibility for that, right?
Yeah, great visibility, and I love the Lorenz. It's a good time to get out with the family, maybe the kiddos, and just get some good stargazing in. Now, there could be a little bit of misinformation with these. A lot of times on social media, you'll see where you're able to view 100 meteors per hour. That's not going to happen, but you can see at least 10 meteors per hour later tonight. Now, you can view the Lorenz meteor shower through April 30th, but it's going to peak tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So this will be a good view tonight. Best viewing right after around 10 o'clock because as the sun gets way below the horizon, you get more of a darker sky. And again, you want to look towards the eastern horizon as well. About 10 to 20 meteors per hour. Again, you won't see 100. And the big reason why you can't see 100 meteors per hour is because of light pollution. That's one thing. The artificial light tends to dim some of the more lighter, washes out some of the dimmer meteors. And then also your eyes just need time to adjust. And it just has a hard time with that. And again, some of the lower horizon meteors can be hard to see too unless you're really high up. So satellite and radar keeping us clear. That would be good news for later tonight. But as Brian was just mentioning, chilly conditions have been the story here the last few mornings, and we'll have that again tonight, dropping back into the 40s across the region. Tonight or this afternoon, temperatures are in the mid to upper 60s. Man, this is going to be a struggle to get to the lower 70s today. It's another cool afternoon, but tomorrow we do heat things back up. We're in the mid 80s mid to late this week, and then Sunday and Monday temperatures we'll be dropping back into the 70s again as a little bit more of an upper level trough or a little dip of the jet stream will roll in here. So pollen levels remain high for now. I want to point out, though, tree pollen should start to dim a little bit more as we get towards the end of April and towards early May. Then it'll be the grass pollen that starts to take over. Rain chances still few and far between. Just want to get you a look at Futurecast really quickly. Scattered showers and storms Saturday. Sunday we're dry. And then as we get towards Tuesday and possibly Monday as well, we'll get another front in here. It might be bringing some rain. Nothing that's going to help us out with the drought, guys. As we heat back up, that'll obviously make it worse as well. But just something we'll continue to battle towards trying to get some rain.
Yeah, the voluntary water restrictions. I don't know too many.
I got the nice
people
note from Charlotte Water to have the voluntary
Yeah.
restrictions. So and it was actually my irrigation guy who said, yeah, let's cut back a little bit. So
Yeah, hopefully people are doing that. I don't know too many people who are going to do it voluntarily. It might get to the point where it's not voluntary.
brown grass coming. And so you said it's not going to be happening too much on Saturday as far as that rain goes. All right. Thanks, Brandon.
Coming up, you've probably seen the video of this just heroic principal tackling a gunman when he walked into his school, saving, without a doubt, lives. Well, the students decided to honor him in an incredibly special way. We'll have that video coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live after this. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. It is 3:20 on your Tuesday afternoon as we take a live look down Independence Boulevard, smooth sailing on the roads, and just an all-around beautiful day out there. 66 degrees here in Charlotte. If you're watching from elsewhere, thank you so much for joining us here on Queen City News Plus Live. Brian, our next story is just a kind of head shaker, just horrific one. There was a shooting at a Pyramid of the Moon in Mexico. And as to why exactly this happened, authorities are still trying to figure it out. But the gunman shot and killed one person and injured 13 others.
Yeah, this is a very disturbing story. It's coming out of right outside of Mexico City. The Teotihuacan pyramids, the Pyramid of the Moon. He started shooting there. He's known as the gunman who was Julio Cesar Yasso Ramirez, a Mexican national. It began just before 11 a.m. Today, as they think he just descended from the temple's mezzanine, and they heard pop, 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 and the stampede of visitors were just running around. The gunman remained at the top of this mezzanine and started shooting more while carrying a digital tablet and just kind of shouting around. This is one of Mexico's most visited tourist sites, so you can imagine there are a lot of people there, but it's very disturbing to see this in just really around lunchtime that this happened.
I mean, there's like a 13-year-old boy who was shot in the leg. It was someone who from Canada who
U.S. one,
who
Russian
died.
national, Brazil. Was,
It's just horrible. And at one point, you know, the gunman appeared to fire a lot of shots into the air while people were using water bottles and clean cloths to slow the bleeding for some until paramedics were able to get there. I mean, you know, Mexico has a lot of shootings because of, you know, cartel activity, but something like this at a highly trafficked tourist site is highly unusual.
Yeah, and one of the things they're worried about is ahead of the World Cup for Mexico, so they're starting to increase security because of this. Back here in the United States, Morgan, in Nashville, a couple of planes about collided mid-air, only coming within 500 feet of each other. This was Southwest Airlines, a couple of flights. The cockpit warning signs were just going off and told the pilots to get out of there.
So this comes, keep in mind, 2 days after the FAA issued a ground delay for incoming flights because of a shortage of air traffic controllers. In this instance, the FAA believes that one of the flights got basically, it was initiated a go-around at the airport and then received instructions from air traffic control that put it in the flight of another airplane. Now, vertically, they were 500 feet from each other, which is extremely close as airplanes go.
Yeah, very close call. Both planes were packed. One of them eventually landed. The other went on to its destination, and everybody's okay. But this is a really, really close call, and it just comes on the, like today, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy just announced that new technology is going to come in and overall air traffic control towers, and they're going to use AI. They're going to alleviate the burden that they have on the lack of air traffic controllers right now, and it's certainly needed. This was an underscoring of the point from what happened yesterday in Nashville.
I mean, you hear of stuff like this, and I mean, what's to say it couldn't be a plane that you're on that this happens to? It's extremely scary for an incident like that to happen. You may remember this video of just a heroic principal who tackled a gunman who came into the school. Well, the students decided to honor him for saving lives in a very unique way. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, our king, Kurt Moore.
So this is prom.
He's the prom king.
He's the prom king.
And all of these students there are just so appreciative and cheering him on. And they are very, very thankful because he is being credited with saving a lot of lives that day. And here is the video of when the gunman walked into the store in Oklahoma, and he came out, saw him immediately, and just went right for him to go right at the gunman.
Got shot in the leg in the process.
Got shot in the leg in the process, but did not hesitate one bit.
I mean, not only right moment at the right time or wrong moment at the wrong time, right? But comes out of the office or whatever room he was in, and as you saw there, didn't even hesitate and
took the gunman down before he was ready to kill a lot of people.
There's a
former
student who wanted to conduct his own school shooting like the Columbine shooters did. I'm just horrible.
Yeah, certainly very disturbing, but it's a great honor for the principal to act like that day. Like he did that day,
Hero.
And certainly a hero. As a lot of folks have been comparing this to like on the other side of the coin of what happened like in Uvalde, Texas. And it's great to see that the principal here is being honored the way he is for acting the way he did and acting straight immediately to take care of this guy and subdue this gunman.
Crazy video of a hot air balloon that landed in a very unusual place.
My favorite.
We'll get to that story coming up in just a little bit. First, a commercial break. You're watching Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus live here on this Tuesday afternoon. I want to get right to this video and show you this hot air balloon that did not land where it was
Another
intended.
transition.
Yes.
You get so many.
This lands right in somebody's backyard. Hi, got a lunch party here today for you. This happened in Temecula, California.
There you go.
It was near San Diego. Yeah, and so this balloon lost some fuel and decided, I got to land somewhere. So he landed in this person's backyard.
I mean, there are so many things that could have gone wrong, right?
True.
You talk about trees, power lines. That's not a big backyard.
Freeways, yeah.
So the obviously the people who lived there came out with their
And the whole
cell
neighborhood,
phones and
yeah.
the whole neighborhood, and they were like, "What is going on?" And they all loved it because obviously it was a great ending.
And
No
they
one was
got them some
hurt.
propane, and then they wrapped up, and then they went back on to their original destination.
Off we go.
So Thursday night, I want to talk about this draft party.
Yes.
CSL is having there. Join the Carolina Sports Live crew. First round of the NFL draft is going to be Thursday night, and we've got at 8 p.m. They're going to be streaming all the reactions as it starts with
That's a cool
Casey Funderburk
graphic.
and also Gabe McDonald, Al Wallace, and possibly Casey Clark.
He's our news director. He doesn't normally go on TV, people. It's going to be interesting. We'll
Panthers
see you
got
then.
the 19th pick, yeah.
So, what does ethical discretion mean to you?
Allowing two consenting adults to undertake the kind of dating activities that they want between the two of them. It's really their business. So long as they're doing their activities with the consent of the other person, it is ethical to us.
Hey, everybody, welcome back into this week's episode of Unhinged. My name is Savannah Rudisell, along with my beautiful co-hosts. We've got Liza Mahachek and Alicia Quarles.
That's right. And today we are joined by Paul Keeble, who is the Chief Strategy Officer for Ashley Madison. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on today.
Okay, you're a brave man coming on with us because we got some questions for you. Let's talk about the rebranding. And ladies, you take it away with this question.
So the rebrand, originally your motto was life is short, have an affair. Now you've switched it to where desire meets discretion. So can you tell us what the difference is? Because I feel like to my ears, it sounds very similar.
So that's a great question. And it's really a natural evolution for our business that's being driven not so much out of the geniuses that I work with, but more so our actual members. So for years, we've been in business since 2002. We have been the world's #1 married dating site. But there was a really interesting shift that started to occur around 2020, where we started to see a lot of people coming to Ashley Madison to join because they were in what we call a disclosed non-monogamous relationship. Their partners were either aware or participating in their activities. But even more so, last year we saw the trend really explode where 57% of all our new members were single. They weren't coming to Ashley Madison for an affair because they weren't married. They weren't necessarily looking to connect with someone else who's also married. What they were looking to do was date in a variety of different ways, from traditional singles dating, casual dating, to more, extravagant type ideas. But they just really didn't enjoy the public disclosure related to most traditional dating apps. They wanted a little discretion. And so what we finally said internally was, well, our business is shifting without our, say in it. So let's adjust to address what our members are actually looking for. And it's the discretion that's brought them there. And so we're doubling down on that and giving people, and particularly women, a place to come where they can manage and control who they interact with more so than other traditional dating apps and create a better connection.
Listen, I'm not the morality police. People do what you want in your relationship. But if discretion is the key, how can you regain public trust when you had that big breach when people's, information was leaked that wanted that discretion?
Another great question. Obviously, that's 11 years ago. So the reality is, in order for us to be standing here today in 2026, talking about a rebrand and reposition for our business, we've had to address those concerns year over year, and we've rebuilt the trust. When we sat there in 2015, we had roughly 32 million members that had joined since our inception. We've now had more than 91 million people join. So we've had almost double the amount of people join since 2015. So in terms of addressing the trust in relation to our brand and our services, I think that's been well established. And the reason why we saw last year 57% of our members coming through being single is because they've already seen that we've made the adjustments necessary, and they're coming to us for the very thing we're offering, discretion. And I think what they're doing so is not for necessarily looking for sneaky links or stepping outside. What they're saying is, I want to conduct my dating activities without the whole world in. I don't want to put all of my content online where everyone sees it, and then I come into the office on Monday and Bob from accounting notices it because he's also on the same platform and makes a comment. Even if it's not, poorly intended, it comes across as a bit rude and for a lot of women gross. And so what they're saying is, I want to have more control. I want to manage my dating so that the eyeballs that see me are the ones that I'm really looking for and less so others.
So, Paul, walk us through this. What does that look like as far as how you say you're offering more privacy? What is that different than anyone else choosing to put limited information on a public profile?
Great question. Part of it is the technology, the product in itself. And the other part of it is really the culture that our members have cultivated over the years. So the first thing you'll notice when you sign on to Ashley Madison is that the majority of people do not have a face profile picture because they're seeking discretion. So they'll have a well-written bio. We do tend to find that our members are a little bit more honest about who they are and what they're looking for. And what that engenders is a better response rate because you have to read through what this person is looking for to see if you're a good match. And then the system also works slightly differently compared to other traditional dating apps, where most apps have a subscription model where a guy can go on a Friday night, swipe right on 100 women, and then that woman wakes up Saturday morning and she is just inundated with hundreds, if not potentially more, profiles to go through to really sift through what's a real connection and what's not. And it's really fatiguing and burdensome on the woman. So men on Ashley Madison will use credits to initiate a conversation with the woman. And if she responds, their conversation can be free going forward, which is amazing because then the man can come back weeks, months later if that connection doesn't completely fulfill all his needs, and his credits will still be there. He's not paying that monthly subscription to maintain his account while he's having a relationship. And it allows him to be more purposeful and gives women better choices and not having their inbox completely filled with guys who are clearly not a good match for them.
Well, what's the vetting process? Since you obviously have these privacy settings up where you're not seeing pictures and all that, how do you know who you're talking to is who they say they are?
Well, that's something that every person who does dating has to sort of go through. And part of it is building up that conversation. And one of the things we do have the capacity for on the site is we do have a private photo sharing locker. So if I do engage with somebody and I make a connection, I can send my key to her and she can send her key to mine. And we can look at each other's photos to make sure, okay, that's physically, aesthetically, that's pleasing. That's what I'm looking for. And if it doesn't go any further, I can retract the key and may no longer have access. And there's no screen captures allowed on any of our apps. So those things really help. But ultimately, we've built our whole model around this concept of ethical discretion. So people can communicate. And like I said, once you've made that initial connection, your conversation can be free going forward. So people aren't feeling the pressure. And so they can take their time to vet, converse, and build up a sense of trust so they can identify the person that, oh, this person's legitimate. They're looking for what I'm looking. I was able to ascertain, based on 2 days, 3 days, a week's worth of conversations that they match what I'm looking for and are the type of individual I want to go out in public with.
Well, hold on, Paul. You keep referring to ethical discretion, and I want to kind of break down what that really means, because you said, you're not asking your applicants or your users all to, to be that upfront with all of their information. You're touting about 57% are single. That still leaves 43% who are not. So what does ethical discretion mean to you?
Allowing two consenting adults to undertake the kind of dating activities that they want between the two of them. It's really their business. So long as they're doing their activities with the consent of the other person, it is ethical to us. It is not our business. And a perfect example of this story from the other side was the Coldplay affair. We saw two people exposed who did nothing wrong, and the story was well told afterwards. Unfortunately, this woman was already in the midst of a divorce. She was not having an affair, but people jumped to conclusions. So the public scrutiny, and we're not talking celebrities or people who are famous in any way, shape, or form, just regular, normal people, but yet the online mob attacked them. And so ethical discretion is the idea that my business is mine until you're lucky enough to be invited into it. And once you are, we build a level of trust and connection that isn't for others, it's just for us.
Well, you said did nothing wrong, but Kristen Cabot, the woman you're talking about, went on Oprah and she said actually something was done wrong because Rodney, her boss actually was married and he wasn't separated like he told her he was. So I guess at what point does morality play a role in Ashley Madison if people are lying about the status of their relationships?
Well, so you're cherry picking one individual's type of relationship, obviously an affair, but there's so many other types of relationships that people are looking for. And with the rise of ethical non-monogamy, since 2020, we were tracking more than 20% of our membership were identifying as being in some form of an open or disclosed non-monogamous relationship. And whose judgment is it to decide whether that's right or wrong? And I think part of the issue we're facing in society is that people want to transfer their version of a righteous relationship onto others. And so what we're giving people is the capacity to conduct their affairs as they see fit without the public eye. It's not your business how they date. It's their business how they date. Now, if someone's lying to the other individual, then that's not ethical discretion.
Right. Right. And in fairness to Alicia too, it's not necessarily cherry picking examples, just again talking with what you're talking with. Exactly. You brought up the Coldplay example here. Again, I think we're looking at ethical. We're not looking at necessarily polygamous relationships, the ethical non-monogamy where you get multiple consenting partners all being open with one another about who is seeking what outside of that connection, and perhaps Ashley Madison being the place to do so, or any other dating app. It's looking at the hurt that comes in the wake of affairs from others who are not necessarily aware that there is an additional relationship being sought here. I think kind of the question is, just to clarify, there's no requirement. You don't have to be married. You don't have to be single. You don't have to be in any kind of open or, polyamorous relationship. This is just, we're trusting you to come to us with good intentions. Is that kind of what this rebrand feels?
We're trusting you to take care of your business with good intentions. We're providing a place where you can conduct those and have these ethical conversations, these ethical, discrete connections. People are tired of living their lives in the digital world, the social media era, where everything has been curated online and we put our whole lives out there for exposure. And people, I think, for the past 25 years have suddenly, come to the realization that it's not really everyone's business. And it's not out of shame or guilt. It's just simply an understanding. I don't need to live online. And this is coming into the dating world. People are fatigued with their traditional dating experience on the traditional dating apps, and they want something a little different. And I think the trend of single people coming to Ashley Madison, yes, last year was 57. I'm going to be fascinated in it this year where we're at, because I think that's going to continue to grow because people are seeking something different. So our heritage in married dating gave us the platform of discretion because we had to use that for a very different reason, obviously. But our members are shifting how they use our service. And the reality is what you do on Ashley Madison, you can technically do other places, but with a lot more scrutiny and a lot more people looking in onto what you're doing. We've purposely built and designed our app for those who are seeking an experience that others can't see into until you invite them in. And I think that shift is the more traumatic part. And I get our history. And I take no issue with the criticism we face, running a previously a married dating service, but that business model is shifted. I think in the next 20 years, you're not going to see even double-digit percentage of people coming to our site looking for that type of activity.
Perfect. Well, Paul, we want to thank you so much for your candor. We appreciate you answering all of our questions.
We've got a couple more questions, actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
When we come up from take a quick break here for you before we let you go here just yet. Unhinged. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Unhinged. We are sitting down with the Chief Strategy Officer for Ashley Madison. We got Paul Keeble. Now, Paul, we were talking, you said that building on the heritage of your site, this is a long-running institution and with quite the reputation, to say the least. How do you combat people who are, not necessarily combat, but rather, how do you address the concerns that some people have saying, I'm going to go on Ashley Madison as a single person and only find married people?
Well, they're not going to, number one. But number two, why is it our business to determine other people's morality? Why is it our business to judge how they're conducting their affairs? So long as they're being upfront, long as they're being honest with the individual they're having their connection with, why is it my business? Part of the thing that people often misunderstand about that type of activity is it isn't always what it appears to be. We don't know the conversations that one party's had, if they are married or not married or in a relationship. We don't know the nature of the conversations. We don't know what they've agreed to or not agreed to. And it's not for our public consumption. And so what we're saying is, through the lens of ethical discretion, you can choose to join Ashley Madison, connect with the type of people for the activities you're looking for. And the range has always been varied. It never was as simple and as singular as one type of connection. It was a much grander, concept. And it's now being broadened with the rise of ethical non-monogamy, with the rise of discrete type connections in dating, and people who are looking for something that's just a little bit different without the public eye. Discretion gives them that comfort, but others knowing, coming to Ashman, that that's what they're looking for. And I think that's one of the differences. You sign up to a traditional dating website, you're expecting traditionally to find someone who's looking to date, potentially build a long-term relationship, and that's usually the expectation. That isn't necessarily the expectation of Ashley Madison. That forces people to a degree to read the profiles, to make better connections, and so that people aren't being deceived and go down a path and being disappointed because they meet a great person, but they're not looking for the same thing. On Ashley Madison, the options are varied and wide, but the disclosure is up front with a bit of discretion, and I think that creates a far better dynamic.
Do you think that, you've seen a decent number of long-lasting relationships that have come out of these connections on Ashley Madison?
Oh, I've had over the years, many people get married on Ashley Madison. I've had long-term relationships sustained and created every variety of a successful dating story you can imagine, and many, many more have occurred. I've been with the company since 2013, so I've been through all the ups and downs, and I've heard every day. I kind of think, oh, I've heard the most amazing story. I'll never hear anything better, and my team brings me a new one. So yeah, I still have a member that reaches out to us every once in a while. He and his now wife met on Ashley Madison, I think, 15 years ago. And they've had a long-term loving marriage since then. And I think that's amazing that we were able to put those two people together.
Well, you haven't been with the company since 2013. How's Ashley Madison been able to survive scandal and then thrive, especially with so many new dating sites out there and dating options? I feel like it's a very competitive field.
It is a very competitive field. I think part of it is one that we're very bold in the nature of what our business has always been, and we're very straightforward about what we've offered. I think we've been very clear to the market about what we're offering, why we're offering, and who we're offering it to. In this rebrand, obviously, we're going to have to do a lot of conversation about what it means, because it is a big shift under certain circumstances. But I think the honesty and the direct nature of how we've presented our business and how we talk with our members is the reason we still stand today. And, I think about so much of the competition that we have faced over the years and the other brands, and our mark on culture is so unique. I mean, there's literally a whole episode on The Simpsons about our business. Not a lot of businesses, period, can say that. And I think it represents where we stand. I think, despite some of the failings we've had in our, long history past, we've been able to overcome those and come back because people are looking for what we offer, and we're committed to that promise to our members.
Fair to say that there's all different types of people on all different types of services when it comes to dating. But in some of the surveys that Ashley Madison has put out and released some of those results, one of them was looking to, I believe the title was, "What are you faithful to?" And they believe 87% of respondents to this particular Ashley Madison survey said they would rather cheat on their partner than cheat on their taxes. 85% say they would rather cheat on their favorite or they would rather cheat on their spouse than their favorite takeout restaurant.
So, Van, I think men, they must have polled men.
Well, this is respondents from Ashley Madison. I don't believe I saw a gender breakdown of this particular survey. So when you have, this is what's putting out, 49% of respondents in a separate survey say that they seek additional relationships during times of stress. These kind of numbers seem to be indicative of the clientele who are still using Ashley Madison. Is that fair to say?
Well, no, because you'd have to look at the data of that survey. So that's a few years old, if my memory is right. So that's 2 years old. And so we still were in the business of married dating at the time. Though our business model was clearly shifting, we were surveying those members who identified themselves in a relationship, so that when we get the data back, we're asking people of that nature. We were asking 30 million members. We were asking a smaller subset those questions because that was the nature of our business. So we sought out information from users who would have identified with that type of activity. They weren't necessarily people who were single and looking for something different that would have addressed that survey. So it is indicative of where we were 2 years ago. But like I said, our business is shifting, and now we're addressing what our members are asking of us and creating a better dynamic for them and giving them the space and honoring what they've come here for by shifting our business model.
What do you feel like your biggest challenges for the business here in the months ahead here as you're moving through this rebrand?
Obviously, I think the biggest challenge is helping people understand that we have shifted, why we've shifted, and what's available at Ashley Madison. Because I think obviously we have a huge history and a brand recognition that surpasses a lot of really, much bigger brands from us from a certain perspective. And so we want people to know we're still in business, that we have 50,000+ people joining weekly, if not more, who are looking probably for the very same thing you are in some capacity. And with that discretion, you have the opportunity to explore without everybody seeing what your business is. And I think that will be our biggest challenge and our biggest opportunity.
Oh, I'm looking for a sugar daddy. I'm going to call you. Just kidding. Just kidding, but not really.
Again, looking
Thanks,
for
Paul.
all types of different relationships. Paul, thank you
so
much
much
for
Answering our
joining us.
questions.
Yeah. Again,
My pleasure. Louise.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a hot topic for sure. Absolutely. I think there's a lot of people who have their ideas of what's right for them and what's right for their partner, and all the more reason to communicate.
That's
With
it.
anybody that you're in or possibly in a relationship with. Welcome back into Unhinged. We are talking about dating with a little bit of discretion. This is funny. This is really one of the most common questions that I get from people who don't know me super well, but want to know about my love life. Busybodies, maybe, of course.
Girl, who isn't one though?
You know, we all want to know.
Yeah, this is like you work for Queen City News. Like, do you ever have trouble dating? I'm curious as to what you guys have experienced in your time working in the industry.
I always, whenever I'm on dating apps, I don't put the fact that I'm a journalist or anything like that, that I work in news or anything involving TV. I just don't put that on my profile. And then also when I'm meeting people, whether it is friends or also like potential love interests, I'm not really advertising the fact that I'm on TV. Because first of all, it just kind of like steers the conversation away from like whatever you're planning on talking about.
It can, yeah.
And so, because a lot of times then people have questions, which is so fair, but it's like, you know, this is just our day to day. So it's like, I typically just don't really bring it up until later.
And I've seen that in action. I've seen you do this. I've watched them. I was gonna be like, oh, we work together. And it's like, just like, we're in communication.
Yeah, exactly.
It was so beautiful. And it was just.
Because then you just don't really have to, like, then it's not like, oh, you're on TV. Which also, here's the thing. The people that we're talking to, probably aren't really watching a ton of cable. They probably aren't really watching a ton of TV news. So it's not like they're going to be like, oh my gosh, yeah, I watch you every day.
Right.
Like, you know, that's not what I think that any of our worries is, but like
for potential partners, not necessarily.
Yeah. I've always told people, like, I don't care. But the thing is, I will say, once you get into a long-term relationship, a lot of times it's worked against me, meaning that guys get resentful because people always do want to know, what do you do? Oh my God, you talk to celebrities. Oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah.
And it does steer the conversation that way. And eventually you start shining the relationship, not because you mean to, just because it's part of your job. It's what you do. And guys can get super resentful. But I'm definitely not going to like hide what I do. It's just, it is what it is. You take, like me or don't. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't feel like discretion is something I necessarily need to like really look for necessarily. You know what I mean? I don't put like where I work on my dating profile, but that's more so a safety thing.
Right.
So I feel like I kind of hit that same level as a lot of women do. I think a lot of women, especially who are online dating, are using discretion every single day. And so it's not necessarily about, oh, who do you want to see? Who do you not want to see? It's that level of how much information you're just giving out.
Exactly. It's true. Just in terms of safety. Now, Alicia, I know you said that being on Raya, that's something where, you know, this is a different dating platform where you kind of do share what you do.
Right. Raya is for like quote unquote celebrities. And that's, you literally share what you do. So I think that platform is kind of equal opportunity because everybody on that platform is in the industry in some way, shape, or form.
Sure.
So nobody's really going to be impressed with your job because everybody has pretty cool, creative, interesting jobs. So it's not really been an issue for me being on TV or, you know, being a journalist. I think I've always dated people industry adjacent that just get it, but they also have interesting jobs too.
Yeah. Do you feel like it was different in New York versus Charlotte?
I think so because New York is, Charlotte's a big finance community, right? That's like, we got finance bros. In New York, I was around a bunch of creatives where everybody, like, you know, so-and-so worked at The Tonight Show. So-and-so was on tour with Madonna. But that was just the norm. That's not even name dropping. Just people had cool jobs. So you didn't think about it and didn't hinder you in dating. The biggest hindrance were, are you going to be in the city at the same time? Because nobody was ever, we just weren't there together.
But that's the other thing. That's the issue that I feel like comes up with Raya specifically is that these are people who, of course, you know, there are some people on there who have money to fly you to wherever they are. But it's like, you know, you aren't in that direct exact same space.
Exactly.
Right?
It's true. You're not in the same space. So you might literally connect with somebody from Lebanon and be like, oh, this is amazing. Oh, they live there. Cool. So that's the.
And Alicia's like, she's like, I don't know. I just haven't really gone on dates. I'm like, well, maybe it's because he's hundreds of miles away.
No, before these kids, y'all, I get on the plane and be flued out. But
that's right.
Those days are over. Okay, this is my suburban mom days. So yeah, I think I need to get off Raya. I don't think Raya is like where I'm at right now.
Well, that's coming up on one episode of Unhinged. We got to get you on Hinge.
Yes, get me on Hinge, girls. Get me on Hinge. I'm ready. I'm ready to meet somebody IRL. All right, ladies, that'll do it for another episode of Unhinged. It's been eye-opening with Ashley Madison. We're talking discretion and dating in the spotlight. You guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
Now on Queen City News, a big shift for education in Catawba County. What comes next for students and staff in 3 school districts after county leaders approved a school merger? And more local governments at residents now asked to be able to cut back on their water usage, how local business owners are now preparing for the possibility of more restrictions in the future.
And coming up in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast, I'll show you when we could be tracking a much needed chance of rain once again. And we've got a warm up ahead too after a cold and in some cases frosty start this morning. All the details coming up.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at 4, when 3 becomes 1. 3 separate school districts in Catawba County are now set to merge after commissioners approved the controversial plan last night in a very close vote. So it's a move that didn't have the support of many parents or school leaders, but commissioners moved forward with the plan anyways. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from those directly impacted.
bigger is not always better.
Newton Conover School Superintendent Emily Shaw calls the vote from Catawba County Commissioners to merge her district along with Hickory City Schools into the Catawba County School District disappointing.
I feel like they were there going through the motions. They were not hearing and fully engaged with what everybody in the community and even our students were saying.
The merger plan, which would take effect in July of 2028, still needs final approval from the North Carolina State Board of Education. Hickory School Superintendent Jennifer Griffin says along with a potential loss in state and federal funding, she's worried about the two districts losing their identities.
We just serve different populations of students with different needs. Our communities have different values. I think you lose your individuality, you lose that local control, which is what makes our schools feel like home, feel like community.
Catawba County officials say decreasing enrollment in both the Newton, Conover, and Hickory districts is why a merger is the best way to save taxpayer money.
I think a consolidated district, we can provide more for the students, more for the staffs.
Catawba County School Board Chair Tim Settlemeyer tells us he respects the passion to keep the district separate, but believes this is why Catawba County voters chose commissioners to make tough decisions like this one.
I'm sure coming together as a community, we can look at those things together and we can have productive conversations and come up with solutions to all those concerns.
The superintendents are now asking families to reach out to the state and demand an independent study of the merger before final approval.
Really dive deep into the plan and look at, okay, what is best for students?
Now, if this merger is approved for 2028, we're told that there should not be any staff layoffs for at least 2 years, but we're told that it will be ultimately up to the Catawba Valley School Board to decide if high schoolers will be allowed to graduate from the school they started in. In Catawba County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Matt, for that. So Kannapolis police are now investigating the deadly shooting of a teenager at his home. So this all happened last night on Coldwater Lane. 17-year-old Legend Benjamin was found dead at the scene. Investigators say that a red SUV was seen leaving the area. So they're asking anyone with information about the shooting to contact Kannapolis police. Union County now joining its neighbors by implementing voluntary water restrictions amid the ongoing drought. So while it's not over and it's not yet required, officials say that tighter restrictions may not be far away. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone spoke with a local nursery about how they're now preparing after weeks of dry conditions.
At a time when water might be slightly harder to come by, these native plants are doing what they can to soak it all up.
These guys have to stay wet at all times in order to actually survive.
Jared Lukuski owns Plant Everything Carnivorous in Hempy Bridge, where plants eat bugs and drink water to survive.
That's really what these guys like the most. So I try to collect every single drop of rainwater that I possibly can. But in times like this, it's tough to really conserve water.
Under the new water restrictions, Lukuski can only fill up these water tanks on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. But even at that, the water needs to sit here to be best for his plants.
We're not riding around in our vehicles trying to catch people watering on the wrong days. It's all voluntary, and we're just asking our customers to be mindful of their water use.
Union County Water Administrator Hong Yi says the drought will likely get worse, and in stage 2, that's where restrictions become mandatory and rates go up for heavy water users.
This may persist for a while, so we have to take action now to try to last it out as best as we can.
You poke it again, then it closes.
And Lukuski's plants will keep biting back to capture the nutrients they need to survive.
We try to conserve as much water as we possibly can.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Wow, neat plant. Mocal, looking at multiple other local governments, also issued requests for weeks for this week, so for water customers to be able to cut back on their use. And Kannapolis city leaders are now, and Harrisburg town officials are asking for reduction due to the drought. They want residents just to avoid planting new plants and also seeding lawns until the dry conditions improve and limit outdoor watering. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein now calling for significant investments while pausing planned tax cuts in his proposed $35 billion budget. Well, Capitol reporter Shabnam Danish now tells us about the governor's plan to be able to keep North Carolina strong.
We cannot simply stand still and hope for the best.
Governor Josh Stein says while the state is #1 for business, it has fallen behind on education, public safety, and health care for a growing population. His recommended $35 billion budget includes targeted tax cuts for working families, while investing in education, childcare, public safety, and the workforce.
My budget will make starting teacher salaries in North Carolina the highest in the Southeast. These investments and these tax cuts are what it looks like to be truly pro-family.
Stein urged lawmakers to press pause on planned tax cuts, which is at the heart of the budget disagreement between House and Senate Republicans.
And if we don't, we will face an imminent shortfall in our budget of $5 billion, risking massive cuts to critical services, the likes of which we have not experienced in North Carolina since the Great Recession.
But Senate Leader Phil Berger, who wants the tax cuts to continue as planned, says that isn't accurate.
It's my belief that we will have more money than is projected, and that if we control the growth in state spending, the state budget will be in just fine shape.
Stein is also calling on lawmakers to fully fund Medicaid, which state officials warn could run out of funds as soon as May. At the General Assembly, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
And State Senator Berger now says the discussions regarding the budget are ongoing. So he did say lawmakers have come to an agreement, though, regarding Medicaid funding. Republican lawmakers in Raleigh are putting together an oversight committee to investigate a lawsuit settlement signed by former Governor Roy Cooper. Well, in that 2021 agreement, some criminals convicted of nonviolent crimes were released from prison during the pandemic. Civil rights groups had sued the state, arguing that prisoners' constitutional rights were being violated by being kept in prison. A Wake County judge agreed, ruling as many as 32,000 prisoners were impacted. And Cooper's administration then reached a settlement for 3,500 prisoners to be put on supervised release. So we asked Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes if there is any sort of punishment that Cooper could now face for following a court-approved settlement.
He didn't do something that he didn't have discretion to do. And so I think it's going to be hard to have accountability towards him for that, specifically if it stayed within the confines of the settlement. If the agreement required that it was nonviolent individuals and they released nonviolent individuals, I don't think it goes further than the front door. You have to remember what was happening during that time. To date, at the time, this is 2021, 47 people in state prisons had died from COVID-19. 9,481 had tested positive for the virus, and 310 were hospitalized after being and while being incarcerated during the pandemic. And so they were trying to figure out a way to stop it from spreading while using the legal mechanisms in place to do that.
Chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. And the Cooper campaign right now is responding to Republicans' announcement. And so in a statement, a spokesperson calls Republicans lawmakers' claims just straight out lies and says that Cooper fought against the releases in court. The statement went on to be able to say that Republican lawmakers were regularly briefed on the lawsuit at the time and are now bringing up the issue in the middle of Cooper's campaign for U.S. Senate. So the president's pick to be able to lead the Federal Reserve is now facing an uphill battle for confirmation, and it's all because of North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis. Tillis is holding true to his pledge that he will not vote for an appointee, and that would be appointee Kevin Warsh, until the Trump administration drops an ongoing investigation into current Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
I'm not going to ask you anything. You have extraordinary credentials. They're impeccable. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation.
So the Department of Justice launched the probe into Jerome Powell and renovations for the Federal Reserve back in January. Well, Powell claims the investigation was being used to pressure him to lower interest rates. Tillis acknowledges the renovations are expensive but necessary for the upkeep of an aging government office. Carolina Panthers now bringing back a local high school football star. So get this, the team announced today that they then reached an agreement with Davidson native quarterback Will Greer. He entered the league with Carolina as a third-round draft pick in 2019, but then was cut in 2021. So Greer has now played for several teams since, and he was a star at Davidson Day School, throwing for 195 touchdowns over 3 seasons. Tara.
All right, checking out weather here on this Tuesday. Most temperatures running a little bit cooler out there today after what was kind of a cold start this morning. Frosty for a lot of you, but we have a big warm up on the way again and some rain chances to talk about. That's all next.
Okay, so if you step outside tonight, you might be able to enjoy a show in the skies. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson explains how to be able to watch a meteor shower at its peak. And a North Carolina community still in shock after a mass shooting takes the life of 2 teens. The suspects set to face charges. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Welcome back. Your time is 4:13 right now. North Carolina law enforcement officials now say charges will be filed in yesterday's deadly mass shooting at a Winston-Salem park. So here's what we know. Investigators say the shooting stemmed from a planned fight between teens. And today, officials released a statement saying that the young adults who stood by during the fight will be charged. Authorities also share that they are not looking for any other suspects. A 16 and 17-year-old were killed, and several other people whose ages range from 14 years old to 19 years old were also hurt in the shooting. A South Carolina woman convicted of rolling her car into a lake and then drowning her 2 beautiful children is now once again up for parole. So Susan Smith has been in prison since her 1995 conviction. She was sentenced to life after admitting to strapping her infant and 3-year-old in their car seats and rolling her car into a lake. She initially told police that she was carjacked with her kids still inside the vehicle. Smith was denied parole last year. She has a new hearing set for this November. A bill that would further restrict abortions in South Carolina is one step closer to becoming law. The Senate Medical Affairs Committee approved the legislation today, sending it to the Senate floor. So for context here, let me give you some. The bill would then move South Carolina's current ban of 6 weeks to the moment of conception. And it would also eliminate exceptions for cases like rape and incest. So there's no word, though, when it'll be taken up on the Senate floor. Well, there are more signs of recovery in western North Carolina, nearly 19 months after Hurricane Helene hit. What a good sound. Over the weekend, Norfolk Southern celebrated the first freight train to roll through the region since Helene devastated railroad infrastructure. The company says that the 59-car westbound train traveled from Hickory to Old Fort before entering the iconic Old Fort loops to be able to head toward Asheville. And there will be a show in the sky tonight, so the Leard's meteor shower will peak this evening, and our meteorologist Brandon Lawson now chats about how you can enjoy it.
Going to be an exciting night for stargazers as some rocks burn up above our heads tonight as the Earth passes through a little bit of space debris from a comet that was originated back in the 1800s. But the Lorenz meteor shower has actually been discovered and at least seen ever since 687 BC, first seen by the Chinese. So that is pretty spectacular stuff that it's still around here in 2026. They can view them until April 30th. It peaks tonight, though, through Wednesday. Best view definitely tonight. The forecast looks perfect. Clear skies, a crescent moon, so the moon's not going to be too bright and overwhelming either. Best to view this in a dark sky. So we're talking about 10 p.m. or later as the sun gets more below the horizon. You want to look to the northeast or just generally in the eastern horizon, and you'll see about 10 meteors per hour, 20 meteors per hour if you're lucky. Now, you will not see 100 meteors per hour. You might have seen that on social media. Man, that has been the battle of science, right? Social media and some of the lies that come on there. The reason it's hard to see 100 meters per hour is because, one, we have a lot of light, especially here in Charlotte. Light pollution, artificial light can wash out some of the dimmer meteors. Sometimes the meteors can be a little lower in the horizon, too, so you're not able to see some. And plus, our eyes are not perfect. Again, our eyes have to adjust to the darkness to give us a good view of some of these meteors as well. So let your eyes adjust. Look in the eastern sky after 10 o'clock or so, and see if you can see some of the Lorenz meteor shower later tonight. If you do get a good view, I want you to enjoy it. But if you do happen to snap a picture, send it to us. We'd love to show it on air for you here on Queen City News. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson.
Oh, Brandon, of course, we'd love to be able to have pictures. I'm joined here with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, so about 10 o'clock tonight, I know a lot of kids right now are saying, see, I don't have to go to sleep early tonight, Mom. I can stay up, because Brandon just said to be able to get outside at 10.
Yeah.
But if you want to see this kind of, I know, the dark, for science, the dark part of your backyard, if it's really dark, you might have a chance of seeing
So the key is you just want to get away from that light pollution and the city lights. And so, yeah, if you're front yard, maybe you have some street lights and, you know, some of those curbside lights, your front porch light. Backyard, maybe the better bet, because maybe it's darker and you don't have all the light pollution out there. So as dark as possible of an area, because it makes sense. You know, we have the dark sky, and then you can see those bright lights maybe streaking across the sky up to 18 per hour.
Just take a picture, as Brandon said. Send it to us.
Yeah, we'd like to see it. All right, and we have a mostly clear to partly cloudy conditions as we pan around over Beach Mountain out there this evening and late this afternoon. Yeah, so we'll see more cloud breaks and a lot of that cloud cover moving out later on tonight, which means temperatures too will get a little bit chillier again, but not quite as cold as last night. We're not talking about frost advisories or freeze warnings in effect for tonight, but boy, it was a cold and in some cases frigid cold start this morning, frosty cold start. Check out you all up in the high country. As expected, those lows did dip into the upper 20s to low 30s, so below freezing up that way. 36 degrees for that low temperature in Morganton. Some of the colder spots, Salisbury got down to 34, only 42 in the Queen City, so well above freezing and not far from freezing there. Wadesboro dropping down to about 35 early this morning, but decent recovery this afternoon. We're only at 68 though right now, so not quite as warm as the mid 70s that we had yesterday. Light and variable wind, dew points are sitting in the mid 30s, so still some pretty dry air out there, but we do have some spots in the lower 70s. Monroe is right at 70 degrees. We got 73 in Chesterfield County, mid upper 60s heading up and down Highway 321 from say Hickory and heading down Gaston County zone. 70 in Chester, South Carolina, and comfortably cool low and mid 60s for you all up in the mountains, where it continues to be a clean sweep, a dry scan on radar, high pressure and main control. We have some of those scattered clouds kind of drifting in from the west and southwest, but again, no weather issues out there, no major obstructions when it comes to the cloud cover in the sky. If you want to check out that meteor shower after 10 o'clock and up through about dawn late tonight and early tomorrow morning, temperatures backing off into the mid 60s by 10 p.m. or so. We do have a warmer Wednesday ahead, so this kind of area of above normal warmth here will be kind of gradually pushing in from the west here, and that warmer flow overall taking over the next few days. So 60s and 70s today, yesterday highs in the 70s, more like lower 80s and even a few spots in the mid 80s tomorrow, after only starting out in the upper 40s and low to mid 50s going through the morning. More sunshine on the way. The difference from today is it will get a little gusty once again, wind gusts picking up anywhere from 20 to even close to 30 miles per hour, expecting some of those higher gusts up in the mountains, and then not not quite as breezy of a day expected for Thursday. Futurecast does show a weak system dropping in here from the north tomorrow, but because our air mass is so dry, any of this rain that you see coming through here likely not making it to the ground. Can't totally rule out maybe a couple sprinkles or a little bit of light rain making it to the ground in parts of our area and the Piedmont later tomorrow afternoon and evening. But for the most part, it is staying dry. That goes for Thursday and even on Friday too. Now this weekend is going to be a different story. Finally, we do have a slightly better chance of rain and a little more coverage of the scattered showers coming in with the approach of this next front. Not so much early in the morning. The morning could maybe bring a couple of showers in the mountains, but afternoon and evening will be the best bet to see some scattered showers, maybe an isolated storm. Sunday now is looking drier, so that's going to be the drier half of the weekend, but then we may get more moisture pushing in from the south and west and a few more showers, a possibility going into early next week. So this could be the start of a little more of an unsettled pattern for the first few days of next week. We're not talking about widespread washouts and the sort of rain we need. I mean, look at this over the next 7 days, only upwards of a couple tenths, maybe close to an inch of rain possible, especially up in the mountains and foothills, but just not the inches of rain that we need to really help put a dent in this drought situation. So the 7-day forecast is showing warmer temperatures over the next several days and really right on into early next week. High temperatures up around 80 degrees plus, but with those rain chances coming starting this weekend.
Thank you, Tara. So first it was a name change, and now more changes are rolling out at a Charlotte concert venue. So what concert goers can look forward to this summer at True Lion Amphitheater? You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:22. Look at that, 66 degrees outside. You know you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. A popular outdoor venue in Charlotte is now getting people ready for what is to come this summer. So the former PNC Music Pavilion rebranded as the True Lion Amphitheater earlier this year. And with the new name comes some new investments. So officials today previewed the new food and drinks that will then be at the venue, as well as the summer celebrity lineup. So that includes Pitbull, Neo, Akon, Hilary Duff, and so many more acts coming. Well, people who will go will also notice new expanded seating. Look at this, and even green space for everyone to be able to relax and have some fun.
So we spent a lot of time in the off season investing in our amphitheater and sort of reimagining it, and we use a lot of fan feedback to figure out how we should improve things. So some of the improvements happen backstage for the artists and trying to make their experience here at the amphitheater as positive as possible so they come back. But it's the same thought process for the fans as well.
So the name of the venue changed in January after a new multi-year naming rights partnership with Winston-Salem-based True Lion Federal Credit Union. Carolina Hurricane fans are celebrating after another exciting playoff game. So last night, the Canes then played host to the Lenovo Center that's where it happened, for Game 2 against the Ottawa Senators. So the Carolina team pulled out the win to go up 2-0 in the series. The Hurricanes and the fans now shift their focus to the ice in Ottawa for Game 3 Thursday night. Governor Stein lays out his budget request for lawmakers as they now return to Raleigh. What he's now prioritizing, as North Carolina is the only state in the country not operating on a new budget. And a North Carolina senator stands in the way of the confirmation for the newly appointed Federal Reserve Chair, while Tom Tillis is now starting a standoff over the vote. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:27, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. When three becomes one. So 3 separate school districts in Catawba County are set to merge after commissioners approved the controversial plan last night in a closed vote. Now, this vote was very close, and it's a move that didn't have any support from many parents or school leaders, but commissioners moved forward with the plan anyway. So right now, Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from those directly impacted.
Bigger is not always better.
Newton Conover School Superintendent Emily Shaw calls the vote from Catawba County Commissioners to merge her district along with Hickory City Schools into the Catawba County School District disappointing.
I feel like they were there going through the motions. They were not hearing and fully engaged with what everybody in the community and even our students were saying.
The merger plan, which would take effect in July of 2028, still needs final approval from the North Carolina State Board of Education. Hickory School Superintendent Jennifer Griffin says along with a potential loss in state and federal funding, she's worried about the two districts losing their identities.
We just serve different populations of students with different needs. Our communities have different values. I think you lose your individuality, you lose that local control, which is what makes our schools feel like home, feel like community.
Catawba County officials say decreasing enrollment in both the Newton, Conover, and Hickory districts is why a merger is the best way to save taxpayer money.
I think a consolidated district, we can provide more for the students, more for the staffs.
Catawba County School Board Chair Tim Settlemeyer tells us he respects the passion to keep the district separate, but believes this is why Catawba County voters chose commissioners to make tough decisions like this one.
I'm sure coming together as a community, we can look at those things together and we can have productive conversations and come up with solutions to all those concerns.
The superintendents are now asking families to reach out to the state and demand an independent study of the merger before final approval.
Really dive deep into the plan and look at, okay, what is best for students?
Now, if this merger is approved for 2028, we're told that there should not be any staff layoffs for at least 2 years, but we're told that it will be ultimately up to the Catawba Valley School Board to decide if high schoolers will be allowed to graduate from the school they started in. In Catawba County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Thanks, Matt. All right, Kannapolis police are investigating the deadly shooting of a teenager at his home. So it happened last night on Coldwater Lane. 17-year-old Legend Benjamin was found dead at the scene. Now, the investigators in this case say that a red SUV was seen leaving the area. A very important fact there, and they're asking anyone with information about the shooting to contact Kannapolis police. 4 people are recovering after a morning crash involving a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police cruiser. So this all happened at the intersection of Pineville Matthews Road and Carmel Road. So police officers say everyone involved then were taken to the hospital, and medic confirms one person has life-threatening injuries. There's no other details that were released so far, but we will keep you posted. Union County is now joining its neighbors by implementing voluntary water restrictions amid the ongoing drought. So while it's not yet required, officials say tighter restrictions may not be far away. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone spoke with a local nursery about how they're now preparing after weeks of dry conditions.
At a time when water might be slightly harder to come by, these native plants are doing what they can to soak it all up.
These guys have to stay wet at all times in order to actually survive.
Jared Lukuski owns Plant Everything Carnivorous in Hempy Bridge, where plants eat bugs and drink water to survive.
That's really what these guys like the most. So I try to collect every single drop of rainwater that I possibly can. But in times like this, it's tough to really conserve water.
Under the new water restrictions, Lukuski can only fill up these water tanks on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. But even at that, the water needs to sit here to be best for his plants.
We're not riding around in our vehicles trying to catch people watering on the wrong days. It's all voluntary, and we're just asking our customers to be mindful of their water use.
Union County Water Administrator Hong Yi says the drought will likely get worse, and in stage 2, that's where restrictions become mandatory and rates go up for heavy water users.
This may persist for a while, so we have to take action now to try to last it out as best as we can.
You poke it again, then it closes.
And Lukuski's plants will keep biting back to capture the nutrients they need to survive.
We try to conserve as much water as we possibly can.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Look at that Venus flytrap. All right, so multiple other local governments also issued requests this week for water customers to cut back on their use. Kannapolis city leaders and Harrisburg town officials are asking for a reduction due to the drought, and they want residents to avoid planting new plants and seeding lawns until the dry conditions improve, and then also just limit outdoor watering. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein now calling for significant investments while pausing planned tax cuts in his proposed $35 billion budget. Capitol reporter Shabneen Danish now tells us about the governor's plan to keep North Carolina strong.
We cannot simply stand still and hope for the best.
Governor Josh Stein says while the state is #1 for business, it has fallen behind on education, public safety, and health care for a growing population. His recommended $35 billion budget includes targeted tax cuts for working families while investing in education, childcare, public safety, and the workforce.
My budget will make starting teacher salaries in North Carolina the highest in the Southeast. These investments and these tax cuts are what it looks like to be truly pro-family.
Stein urged lawmakers to press pause on planned tax cuts, which is at the heart of the budget disagreement between House and Senate Republicans.
And if we don't, we will face an imminent shortfall in our budget of $5 billion, risking massive cuts to critical services, the likes of which we have not experienced in North Carolina since the Great Recession.
But Senate Leader Phil Berger, who wants the tax cuts to continue as planned, says that isn't accurate.
It's my belief that we will have more money than is projected, and that if we control the growth in state spending, the state budget will be in just fine shape.
Stein is also calling on lawmakers to fully fund Medicaid, which state officials warn could run out of funds as soon as May. At the General Assembly, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
All right, well, State Senator Phil Berger, who you just saw right there, says the discussions regarding the budget are ongoing, but he did say lawmakers have come to an agreement regarding Medicaid funding. Republican lawmakers in Raleigh are putting together an oversight committee to investigate a lawsuit settlement signed by former Governor Roy Cooper. So in that 2021 agreement, some criminals convicted of nonviolent crimes were released from prison during the pandemic. Civil rights groups had sued the state, arguing that prisoners' constitutional rights were being violated by being kept in prison. A Wake County judge agreed back then, ruling as many as 32,000 prisoners were impacted. Well, Cooper's administration then reached a settlement for 3,500 prisoners to be put on supervised release. We asked Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes if there is any sort of punishment that Cooper could face for following a court-approved settlement.
Didn't do something that he didn't have discretion to do. And so I think it's going to be hard to have accountability towards him for that, specifically if it stayed within the confines of the settlement. If the agreement required that it was nonviolent individuals and they released nonviolent individuals, I don't think it goes further than the front door. You have to remember what was happening during that time. To date, at the time, this is 2021, 47 people in state prisons had died from COVID-19. 9,481 had tested positive for the virus, and 310 were hospitalized after being and while being incarcerated during the pandemic. And so they were trying to figure out a way to stop it from spreading while using the legal mechanisms in place to do that.
So that full chat with Khalif is on our website at qcnews.com if you'd like to take a listen to it. And the Cooper campaign is also responding to Republicans' announcement. So in a statement, a spokesperson calls Republican lawmakers' claims lies and says Cooper fought against the releases in court. The statement went on to be able to say that Republican lawmakers were regularly briefed on the lawsuit at the time and are now bringing up the issue in the middle of Cooper's campaign for U.S. Senate. Well, the president's pick to lead the Federal Reserve is now facing an uphill battle for confirmation, and it's because of North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis. Tillis is holding true to his pledge that he will not vote for appointee Kevin Warsh until the Trump administration drops an ongoing investigation into current Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
You have extraordinary credentials. They're impeccable. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation.
Well, the Department of Justice launched the probe into Jerome Powell and renovations for the Federal Reserve back in January. Powell claims the investigation was being used to pressure him to lower interest rates. Tillis acknowledges renovations are expensive but necessary for the upkeep of an aging government office. The Carolina Panthers now bringing back a local high school football star. So the team announced today that they have now reached an agreement with Davidson native quarterback Will Greer. He entered the league with Carolina as a third-round draft pick back in 2019, but then was cut in 2021. Greer has played for several teams since And he was a star at Davidson Day School, throwing for 195 touchdowns over 3 seasons. Well, this Thursday night, you can join the Carolina Sports Live crew as they cover round 1 of the NFL Draft. It's going to be so exciting because starting at 8 p.m., they're going to be live with the reactions to the picks as they come in real time. Tune in on Queen City News Plus, Facebook Live, and also YouTube Live. Tara.
All right, temperatures out there today still on the cool side for this time of the year. We have not made it up to 75, which is our average, and that was after kind of a cold start this morning. Frosty in a lot of neighborhoods too, but we do have warmer temps ahead, some rain chances to talk about as well. That's next.
A North Carolina man who helped spread a message of peace finds a different kind of peace in a new friend. We're going to tell you about their unbreakable bond, and it's today's Faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:40, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. One of the venerable monks who took part in the Walk for Peace now enjoys peaceful walks with a special companion. He's a rescue dog, and storyteller John Lee captures their sweet and unexpected bond in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Wat Prokeo Naramith in High Point, blessing the food is a daily ritual.
This time we're offering the food to the monk.
Venerable John Manavong expresses gratefulness for the meal prepared for him. Along with the food, the man they call Yepo John is thankful for a surprising blessing.
I need a friend, shelter. They bring him to me. Yeah, he loves to run around here.
He's a rescue dog named Hopper.
Yes, look at that they have. This mom said, I'm special.
The laugh says it all.
I'm so happy.
Before adoption, the injured dog had a leg amputated.
The dog makes you happy?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sit, boy, sit. Yeah.
Does he move pretty good considering the leg?
Yeah, he moved very, very good.
Venerable took part in a North Carolina stretch of the Walk for Peace that went from Texas to Washington, D.C. His orange sneakers stood out. Someone Yepo John met during the walk thought he should have a pet. Last month, when Guilford County Animal Services dropped Hopper off,
I said, oh my God, he's a handicapped dog. I love him.
He just went straight to Monk John. It's like he knew, this is my human.
Hopper was actually a shocker to the board here at the temple. They didn't want a dog here. And so Hopper actually went back to the animal shelter for one long night.
The board said that no, we cannot have dog.
I need him. Yeah, I need him. Yeah, he loves to play.
But after making a plea to the board,
come on,
he got his buddy back.
Hopper, come here.
Hopper was never far behind as Yepo John took me for a tour of the site, as if to say,
oh no, you don't work too much. Okay. He like my bodyguard. Yeah, he follow me all the time. Yeah, he loves it.
It's clear they need each other.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, he's happy.
Monk's best friend is almost like a credit card with endless, frequent smiler mileage.
Oh no, you get me.
In High Point, John Lee, Queen City News.
Oh, those smiles, all that laughter, how peaceful. So people have now flooded the Monk's Temple with donations since the Walk for Peace happened. Hopper has everything from toys to bedding, and you can be able to see more of this story. It's just incredible on our website at qcnews.com. Check it out. Well, our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have so many stories to tell you about. Tomorrow morning in our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring what's in a name. And we're going to be live in communities throughout the Queen City. So if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online at qcnews.com. What's in a name? All right, looking live here over uptown from our Arlington camera. So a cool, comfortable night is on the horizon, perfect for tonight's meteor shower. And you were telling us, Tara, that the best place to be able to see this is the darkest part, like in your backyard.
Right.
If you don't have any street lights or things like that, to be able to see this. But we saw Brandon's story of how incredible this was.
Yes, away from the city lights. I know something cool to see if you want to try and do that between the hours of, say, 10 p.m. to dawn or so. You go outside, you look to the east in that direction, and maybe you can see something, possibly up to 18 meteors an hour. So,
wow.
Yeah, those little shooting stars shooting across the sky.
Okay, very cool. Check it out.
Something to check out. We'll have mostly clear skies, so it looks like the weather's going to cooperate for that too. But in temperatures, while chilly, not quite as cold as they were last night, where we had the freeze warnings and the frost advisories that were in effect. We do not have any of those frost or freeze alerts in effect for tonight. As we look live there along King Street in Boone, looks like the camera's got a frozen up there. It kind of does that from time to time as it pans around there, right there on the street corner. But yes, we have lots of sunshine overhead. It was cold for you all up in the higher elevations this morning. We got down to 28 degrees in that part of Watauga County, but a nice recovery up into the 60s, and some of us in the 70s this afternoon. We're at 69 right now. That top temperature today from out of the airport in Charlotte, so several notches below the average of 75. 42 ended up being that official low as expected this morning. We've got some low 70s down to South Carolina, Lancaster and Chester, South Carolina, both at 72, 73. In Chesterfield County, we have some 70s on the board there. In Gastonia, heading up into Cabarrus County and Concord and Kannapolis and down through Midland. Got 70 degrees in Morganton and those nice feeling mid-60s with that sunshine up in the mountains. Temperatures will hover either in the 70s or 60s throughout the rest of this evening. So perfect conditions for taking that walk outside, maybe after dinner around the neighborhood, taking the dog out for a walk. By 3 o'clock in the morning, numbers only backing off into the low 50s. So it will be a more comfortably cool start early tomorrow. Lows dropping into the high 40s to lower 50s around the region. Mostly dry conditions once again as we scan around on radar, courtesy of that high pressure in charge here. We do have some cloud cover back off to the west. You can see quite a bit of rain. Wouldn't that be nice to see? Like they're getting over parts of East Texas right now, pushing east into parts of Louisiana and Arkansas. We do have some rain chances, not really until later on in the week, Saturday, Sunday, the weekend, and into early next week too. So we're keeping it still mostly dry tomorrow, but warmer up to about 83 degrees later in the day. It's going to be breezy once again too, with that wind kicking up out of the west-southwest, gusting around 20 to 25 or so miles per hour. And so with the dry weather, with the sunshine, the warming temperatures, and it's just that time of the year that tree pollen continues to be in the high zone. That's expected right through the end of the week and heading into the weekend until we get some appreciable rain in here, maybe coming down a bit, those pollen levels. And notice on Futurecast, so by 4 p.m. tomorrow, With the approach of a weak system here from the north, along with more cloud cover, we may get tiny chance of a couple of sprinkles like some of you got yesterday, maybe a small isolated shower, but don't count too much on it. Still expecting mostly dry conditions, and that goes for the day on Thursday. But as I said, the rain chances after a dry Friday do creep up big time actually on Saturday, up into that 50% range for a change. And they come back down. Sunday is now looking like the more drier half of the weekend, and then just expecting a few scattered hit or miss showers or maybe a thunderstorm into early next week. If you're headed out to Talladega Super Speedway for the Jack Link's 500 firing up on Sunday afternoon down there in Alabama, 3 p.m. it starts. Temperatures will be warm, around 80 degrees. They have a slightly better chance of maybe a shower or thunderstorm getting in the way of the race at some point, so keep that in mind. Wind of the south-southwest at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. And the mountain forecast here, bringing it back closer to home, staying nice and dry there through Friday. Temperatures warming into the low and mid 70s and staying on the pleasant side. Those highs still around 70 into the weekend, but with that higher chance of some rain, especially for Saturday. So shower and storm chances returning, a little more of an unsettled pattern taking shape there starting this weekend, and temperatures stay on the warm side.
All right, thank you, Tara. So the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran now expected to get extended, what U.S. officials are saying with no deal in sight. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, President Trump says that the U.S. will now reach a deal with Iran, but there's still a cloud of doubt over whether peace talks actually even happened today. So the ceasefire was supposed to be able to expire at midnight, but today President Trump says that he will extend the ceasefire at Pakistan's request as he now waits for a unified proposal from the Islamic Republic. Iran claims it's preparing to, quote, reveal new cards on the battlefield, but the White House maintains that the president is close to a deal.
The facts are the United States of America tonight have never been so close to making a truly good deal. If not, the president as commander-in-chief still has a number of options at his disposal that he's unafraid to use.
So U.S. officials also say that Vice President J.D. Vance is supposed to be heading to Pakistan today for a new round of negotiations, but now his trip is now on hold. The conflict in the Middle East drove up gas prices here at home, but slowly some prices are actually dropping. According to AAA, the current average for a gallon of gas now in the U.S. is $4.02. It's down to $3.76 in North Carolina and $3.68 in South Carolina. So the U.S. Energy Secretary says we might not see prices under $3 again until next year. Only on Queen City News Plus. So our original show called The Tired Parents Club helps parents navigate through the issues that are just all too familiar, right? Moms and dads out there, you know, like cell phones, vaccines, the day-to-day stuff that you just know, but you don't really talk about it. Well, this week, it's all about the moms and why some are waiting until later in life to be able to have children.
Do you find it more difficult having had kids a little bit later in life? I
actually find it to be a blessing because I was so career focused and just like working so hard that and also like living my best life. So I've done everything that I wanted to do. I've gone out, I've traveled, I've done a lot of things. So I feel like at this point in my life, I'm able to just be present and really be with my kids. And I'm not somebody that's looking back being like, oh, I wish I could have done. I did it. I've done it. And there's still more to be done, but there's something to be said for doing all of that and now being able to enjoy these little beings.
Well, you can be able to watch a full episode of Tired Parents Club right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app, either using your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 5, Governor Stein lays out his budget request for lawmakers as they return to Raleigh. What he's now prioritizing, as North Carolina is the only state in the country not operating on a new budget. And the Carolina Panthers bring back a local superstar, so who the Black and Blue now have reached an agreement with to return here as a quarterback for the Panthers. You're watching Queen City News at 4. I'm Alicia Barnes. That's going to do it for me. Morgan Francis is up next with Queen City News at 5. But right now, you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, a big shift for education in Catawba County. What comes next for students and staff in 3 school districts after county leaders approved a school merger? And more local governments ask residents to cut back their water use, how local business owners are preparing for the possibility of more restrictions in the future.
And as the drought continues and likely gets worse here a little bit later on this week, I am tracking some rain chances in my pinpoint weather forecast. Warmer temperatures, too. That's coming up.
Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at 5, when 3 becomes 1. 3 separate school districts in Catawba County are set to merge after commissioners approved the controversial plan last night in a close vote. It's a move that didn't have the support of many parents or school leaders, but commissioners moved forward with the plan anyway. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from those directly impacted.
Bigger is not always better.
Newton Conover School Superintendent Emily Shaw calls the vote from Catawba County Commissioners to merge her district along with Hickory City Schools into the Catawba County School District disappointing.
I feel like they were there going through the motions. They were not hearing and fully engaged with what everybody in the community and even our students were saying.
The merger plan, which would take effect in July of 2028, still needs final approval from the North Carolina State Board of Education. Hickory School Superintendent Jennifer Griffin says along with a potential loss in state and federal funding, she's worried about the two districts losing their identities.
We just serve different populations of students with different needs. Our communities have different values. I think you lose your individuality, you lose that local control, which is what makes our schools feel like home, feel like community.
Catawba County officials say decreasing enrollment in both the Newton, Conover, and Hickory districts is why a merger is the best way to save taxpayer money.
I think a consolidated district, we can provide more for the students, more for the staffs.
Catawba County School Board Chair Tim Settlemeyer tells us he respects the passion to keep the district separate, but believes this is why Catawba County voters chose commissioners to make tough decisions like this one.
I'm sure coming together as a community, we can look at those things together and we can have productive conversations and come up with solutions to all those concerns.
The superintendents are now asking families to reach out to the state and demand an independent study of the merger before final approval.
Really dive deep into the plan and look at, okay, what is best for students?
Now, if this merger is approved for 2028, we're told that there should not be any staff layoffs for at least 2 years, but we're told that it will be ultimately up to the Catawba Valley School Board to decide if high schoolers will be allowed to graduate from the school they started in. In Catawba County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Kannapolis police are investigating the deadly shooting of a teenager at his home. This happened last night on Coldwater Lane. 17-year-old Legend Benjamin was found dead at the scene. Investigators say a red SUV was seen leaving the area. They're asking anyone with information about the shooting to contact Kannapolis police. 4 people are recovering after a morning crash involving a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police cruiser. It happened at the intersection of Pineville-Matthews Road and Carmel Road. Police officials say everyone involved was taken to the hospital. Medic confirms 1 person has life-threatening injuries. No other details were released. Union County is joining its neighbors by implementing voluntary water restrictions amid the ongoing drought. While it's not yet required, officials say tighter restrictions may not be far away. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone spoke with a local nursery about how they're preparing after weeks of dry conditions.
At a time when water might be slightly harder to come by, these native plants are doing what they can to soak it all up.
These guys have to stay wet at all times in order to actually survive.
Jared Lukuski owns Plant Everything Carnivorous in Hempy Bridge, where plants eat bugs and drink water to survive.
That's really what these guys like the most. So I try to collect every single drop of rainwater that I possibly can. But in times like this, it's tough to really conserve water.
Under the new water restrictions, Lukuski can only fill up these water tanks on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. But even at that, the water needs to sit here to be best for his plants.
We're not riding around in our vehicles trying to catch people watering on the wrong days. It's all voluntary, and we're just asking our customers to be mindful of their water use.
Union County Water Administrator Hong Yi says the drought will likely get worse, and in stage 2, that's where restrictions become mandatory and rates go up for heavy water users.
This may persist for a while, so we have to take action now to try to last it out as best as we can.
You poke it again, then it closes.
And Lukuski's plants will keep biting back to capture the nutrients they need to survive.
We try to conserve as much water as we possibly can.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Multiple other local governments also issued requests this week for water customers to cut back their use. Kannapolis city leaders and Harrisburg town officials are asking for reduction due to the drought. They want residents to avoid planting new plants and seeding lawns until the dry conditions improve and to limit outdoor watering. Lawmakers say they have reached an agreement for funding Medicaid. This comes as Governor Josh Stein rolled out his proposed $35 billion budget. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh tells us about the governor's plan to keep North Carolina strong.
We cannot simply stand still and hope for the best.
Governor Josh Stein says while the state is #1 for business, it has fallen behind on education, public safety, and health care for a growing population. His recommended $35 billion budget includes targeted tax cuts for working families while investing in education, childcare, public safety, and the workforce.
My budget will make starting teacher salaries in North Carolina the highest in the Southeast. These investments and these tax cuts are what it looks like to be truly pro-family.
Stein urged lawmakers to press pause on planned tax cuts, which is at the heart of the budget disagreement between House and Senate Republicans.
And if we don't, we will face an imminent shortfall in our budget of $5 billion, risking massive cuts to critical services, the likes of which we have not experienced in North Carolina since the Great Recession.
But Senate Leader Phil Berger, who wants the tax cuts to continue as planned, says that isn't accurate.
It's my belief that we will have more money than is projected, and that if we control the growth in state spending, the state budget will be in just fine shape.
Stein is also calling on lawmakers to fully fund Medicaid, which state officials warn could run out of funds as soon as May. At the General Assembly, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
Senator Berger says budget discussions are ongoing. Lawmakers will vote on the Medicaid agreement tomorrow. Republican lawmakers in Raleigh are putting together an oversight committee to investigate a lawsuit settlement signed by former Governor Roy Cooper. In that 2021 agreement, some criminals convicted of nonviolent crimes were released from prison during the pandemic. Civil rights groups had sued the state, arguing prisoners' constitutional rights were being violated by being kept in prison. A Wake County judge agreed, ruling as many as 32,000 prisoners were impacted. Cooper's administration then reached a settlement for 3,500 prisoners to be put on supervised release. We asked Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes if there's any sort of punishment Cooper could face for following a court-approved settlement.
Didn't do something that he didn't have discretion to do, and so I think it's going to be hard to have accountability towards him for that, specifically if it stayed within the confines of the settlement. If the agreement required that it was nonviolent individuals and they released nonviolent individuals, I don't think it goes further than the front door. You have to remember what was happening during that time. To date, at the time, this is 2021, 47 people in state prisons had died from COVID-19, 9,481 had tested positive for the virus, and 310 were hospitalized after being and while being incarcerated during the pandemic. And so they were trying to figure out a way to stop it from spreading while using the legal mechanisms in place to do that.
That full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. The Cooper campaign is responding to Republicans' announcement. In a statement, a spokesperson calls Republican lawmakers' claims lies and says Cooper fought against the releases in court. The statement went on to say that Republican lawmakers were regularly briefed on the lawsuit at the time and are now bringing up the issue in the middle of Cooper's campaign for U.S. Senate. The president's pick to lead the Federal Reserve is facing an uphill battle for confirmation, and it's because of North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis. Tillis is holding true to his pledge that he will not vote for appointee Kevin Warsh until the Trump administration drops an ongoing investigation into current Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
You have extraordinary credentials. They're impeccable. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation.
The Department of Justice launched the probe into Jerome Powell and renovations for the Federal Reserve back in January. Powell claims the investigation was being used to pressure him to lower interest rates. Tillis acknowledges renovations are expensive but necessary for the upkeep of an aging government office. Carolina Panthers are bringing back a local high school football star. The team announced today that they reached an agreement with Davidson native quarterback Will Greer. He entered the league with Carolina as a third-round draft pick in 2019, but was cut in 2021. Greer has played for several teams since. He was a star at Davidson Day School, throwing for 195 touchdowns over 3 seasons. Tara.
All right, checking out weather today. Another round of lots of Carolina blue sky up there with no rain in sight. Anytime real soon, but I'm tracking the return of some rain chances by the weekend and warmer temperatures as early as tomorrow. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
And if you step outside tonight, you might be able to enjoy a show in the skies. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson explains how to watch a meteor shower at its peak. And a North Carolina community still in shock after a mass shooting takes the lives of 2 teens. The suspects set to face charges. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. North Carolina law enforcement officials say charges will be filed in yesterday's deadly mass shooting at a Winston-Salem park. Investigators say the shooting stemmed from a planned fight between teens. Today, officials released a statement saying the young adults who stood by during the fight will be charged. Authorities also shared they aren't looking for any other suspects. A 16 and 17-year-old were killed. Several other people whose ages range from 14 to 19 were also hurt in the shooting. The South Carolina woman convicted of rolling her car into a lake and drowning her 2 children is once again up for parole. Susan Smith has been in prison since her 1995 conviction. She was sentenced to life after admitting to strapping her infant and 3-year-old in their car seats and rolling her car into the lake. She initially told police she was carjacked with her kids still inside the vehicle. Smith was denied parole last year. She has a new hearing set for this November. A bill that would further restrict abortions in South Carolina is one step closer to becoming law. The Senate Medical Affairs Committee approved the legislation today, sending it to the Senate floor. For context, the bill would move South Carolina's current ban of 6 weeks to the moment of conception. It would also eliminate exceptions for cases like rape and incest. No word when it will be taken up on the Senate floor. There are more signs of recovery in western North Carolina nearly 19 months after Helene. Over the weekend, Norfolk Southern celebrated the first freight train to roll through the region since Helene devastated railroad infrastructure. The company said the 59-car westbound train traveled from Hickory to Old Fort before entering the iconic Old Fort loops to head toward Asheville. There will be a show in the sky tonight. The Lyrids meteor shower will peak this evening. Our meteorologist Brandon Lawson chats about how you can enjoy it.
Going to be an exciting night for stargazers as some rocks burn up above our heads tonight as the Earth passes through a little bit of space debris from a comet that was originated back in the 1800s, but the Lyrids meteor shower has actually been discovered and at least seen ever since 687 BC, first seen by the Chinese. So that is pretty spectacular stuff that it's still around here in 2026. They can view them until April 30th. It peaks tonight, though, through Wednesday. Best view definitely tonight. The forecast looks perfect. Clear skies, a crescent moon, so the moon's not going to be too bright and overwhelming either. Best to view this in a dark skies. So we're talking about 10 p.m. or later as the sun gets more below the horizon. You want to look to the northeast or just generally in the eastern horizon, and you'll see about 10 meteors per hour, 20 meteors per hour if you're lucky. Now, you will not see 100 meteors per hour. You might have seen that on social media. Man, that has been the battle of science, right? Social media and some of the lies that come on there. The reason it's hard to see 100 meters per hour is because, one, we have a lot of light, especially here in Charlotte. Light pollution, artificial light can wash out some of the dimmer meteors. Sometimes the meteors can be a little lower in the horizon, too, so you're not able to see some. And plus, our eyes are not perfect. Again, our eyes have to adjust to the darkness to give us a good view of some of these meteors as well. So let your eyes adjust. Look in the eastern sky after 10 o'clock or so. And see if you can see some of the Lyrids meteor shower later tonight. If you do get a good view, I want you to enjoy it. But if you do happen to snap a picture, send it to us. We'd love to show it on air for you here on Queen City News. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson.
It's always so cool when the meteor showers happen because the first one, it's always like, did I see that? Or am I? Because I know you want to see it, right?
Yeah.
And then you see another one, and I don't know how many it takes until you stop second guessing yourself, but it's always fun when you get to experience those.
Yeah, so maybe tonight, I mean, we'll have that mostly clear sky, so it looks like weather conditions are going to cooperate, and you could see up to, and like Brandon was talking about, maybe up to 18 meteors per hour.
I mean that's pretty darn good, though.
Right, yeah, but not the hundreds that maybe you have seen floating around on social media and some of those rumors. But yeah, something neat to see up there in the sky tonight. Just get outside in a dark area away from that light pollution and look up to the east for the best view, optimal viewing. And we have a pretty optimal view out there right now, looking live Beach Mountain there. We've got the golf course down below and just beautiful. Look at the rolling hills, the mountains in the distance. You can see just that beautiful sky. Some scattered wispy cirrus clouds mixing in with the Carolina blue sky and sunshine today, but not producing any rain. Yeah, there's very little moisture to work with in the atmosphere. We still have dew points that are hovering in the 30s to near 40, so some pretty dry air continues to be in place. And that helped to really cool things down this morning, too. As expected, lows dropped in the upper 20s up there for you all in the high country. Some mountain communities like Boone down to 28 degrees down through Avery County. We ended up below freezing, so that was a good thing. That freeze warning was in effect, and hopefully we protected any sensitive outside plants and vegetation before bed last night. 30 was low in Jefferson, 42 in the Queen City, so we stayed nicely above freezing, with definitely plenty of chilly spots outside of the immediate city of Charlotte early this morning. Decent recovery this afternoon, 69 degrees. So still running a little cooler than the norm, which is about 75. We've got that light southwest wind, and dew points are pretty dry, as I said. So we've got upper 60s, low 70s, a main temperature theme out there today. A little bit cooler than yesterday, mid 60s up there in the higher elevations. And tonight will not be nearly as cold. It's still going to be a chilly start, but we have that warming trend that's going to be coming up, and eventually maybe a more unsettled weather trend too over the course of the next few days and by the weekend. But dry scan as we look around on radar right now, we've got high pressure that continues to be in main control. Just looking at some scattered clouds whisking in from time to time. This evening though, turning mostly clear to clear if you're not seeing that already. Temperatures by 10 p.m. only backing off into the mid to lower 60s. And notice this area of above normal warmth surging in. We're going to tap into that warmer flow out of the south and west, and so those above normal temperatures getting closer to us. In fact, we're going to be feeling those by 24 hours from now. We'll start in the high 40s to mid 50s early in the morning and rise into the lower 80s tomorrow afternoon. So a pretty decent warm up from today, and looking at more sunshine. The difference from today too is that it is going to get a little more breezy once again. Notice the wind arrows coming out of the west and southwest, and we'll get some gusts around say 20 to even close to 30 miles per hour just for tomorrow. A little more of a breezy day. Thursday, it's not going to be quite as gusty out there. Futurecast does show a weak system dropping in from the north tomorrow. Maybe a small chance of a couple sprinkles like some of you maybe saw out there yesterday, being squeezed out of any cloud cover. Maybe a brief passing light rain shower, but for the most part, it is staying mostly dry. That's going to continue for another day on Thursday, Friday too, for that matter. But as we get into the weekend, this is when things start to turn unsettled. Talking about some of the needed rain chances reappearing here. We've got another cold front heading in, so notice by 5:30 or so in the late afternoon, evening on Saturday, some scattered showers. It's not going to be a widespread just downpours here or washouts. There could be a thunderstorm in the mix too. Sunday now is looking like the drier half of the weekend, but then we may see another area of moisture starting to push in from the south and west with a warm front, and ahead of that and bringing us more rain chances as we go into at least the first half of next week. So definitely turning a little more unsettled. It's not nearly the amount of rain that we could use with the widespread drought situation, but at least we have some more chances going into next week. And temperature wise, we're going to stay warm, especially the next several days. Those highs in the 80s, back in the upper 70s early next week.
All right, Tara, thank you. First, it was a name change, and now more changes are rolling out at a Charlotte concert venue. What concert goers can look forward to this summer at Truliant Amphitheater. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. A popular outdoor venue in Charlotte is getting people ready for what's to come this summer. The former PNC Music Pavilion rebranded as Truliant Amphitheater earlier this year. And with the new name comes new investments. Officials today previewed the new food and drinks that will be at the venue, as well as the summer celebrity lineup. That includes Pitbull, Neo, Akon, Hilary Duff, and more. People who go will also notice new expanded seating and green space for everyone to relax and have some fun.
So we spent a lot of time in the off season investing in our amphitheater and sort of reimagining it, and we use a lot of fan feedback to figure out how we should improve things. So some of the improvements happen backstage for the artists and trying to make their experience here at the amphitheater as positive as possible so they come back. But it's the same thought process for the fans as well.
The name of the venue changed in January after a new multi-year naming rights partnership with Winston-Salem-based Truliant Federal Credit Union. Carolina Hurricanes fans are celebrating after another exciting playoff game. Last night, the Canes played host at the Lenovo Center for Game 2 against the Ottawa Senators. The Carolina team pulled out the win to go up 2-0 in the series. The Hurricanes and fans now shift their focus to the ice in Ottawa for Game 3 Thursday night. Governor Stein lays out his budget request for lawmakers as they return to Raleigh. What he's prioritizing, as North Carolina is the only state in the country not operating on a new budget. And a North Carolina senator stands in the way of the confirmation of the newly appointed Federal Reserve Chair. Why Tom Tillis is starting a standoff over the vote. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. When three become one, three separate school districts in Catawba County are set to merge after commissioners approved the controversial plan last night in a close vote. It's a move that didn't have the support of many parents or school leaders, but commissioners moved forward with the plan anyway. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from those directly impacted.
bigger is not always better.
Newton Conover School Superintendent Emily Shaw calls the vote from Catawba County Commissioners to merge her district along with Hickory City Schools into the Catawba County School District disappointing.
I feel like they were there going through the motions. They were not hearing and fully engaged with what everybody in the community and even our students were saying.
The merger plan, which would take effect in July of 2028, still needs final approval from the North Carolina State Board of Education. Hickory School Superintendent Jennifer Griffin says along with a potential loss in state and federal funding, she's worried about the two districts losing their identities.
We just serve different populations of students with different needs. Our communities have different values. I think you lose your individuality, you lose that local control, which is what makes our schools feel like home, feel like community.
Catawba County officials say decreasing enrollment in both the Newton, Conover, and Hickory districts is why a merger is the best way to save taxpayer money.
I think a consolidated district, we can provide more for the students, more for the staffs.
Catawba County School Board Chair Tim Settlemeyer tells us he respects the passion to keep the district separate, but believes this is why Catawba County voters chose commissioners to make tough decisions like this one.
I'm sure coming together as a community, we can look at those things together and we can have productive conversations and come up with solutions to all those concerns.
The superintendents are now asking families to reach out to the state and demand an independent study of the merger before final approval.
Really dive deep into the plan and look at, okay, what is best for students?
Now, if this merger is approved for 2028, we're told that there should not be any staff layoffs for at least 2 years, but we're told that it will be ultimately up to the Catawba Valley School Board to decide if high schoolers will be allowed to graduate from the school they started in. In Catawba County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Kannapolis police are investigating the deadly shooting of a teenager at his home. It happened last night on Coldwater Lane. 17-year-old Legend Benjamin was found dead at the scene. Investigators say a red SUV was seen leaving the area. They're asking anyone with information about the shooting to contact Kannapolis police. 4 people are recovering after a morning crash involving a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police cruiser. It happened at the intersection of Pineville Matthews Road and Carmel Road. Police officials say everyone involved was taken to the hospital, and medic confirms one person has life-threatening injuries. No other details were released. Union County is joining its neighbors by implementing voluntary water restrictions amid the ongoing drought. While it's not yet required, officials say tighter restrictions may not be far away. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone spoke with a local nursery about how they're preparing after weeks of dry conditions.
At a time when water might be slightly harder to come by, these native plants are doing what they can to soak it all up.
These guys have to stay wet at all times in order to actually survive.
Jared Lukuski owns Plant Everything Carnivorous in Hempy Bridge, where plants eat bugs and drink water to survive.
That's really what these guys like the most. So I try to collect every single drop of rainwater that I possibly can. But in times like this, it's tough to really conserve water.
Under the new water restrictions, Lukuski can only fill up these water tanks on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. But even at that, the water needs to sit here to be best for his plants.
We're not riding around in our vehicles trying to catch people watering on the wrong days. It's all voluntary, and we're just asking our customers to be mindful of their water use.
Union County Water Administrator Hong Yi says the drought will likely get worse, and in stage 2, that's where restrictions become mandatory and rates go up for heavy water users.
This may persist for a while, so we have to take action now to try to last it out as best as we can.
You poke it again, then it closes.
And Lukuski's plants will keep biting back to capture the nutrients they need to survive.
We try to conserve as much water as we possibly can.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Multiple other local governments also issued requests this week for water customers to cut back their use. Kannapolis city leaders and Harrisburg town officials are asking for reduction due to the drought. They want residents to avoid planting new plants and seeding lawns until the dry conditions improve and to limit outdoor watering. Lawmakers say they have reached an agreement for funding Medicaid. This comes as Governor Josh Stein rolled out his proposed $35 billion budget. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh tells us about the governor's plan to keep North Carolina strong.
We cannot simply stand still and hope for the best.
Governor Josh Stein says while the state is number one for business, it has fallen behind on education, public safety, and health care for a growing population. His recommended $35 billion budget includes targeted tax cuts for working families while investing in education, childcare, public safety, and the workforce.
My budget will make starting teacher salaries in North Carolina the highest in the Southeast. These investments and these tax cuts are what it looks like to be truly pro-family.
Stein urged lawmakers to press pause on planned tax cuts, which is at the heart of the budget disagreement between House and Senate Republicans.
And if we don't, we will face an imminent shortfall in our budget of $5 billion, risking massive cuts to critical services, the likes of which we have not experienced in North Carolina since the Great Recession.
But Senate Leader Phil Berger, who wants the tax cuts to continue as planned, says that isn't accurate.
It's my belief that we will have more money than is projected, and that if we control the growth in state spending, the state budget will be in just fine shape.
Stein is also calling on lawmakers to fully fund Medicaid, which state officials warn could run out of funds as soon as May. At the General Assembly, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
Senator Berger says budget discussions are ongoing. Lawmakers will vote on the Medicaid agreement tomorrow. Republican lawmakers in Raleigh are putting together an oversight committee to investigate a lawsuit settlement signed by former Governor Roy Cooper. In that 2021 agreement, some criminals convicted of nonviolent crimes were released from prison during the pandemic. Civil rights groups had sued the state, arguing prisoners' constitutional rights were being violated by being kept in prison. A Wake County judge agreed, ruling as many as 32,000 prisoners were impacted. Cooper's administration then reached a settlement for 3,500 prisoners to be put on supervised release. We asked Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes if there's any sort of punishment Cooper could face for following a court-approved settlement.
Didn't do something that he didn't have discretion to do. And so I think it's going to be hard to have accountability towards him for that, specifically if it stayed within the confines of the settlement. If the agreement required that it was nonviolent individuals and they released nonviolent individuals, I don't think it goes further than the front door. You have to remember what was happening during that time. To date, at the time, this is 2021, 47 people in state prisons had died from COVID-19. 9,481 had tested positive for the virus, and 310 were hospitalized after being and while being incarcerated during the pandemic. And so they were trying to figure out a way to stop it from spreading while using the legal mechanisms in place to do that.
That full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. The Cooper campaign is responding to Republicans' announcement. In a statement, a spokesperson calls Republican lawmakers' claims lies and says Cooper fought against releases in court. The statement went on to say that Republican lawmakers were regularly briefed on the lawsuit at the time and are now bringing up the issue in the middle of Cooper's campaign for U.S. Senate. The president's pick to lead the Federal Reserve is facing an uphill battle for confirmation, and it's because of North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis. Tillis is holding true to his pledge that he will not vote for appointee Kevin Warsh until the Trump administration drops an ongoing investigation into current Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
You have extraordinary credentials. They're impeccable. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation.
The Department of Justice launched the probe into Jerome Powell and renovations for the Federal Reserve back in January. Powell claims the investigation was being used to pressure him to lower interest rates. Tillis acknowledges renovations are expensive but necessary for the upkeep of an aging government office. The Carolina Panthers are bringing back a local high school football star. The team announced today that they reached an agreement with Davidson native quarterback Will Grier. He entered the league with Carolina as a third-round draft pick in 2019, but was cut in 2021. Grier has played for several teams since. He was a star at Davidson Day School, throwing for 195 touchdowns over 3 seasons. And this Thursday night, join the Carolina Sports Live crew as they cover round 1 of the NFL Draft. Starting at 8 p.m., they're live with their reactions to the picks as they come in. Tune in on Queen City News Plus, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live. Tara.
Also coming Thursday, we've got warmer temperatures. In fact, tomorrow we have the warm up that's already going to be felt across the area after a cold and frosty in some neighborhoods start that we had this morning. So warmer temperatures, some rain chances to talk about as well. It's all next in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
A North Carolina man who helped spread a message of peace finds a different kind of peace in a new friend. We'll tell you about their unbreakable bond in today's Faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. One of the monks who took part in the Walk for Peace now enjoys peaceful walks with his special companion, his rescue dog. Storyteller John Lee captures their sweet and unexpected bond in Faces of the Carolinas.
At Wat Prokeo Naramith in High Point, blessing the food is a daily ritual.
This time we're offering the food to the monk.
Venerable John Manavong expresses gratefulness for the meal prepared for him. Along with the food, the man they call Yepo John is thankful for a surprising blessing.
I need a friend, shelter. They bring him to me. Yeah, he loves to run around here.
He's a rescue dog named Hopper.
Yes, look at that they have. This mom said, I'm special.
The laugh says it all.
I'm so happy.
Before adoption, the injured dog had a leg amputated.
The dog makes you happy?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sit, boy, sit. Yeah.
Does he move pretty good considering the leg?
Yeah, he moved very, very good.
Venerable took part in a North Carolina stretch of the Walk for Peace that went from Texas to Washington, D.C. His orange sneakers stood out. Someone Yepo John met during the walk thought he should have a pet. Last month, when Guilford County Animal Services dropped Hopper off,
I said, oh my God, he's a handicapped dog. I love him.
He just went straight to Monk John. It's like he knew, this is my human.
Hopper was actually a shocker to the board here at the temple. They didn't want a dog here. And so
Hopper actually went back to the animal shelter for one long night.
The board said that no, we cannot have dog.
I need him. I need him. Yeah, he loves to play.
But after making a plea to the board,
Come on.
he got his buddy back.
Hopper, come here.
Hopper was never far behind as Yepo John took me for a tour of the site, as if to say,
Oh no, you don't work too much. Okay. He like my bodyguard. Yeah, he follow me all the time. Yeah, he loves it.
it's clear they need each other.
Isn't that great? Yeah, he's happy.
Monk's best friend is almost like a credit card with endless, frequent smiler mileage.
Oh no, you get me.
In High Point, John Lee, Queen City News.
Plenty of room to roam on that property, too. People have flooded the Monk's Temple with donations since the Walk for Peace. Hopper has received everything from toys to bedding. And of course, if you want to see more, you can at our story on qcnews.com. Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Tomorrow morning in our 9 a.m. hour, we are exploring What's in a Name. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website, qcnews.com. All right, let's take a live look at Uptown from our Arlington camera. A cool and comfortable night is on the horizon, perfect for tonight's Lyrid meteor shower.
Yeah.
And it sounds like we have pretty clear chances for you to catch 1 or 2 falling stars.
Yeah, the cloud cover clearing out a little more, those clouds breaking apart. So yeah, lots of stars overhead, and maybe you have a chance to see possibly up to 10 to 18 meteors per hour. But
Per hour, okay. I was gonna say, what's the time span?
Yeah. And go after, best bet is to go out after 10 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
And it gets dark enough and away from the light pollution, the city lights, for that optimal gazing, and maybe you'll see something.
Okay, I might have to wait for the pictures tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's
kind of late.
I know. Can we bump that up a little bit?
I know. It's kind of late for a lot of people. But yeah, if you happen to see that, hey, send some pictures our way at qcnews.com, through our website. You can send me a message on X or on Facebook or Instagram as well. But as we look live here tonight and early this evening, King Street and Boone up there in Watauga County, boy, it was a cold start this morning, wasn't it? Down to 28 degrees for a low, but nice recovery this afternoon, up into the 60s. We did top out officially right at an even 70 degrees out of the airport in Charlotte, so still running below average for this time of the year. We were a little closer to 75 yesterday, but definitely still those numbers being kept on the cooler side, especially when it comes to lows. This morning we got down to 42 in the Queen City. The average is about 51, and we'll be closer to that number come tomorrow morning with this moderating temperature trend on the way for the rest of the week. We've got 70 degrees right now in Monroe and headed up into Albemarle, down through Rock Hill, Fort Mill, South Carolina. Still some lower 70s there. Wadesboro and down through Chesterfield County. We're right at 70 in Lincolnton. Mid 60s up there in Hickory, and low 60s in the mountains. So pretty nice weather for a Tuesday all around. 4 o'clock in the morning, those numbers will have only backed off into the low 50s. So that's what I mean. Not quite as cold. It's still going to be kind of a cool start out there. So you may still need the jacket, sweatshirt or something to kick off the day. But you will definitely probably peel it off into the afternoon with even warmer temps on the way. And once again, we're talking about dry conditions. Looking around on the radar there, and high pressure and main control. The only thing we're seeing on the satellite imagery is just some of that scattered cloudiness moving in, but not producing any drops of rain. That may change tomorrow in a few select communities. I'll show you that coming up. But tomorrow will be a warmer day. Still plenty of sunshine, up to 83 degrees. We'll see some scattered clouds rolling in the afternoon, and the wind will be picking up too. Another one of those like yesterday, kind of breezy, occasionally gusty days with a west-southwest wind gusting up around 20 to even close to 30 miles per hour at times with some of those higher gusts. So a little more breezy out there. And with a weak front trying to drop in from the north here, Futurecast really wants to pick up on the chance of some decent showers in parts of our area from Charlotte south. It is possible. I'm not going to totally rule out a couple of sprinkles, maybe a light isolated shower, but for the most part, it's going to stay dry out there. And that certainly goes for Thursday as well. Just that mix of sun and clouds. Now heading into the weekend, though, that will change. So after another dry day on Friday, notice how the rain chance really finally ramps up for Saturday. It's not going to be a total washout of a day, but just one of those days where we'll see kind of a smattering of showers, maybe an isolated storm showing up on the radar imagery. If you look at your free Pinpoint Weather app and interactive radar, once you pull that up, Sunday now is looking like the drier half of the weekend. Monday and Tuesday, though, see signs that we're getting into a little more of an unsettled pattern that could involve more shower and storm chances still going into next week. The thing is, the rain, at least over the course of the next 7 days, it still doesn't look like it's going to add up to a whole lot. Only maybe a couple tenths of an inch. We could get some isolated higher amounts like the mountains, maybe closer to an inch of rain after that system comes in over the weekend with any slightly heavier showers, maybe up to a quarter to a half of an inch from the foothills and down through a good part of the Piedmont and the Charlotte metro. Mountain forecast looking to stay dry through the rest of this week. Temperatures warming up for you all, including early morning lows as well. Up in the low to mid 70s. We'll keep those highs around 70 heading into the weekend, but with the higher chances of showers and storms. So this is what you're going to be waking up to tomorrow morning. A brief start in the mid and upper 40s, but quickly warming through the 50s throughout the rest of the morning. Mid to upper 40s up there in the mountains. And again, a warmer afternoon ahead for tomorrow. 83. We're back in the mid 80s for a few days Thursday through at least the first half of the weekend. Just a bit cooler early next week as those at least minor shower and storm chances continue.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is expected to get extended. What U.S. officials are saying with no new deal in sight. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. President Trump says the U.S. will end up with a deal in regards to Iran, but there's still a cloud of doubt over whether peace talks will even happen today. The ceasefire was supposed to expire at midnight, but today President Trump said he will extend the ceasefire at Pakistan's request as he waits for a unified proposal from Islamic Republic Iran. Iran claims it is prepared to, quote, reveal new cards on the battlefield, but the White House maintains the president is close to a deal.
The facts are the United States of America tonight have never been so close to making a truly good deal. If not, the president as commander-in-chief still has a number of options at his disposal that he's unafraid to use.
U.S. officials say Vice President J.D. Vance was supposed to be headed to Pakistan today for a new round of negotiations, but now his trip is on hold. The conflict in the Middle East drove up gas prices here at home, but slowly some prices are dropping. According to AAA, the current average for a gallon of gas in the U.S. is $4.02. It's down to $3.76 in North Carolina and $3.68 in South Carolina. The U.S. Energy Secretary says we might not see prices under $3 again until next year. Spirit Airlines could soon be a thing of the past. The airline is reportedly planning for liquidation as early as this week if it can't get help from the White House. Spirit has been struggling to emerge from its second bankruptcy in less than a year. And if it goes under, experts say travelers will likely be left to fend for themselves, even if they already paid for their tickets.
Are going to be focused on their creditors, trying to, give back as much money as they can there. Consumers, unfortunately, fall towards the bottom end of the priority chain in a liquidation event.
Spirit is reportedly looking for an emergency bailout from the White House. Top executives are expected to meet with Secretary Duffy this week. Only on Queen City News Plus, our original show, Tired Parents Club, helps parents navigate those issues that are all too familiar, like cell phones, vaccines, and the day-to-day stuff you know but don't talk about. This week, it's all about the moms and why some are waiting until later in life to have children.
Do you find it more difficult having had kids a little bit later in life? I guess?
I actually find it to be a blessing because I was so career focused and just like working so hard. And also like living my best life. So I've done everything that I wanted to do. I've gone out, I've traveled, I've done a lot of things. So I feel like at this point in my life, I'm able to just be present and really be with my kids. And I'm not somebody that's looking back being like, oh, I wish I could have done. I did it. I've done it. And there's still more to be done. But there's something to be said for doing all of that and now being able to enjoy these little beings.
You can watch the full episode of Tired Parents Club right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 6, Governor Stein lays out his budget request for lawmakers as they return to Raleigh. What he's prioritizing, as North Carolina is the only state in the country not operating on a new budget. And the Carolina Panthers are bringing back a local superstar who the Black and Blue have reached an agreement with to return to the quarterback room. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.